Sword God Chapter 1178 to Chapter 1228. Its long blue and gray hair danced in the wind like a group of snakes, and the blue and gray light around its body seemed to condense into a giant python. A cold and incomparably cold aura locked onto Qianzong, while a tyrannical aura slammed into Qianzong. The two auras merged into one, causing Qianzong's scalp to go numb and his body to stiffen. Strong. After awakening its black snake bloodline, East Fence Azure fled Dragon's strength sword, directly leaping into the half-saint realm. There was a clear gap between the limit of the transcendent realm and the half-saint realm. The half-saint realm was already a powerful master. Die. A strange voice like the hissing and roaring of snakes rang out from East Fence Azure fled Dragon's mouth, like a thunderclap shattering space, its vertical pupils condensing and releasing an increasingly cold and tyrannical murderous intent. After the awakening of its bloodline power, an even more powerful strength surged out from its body and poured into its bloodline spirit artifact, the green fire snake sword. The sword hummed loudly and a sword light flashed as it pierced through the air, seemingly unstoppable. Slash. East Fence Azure fled Dragon slashed out with its sword, causing a sharp and majestic sound to ring out. An extremely dreadful green-gray sword light blasted down. It seemed as if it could cleave the heavens and the earth. The power of the attack of the semi-sage level was extremely terrifying. The sword light hadn't chopped down yet, but the astonishing sword pressure had already torn the void apart. Then, it fiercely chopped down on the hard ice and snow ground. Kacha-kacha sounds rang out as a crack rapidly spread across more than 100 meters. Below, Qianzong only felt a terrifying sword pressure descend upon him, as if it wanted to crush his body. Strong. This kind of pressure was really strong. Especially now, he had used up too much energy in his battle with the ice dragon. Although he had taken some medicinal pills to recover, he had only recovered about 30 to 40% of his strength when he encountered the Eastern Fence Azure Flood Dragon. After that battle, he had used up even more energy. Including the medicinal pills, he only had 20% of his strength left. Losing 20% of his strength was very disadvantageous for him. After all, his normal strength had not yet reached the half-saint realm. The gap between the limit of the transcendent realm and the half-saint realm was very large, almost a qualitative change. Even though Qianzong constantly cultivated and improved his strength, as if there was no limit to the limit of the transcendent realm, he still had not truly reached the half-saint realm. This was because the standard to step into the half-saint realm was to transform one's spiritual energy into half-saint power. The power possessed by a Saint Realm Master was called Saint Force, and the power of Saint Force was incomparable to Spirit Chi. The gap between the two was not as simple as 10 times, but rather 100 times. 100-fold difference in power was one of the reasons why it was impossible for anyone below the Saint Realm to resist a Saint Realm Master. The gap between them was too great. It was like a natural chasm, separating the strong from the strong. A Saint Realm expert could be called a powerhouse. A half-saint below the Saint Realm could only be called a powerhouse. Of course, in some small places, late-stage Transcendent Realm Masters were called Masters. The power contained in the 9 spiritual wheels in Qianzong's body was still spiritual power. Although it was terrifyingly pure, it was still spiritual power and not semi-saint power. There was a huge gap between spiritual power and saint power. The difference was 100 times, and the gap between spiritual power and saint power was almost 10 times. Although spiritual power or semi-saint power was only a part of a cultivator's total strength, it still accounted for a large proportion. The nearly 10-fold gap between spiritual power and semi-saint power did not mean that a cultivator's strength would be 10 times greater. After all, there were other factors, such as extraordinary strength, martial arts level, martial arts attainments, martial Dao realm, and so on. But in any case, once one's spiritual power transformed into semi-saint power, the increase in one's strength was obvious. What's more, the more powerful one's martial arts were, the more powerful one's martial arts would be. As this thought flashed through Qianzong's mind, Dongli Qingjiao's tyrannical sword slashed down. Slash. Without hesitation, Qianzong grasped the void with his right hand and a golden flame burst out, filling the air with a tyrannical aura. Scarlet Flame Sword. Half-saint artifact. Dongli Qingjiao was stunned. His eyes narrowed in shock. Even many half-saint masters did not have a half-saint artifact, but this person actually had one. Possessing a half-saint artifact meant that one could possess the strength of a half-saint for a certain period of time. This was the same as activating the bloodline power. After activating the bloodline power, it would not last forever. Instead, it would be consumed continuously until it was used up, or it would stop on its own initiative. Let's finish this quickly. I want that half-saint artifact. Dongli Qingjiao was greedy. If he could get that half-saint artifact, his overall strength would be greatly improved. Chenzong held the scarlet flame sword and poured the purple cloud black star flame into it. The purple flame covered the black starlight and wrapped the scarlet flame sword. Its power became more and more terrible. Heartless sword, this sword was unintentional, but it drew the most mysterious trajectory between heaven and earth. It was difficult to capture. This was also a half-saint artifact sword. The two sword lights collided in an instant and then exploded with amazing power. The shockwave shattered the vacuum and swept in all directions, smashing everything around into powder. Dongli Qingjiao's face became colder. He had thought that after activating the bloodline power and reaching the half-saint level, his strength would be enough to crush and kill this person. He did not expect that his opponent would have a half-saint artifact and the strength of a half-saint. For a moment, Dongli Qingjiao could not do anything to Chenzong. Fight, this was a battle between half-saints. Every blow had the strength of a half-saint. It was extremely tyrannical and powerful. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. The terrible power spread in all directions. Pieces of ice and rocks were smashed into powder. Countless snowflakes were shaken into powder. Chenzong's third level of sword principle, the heart-controlling sword, had already reached the perfection level. Moreover, Chenzong was constantly digging out its potential. Under the control of the scarlet flame sword, the consumption of his own strength became smaller. 20% of his strength was enough. As Chenzong's strength was being consumed, so was Dongli Qingjiao's bloodline power. Of course, this consumption was temporary and could be recovered later. It would not affect his own bloodline. Dongli Qingjiao waved his sword. Every blow emitted a cyan-gray sword light. The sword light was like a snake swimming in the air. The world seemed to have been transformed into a snake cave. It was extremely terrifying. Then, all the snakes gathered in the center. They entwined with each other and merged into a giant python. The giant python transformed into a more powerful cyan-gray snake in an instant. This snake was overbearing and ferocious. It was filled with amazing mysterious fluctuations. Mysterious snake strike, this was the strongest move that Dongli Qingjiao could perform at the moment. Even if this strike could not kill the opponent, it would at least severely injure him and make him lose his combat ability. Chenzong's pupils contracted to the size of needles. Strong, the pressure brought about by this attack was simply too strong. It was so strong that it made Chenzong's heart palpitate. He waved his sword, the scarlet flame sharp sword immediately rolled up a burst of violent sword light. The sword light was like a torrential rain that surged through the sky, shattering everything. Moreover, under Chenzong's powerful ability, the sword light fused together, condensing into an increasingly majestic and vast sword light that pierced through the air and shot out. The majestic sword light was shattered by the mysterious snake strike. It was as if it could not resist at all. However, Chenzong had already waved his sword again. Heartless sword, heart-sinking sword, kill. Kill, boom, the golden flames burned fiercely on the sword, as if it wanted to burn everything to ashes. Kill, another sword slashed out. This sword seemed to burn a corner of the sky, wanting to burn it to ashes. Golden flames illuminated the world. Boom, the mysterious snake strike collided with the red flame sharp sword. An even more terrifying energy wave spread out, shaking the world with shocking coldness and heat. The terrifying impact of the energy dyed the space black. The roar seemed to come from an infinitely high place, shattering everything. The eastern fence green dragon's body was thrown high into the air. The recoil of this power was too strong, so strong that even he could not bear it. He spat out a mouthful of blood in the air, and the greenish-gray light around him flickered, like a candle in the wind that could be extinguished at any time. The mysterious snake strike had used most of its bloodline power. When it counterattacked, it had to use its own strength to resist, which consumed more of its energy. It was difficult to maintain it any longer. Below, Chenzong also suffered from the impact of the terrifying energy. He felt his blood and qi tremble, as if his bones and tendons were about to be crushed. Fortunately, Chenzong's body-refining cultivation was not bad. His strong physique gave him a stronger ability to resist. He did not spit out blood like Dongli Qingjiao, but he also retreated several steps. Every step he took crushed the broken ground below, leaving deep footprints. There were cracks all around the footprints, which were caused by Chenzong trying his best to direct the impact to the ground. Although Chenzong was not injured, he was not in a good condition. The energy in his body was running amok, making him feel pain. Dongli Qingjiao's eyes were extremely cold. Through hundreds of meters of the void, it seemed to see through Chenzong. The killing intent in his eyes was so sharp and cold that it made people shudder. In the next moment, Dongli Qingjiao did not attack Chenzong again because he had used up a lot of his bloodline power. He also suffered some internal injuries. On the other hand, Chenzong did not seem to be injured. If they continued to fight, it would be difficult to determine the winner. If his bloodline power was used up, his strength would return to its previous level. If his opponent could still use the power of a half-divine weapon, it would be very unfavorable for him. Go. He made a prompt decision. Dongli Qingjiao suppressed his killing intent and left quickly. Looking at Dongli Qingjiao's body falling rapidly in the air, Chenzong did not chase after him because his strength was almost used up. He immediately took out an elixir to recover his consumed strength. Otherwise, he would be in great danger if he encountered any danger or a strong enemy like Dongli Qingjiao. Inside the flying snow secret territory, there were thousands of miles of ice and snow. More than 100 people were constantly cruising at high speed, looking for the secret territory door and the corresponding snow crystals. Ha 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 ha, just one more snow crystal, and I can open the secret territory door. A disciple of the Five Extinction Heavenly Palace laughed. It was a laugh of victory. There were 36 secret territory doors, and to be able to find one was already considered lucky. But to be able to find a suitable snow crystal and activate it, not only did it require luck, but also enough strength. After all, some of the snow crystal's owners were snow beasts with terrifying strength. Chenzong was very fast, and he flew straight to the place where he found the secret territory door. Suddenly, a golden-red flaming saber light smashed towards him from the side, as if it had shattered the vacuum. This blade light was more than 20 meters long, and the golden-red flame was extremely condensed, emitting a monstrous heat. As soon as it appeared, everything around it was incinerated. Facing this sudden attack, Chenzong's expression did not change at all, as if he was not surprised. The heavy dragon sword was unsheathed, and the pitch-black sword light shot out. The tyrannical power immediately shattered the flaming blade light, and countless golden-red sparks splashed out. The second one, the third one, the fourth one, in the blink of an eye, another 3 tyrannical golden-red flaming blade lights came from the left, the middle, and the right, cutting open the ice and snow ground. The power of these 3 blades was even more tyrannical, and they cooperated well with each other, blocking all of Chenzong's escape routes. But, did Chenzong need to dodge? No need. He did not need to dodge at all. With the heavy dragon sword in his hand, the sword shook, and instantly turned into 3 sword lights that shot out. The power was unparalleled. Pop, pop, pop. The 3 golden-red flaming blade lights paused for a moment, and then burst, making a sound like a bubble being popped. Want to leave? Chenzong's eyes flashed with incomparable sharpness. His body didn't move, but the heavy dragon sword suddenly pierced out, as if it had pierced through the void. The astonishing pitch-black sword light was incomparably tyrannical as it blasted to one side. Earlier, Chenzong felt that someone was lurking around, ready to attack him, so he was not surprised when he saw the golden-red flaming blade light. Now, the person who attacked him found that his strength was unexpectedly strong, and was not confident, so he planned to retreat. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Naturally, Chenzong would not let the other party off so easily. Facing Chenzong's sword, the attacker's face suddenly changed, and hurriedly waved his long sword, and the golden-red flame, and his whole person was like a blazing sun, emitting an astonishing amount of heat and light. Lu Yanji. This person was Lu Yanji, who had joined the Seven Flames glazed palace. He was lucky to have entered the Flying Snow secret land and saw Chenzong. He planned to kill Chenzong and take the unique flame from him. However, he did not expect that his sudden attack would not be able to do anything to the other party. Although he was unwilling, Lu Yanji could see that the other party was very strong. He might not be able to defeat the other party. He even felt a faint sense of danger in his heart. Retreat. After shattering the black sword light, Lu Yanji's speed exploded, and he turned into a stream of golden-red flaming light, flying far away. However, Chenzong's speed was even faster. In a short span of 3 breaths, Chenzong's figure had already leaped past Lu Yanji. The heavy dragon sword pierced through the sky and blocked Lu Yanji's path. Both White Cloud Mountain and Seven Flames glazed palace were 8-star forces, and their combined strength and foundation were about the same. Chenzong was the chief disciple of White Cloud Mountain's outer sect. Although Lu Yanji was not bad, he was not in the top 3 of Seven Flames glazed palace's outer sect, and there was a big gap between him and Chenzong. Staring at Chenzong, Lu Yanji's face was full of fear, and his voice was full of questions. "Chenzong, what do you want? Didn't you want to kill me? Why are you running?" Chenzong asked calmly. "When did I want to kill you?" Lu Yanji immediately explained, and then he pretended to be enlightened. "Are you talking about just now? After all, we came here from the lower and central regions, and we're considered acquaintances. I was happy to see you, and I wanted to test your strength. You're really strong, and not inferior to me at all." "Is that so? Then I'll test your strength now." Chenzong sneered. All of Lu Yanji's excuses were useless, and Chenzong did not plan to continue arguing with him, so he slashed out with his sword. Lu Yanji's expression changed, and he swung his long sword. The sword light was majestic and scorching, as if it was going to burn everything. As the sword and saber collided, a terrifying power erupted from the heavy dragon sword. The power was like a flash flood, and it was also like the impact of an ancient giant beast, causing Lu Yanji's expression to change drastically. His long sword shook, and he was forced to retreat. The arm that was holding the sword felt numb and painful. Without any hesitation, Lu Yanji took advantage of the momentum to retreat, turn around, and push his body art to the extreme, exploding with a shocking power. His body was like a huge fireball, shooting into the distance. He was fast, but Chenzong was even faster. Block, sword attack. This Lu Yanji had threatened Chenzong in the ancient war city, and he had the intention to kill Chenzong. Now, he even tried to kill Chenzong. If Chenzong was not strong enough, he would have already been killed. Chenzong would never show mercy to people who wanted to kill him. Kill, heavy heart sword. As the sword slashed out, the majestic and incomparably heavy sword pressure suppressed the void. It was as if it had solidified into steel, causing Lu Yanji's body to stop. It was as if he had been locked in a space and was unable to move. This horrifying sword pressure made Lu Yanji's expression turn ugly. He finally realized the gap between him and Chenzong, which was like a natural chasm. Explode, explode, explode. The power in Lu Yanji's body was crazily operating, like boiling magma erupting. Golden red flames seeped out of Lu Yanji's mouth and nose, as if his whole body was filled with golden red flames. This kind of outburst was a desperate outburst. Even if it would cause harm to himself, he had to break free from the horrifying sword pressure brought by Chenzong's sword. In an instant, Lu Yanji broke free, but he did not have the slightest intention to attack. Instead, he flew away at an even faster speed. Run, he must run away. This Chenzong's strength was too horrifying. He was not worse than the top 3 disciples of the Seven Flames glazed palace, and could even be compared with the top 1. Lu Yanji could not figure it out. In just 5 years, a person whose cultivation was not as good as his, entered a force of the same level as him, had risen to such a terrifying level. It was like a dream. Boom, it was as if a part of the world was shattered and collapsed. An amazing force hit Lu Yanji's back, and his body was thrown away like a ragged sack, vomiting blood. Don't go too far. Lu Yanji, who quickly got up, was furious. Hatred and murderous intent filled his eyes and face. However, Chenzong did not reply. The second sword slashed out. Lu Yanji did have some skills, but that was all. You want me to die, I want you to die too. Lu Yanji roared crazily. Facing Chenzong's pursuit, he found that he could not escape at all. Since that was the case, he would drag his opponent down with him. Boom, golden red flames suddenly rushed out of Lu Yanji's body like a volcanic eruption. The golden red flames became incomparably sticky, and a horrifying aura spread out from it. Immediately, the magma-like golden red flames drilled into Lu Yanji's body through his mouth, nose, eyes, and ears. Inhuman roars came from Lu Yanji's mouth, as if he was in great pain. In just a short moment, Lu Yanji's aura was completely restrained. Chenzong's expression changed, and he immediately retreated without hesitation. Self-detonation, Lu Yanji was going to self-detonate, and it was a very clever self-detonation method. Chenzong could not interrupt it. With Chenzong's current realm, he could interrupt an ordinary self-detonation in advance. However, Lu Yanji's self-detonation method could not. It was a very clever self-detonation method. Once self-detonated, the power would be even more terrifying. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Don't even think about leaving. Lu Yanji roared again and again while enduring great pain. He turned into a golden red flame and rushed toward Chenzong. He swore to drag Chenzong down with him. One retreated, one advanced. Chenzong swung his sword, and the pitch-black sword light smashed into Lu Yanji's body like a vacuum. Suddenly, a shocking sound was heard, and Lu Yanji's body stopped. However, he was not killed. Instead, his powerful strength resisted Chenzong's sword. The second sword, the third sword, Chenzong's face was calm. He attacked again and again, making it difficult for Lu Yanji to get close to him. He was constantly receiving attacks. Although it seemed that Lu Yanji could resist Chenzong's every sword attack, it was only on the surface. Lu Yanji's body would be severely injured after every sword attack. He was in great pain, and the terrifying power was rampaging in his body until it reached its limit. Boom, explosion, it was an earth-shattering explosion. Lu Yanji's body could not withstand the increasingly violent power and exploded in an instant. The golden red flame burst out from Lu Yanji's body. It shattered the surrounding area like a 1,000-foot wave, and then rolled out, covering 100 meters in an instant. Chenzong's face changed. He attacked with his sword, and at the same time, he retreated rapidly. His body was light and fast, and he retreated hundreds of meters in an instant. However, the golden red flame wave was still rolling toward him. It was so hot that it felt like it was going to burn him. Fortunately, Chenzong had the purple cloud black star flame, which was strong enough to resist the heat of the flame. Even so, he could still feel the shocking heat. 1,000 meters, the golden red flame swept across a radius of 1,000 meters, and everything within that radius was burned to ashes. After 3 breaths, the golden red flame was extinguished, and only smoke rose in spirals. The ground within 1,000 meters was completely scorched black, and a huge, deep, black pit was blown out 100 meters away. It was several meters deep. An astonishing amount of heat was still rising from the charred area. Chenzong could not help but gasp. The power of this self-explosion was too powerful. It was even more powerful than the all-out attack of the Eastern Fence Green Dragon after it activated its bloodline power. Everything within a kilometer of scorched earth was destroyed by the terrifying heat and shocking explosive force. Even Lu Yanji's storage ring was damaged, and everything in the ring was naturally destroyed by the shattered space in the ring. Lu Yanji's self-destruction was too powerful and too shocking. It was not an ordinary self-destruction at all, but the Seven Flames Glazed Palace's self-destruction technique. It was very clever, triggering the rare flames of heaven and earth in the body to explode, erupting with incredible power in an instant and destroying everything around it. Under such a self-destruction, the rare flames of heaven and earth in the body would completely disappear. The Seven Flames Glazed Palace created such a self-destruction technique for 2 reasons. First, to prevent the rare flames of heaven and earth from falling into the hands of others. Second, to use such a self-destruction technique to fully unleash the power of the rare flames of heaven and earth and kill the other party. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Since Lu Yanji's self-destruction left nothing behind, and Chenzong had nothing to gain, Chenzong did not stay for long and quickly left. Chenzong did not really care whether he gained anything or not, because what was really good was the opportunity to enter the Saint Realm. Leaving quickly, Chenzong soon returned to the place where he found the secret realm gate. The secret realm gate had not been opened yet, and there was no one else, but the attentive Chenzong also found traces left behind by others, indicating that someone else had also found this secret realm gate. It was a race against time. Hurry! Chenzong immediately took out pieces of snow crystals from his storage ring. With a quick wave of his hand, the snow crystals landed around the entrance to the secret realm. Finally, Chenzong took out the largest and heaviest snowflake-shaped snow crystal. With a trace of anticipation and seriousness, he mounted the snowflake-shaped snow crystal. Stop! Suddenly, an angry roar sounded, turning into rolling sound waves that rushed madly, as if thunder from the 9 heavens had exploded. Chenzong knew that someone had come to stop him, and even compete with him for this secret realm gate. Chenzong ignored it, and accelerated the mounting of the snowflake snow crystal. I told you to stop. That overbearing roar grew even more furious as it drew closer and closer. At the same time, an extremely terrifying attack blasted out. The momentum of the attack was mighty and overbearing. Before the attack even reached him, a shocking pressure had already hit Chenzong, causing Chenzong's expression to turn slightly solemn. Very strong. The heaven and earth yuan qi surged and gathered into a huge palm print. It was like a mountain, smashing everything in its path. The palm print covered the sky and covered the sun, suppressing the earth and mountains. Its astonishing aura was vigorous to the extreme, crushing everything. Chenzong was secretly shocked. The power of this attack was too strong, and it was not any weaker than Fu Yunxiao's. However, even though he was surprised, Chenzong was not afraid at all. He unsheathed his heavy dragon sword and slashed out at a speed that seemed slow but was actually fast. The extremely heavy sword slashed through the air, creating layers of ripples in the air like water. The ripples quickly spread out and swept in all directions. Heart-sinking sword, the sword seemed to be able to shatter the mountains and sky. It slashed out with terrifying power and collided with the huge palm. The palm print was like a mountain, and the sword broke the mountain. The palm print was like the sky, and the sword broke the sky. After the collision, both the palm print and the sword light paused. They burst out with astonishing power and collided with each other, constantly resisting each other. Kacha! 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 Cracks began to appear on the palm print and spread rapidly. Cracks also appeared on the dark sword light and continued to spread. Chenzong did not pay attention to it. Instead, he sped up embedding the snowflake-shaped snow crystal. Kacha! Chenzong's heart suddenly skipped a beat, as if a drum had fallen on his heart. A ray of light lit up from the snowflake-shaped snow crystal and became dazzling in an instant. Immediately, the ray of light was like a winding dragon and lightning that split the sky. It hit the second snow crystal, and then the ray of light lit up and quickly spread to the third snow crystal. At the same time, the sword light exploded and the palm print collapsed. The extremely terrifying power spread in all directions, rolling up a level 18 violent wind and blowing everything. Get out of my way! The angry roar sounded again. With a tyrannical posture, it crushed the astonishing power impact and the violent wind and closed in on Chenzong. A huge finger filled with a gray brilliance shot out. It was extremely heavy and vigorous, as if it had condensed the power of a mountain. The lines on the huge finger were extremely clear and lifelike. It was as if the finger of a giant was striking down from the sky and crushing everything. The ground under Chenzong shattered, but the secret world gate was not affected at all. Even the attack of a Saint Realm Master could not destroy the secret world gate, let alone a non-Saint Realm Master. The momentum of this finger was not as vast as the palm print just now, but it made Chenzong even more wary. This was because the power of this finger was more restrained and condensed. Once it erupted, it would be even more terrifying. As the heavy dragon sword danced, it brought up layers of dark sword shadows. It was as gorgeous as a peacock spreading its tail. Immediately, the sword shadows overlapped, and with each overlapping, the aura became more and more tyrannical. When all the sword shadows overlapped and merged into the sword, the aura contained in the sword reached an astonishing level. Kill! Chenzong stabbed out with his sword. The heavy dragon sword brought with it extreme power to kill the finger. Pause, the surrounding space seemed to be frozen. Only the secret world gate was not affected at all. The light continued to penetrate the snow crystal and quickly spread out, gradually engulfing the entire gate. The huge finger collapsed and the sword light shattered. Chen Zong's figure swayed and retreated a few steps, slamming into the secret world gate. The terrifying power spread out in all directions, forcing the owner of the huge finger to retreat again and again. An astonishing aura swept out, shattering the ground and setting off waves of snow and ice that were tens of meters tall. The falling snowflakes within a range of several hundred meters and even 1,000 meters all paused for a moment. Then, they were crushed into powder by an invisible force and scattered in the air. Through the snowflakes and powder that filled the sky, Chen Zong saw the other party clearly. A disciple of the Five-Ju Heavenly Palace. Of course, he was not the chief disciple of the Five-Ju Heavenly Palace, but his strength was still very strong. He should be ranked very high in the Five-Ju Heavenly Palace's outer sect, perhaps even in the top 3. That's right, this person was called Zhou Yunlong. He was the second disciple of the Five-Ju Heavenly Palace's outer sect, which meant that he was the second strongest disciple. His strength was very terrifying, and he was a disciple of the Five-Ju Heavenly Palace's Martial Ju branch. He had also discovered the secret plane door before and had begun to hunt snow beasts for snow crystals. Finally, he had obtained all the snow crystals and had rushed over excitedly, intending to activate the secret plane door and obtain one of the 36 spots to become a saint. Unexpectedly, there was someone who was one step ahead of him. The opportunity to become a saint was very important, and Zhou Yunlong could not miss it. And so far, he had only found one secret world gate. No matter what, he could not let others take it away. Suddenly, with a buzzing sound, light like water filled the entire secret world gate. An astonishing aura quickly spread out, filled with indescribable mystery. Zhou Yunlong's eyes emitted an incomparably sharp light, and an extremely tyrannical power erupted once again. A punch broke through the air and blasted out. Under this punch, the void trembled endlessly, as if it could shatter everything, and immediately brought about an obvious threat to Chen Zong. Chen Zong swung his sword, and the heavy dragon sword brought about an incomparably stunning sword light that destroyed everything. Unexpectedly, under the sword, the punch burst like a bubble in an instant, as if it was a dream. Zhou Yunlong's body also shattered under the sword light. That was fake, it was an afterimage. The seemingly tyrannical blow just now was just a feint by Zhou Yunlong. Chen Zong's expression did not change at all, as if everything was under his control. He turned around, and his sword cut across the sky. A figure also appeared under Chen Zong's terrifying sword pressure, and it was Zhou Yunlong. Zhou Yunlong planned to feint to attract Chen Zong's attention, and sneak past Chen Zong to enter the secret world gate first. After all, the secret world gate was now open. Although it was not opened by itself, there was no restriction on who could open it and who could pass through. Unexpectedly, all of this was under Chen Zong's control. The heavy dragon sword cut across the sky and intercepted Zhou Yunlong. A tyrannical power erupted and suddenly slashed toward Zhou Yunlong. This sword was somewhat unexpected. Zhou Yunlong's face was gloomy and ferocious, and his killing intent was blazing. You deserve to die. In an instant, he grabbed and twisted his hands forward, as if twisting the void, causing the heavy dragon sword to be strangled by two diametrically opposite forces, and it almost flew out of his hands. Zhou Yunlong's eyes emitted an incomparably terrifying killing intent, and his twisting claws burst out with gray light. They were vigorous, heavy, and sharp, and madly grabbed at Chen Zong, containing the aura fluctuations of two kinds of transcendent secret forces. The power burst out, and the heavy dragon sword shook and seemed to make a high-pitched dragon roar. The pitch-black sword light spread out, and the impact burst out. Slash, it was a powerful and heavy sword, and at such a close distance, so Zhou Yunlong could only take it head-on, and his whole body flew back immediately. Chen Zong also took advantage of this force to quickly retreat, and appeared above the secret realm gate, and quickly fell into the secret realm gate. Get out! Zhou Yunlong's eyes were about to burst, and he roared with rage. He suddenly grabbed with both hands, and an astonishing force came out of his claws like a dragon's claw, as if it was going to tear everything apart, and fiercely grabbed at Chen Zong. At the same time, Chen Zong's feet had already sunk into the light of the secret realm gate. The dragon's claw descended, and with a terrifying force, grabbed at Qinzong's body. A fierce light flashed in Qinzong's eyes, and the heavy dragon sword blasted out, blocking the dragon's claw. His body accelerated, and half of his body entered the light of the secret realm gate. Die. Since he couldn't grab his opponent out, Zhou Yunlong went crazy and directly released his most powerful attack with all his strength. A huge palm print, at least 100 meters in size, fell from the sky, and it was extremely terrifying. The palm print contained roaring thunderbolts, destroying everything. The power of this attack was extremely powerful, and it made Qinzong feel afraid. However, there was no need to resist, because Qinzong's body was quickly entering the secret realm gate. When the terrifying palm strike fell, Qinzong's body also entered the secret realm gate at the same time. With a boom, the giant palm slammed into the gate of the secret plane. The terrifying power did not affect the gate of the secret plane at all. Instead, it shattered and dissipated, turning into a tyrannical aura that rushed out in all directions, crushing everything in its path. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Seeing the light of the secret realm gate quickly dim, Zhou Yunlong was extremely furious, and a powerful aura exploded from his body, rushing in all directions and destroying everything. Outside the flying snow secret land, a group of eliminated disciples had yet to leave. If they were to leave this place with their own strength, it would be impossible for them to return to their respective sections. They could only follow the supreme experts of their respective sections. However, the supreme experts had no plans to leave as the 36 spots for the saint opportunity had not been decided yet. Moreover, they would have to continue waiting after it was decided. Since they could not leave, they could only cultivate in this place. The temperature here was very low and there was ice all around. Cultivating in such a place would be very beneficial for one's strength. Apart from cultivating, these people would also discuss with each other. The main topic was still the 36 spots for the saint opportunity. My 5-Ju Heavenly Palace will get at least 4 spots, maybe even 5. A disciple of the 5-Ju Heavenly Palace said confidently, as if the 5-Ju Heavenly Palace had already gotten 4 or even 5 spots. Don't brag too much, a disciple of Taiyan Mountain sneered. Humph, bragging, you think too much. The disciple of the 5-Ju Heavenly Palace sneered with disdain. My 5-Ju Heavenly Palace's number 1 senior brother Gu Xianxia is invincible among his peers, he will definitely get a spot. Senior brother Zhou Yunlong is very strong, he will definitely get a spot. The 3rd, 4th and 5th senior brothers are also very strong, they are not much weaker than senior brother Zhou Yunlong, it will not be too difficult for them to get a spot. When the disciple of the 5-Ju Heavenly Palace spoke, it was as if he was talking about the world. However, there were also people who sneered. The fight for the saint opportunity also depended on luck. Who do you think will be the first to get a spot? Suddenly, someone spoke and all the discussion stopped. Maybe the first to get a spot did not mean the strongest, but the word first always had an indescribable charm. Firstly, it was always so eye-catching and impressive. Who would be the first to come out would undoubtedly attract a lot of attention and there were many guesses. After all, there were more than 100 people who entered the flying snow secret land and there were only 36 spots. Hence, it was unknown who would get a spot, not to mention who would be the first to come out. In my opinion, senior brother Gu Xianxia will most likely be the first to come out. The disciple of the 5-Ju Heavenly Palace spoke again. He was still full of confidence. At this moment, there was a buzzing sound, and a burst of light appeared a few hundred meters in front of everyone. The light rippled like water, exuding a quiet coldness as it swayed. What's that? The door to the secret realm? Could it be that someone is coming out? This was the first one, and everyone paid close attention to it. One by one, they stood up and stared with their eyes wide open, as if they wanted to see through the rippling door of light. The light spread out and finally formed a 10-meter-tall door. Under everyone's gaze, a figure gradually appeared in the rippling light and gradually became clear. However, they still couldn't confirm who it was. Suddenly, another buzzing sound rang out, and a second ray of light rippled out like water, and a second door to the secret realm appeared. The 2 secret realm gates appeared only a few breaths apart. However, the speed at which the secret realm gates opened was the same. A difference of a few breaths was a difference of a few breaths. The figure in the first secret realm gate appeared completely, He took a step out of the secret realm gate and landed on the snowy ground. It's him. Chen Shidi. The disciples of White Cloud Mountain were shocked, and then they were overjoyed. Although it wasn't the first place, it was the first to obtain a spot. Naturally, that feeling was incomparably comfortable. How could it be someone from White Cloud Mountain? Impossible, this is impossible. The confident disciple of the 5Ju Heavenly Palace was in disbelief. He held his head with both hands and shouted. At this moment, the second figure appeared. It's senior brother Gu Xianxia. The disciples of the 5Ju Heavenly Palace shouted. The second one to appear was the 5Ju Heavenly Palace's outer sect chief disciple, Gu Xianxia. In the entire Sky Pillar upper region, there were only 3 9-star forces. The 5Ju Heavenly Palace was ranked first, and was recognized as the strongest force in the entire Sky Pillar upper region. Even the Taiyan Mountain and the mysterious Sky Ancient Palace were slightly inferior. The 5Ju Heavenly Palace's outer sect chief disciple, Gu Xianxia, was also known as the number 1 disciple of the same generation in the Sky Pillar upper region. Of course, this title wasn't very authoritative as it hadn't been verified through actual battles. However, the entire 5Ju Heavenly Palace's outer sect thought so. Gu Xianxia naturally thought so too. Other than the affirmation of his fellow disciples, it was also because of his own confidence in his own strength. As soon as Gu Xianxia appeared, his incomparably sharp gaze swept across like an unsheathed sword, causing everyone's heart to tremble. They were secretly shocked, and did not dare to look at him directly, fearing that their eyes would be pierced. Immediately, Gu Jianxia's gaze fell on Chen Zong's face, and his gaze became even sharper. He knew that this person had left the Flying Snow secret realm earlier than him. Number 1, Gu Jianxia had always been number 1. No matter where it was, he should be number 1 this time as well. He didn't expect that someone else would take the first place. Gu Jianxia's gaze became sharper and sharper. Strands of invisible sword qi shot out from his body, slicing the surrounding ice and shattering it into pieces. The area within a radius of dozens of meters was completely shrouded by the terrifying sharpness, as if it was an invisible sword qi domain. Although the sword qi was invisible, everyone could still see its traces when they looked closely. It was constantly slicing the air within a radius of dozens of meters, like rippling water, extremely terrifying. An even more terrifying light shot out from Gu Jianxia's eyes. It was as if 2 beams of heaven sword absolute light that could pierce through mountains were aimed at Chen Zong, as if it was going to pierce through Chen Zong's body and shatter it into pieces. Faint sword cries could be heard faintly in the void, causing everyone's expression to change drastically. Cracks spread out in all directions, the longest of which was hundreds of meters long. The astonishing sword qi was so sharp that it made people tremble in fear. Above Gu Jianxia, endless heaven and earth yuan qi gathered, faintly condensing into the illusory image of a giant sword, exuding an extremely terrifying sword pressure. Chen Zong's expression became slightly solemn. Gu Jianxia's qi was so strong, even stronger than the Eastern Fence Green Dragon who had activated his bloodline power. This meant that Gu Jianxia's strength was definitely above the Eastern Fence Green Dragons. Perhaps Gu Jianxia had already reached the half-saint level. He had not relied on external forces, but his own strength to reach the half-saint level. Of course, Gu Jianxia had not really released his strength, so it was impossible to determine whether his cultivation had reached the half-saint level. Even so, Chen Zong was not afraid at all. If he wanted to fight, then he would fight. He stared straight into Gu Jianxia's eyes without any fear. Their gazes collided like swords that were dozens of meters away from each other. An astonishing aura burst out, and the aura was like invisible fireworks that vibrated in the void. Circles of ripples spread out continuously. Just a confrontation of gazes was already so frightening. How terrifying would it be if they fought? The sword at Gu Jianxia's waist trembled faintly, releasing bursts of sword cries. The cries grew louder and louder, as if they were about to shoot out from the scabbard. A great battle was about to begin. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open, extremely excited. That's enough. Suddenly, a voice sounded from the sky, as if the wind from the 9 heavens had swept down. In an instant, all the sharpness was eliminated. An immortal had made his move. With the intervention of an immortal, the battle between Chen Zong and Gu Jianxia naturally could not happen. Gu Jianxia retracted his gaze, but his expression was still as cold as ever. Chen Zong smiled slightly, walked to where the White Cloud Mountain disciples were, and sat down cross-legged to cultivate. His cultivation had already reached the peak, but he could still continue to comprehend other aspects. Little drops make an ocean, and a good foundation would lead to a breakthrough. This was a step further, and also a way to continuously strengthen his foundation. When he broke through, the improvement would be even more shocking. Time passed slowly, and after a while, the third door to the secret realm appeared. Then, the fourth door appeared, the fifth door, one after another. The doors to the secret realm appeared one after another, and one figure after another became clearer and clearer. The 18th door to the secret realm opened, and a figure walked out. Chen Zong's eyes lit up. It was Xianxia. Now, other than himself, Xianxia from White Cloud Mountain had also obtained a spot to become a saint. Xianxia also saw Chen Zong and smiled sweetly. More and more doors to the secret realm were opened. When the 36th door to the secret realm was opened, it had been 29 days. After one more day, the flying snow secret realm would close by itself. At that time, if they still could not open the door to the secret realm, they would be eliminated. 36 people, and all 36 spots to become a saint had been obtained. In the 5 Extinction Heavenly Palace, a total of 3 disciples obtained spots. They were Gu Jianxia, Xiang Nantian, and Mo Xianxia, respectively. As for Zhou Yunlong, who was in second place, he stared at Chen Zong with murderous intent and anger. It was because of Chen Zong that he missed the first door to the secret realm. After that, he was very unlucky. Although he found the second door, it was opened by the chief disciple of Taiyan Mountain. He was not a match for him, and missed it again. After that, he had no chance to become a saint. Taiyan Mountain had a total of 4 people who obtained spots. They were Long Yan, who was in first place, and the other 3 who were in second to fourth place. The mysterious Heaven Ancient Palace had 3 spots. They were the chief disciple of the outer sect, Lu Qinggu, the second place, and the third place. In this way, the 3 9-star forces had taken up 10 spots. Then, the disciples of the 10 8-star forces also obtained spots to become a saint. The 3 great clans had 3 spots each, which made a total of 9 people. White Cloud Mountain did well this time. They also had 3 people who obtained spots. They were Chen Zong, Fu Yunxiao, and Xianxia. As for Gao Hongjing and Bai Xia, they did not obtain any spots. The Titan Soul Heavenly Sect also had 3 people who obtained a spot to become a saint. The remaining Big Dipper Overlord Sect, 7 Flames Glazed Palace, Dark Sun Moon Palace, Ethereal Heavenly Palace, and Absolute Refining Sect each obtained 2 spots. In this way, there were 35 spots. As for the last spot, it was obtained by a disciple of a 7-star force. His name was Li Mu, a very ordinary name. His previous performance was also quite average. No one had expected him to obtain a spot. The 36 spots for the opportunity to enter the Saint Realm were finally decided. Figures descended from the sky one after another. They were the supreme experts from various forces. The Flying Cloud Sect Master glanced at the disciples of White Cloud Mountain and was quite satisfied. After all, 3 of White Cloud Mountain's disciples had obtained the spots. Such a result was only inferior to Taiyan Mountain and was on par with 5 Absolute Heavenly Palace and Mysterious Heaven Ancient Palace. Congratulations on obtaining the spots, a supreme expert said. His voice was powerful and resonant like the sound of a bell. It shook the heavens and the earth and contained an indescribable rhythm. Obtaining the spots means that you have a chance to break through the barrier to enter the Saint Realm and enter the Lingwu sacred world. But remember, don't be arrogant and impatient. Obtaining the spots doesn't mean that you'll definitely enter the Saint Realm. Such a voice was like the sound of a bell. It shook everyone's mind and cleared their mind. The joy of obtaining the spots also calmed down. Indeed, obtaining a spot only meant that there was an additional opportunity. There was a slight or even a slight chance of success, and it was not a 100% certainty. Opportunities were auxiliary to cultivators. However, the cultivator had to rely on himself. If he wasn't outstanding enough and worked hard enough, he wouldn't be able to become a supreme expert no matter how good the opportunities were. At most, he would only be an empty shell with a high cultivation base or realm. Let's cut the crap. Another supreme being spoke up. His voice was rather sharp. Alright, everyone who obtained the spots, come out. Immediately, 36 people walked out. Let's go. With a wave of their sleeves, the supreme experts swept up the 36 people and soared into the air rapidly. The direction they were heading for was actually even further north than the extreme north. Now that the two ice mountains were in the extreme north of the snow domain and the end of the sky pillar upper region, where would they go further north? Xianxia and the others were very curious. They quickly went further north under the guidance of the supreme experts and looked around. The supreme experts didn't go very fast. Perhaps they wanted to take care of the crowd and let them enjoy the scenery. Land of ice and snow, everywhere they passed, there was only land of ice and snow. It was as if there was no end to the land of ice and snow. However, there wasn't a single ice mountain in sight. It was as if all the ice mountains and snow beasts had disappeared. Further away was an endless expanse of icy blue that seemed to be fluctuating. This is. After another 10 breaths of time, everyone was shocked when they saw the scene. I see, it was actually a sea of ice, an endless sea of ice. There's an ice sea between the Qingtian domain and the Tianyuan sacred domain. It's called the Sinking Ice Sea. The Flying Cloud Sect Master's voice rang in the ears of Chenzong, Fu Yunxiao, and Yun Yanxin. Sunken Ice Sea, Chenzong repeated the name in his mind. He felt that this name seemed to contain an extraordinary meaning. The deep ice sea is extremely vast. Even for me, it would take me a month to cross it. The Cloud Sect Master's words instantly shocked Chenzong and the others to the extreme. Their heads buzzed as if they were struck by lightning, and it was difficult for them to think. The Cloud Sect Master was one of the 5 supreme powerhouses in White Cloud Mountain. Although they did not know if the Cloud Sect Master's strength was at the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage or had surpassed the Saint Rudiment stage, there was no doubt that his strength was extremely powerful. His speed was also extremely shocking. Even with such speed, it would take him a month to cross the deep ice sea. It was clear that the deep ice sea was very far away. One should know that it only took a few days to travel from White Cloud Mountain to the snow region. The deep ice sea has a restrictive force. It's impossible for an ordinary Saint Rudiment stage to fly in the air here. The Cloud Sect Master said again, even if you can fly in the air, the deeper you go, the colder it gets. It'll greatly affect your body. Feel it for yourself. After saying that, the Cloud Sect Master seemed to have released a trace of protective force. Suddenly, a wisp of coldness from the outside entered and swept past the bodies of Chenzong and the others. It was merely a sliver of coldness, but the expressions of Chenzong and the other two changed drastically. Their teeth chattered uncontrollably, emitting caw-caw-caw sounds. Their faces quickly turned ashen, and their bodies stiffened as though they were about to be frozen solid. Shake! Chenzong clenched his fists. His tyrannical blood chi surged, and a blazing force spread throughout his body to resist the coldness. However, this resistance only lasted for a single breath. It was defeated in just a single breath. After 3 breaths, the Cloud Sect Master expelled the coldness. The protective force was sealed again, and the coldness was gone. Only then did Chenzong and the others recover. They exhaled heavily, and their breaths were like ice shards. Horrifying, the 3 of them were indeed horrified. If it were not for the protection of the Cloud Sect Master's power, the 3 of them would have been frozen into ice sculptures in just 3 breaths. They would then be frozen and fall into the deep ice sea. They might even lose their vitality under this kind of freezing. This kind of coldness was so terrifying that only a Saint Rudiment stage cultivator could resist it. After all, the Transcendent stage was a transition in life, and the Saint Rudiment stage was a second transition. It was a kind of qualitative improvement. Now, could the so-called opportunity to become a saint be in the deep ice sea, or in the Tianyuan sacred region? They did not know. They could only wait. While the 3 of them were thinking, the Cloud Sect Master's voice sounded again. The opportunity to become a saint is in the deep ice sea. It's under the deep ice sea, the Cloud Sect Master said. What he said shocked Chenzong and the others again. Under the deep ice sea, if they could not even withstand the coldness above the deep ice sea, wouldn't they be frozen into a popsicle under the deep ice sea? would they need the Cloud Sect Master's protection to experience the so-called opportunity to become a saint? Many years ago, before the so-called Tianyuan sacred region and the four upper regions, a powerful enemy came to the Lingwu sacred world. Starting from the current Tianyuan sacred region, it gradually spread out and affected the entire world, the Cloud Sect Master said again. It seemed like he was telling a secret. Shenzong and the others quickly held their breaths and listened. As for what kind of powerful enemy it was, the Cloud Sect Master did not say, and the three of them did not ask. At that time, the Deep Ice Sea did not exist. The Cloud Sect Master's words shocked Shenzong and the others again. If the Deep Ice Sea did not exist, then what caused it to exist now? The enemy was too powerful. They came from the current Tianyuan sacred region and spread out in all directions, trying to invade and destroy all the living beings in the Lingwu sacred world. Naturally, the cultivators in the Lingwu sacred world rose up and fought back. At that time, a large number of powerful enemies were intercepted here, and a great battle broke out. In that battle, the cultivators were led by the ancient Ice Emperor. He led a group of powerful cultivators to kill the enemy. They fought until the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. In the end, they destroyed all the powerful enemies. However, the cultivators also suffered great losses, and many powerful cultivators died. The Cloud Sect Master's voice became faint, as if he was reliving the fierce battle. It was hard to imagine how fierce and bloody the battle was back then. The ancient Ice Emperor was a supreme saint. The Cloud Sect Master said, among the powerful cultivators he led, there were many who were at the peak of the saint rudiment stage, and there were even some who were half a step away from the supreme saint realm. Shenzong and the others were even more shocked. The Deep Ice Sea was formed after that battle. The land there was also gradually changed into the snow region because of the impact. Shenzong and the others were a little numb. Changing the weather, how terrifying was that? It was unimaginable. In the ancient battle, the ancient Ice Emperor's attack was left in the deepest part, which is the bottom of the Deep Ice Sea today. It formed a space of its own. We call it the Ice Emperor's secret realm. The Ice Emperor's secret realm left traces of the great battle, and many powerful cultivators' inheritances were left in it. After countless years of evolution, many rare treasures have grown. It will be easier to break through to the Saint Rudiment stage if you enter and harvest them. This is why it is called the Saint Realm's opportunity. After listening to the Cloud Sect Master's explanation, the three of them finally understood what this so-called opportunity was. The secret realm left behind by the ancient Ice Emperor's attack was formed after many years. In addition, there were also traces left behind from the great battle. Comprehending those traces might be able to comprehend some mysteries that would be of great help in breaking through to the Saint Rudiment stage. Moreover, if they could obtain the treasures or powerhouses' inheritances, it would be even more beneficial. For a moment, the three of them were breathing heavily. Opportunity, it was a great opportunity. Fortunately, they were able to win a spot. If they could enter and come out alive, they would definitely be able to surpass their peers. Of course, their peers referred to those who did not enter. The Ice Emperor's secret realm has its own rules and restrictions. Only those below the Saint Rudiment stage can enter. The Cloud Sect Master's words also let Shenzong and the others understand why the Ice Emperor's secret realm that could tempt even Saint Rudiment stage only allowed a group of non-Saint stage to enter. If you obtain any treasures that are useless to you, I hope you can contribute them to the sect. Of course, the sect won't treat you unfairly. The temperature in the Ice Emperor's secret realm won't be so low. With your cultivation base, you can definitely withstand it. The Cloud Sect Master's words immediately made the three of them heave a sigh of relief. However, you must also be careful. The Ice Emperor's secret realm contains both amazing opportunities and fatal dangers. You must be careful when you enter and come out alive. His solemn tone made Shenzong and the others realize that it was not only an opportunity but also a fatal place. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. However, opportunities often coexisted with dangers. After all these years, Shenzong had long been clear about this. Another thing you must pay attention to is that the Ice Emperor's secret realm opens for about 3 months each time. When the time is up, you will be rejected by the secret realm's power. Also, when the secret realm opened last time, people from Tianyuan sacred region entered. I'm not sure if it will be the same this time, so you must be careful. After flying for about 10 days, the powerhouses stopped one after another. Everyone now had a better understanding of the Ice Emperor's secret realm. Get ready. Open the passage to the Ice Emperor's secret realm, the supreme powerhouse from 5 Extreme Heavenly Palace said in a deep voice. Suddenly, an amazing aura burst out from the powerhouses. It was incomparably mysterious. Various brilliances spread out and filled the surroundings. There seemed to be various mysterious sounds echoing between the heavens and the earth. This kind of mystery was still too profound for everyone present. After all, none of them had reached the Saint Realm yet. Even with Chen Zong's superb perception and soul, he could only sense the mysteries of this technique but was unable to comprehend anything. This was the gap between their levels. Boom boom boom, the powerhouses attacked one after another. Tyrannical attacks fell below. Every attack was incomparably mysterious. Moreover, they cleverly blasted the seawater of the deep ice sea away. A passage continued to extend downwards, like a drill that was constantly drilling down. This drilling lasted for a quarter of an hour. A pitch-black passage continued to extend downwards. It was so deep that the bottom could not be seen. The passage was surrounded by various brilliances, isolating the seawater of the deep ice sea. All of you, go down immediately. The deep ice sea was boundless. The icy blue seawater seemed to have solidified, and there were no waves. Pieces of ice of various sizes floated on the surface of the sea, and a shocking chill spread out and filled the surroundings. The passage with a diameter of 10 meters kept extending to the bottom of the ice sea. Many figures were enveloped by a powerful force and fell rapidly like meteors. With the protection of the flying cloud sect master's power, even the slightest bit of chill couldn't affect them. Chen Zong observed his surroundings with ease. They fell very quickly, but there was no sound of wind. The passage around them was covered by colorful lights. That was the power of the supreme powerhouses, which temporarily isolated the seawater of the deep ice sea. The power of the deep ice sea was extremely powerful. If it was just one person, it would be impossible to break open such a passage. Many people had to work together to open and stabilize it. Falling, falling, falling. Everyone kept falling. Chen Zong silently calculated the distance. The deeper they went, the only thing they saw was darkness. It was so deep that it seemed bottomless, except for the colorful lights around the passage. It's about 10,000 feet now, Chen Zong said to himself. 10,000 feet was not the end. How deep was the deep ice sea? They kept going down. 11,000 feet. 12,000 feet. Soon, they reached 20,000 feet, but they still couldn't see the end. The darkness became deeper and quieter, making them panic. 2,500 feet, Chen Zong was extremely shocked. 2,700 feet. Everyone saw a ray of light. That light was slightly weak, but it was like a guiding light in the darkness, bringing hope. Everyone couldn't help but feel excited. The Ice Emperor's secret realm. They were about to arrive at the Ice Emperor's secret realm. The Ice Emperor's secret realm was not something the Flying Snow secret realm could compare to. The Flying Snow secret realm was only a semi-natural secret realm. The so-called semi-natural referred to a secret realm that was born with the world, discovered, and transformed into a secret realm. They entered the Flying Snow secret realm purely to fight for a spot, and they didn't get any other benefits. However, the spot was very important. It was related to an opportunity, a great opportunity. The Ice Emperor's secret realm. The Ice Emperor's secret realm was not a natural secret realm. Instead, it was created by the ancient Ice Empress, a supreme expert of the Great Saint Realm. After experiencing the vicissitudes of time and the cycle of heaven and earth, it gradually formed. In the Ice Emperor's secret realm, there were countless traces left behind by ancient battles, inheritances left behind by fallen ancient experts, and natural treasures. Closer, closer, even closer. The light became even more resplendent and dazzling. The icy blue radiance emitted from within seemed to be filled with traces of coldness. This coldness could not be isolated even by the power of the supreme experts of the various sect forces, because this coldness seemed to fall directly into the hearts of everyone present. Popping sounds could be heard continuously. It was as if they had fallen into water when they came into contact with the icy blue light. The moment Qianzong's body came into contact with the icy blue light, an indescribable chill invaded his entire body. However, this chill did not freeze him. Instead, it shook his spirit and refreshed his mind, making him feel extremely comfortable. It was like walking through ice water. Falling, the wind whistled in his ears. Only then did Qianzong feel that the power of the flying cloud sect master had disappeared. After entering the Ice Emperor's secret realm, this protective power would disappear. As his body fell, the wind whistled. Qianzong also quickly sized up his surroundings. The Ice Emperor's secret realm was a space of its own. The sky was icy blue. There were no sun, moon, or stars, but traces of icy blue fog lingered like clouds. The ground below was white in color, and some of it had traces of icy blue luster. There were mountain rocks and icy trees in the distance. Roar, a shocking roar suddenly sounded. It was as if the roar could shatter the heavens and earth. Instantly, everyone's expression changed drastically. Just the aura contained in the roar was very shocking. One could imagine how powerful the owner of the roar was. For a moment, the joy and excitement of entering the Ice Emperor's secret realm disappeared. It was replaced by vigilance. If they encountered the owner of the roar, a life and death battle would be inevitable. Moreover, they could not be sure if the owner of the roar was the strongest existence here. According to what the Flying Cloud Sect Master and the others said along the way, the Ice Emperor's secret realm had restrictions. Saint Rudiment realm experts could not enter. Otherwise, they would be suppressed to death. In other words, only those below the Saint Rudiment realm could enter. This was the restriction of the Ice Emperor's secret realm. Otherwise, the Ice Emperor's secret realm was formed by the ancient Ice Emperor's attack. If Saint Rudiment realm experts could enter, they would definitely reap great benefits. Falling from a height of several thousand meters, Qianzong's body was surrounded by a shocking airflow. Traces of heat spread out from his body. It was as if his entire body was about to be ignited. White cloud flight, immediately, traces of clouds and mist spread out from all directions. However, the speed was very slow. It was 10 times slower than in the outside world. In the outside world, Qianzong could condense white cloud flight in one breath's time. However, in here, he needed 10 breaths of time. Fortunately, it was several thousand meters away, so he would not fall completely in 10 breaths of time. When he was several hundred meters from the ground, the white cloud flight under Qianzong's feet condensed. His falling body came to a stop and floated in midair. Falling from thousands of meters in the air, that kind of rebound force was not easy to bear, because it was hard to tell how hard the ground was. If it was very hard and much harder than the flying snow secret realm, that rebound force might cause him to be severely injured. Each of them used their own methods to reduce the speed of their fall. This way, they could reduce the backlash to a certain extent. However, Giant Soul Heavenly Sex Tuoba Nu did not have any intention of reducing his speed. His entire body fell like a meteorite. The friction between his strong and stalwart body and the air caused sparks to burst out from his body. Boom, Tuoba Nu, who was like a meteorite, smashed his feet onto the ground of the Ice Emperor's secret realm. An earth-shattering explosion resounded, and the earth shook. Layers of terrifying ice and snow waves rolled out, reaching a few meters high and submerging Tuoba Nu's body, covering a radius of several dozen meters. Qianzong and the others' pupils shrank to the size of needles. The impact of falling from a height of several thousand meters only caused a few meters high snow waves that covered an area of several dozen meters. What did this mean? It meant that the ground of the Ice Emperor's secret realm was extremely hard. It was definitely several times harder than the flying snow secret realm. It was hard to imagine how tyrannical the rebounding force from the collision with such a hard ground was. The snow waves calmed down. A figure was half kneeling on one knee with one fist on the ground. Below his leg was a collapsed pit. There were traces of cracks on the sides of the pit. It was Tuoba Nu. A strong bronze aura circled around Tuoba Nu's body. It was as if a bronze flame was burning around him. Haha, nice. A loud roar came from Tuoba Nu's mouth. It was filled with joy. Abnormal. Someone said in a low voice. What a terrifying physique. This kind of physique refining. Qianzong was extremely shocked. Strong, Tuoba Nu's physique was really too strong. It was terrifyingly strong. Chenzong stared at the bronze aura burning on Tuobanu's body. He was a little surprised and doubtful. He could feel a kind of strength and fierceness from it. It was hard to describe. It seemed to be related to physique refining. However, Chenzong's physique refining cultivation had not reached the peak of the dragon power realm. Moreover, he lacked a complete physique refining inheritance. He did not know much about physique refining. Chenzong had a feeling that he had not really stimulated the potential of physique refining. Otherwise, he would have been even more powerful when he combined the strength of physique refining and chi refining with the heart-calming sword. Of course, another reason was that there was an imbalance between physique refining and chi refining. If there was a balance, the combined strength would definitely be much more powerful. In other words, if I want to improve my strength, it's a good choice to start with physique refining cultivation. Chenzong narrowed his eyes and said to himself. Chenzong had not thought about this before. After all, he did not have much time. Now that he saw Tuobanu's strong physique, he had some thoughts. Tuobanu stood up and the bronze aura on his body retracted into his body. He moved his muscles and bones slightly, and a series of cracking sounds could be heard. His bones moved up and down like dragons and snakes. It was shocking. Let's go. Tuobanu roared in a low voice. The other two disciples of the Titan Soul sect quickly followed. Let's go. One by one, they started to leave. Junior sister Chinshiti, shall we go together? Fu Yunxiao asked tentatively. Okay. Chenzong and Yunyanqing did not object. There were opportunities in the Ice Emperor's secret realm, but there were also shocking dangers. There were benefits to going alone, but there were also great risks. They would go together to see the situation in the Ice Emperor's secret realm. They would then decide whether to go alone. Moreover, they would be going together with fellow disciples. Not long after, the 36 people left one after another, each going their own way. Some were in groups of 3, some were in groups of 2, and Taiyan Mountain was in groups of 4. They walked in the snow without leaving a trace. Chenzong and the other two chose a direction and went at a moderate speed. If they went too fast, they were worried that they would miss out on some opportunities. After all, this was the Ice Emperor's secret realm. If they were lucky, they might encounter some opportunities. Suddenly, the three of them stopped. They looked around and focused on a piece of ice a few hundred meters away. That piece of ice was like a huge rock, and at the end of it, there was a stalk of grass that was 1 foot tall. The stalk of grass was ice blue, and its leaves were like the fingers of a palm. It swayed gently in the cold wind. Traces of extremely pure and cold aura spread out from the stalk of grass. Ice spirit grass. It's helpful for comprehending the transcendent power of ice. If it's supplemented by other spiritual herbs, it'll be even more effective, Fu Yunxiao said immediately. Fu Yunxiao immediately opened his mouth and said, his eyes burning with passion, in addition, the ice spirit grass and ice spirit pill are also beneficial to the cultivation of ice cultivation methods. Senior brother Fu, one of the 2 transcendent powers you possess is the power of ice, isn't it? Chenzong asked in return. Yes. Fu Yunxiao nodded. Since that's the case, this ice spirit grass can be given to senior brother Fu to realize its greatest value. Senior sister, what do you think? Chenzong asked for Yunyanqing's opinion. I think so too. Yunyanqing smiled sweetly at Chenzong. Fu Yunxiao quickly put away the ice spirit grass. He planned to refine it into an ice spirit pill after returning to Mount Baiyun to maximize its effects. Next, the 3 of them continued to search for spiritual herbs. The ice spirit grass was only one of them. There were many others, but unfortunately, only a small number of them were effective. Most of the spiritual herbs were too weak to be of any use to them. Moreover, most of the spiritual herbs here were of the ice element. Even if they were effective, they would be more effective for Fu Yunxiao. As such, Chenzong and Yunyanqing gave them to Fu Yunxiao. After all, these spiritual herbs were not essential to the 2 of them. Most of them were also not essential to Fu Yunxiao. Only a few of them were useful. The Ice Emperor's secret realm had existed for countless years since the ancient times. The interval between each opening was very long. This interval of time was enough for the Ice Emperor's secret realm to nurture many spiritual herbs and so on. As for the inheritance left behind by the ancient masters, no one had seen it yet. There were some traces left behind by battles, but unfortunately, after the passage of time, those traces had become dilapidated. There was no value in studying them. A 3-meter-tall ice tree stood on the icy ground beside a 2-meter-tall ice rock. Its branches seemed to be made of solid ice. On the sparse branches, there were fruits hanging in 2s and 3s. The fruits were frosty white. They were about the size of a thumb and looked like ice balls. However, the 3 of them had sharp eyesight and could see that one of the frosty white fruits was nurturing a little red light. The red light was like blood, flickering slightly. Ice blood fruit. Qianzong recognized the fruit because it was a spiritual herb suitable for refining one's body. In order to improve his cultivation, Qianzong had naturally studied items related to refining his body. That was why he could recognize it. There were 9 ice blood fruits in total. However, only one of them was ripe. The other 8 were not yet ripe. Unripe ice blood fruits were useless. Consuming them would cause harm. They would freeze the body, damage the blood, and damage the foundation of the body. Ice blood fruit, a body-refining spiritual medicine. I remember that junior brother Qianzong has a body-refining spiritual medicine. This ice blood fruit should be yours, Fu Yunxiao said. Yun Yanqi naturally did not have any objections. Qianzong nodded. With a slight shake of his shoulders, his figure flashed like the wind. In the blink of an eye, he crossed over 100 meters and appeared under the ice tree. He grabbed it with one hand. The trajectory of her left hand seemed simple, but it was incomparably profound. It was as if an eagle was soaring through the sky, as if an azure dragon was stretching out its claws, and as if she was picking a flower with her bare hands, she plucked the ripened frost blood fruit. At the same time, a shocking sense of danger came. Sharp claws scratched out from behind the ice stones, bringing with them countless icy blue sparks. With terrifying sharpness and extreme coldness, they suddenly attacked Qianzong. It was too fast and too sudden. The claw seemed to tear Qianzong's body into pieces. Be careful, junior brother, Fu Yunxiao and Yun Yanqing's expressions changed at the same time. They reacted extremely quickly and immediately flew out. The blade light and the sword shadow pierced through the air. Qianzong's expression changed slightly. At such a close distance, he actually did not notice it until the moment the opponent attacked. This enemy was undoubtedly terrifying. Qianzong was not afraid in the face of danger. He flicked the heavy dragon sword out of its sheath in an instant. Like a stream of light, it shot out toward the ice claw that was full of killing intent. The heavy dragon sword and the ice claw collided. The ice claw paused for a moment, and the heavy dragon sword bounced back. Qianzong's right hand clenched, and in an instant, an extremely shocking power burst out. Like a landslide or a tsunami, he raised the sword and chopped it down. With a boom, the heavy dragon sword and the ice claw collided, and an extremely terrifying power burst out. Immediately, the ice stones were bombarded into ice chips, and the ice tree next to them was even more shocking. It only swayed and was not damaged at all. In the outside world, the power of this level of collision was enough to destroy everything within a radius of several hundred meters. However, in this place, the damage caused was very limited. Qianzong only felt an extremely terrifying power rushing toward him. It was very powerful, and contained an indescribable brutality and coldness. In the coldness, there was also a terrifying evil spirit that rushed into his mind and shook his mind. Brute force, ice-cold, evil spirit, this blow contained 3 kinds of power. It was completely unexpected, and it made Qianzong slide back. However, Qianzong's physique was strong, his qi and blood were vigorous, and he was also protected by the purple cloud black star flame. Therefore, the brute force and coldness could not cause real harm to Qianzong. As for the evil spirit that attacked his sea of consciousness, although it was very strong, Qianzong's liquefied soul had transformed, and his willpower was even more tenacious. Moreover, he had experienced countless battles in the Kanglin world, and no one knew how many demons he had killed with his sword. He had forged an astonishing murderous evil spirit, which directly resisted the impact of the evil spirit. He was not affected at all. At this time, Fu Yunxiao's saber and Yun Yanqing's sword arrived one after another. However, their attacks were blocked and shattered, and a figure appeared in front of the three of them. The figure was ice blue all over, and it was at least 3 meters tall. Its appearance was strange, and it looked a bit like a giant wolf walking upright. However, its arms were full of barbs, and its eyes were scarlet red. It was not a fiery red, but a scarlet red like blood, with an astonishing murderous intent and evil spirit. When they saw this figure, Qinzong and the other two knew what it was. The Ice Soul Evil Spirit, the Flying Cloud Sect Master, had said before that a group of powerful enemies were all killed here in the ancient war. Most of their flesh and blood, and even their remnant souls and auras, had been eroded by the passage of time, but a small part of them remained. After years of precipitation, they merged with the aura in the Ice Emperor's secret realm, and finally produced an indescribable change, forming a new life form. This life form was the Ice Soul Evil Spirit. In fact, the Ice Soul Evil Spirit did not have much intelligence. It only had the instinct to fight and thirst for blood. Whether it was a sneak attack, a frontal attack, or a joint attack, it was all out of instinct. Moreover, the Ice Soul Evil Spirit was also very good at hiding its aura. Before the Flying Cloud Sect Master said this, Qinzong and the others had no idea about it, but now they knew. At such a close distance, even with Qinzong's amazing perception, he could not detect it. At that time, Qinzong also spread out his soul sense, but he still did not discover the existence of this Ice Soul Evil Spirit. It seemed to have merged with the Ice Stone. The Ice Soul Evil Spirit let out a strange roar, like the roar of a trapped beast, but also like the roar of a devil from hell, which made people shudder. It waved its claws, and a cold light flashed, tearing the sky, sweeping in all directions to grab Qinzong and the other two. An astonishing chill mixed with a terrible killing intent swept over, making Qinzong and the other two look serious. The three of them intertwined and immediately surrounded the Ice Soul Evil Spirit. Kill. 2 swords and 1 saber immediately attacked from 3 directions. This battle immediately made Qinzong and the other two realize the strength of the Ice Soul Evil Spirit. The body of the Ice Soul Evil Spirit was very strong, and its defensive power was amazing. Even the heavy dragon sword could only cause a light wound on its body, and such a light wound could not affect the strength of the Ice Soul Evil Spirit at all. Moreover, the Ice Soul Evil Spirit was very powerful and very fast. Each of its attacks carried an astonishing amount of cold air and killing intent. It seemed to be fighting without any order, but it was actually following its own instinctive killing techniques. There was no excess in each of its moves, and it was extremely concise. It was completely born to fight and kill. The three of them joined forces to suppress the Ice Soul Evil Spirit. If they wanted to kill it in a one-on-one situation, they would have to pay a certain price. After a fierce battle, the Ice Soul Evil Spirit did not gain any advantage. Even if it attacked wildly, it was no match for the joint attack of the three of them. After being killed, the body of the Ice Soul Evil Spirit began to crack and shatter, turning into fine ice shards that rustled like sand. In the end, it completely disintegrated, leaving nothing behind. In fact, the Ice Soul Evil Spirit was not only strong and difficult to deal with, it was almost a perfect killing machine. However, the only benefit of fighting it was to sharpen one's spiritual will and fighting skills, and increase one's fighting experience. After killing it, there was nothing to be gained. Qinzong obtained an ice blood fruit, but he did not eat it immediately. It was not the right time. I didn't expect the Ice Soul Evil Spirit to be so strong. Fu Yunxiao looked at the pile of ice shards on the ground and sighed with a serious expression. Strong, fast, amazing defense, simple and direct fighting skills, and terrifying killing intent that can attack one's spiritual will. It is indeed a formidable opponent. Qinzong nodded. Such a strong enemy almost had no weaknesses. The three of them had a deeper understanding of the dangers of the Ice Emperor's secret realm, but this did not affect their determination. The Ice Emperor's secret realm, this was a rare opportunity. 3 months seemed a little long, but in fact, it was not long at all. It would be difficult to gain anything in these 3 months. They could only say that they would do their best. Of course, the most important thing was to survive. They had to ensure that they could survive before they could talk about opportunities. Otherwise, if they died and lost their lives, there would be no need to talk about opportunities or prospects. Everything would vanish like smoke. At this moment, many figures stood in the air somewhere in the Tianyuan sacred region. Below them was an altar. Every figure emanated an astonishing pressure. It was so terrifying that it seemed to be able to suppress an area of space and time. Once it was unleashed, it would cause the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. There were a total of 18 of these figures, who were exuding an incomparably tyrannical aura, gathered in a circle. Their hands quickly formed seals, and various seals flew out from their hands. They collided at the center of the circle, and burst forth with layers of ripples, which quickly spread out. Earth-shattering sounds rang out continuously, as if they could shatter mountains. Space Gate, open! Along with an aged yet extremely powerful roar, the imprint that was ceaselessly condensing at the center of the altar emitted an unparalleled radiance. Buzzing sounds continuously resounded as the radiance shot straight to the center of the altar. After that, a crack was gradually torn open in that area of space. The crack was 3 meters tall and 2 meters wide. It stabilized into a space gate, and the pitch-black light rippled like water. No one knew where it led to. The Ice Emperor's secret realm was a land of ice and snow that stretched for tens of thousands of miles. In a corner of the Ice Emperor's secret realm, an ice soul evil spirit was strolling aimlessly in the ice stone forest. Suddenly, the ice soul evil spirit seemed to have sensed something. Its figure flashed and flew a few hundred meters like an aurora. Its body paused, and a pair of scarlet eyes emitted a cold light. It slowly scanned the area as if it was looking for something. Suddenly, something strange happened. An extremely sharp buzzing sound rang out, and before the ice soul evil spirit could react, it was as if an invisible blade had slashed down, directly splitting the ice soul evil spirit's body into two from head to toe. In the next 1/100th of a breath, the crack quickly spread to the left and right, shattering both sides of the ice soul evil spirit's body. A 3-meter-tall and 2-meter-wide spatial gate appeared. A pitch-black light rippled like water. 3 breaths later, the spatial door stabilized. Immediately, a figure appeared from within the pitch-black water-like light. He took a step forward, and a powerful aura spread around his body, surging endlessly. The first gate, the second gate, the third gate, one figure after another quickly walked out of the spatial gate and arrived at the Ice Emperor's secret realm. When the 8th figure walked out of the spatial gate with a terrifying aura, the spatial gate trembled and slowly closed. 3 breaths later, it completely disappeared as if it had never appeared. Each of the 8 figures emitted a shocking aura that spread out in all directions. It caused the surrounding air to tremble and spread out like water ripples. This was merely caused by the aura leaking out from the 8 of them. The aura emitted by the leader was the most tyrannical, occupying almost half of the aura. There were 2 others who were slightly weaker. Although there were differences in strength among the other 5, there was not much difference. "Senior brother Yuan, should we work together or?" the figure with the weakest aura asked. "Let's split up and act separately to maximize our benefits." The leader with the most powerful aura had his hands behind his back as he spoke unhurriedly. His indifferent voice was like that of an almighty god, as if he wanted to dominate everything in the world. "Senior brother Yuan, if we split up and meet the geniuses of the Sky Pillar upper region." The weakest aura spoke again. "Marquis Silverblade, what geniuses are there in the Sky Pillar upper region?" "That's right. Marquis Silverblade, you're boosting their morale and lowering our morale." "Marquis Silverblade, I think you're regressing the more you cultivate." The person with the weakest aura was immediately reprimanded by the others, and he couldn't say a word. "Alright, Marquis Silverblade's concern is reasonable. However, you must remember that there are no geniuses in the Sky Pillar upper region in front of us, the monarch, the 2 lords, and the 5 marquises. It was the same last time, and it will be the same this time," said the person with the second aura. "Let's go. Don't waste any more time." The person with the third strongest aura also spoke. Then, his body flashed and transformed into a stream of light that flew away. "Marquis Silverblade, if you are worried, then follow me." Marquis Golden Spear sneered and transformed into a golden spear beam that tore through the sky. Marquis Silverblade snorted coldly and chose a different direction from Marquis Golden Spear. He turned into a silver blade light and flew across the sky, disappearing in a short while. The ice stone forest became peaceful again. However, the people of Sky Pillar Upper Region did not know that someone from Tianyuan Sacred Region had already entered the Ice Emperor's secret realm. There's a sword mark here. Chenzong and the other two stopped and stared ahead. There was a 5-meter-tall ice stone. There was a 3-meter-long sword mark on the ice stone that emanated a sharp aura. Chin Shidi, junior sister you, why don't you try comprehending it since you are practicing the sword? Fu Yunxiao said, I will protect you. Chenzong and Yunyanqi nodded and walked to the sword mark. They cleared all distracting thoughts and focused their eyes on it. Both of them practiced the sword and had great attainments in the way of the sword. Chenzong's way of the sword had reached the perfection of the 3rd level, which was even more brilliant. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Chenzong's breathing gradually calmed down and became extremely long. His entire body seemed to emit a trace of tranquility and emptiness. So fast. Fu Yunxiao was shocked. Chenzong entered the state of comprehension too quickly. At this moment, Yun Yanqing was still adjusting. Chenzong, who had entered a state of comprehension, only felt as if an invisible figure had crossed through time and space, slashing through the air with a sharp sword in his hand. The extremely sharp light split the world apart, and the sword tore apart the darkness. It was sharp, incisive, and indestructible. Slash. Chenzong was not afraid at all. He struck out with his sword. The pitch-black sword light tore through the sky and seemed to merge into the darkness. The two swordsmen of different eras seemed to be fighting across space with the help of this sword mark. You're strong, but I'm not weak either. Yun Yanqing also entered the state of comprehension and fought across space with the ancient swordsman. After an unknown period of time, Chenzong felt that he was discovering more potential in the 3rd level of the sword manipulation of the heart. Suddenly, the sword light shattered and dissipated in the darkness as if it had used up all its strength. In the next moment, Chenzong and Yun Yanqing both came to their senses. The extremely threatening aura was also restrained. From the beginning to the end of the comprehension, not much time had passed. It was less than half an hour. However, Chenzong and Yun Yanqing gained a lot. Chenzong did not improve at all in the realm of the sword manipulation. After all, he was already at the 3rd level. If he made another breakthrough, he would be at the 4th level. It was not easy to make a breakthrough in such a big realm. Even so, Chenzong had discovered more potential in the 3rd level of the sword manipulation of the heart. Only by fully discovering its potential could he be qualified to break through to the 4th level. Yun Yanqing's sword manipulation was at the 3rd level. After this comprehension, he was closer to the small success. If he had the chance to comprehend it again, he might be able to break through to the small success. Although this comprehension did not directly increase his strength, his potential was enhanced, and his foundation was more solid. Chenzong and the other two teamed up and continued to reap benefits. The other sect's members in the Sky Pillar Upper Province also did the same. They found spiritual herbs and traces left behind by experts. Naturally, they could not avoid a fierce battle with the Ice Soul evil spirits. Yes, although this Ice Emperor's secret realm is a little dangerous, the benefits are even greater. Haha, as long as I leave this place and cultivate in seclusion for a period of time, my strength will definitely be stronger. Many people were overjoyed after obtaining some benefits. 3 months was too short. Even if they obtained good things, they could not refine and absorb them to strengthen themselves. They could only take them with them first. When they left this place and returned to their sect, they could refine and absorb them in seclusion. It would definitely bring them great benefits. The half-step saint realm. The reason why these geniuses did not strive to break through to the half-step saint realm as soon as possible was because they wanted to further strengthen their foundation. They would only break through to the half-step saint realm when their foundation was strengthened to the extreme. Only then would they be able to soar into the sky. Chenzong and the other two joined forces and killed the 2 Ice Soul evil spirits after a fierce battle. Unfortunately, they did not obtain any benefits this time. However, not long after, the 3 of them discovered another trace. It was a trace left behind by the experts of the ancient war. It was not a sword mark, but a saber mark. Naturally, the saber mark was more suitable for Fu Yunxiao to comprehend. Chenzong and Yun Yanqing stood guard for him. 15 minutes later, the saber mark shattered and Fu Yunxiao woke up from his comprehension. A trace of extremely sharp saber light flashed in his eyes as if it could cut through the void. It was incomparably frightening. After comprehending for a while, Fu Yunxiao's potential increased even further. Although they encountered many dangers, the three of them still managed to survive with their combined strength. Moreover, they also obtained many benefits. If the three of them had traveled separately, it would have been very difficult for them to pass through such dangers. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed since the group entered the Ice Emperor's secret realm. The Ice Emperor's secret realm was very big. The disciples from the various sects of the Sky Pillar Upper Province did not encounter each other except for traveling together. And in these 5 days, the number of Ice Soul evil spirits that were killed was as high as 100. At the center of the front part of the Ice Emperor's secret realm, there was a 1,000-meter-tall iceberg that was emitting an icy blue brilliance. Suddenly, a series of cracking sounds could be heard as cracks appeared on the 1,000-meter-tall ice mountain. The cracks spread rapidly, and in the next moment, the ice mountain collapsed and shattered. Swish! Swish, swish! Swish! Figures shot out from the shattered iceberg. Earth-shattering roars accompanied by extremely terrifying killing intent swept out like a hurricane, shattering everything in its path. Ice Soul evil spirits. What appeared after the ice mountain shattered was a large group of Ice Soul evil spirits. There were at least several thousand of them. Every single Ice Soul evil spirit was extremely powerful. It would definitely be a disaster if thousands of them appeared at the same time. The direction in which these thousands of Ice Soul evil spirits were heading was where the 36 people from the Sky Pillar Upper region had entered. In addition, thousands of Ice Soul evil spirits also charged in different directions. They were all charging in the direction of the Ice Stone Forest. That was the direction where the 8 geniuses from the Sky Pillar Upper Province had entered. Chen Zong used his movement technique to fly quickly. Suddenly, he stopped. His eyes shone brightly as he stared ahead. It was as if he wanted to see through everything in front of him. Sensing Chen Zong's action and seeing Chen Zong's solemn expression, Fu Yunxiao and Yun Yanqing quickly stopped as well. "Junior brother, what's wrong?" the two asked in unison. "Danger," Chen Zong said solemnly. Chen Zong's superb senses allowed him to sense a faint trace of danger approaching. Soon, the sense of danger grew stronger and stronger. Danger! Fu Yunxiao and Yun Yanqing's expressions changed slightly. They knew that Chen Zong was very powerful, more powerful than both of them. If even Chen Zong could sense danger, it was definitely a great danger for them too. At this moment, a series of faint rumbles were heard. The rumbles grew louder and louder, causing the ground to shake violently. Tens of thousands of meters in front of them, waves of ice and snow constantly surged over like a tsunami. The extremely cold aura seemed to freeze the world and extinguish all life, immediately causing the expressions of Chen Zong and the other two to change drastically, becoming extremely ugly. "It's the Ice Soul evil spirits. A large number of them." Fu Yunxiao exclaimed in shock. Dozens of them. At least dozens of them were charging toward them. They had all experienced the power of the Ice Soul evil spirits. It was possible to kill them one-on-one, but it was not easy. It would be even more difficult if it was 1-on-2. If it was 1-on-3, they might not be a match for them. But now, dozens of Ice Soul evil spirits were charging toward them. "Retreat!" Fu Yunxiao immediately roared. Rumbling sounds continued as waves of snow surged forward. The speed of the dozens of Ice Soul evil spirits was astonishing. If he retreated, he might not be able to outrun the Ice Soul evil spirits. On top of that, it would weaken his momentum. Once the Ice Soul evil spirits caught up to him, the consequences would be even worse. After all, the three of them were not ordinary cultivators. Even in the face of such a life-and-death crisis, they did not panic. Instead, they became calmer. The dozens of powerful Ice Soul evil spirits continued to approach. The distance between them was less than 10,000 meters. 10,000 meters was actually very short and could be crossed very quickly. Therefore, if they stayed where they were and summoned the White Cloud, according to the rules of the Ice Emperor's secret realm, they would need about 10 breaths. 10 breaths was enough for the Ice Soul evil spirits to reach them. At this moment, retreating first was the right thing to do. While retreating, they tried to maintain the distance between them and the ice soul evil spirits while summoning the white cloud. The three of them reacted extremely quickly. Like three streams of light, they flew away while condensing the white cloud. If they were in the outside world, they would be able to condense the white cloud in less than one breath. But here, the restrictions were great and needed 10 breaths. Clouds swirled around them, gradually gathering and intertwining beneath their feet. The dozens of ice soul evil spirits were getting closer and closer. Their extremely terrifying chill and baleful aura poured down like a torrential river, causing the three of them to feel numb all over. Just as the dozens of ice soul evil spirits were about to reach them, the three of them successfully condensed the white cloud and rushed up into the air, quickly distancing themselves from the ground. However, some of the ice soul evil spirits reacted extremely quickly. With a sudden leap, the tyrannical power shattered the ice surface. Their terrifying bodies carried an extremely frightening power as they rushed up into the sky. Their sharp claws tore through the sky, and a cold light flashed across the horizon. Kill, the three of them immediately rode the white cloud and nimbly dodged in the air. At the same time, they slashed out with their swords and sabers to block the attacks of the ice soul evil spirits. Go, 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 the three of them tried their best to rush up into the air. However, the higher they went, the greater the pressure became. When they reached a height of several hundred meters, they could no longer rush up any higher. The pressure was too strong and extremely cold, threatening their lives. Dozens of ice soul evil spirits raised their heads and roared on the ice surface several hundred meters below. They were extremely angry and bloodthirsty. One after another, the ice soul evil spirits burst forth with astonishing power and shot up into the air. They were as fast as meteors, crossing hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye and launching astonishing attacks in midair. However, the distance of several hundred meters was enough for Xianxia and the other two to react and avoid the attacks of the ice soul evil spirits. Let's go, Xianxia immediately said. If they stayed here, they would be constantly attacked by the ice soul evil spirits. If they attracted more ice soul evil spirits, it would be even more troublesome. The dozens of ice soul evil spirits below were enraged when they saw Xianxia's group of three rapidly flying away on the white cloud. Immediately after, the ice soul evil spirits prostrated themselves on the ground, arching their shoulders and protruding their shoulder blades. Crack! Crack! The scalp-numbing sounds continued to ring out. The shoulder blades of the ice soul evil spirits protruded more and more, expanding and growing continuously. Immediately after, the most violent sounds rang out. The shoulder blades shot out as if they were broken and stretched out in an instant, forming a pair of icy blue ice bone wings. The ice soul evil spirits had 2 pairs of bone wings, each of which was formed by 3 2-meter-long curved bone claws. Each bone claw was about the width of a palm. Immediately after, the ice soul evil spirits that had activated the ice bone wings burst forth with tyrannical power. They stomped their feet on the ground and once again rose several hundred meters into the air. The ice soul evil spirits on their backs shook violently. Ice dots blossomed and dazzling light surged in the sky, causing the ice soul evil spirits to shoot toward Xianxia and the other two like arrows released from a bow. Flight, the ice soul evil spirits could also fly. For a moment, Xianxia and the other two's expressions changed greatly. If the ice soul evil spirits could not fly, the three of them could use the white cloud to circle around them and escape from the pursuit of the dozens of ice soul evil spirits. However, now that the ice soul evil spirits could fly, the three of them lost their advantage. Senior brother Fu, senior sister Yu, be careful. If we get separated, remember to survive. Xianxia took a deep breath and said as he slashed out a powerful sword. The pitch-black sword light tore through the void inch by inch, ruthlessly slashing toward an ice soul evil spirit that was closing in on them. The powerful sword light shattered, and the ice soul evil spirit was also sent flying. However, it did not suffer much damage. After its body paused in midair, it let out an extremely angry roar. The bone wings on its back shook violently, producing a sharp roar that shocked everyone. Then, its body once again turned into a giant crossbow and shot through the air. Fu Yunxiao and Yun Yanqin were also attacked by the ice soul evil spirits. In midair, the three of them could not join forces, especially when there was not only one ice soul evil spirit, but dozens of them. White cloud soaring heaven art. Soaring Heaven Art. Fu Yunxiao instantly activated the White Cloud Soaring Heaven Art, a middle-grade saint-level art. After half a year of hard work, although he still could not reach the 5th level, he had already reached the peak of the 4th level and was more familiar with it. Using it, Fu Yunxiao's strength suddenly increased greatly. Then, using the 7th grade secret art, Soaring Heaven Art, Fu Yunxiao's strength also increased by another level. An extremely powerful force fluctuated in the surroundings. This force originated from the 4th level of the White Cloud Soaring Heaven Art. Compared to half a year ago, it was more restrained, proving that Fu Yunxiao's control of this force had improved further. As a result, Fu Yunxiao's burden when using the White Cloud Soaring Heaven Art was reduced. Using the peak of the 4th level of the White Cloud Soaring Heaven Art and the Soaring Heaven Art that had reached the initial level, Fu Yunxiao's strength reached the peak. The snow-white blade light tore through the sky, integrated with the power of the 9th level of the White Cloud and the power of the 9th level of the Ice Soul Evil Spirit. The extremely powerful blade light immediately sent the Ice Soul Evil Spirit flying, and at the same time, cut off one of its arms. If it was before, Fu Yunxiao's blade would at most leave a shallow blade mark on the Ice Soul Evil Spirit's body. It could be seen that after using his full strength, his strength had increased significantly. Among the three of them, Yun Yanqing's basic strength was the weakest. As the sword light burst out, dozens of swords instantly hit an Ice Soul Evil Spirit. However, they were unable to cause any damage to the Ice Soul Evil Spirit and only pushed it back. At the same time, a terrifying rebounding force made Yun Yanqing fly back, his arm numb. The other Ice Soul Evil Spirit drew a mysterious trajectory, raising its sharp claws from the side and behind. Cold light streaked across the sky, carrying an extreme killing intent as it attacked Yun Yanqing. In the next breath, Yun Yanqing's body would be torn apart. At the critical moment, a jet-black sword light pierced through the sky. It was extremely fast, strange, and simple, yet extremely mysterious and difficult to detect. This sword strike was extremely ingenious. It was as if the Ice Soul Evil Spirit had rushed forward by itself. It was immediately hit and flew back dozens of meters. The terrifying sword light was shattered, but it also pierced through the Ice Soul Evil Spirit's sharp claws, leaving a sword hole. Fu Yunxiao was shocked. Chen Zong's attack power was actually so terrifying. Fu Yunxiao knew that Chen Zong had chosen to cultivate the White Cloud Soaring Sky Art. Up until now, Chen Zong had not used the White Cloud Soaring Sky Art. This meant that he was still holding back his strength and was not at his strongest state. If one's strength was divided into two parts, the first part would be his normal strength, which could be considered as his basic strength. The second part would be his strength when he used powerful cultivation methods, secret methods, and other external forces, which could be called his explosive strength. Then, Fu Yunxiao was now using about 50% of his explosive strength. The remaining 50% was naturally the seal on the Hanyun Snow Shining Blade. Once the seal was unsealed, it would have the strength of a half-saint. "Thank you, junior brother," Yun Yanqing quickly said. She also knew that with her current basic strength, it was still not enough to fight against the Ice Soul Evil Spirit. She could only use her explosive strength. In an instant, an extremely mysterious aura spread out from Yun Yanqing's body. A green light rippled out like water. Yun Yanqing's long black hair gently shook, as if it was spreading out in the water. The green light dyed it with layers of halos. Then, Yun Yanqing's beautiful eyes were also dyed with traces of green light. The green light was like water and wind, calm and changing. Chen Zong and Fu Yunxiao were both shocked. The power of the bloodline, Yun Yanqing actually had the power of the bloodline. 7 months ago in the outer sect competition, Yun Yanqing did not activate the power of the bloodline. Was she hiding her strength at that time, or could it be that Yun Yanqing's bloodline only awakened in these 7 months? The green light spread out like a burning green flame, but it was not blazing. Instead, it rippled like the wind and the water. It was indescribable. Yun Yanqing's aura became stronger and stronger. It had increased by a whole 2 times. Twice? Could it be that senior sister Yu has awakened a high-level bloodline? Chen Zong was even more shocked. Only after awakening a high-level bloodline could one's strength increase by 2 times. No matter what, Chen Zong was happy for Yun Yanqing to have a high-level bloodline. High-level bloodline meant that Xianxia's talent had also been greatly enhanced. After awakening her bloodline, her strength would increase by 2 times, making her even stronger. Xianxia, who had awakened her high-level bloodline, held her sword in her hand. Her sword aura was extremely violent. Kill, the sword pierced through the air. The sword light was so fast that it was almost indescribable. In an instant, it pierced through the sky and pierced through the body of another ice soul evil spirit. The remaining power of the sword light did not dissipate as it attacked the second ice soul evil spirit. It was repelled, and a sword hole was left in its body. So strong. Fu Yunxiao's pupils contracted. Xianxia, who had awakened her bloodline, was already stronger than him. Unless he unsealed the frost cloud reflecting snowblade. Don't fight. Chen Zong said in a low voice, break through with all your strength. After all, there were dozens of ice soul evil spirits, and they were very difficult to kill. Even if Chen Zong unleashed his full strength and used the red flame sword, he would not be able to kill them in a short time. It would even attract more ice soul evil spirits. Therefore, breaking through the encirclement was the best choice. Chen Zong had already discovered that these ice soul evil spirits could not really fly. They could only fly for a short period of time, and then they had to change their momentum to fly again. Fu Yunxiao and Xianxia were also well aware of this. The 3 of them worked together to fight against the encirclement of dozens of ice soul evil spirits and forced their way out. However, no matter how good the plan was, it might not be able to keep up with the changes. Boom, that attack glowed with an icy blue light, carrying with it a terrifying baleful aura that tore through the sky and shattered everything. Too fast, too strong, too fierce, Chen Zong and the other 2 were horrified. Even the other ice soul evil spirits retreated in fear. Kill! The 3 of them shouted in unison. Their swords and sabers glowed with a terrifying light, and a terrifying force surrounded them as they slashed down. A pitch-black sword light tore through the sky. It was powerful, heavy, and extremely sharp. The cyan sword light was light and agile, fast as light, and terrifyingly sharp. The snow-white saber light was extremely sharp, and a terrifying chill spread in all directions. Frost and snow descended together. The 3 of them attacked with all their might, and it immediately collided with the attack that pierced through the sky below. A terrifying energy fluctuation burst out, and it swept in all directions like a tsunami, crushing everything in its path. In an instant, it swept across a radius of 1,000 meters, and all the ice soul evil spirits were pushed back. Chen Zong and the other 2 were also hit by a powerful force. The force was overbearing to the extreme, as if it wanted to shatter their bodies. It also contained an incomparably terrifying coldness, as if it wanted to freeze the 3 of them. The baleful intent contained within the force made the 3 of them feel even more uncomfortable. Fortunately, Chen Zong's physique was strong enough to withstand the impact of this overbearing force. The purplish cloud-black star flame and powerful blood qi in his body also resisted the invasion and freezing of the icy power. As for the baleful aura, it did not affect Chen Zong at all. After Chen Zong's soul liquefied, he had become extremely powerful, and his spiritual will was also extremely tough. After Xianxia activated his high-grade bloodline power, his physique had also been improved to a certain extent, and he had a stronger resistance. A powerful force surged in his body, and he tried his best to resist the invasion of the icy power. In this aspect, he was somewhat inferior to Fu Yunxiao. After all, Fu Yunxiao had comprehended and mastered the 9th level of the power of ice, and his resistance to the cold was stronger. However, in terms of resisting the baleful aura, Xianxia was stronger than Fu Yunxiao because of his bloodline power, so he was barely affected. On the other hand, Fu Yunxiao's mind was in a mess. Fortunately, the combined attack of the 3 of them was extremely powerful. After shattering the attack, Fu Yunxiao quickly regained his senses. After that, a figure leaped up from below and charged into the sky. It was like an icy flowing light, yet it carried a terrifying killing intent that could slaughter everything. Ice Soul Evil Spirit, it was a 5-meter-tall Ice Soul Evil Spirit, and the aura it exuded had reached the level of a half-saint. Frost Cloud Shining Snow. Unseal. Fu Yunxiao's expression was stern. His left hand was like a knife as it landed on the snow-white blade. His palm was covered in a layer of sparkling and translucent ice as he quickly wiped it across the blade. The blade trembled, as if a layer of dust had been wiped off. It blossomed with an even more shocking sharpness, and a tyrannical power permeated the air. Cold, icy, and sharp, three completely different auras intertwined on the blade before finally fusing into one. In an instant, it transformed into a shocking blade light that shot out. In half a year, the Frost Cloud Snowblade's aura seemed to have become stronger. This was the terrifying thing about natural spiritual weapons. As long as one was willing to cultivate them, they would continue to improve. As for the flowing red flame sword, it was a half-saint weapon, and it would remain so in the future unless it was melted down and fused with better materials. However, it would no longer be the original flowing red flame sword, but a brand new sword. After unsealing the Frost Cloud Snowblade, Fu Yunxiao's strength suddenly increased greatly, reaching the level of a half-saint. He slashed out with his blade. The snow-white blade light condensed into a solid substance, tearing through the void as it shot toward the 5-meter-tall Ice Soul Evil Spirit. The tyrannical power immediately made the half-saint Ice Soul Evil Spirit pay attention. At the same time, Chenzong slashed out with his sword. The terrifying sword pressure seemed to be able to shatter everything. It sealed and suppressed the space around the Ice Soul Evil Spirit, and its momentum was so heavy that it shattered the vacuum. Wind pull. Yun Yanqin's left sword finger brushed across the blade of the sword. A wisp of green light zigzagged like lightning, bursting with astonishing power. The long sword buzzed, as if the power of wind was constantly circling it, making the sword even sharper. The sword pierced through the air, and it seemed as if dozens or even hundreds of swords had gathered into one. It directly left a dazzling green sword mark in the air, straight and horizontal. The ultimate sword, the ultimate wind. The half-saint Ice Soul Evil Spirit roared, and its claws tore through the air. Its claws were incomparably cold, leaving indelible marks in the void. Fu Yunxiao's blade was immediately blocked, but Chenzong's sword avoided the Ice Soul Evil Spirit's claws. Its momentum was incomparably heavy and powerful, and it bombarded the Ice Soul Evil Spirit's body like a moving mountain. However, the half-saint Ice Soul Evil Spirit's physique was even more amazing. This sword only caused a little damage, which was nothing to worry about. Yun Yanqin's wind pull sword was astonishingly fast. It instantly crossed the sky and stabbed the Ice Soul Evil Spirit's body, but only left a sword mark. The heavy dragon sword returned to its scabbard, and a trace of astonishing golden flame swallowed and spat out from Chenzong's right hand like flowing water. The red flame sword appeared, and the power of a half-saint weapon also spread out. The purple cloud black star flame in his body flowed into the red flame sword under Chenzong's mind. It burned fiercely, and in the brilliant purple, there was a little bit of black starlight flickering unceasingly. Together with the golden color of the red flame sword, it became even more dazzling and dazzling. With a sword in hand, Chenzong controlled the sword with his heart. He and the sword became one, and their aura merged into one. Gradually, they climbed to the level of a half-saint. At this time, Chenzong and Fu Yunxiao both had the strength of a half-saint, and Yun Yanqin's strength had also increased greatly after activating the power of his high-level bloodline. He had barely reached the threshold of a half-saint. The surrounding Ice Soul Evil Spirits rushed to attack again. Chenzong waved his sword, and the red flame sword's astonishing power burst out. It tore through the sky, and immediately cut an Ice Soul Evil Spirit in half, killing it instantly. The breathtaking sword light was like a volcanic eruption, and also like a falling sun, it blasted towards the half-saint Ice Soul Evil Spirit. This was the main threat. Fu Yunxiao also slashed with his blade. The snow-white blade light was 100 meters long, and like a cold waning moon, it tore through the void and fell from the sky. The brilliance rippled, and the halo was like water, and the chill was like a tide. Slash, even though the half-saint Ice Soul Evil Spirit was powerful, it could not withstand the combined attack of the sword and the saber. It was suddenly bombarded and fell down. Its 5-meter-tall body heavily smashed into the ice, causing waves of ice to surge. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chenzong killed 2 more Ice Soul Evil Spirits, and Yun Yanqin and Fu Yunxiao each killed 1. The 3 of them immediately rushed out of the encirclement of the Ice Soul Evil Spirits, and quickly fled. It was not good to fight a protracted battle, so it was better to leave first. With a roar, the 5-meter-tall quasi-holy ice soul evil spirit suddenly broke out of the ice and rushed out like a meteor. Its claws tore the sky apart, leaving behind several extremely cold claw marks. The void was torn apart as if it was paper. Kill, Chenzong slashed with his sword, and the sword light fell like a falling sun, shattering the earth. Fu Yunxiao and Yun Yanqin each made their own moves, blocking and killing the other ice soul evil spirits that were chasing after them. Even so, the pressure on the three of them was increasing. Slash! 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 In an instant, Chenzong unleashed 3 consecutive slashes, all of which landed on the half-saint ice soul evil spirit. Even though the ice soul evil spirit was powerful, it could not withstand the power of these 3 slashes, and was once again slashed down. Let's go! Chenzong shouted in a deep voice as he neutralized the recoil, and casually killed an ice soul evil spirit with a slash of his sword. At this time, more than a dozen ice soul evil spirits rushed over from afar. If this continued, it would only be more dangerous. After all, no one knew how many ice soul evil spirits there were in the Ice Emperor's secret realm, and they were very difficult to kill here. Their strength seemed to be endless, and even if they were injured, they could quickly recover, but cultivators could not. But, how could they escape? The 3 of them burst out with their fastest speed, and quickly flew forward, while thinking and looking for an escape route. Go there, Chenzong immediately said when he saw a dark cave in the distance. Although they did not know what kind of cave it was, they could only take a gamble in the face of more than 100 ice soul evil spirits. Perhaps they could escape safely, but of course, they could also fall into other dangers. Go! At this time, there was no time to think too much, and the best thing to do was to get rid of the ice soul evil spirits. The 3 of them burst out with speed, and rushed over in a flash, like shooting stars across the sky, and fell rapidly. Several ice soul evil spirits appeared in front of them, and suddenly jumped up, their sharp claws bringing with them a shocking cold light, piercing through the air. Slash! Chenzong took the lead, and the flowing red flame sword cut through the void, and the amazing sharpness and power immediately killed several ice soul evil spirits. Although the ice soul evil spirits were very powerful, if they had not reached the half-saint level, they could not resist the sharpness of a half-saint weapon. Senior brother Fu, senior sister Yu, you go in first. Chenzong appeared at the entrance of the pitch-black cave with his sword held horizontally in front of him. It was as if he was guarding against the ice soul evil spirit. Junior sister Yu, you go first. Fu Yunxiao instantly stood on the other side of the cave entrance. Among the 3 of them, Yun Yanqin was the weakest. Yun Yanqin did not hesitate, and immediately rushed into the dark cave entrance, and disappeared as if swallowed by the darkness. A large group of ice soul evil spirits rushed over, and Chenzong and Fu Yunxiao killed them one after another. Immediately, Fu Yunxiao slashed with his sword, and the snow-white sword light rushed out like rolling waves. In a flash, he also entered the dark cave entrance. Chenzong's expression was cold and solemn, and the flowing red flame sword cut through the sky. Slash! The extremely shocking sword light of the setting sun carried with it a terrible heat that burned the void, and followed Fu Yunxiao's flowing red flame sword to kill the group of ice soul evil spirits. After the slash, Chenzong did not look back. After all, his purpose was not to kill the ice soul evil spirits, but to temporarily stop them. In a flash, Chenzong also rushed into the dark cave entrance, and his body disappeared as if swallowed by the darkness. The ice soul evil spirits all rushed to the entrance of the cave, but all of them stopped in their tracks. They only let out angry and bloodthirsty roars at the entrance of the cave, but none of them showed any intention of entering the cave. At this time, a tall figure rushed and knocked away the ice soul evil spirits, and arrived at the dark cave entrance. It was the 5-meter-tall ice soul evil spirit with the strength of a half-saint. His body was swallowed up by the darkness, as if he had fallen into a layer of cold and deep water. An indescribable sense of emptiness and loneliness arose spontaneously. Senior sister Yu. Senior brother Fu. Chenzong's eyes shone brightly as he glanced around. At the same time, he called out softly, but there was no response. It was as if Yun Yanqin and Fu Yunxiao had never entered. However, Chenzong was very sure that Yun Yanqin and Fu Yunxiao had both entered before him. The difference between them was only 3 breaths. How could they have left in just 3 breaths? That was impossible. The two of them would not have left alone as soon as they entered, unless they had encountered something unpredictable. However, when Qianzong looked carefully, he did not find any traces of anyone who had entered before him. Qianzong's mind was clear. There were two possibilities. The first possibility was that Yun Yanxin and Fu Yunxiao had been killed by some terrible force as soon as they entered, leaving no trace behind. The second possibility was that this was a mysterious place. Everyone who entered would be separated. Qianzong was more inclined to the second possibility. If it was the first possibility, then he would not be able to resist the terrible force and would not be able to continue to stand here and think. I'm still traveling alone. Qianzong could not help but shake his head and smile bitterly. Qianzong had always been used to traveling alone, so he actually felt relaxed. He increased his perception to the extreme and spread out his soul sense. He adjusted it to the most suitable distance, a radius of 100 meters. His soul sense covered a radius of 100 meters, and the consumption and recovery were equal. It was also at a distance where Qianzong could sense danger and react quickly. It was dark all around, but Qianzong's sharp eyes and powerful soul sense were still able to see everything clearly. This was a cliff with an irregular oval shape. It was about a few hundred meters in radius. There was nothing on top of the cliff within a radius of several hundred meters, not even a single rock. Only the ground was a little uneven and bumpy. At the top of the cliff, there was a drawbridge. The drawbridge was made of black wooden planks, and there were black iron chains as thick as an arm on both sides. The suspension bridge seemed to be very long, with no end in sight. Below it was a bottomless abyss. Qianzong walked to the front of the suspension bridge and looked down. He could not see the bottom of the pitch-black abyss. He could vaguely feel a chilly wind blowing, and he could also hear roars coming from far away. It was as if the roars came from a different dimension, but it still gave him a sense of awe. Qianzong's eyes were as calm as water. He strode forward with firm steps, courageous and fearless. When his feet landed on the suspension bridge, the whole bridge shook slightly, as if it was not affected by the force. Qianzong felt that the suspension bridge was about to break and fall apart. His heart skipped a beat, but in fact, it was just an illusion. It was a challenge to his psychological endurance. Qianzong was very calm. He did not step back and took a second step. The suspension bridge shook slightly again, as if it was really going to fall apart. Below it was a bottomless abyss of darkness. It would not bode well for him if he fell. This was like the suspension bridge above the abyss of darkness. It constantly challenged one's nerves and put one on the edge of life and death. It was so exciting that it almost made one's heart explode. Qianzong's expression did not change at all. He walked forward step by step. Despite the swaying of the suspension bridge, his speed became faster and faster. In the end, he even ran on the suspension bridge, like a stream of light flying forward. The light footsteps were rhythmic. They kept ringing in Qianzong's ears, but they did not travel far before disappearing, as if they were swallowed by the darkness. The suspension bridge seemed to have no end. The darkness seemed to be endless. The abyss seemed to be bottomless. Loneliness, an indescribable sense of loneliness came from all directions. It was so sudden, yet so natural. It seemed to exist between heaven and earth, in the breath, everywhere, and nowhere to hide. This sense of loneliness surrounded Qianzong. Another sense of loneliness quietly grew from the depths of his heart. It was like a germinating seed breaking out of the ground, gradually growing and growing stronger. In the beginning, this loneliness did not affect Qianzong in the slightest. After all, Qianzong was used to traveling alone. Ever since he started on the eastern continent, he had always traveled alone. He had also experienced many dangers and had long since honed an incomparably tenacious heart and incomparably tenacious will. In addition, his soul had become even stronger after liquefying, and his resistance had become even stronger. However, this sense of loneliness would not be wiped out by Qianzong's natural resistance. Instead, it would gradually grow stronger with the passage of time. Moreover, the sense of loneliness in his heart was awakened and gradually grew stronger. With cooperation from both inside and outside, it began to have some effect on Qianzong. However, this kind of effect was still relatively weak for Qianzong. Run, 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 Chen Zong used his movement technique and rapidly ran forward on the suspension bridge. The suspension bridge's rules were very special. One could only run on it and could not fly at all. Otherwise, one would be suppressed by an invisible force. Chen Zong did not know how long he had been running on the suspension bridge. He estimated that it had been at least a few hours. Logically speaking, with his running speed, even if he was not running at full speed, it was still very fast. A few hours of continuous running should be enough to cover a very, very far distance. However, he could not see the end of the suspension bridge. It was somewhat inconceivable. This is not good. If this continues, the sense of loneliness will grow stronger. With cooperation from both inside and outside, it will eventually affect my mind. Chen Zong felt a growing sense of loneliness. His heart sank slightly. Loneliness had always been the invisible natural enemy of intelligent creatures. Some people's ability to withstand loneliness was stronger and could endure it for longer. Some people were weaker. Under long periods of loneliness, the nature of intelligent creatures would be somewhat affected. If it was mild, they would become less talkative. If it was severe, their nature would become distorted. In addition to loneliness, there was also a kind of blankness that could not see the end. One did not know where to go or where one's goal was. This kind of feeling would invisibly strengthen the sense of loneliness. Moreover, Chen Zong also noticed that the environment here was very strange. It was filled with an invisible aura. This kind of aura would unknowingly erode one's mind and weaken one's mind, making it easier for the sense of loneliness to grow stronger. Taking a deep breath, Chen Zong followed his heart and eliminated all distracting thoughts. His expression was firm and his eyes were cold as he continued to move forward. The comprehension of the Heart Sword Sutra, to a certain extent, had continuously improved Chen Zong's mind. It had become more tenacious and had a stronger resistance to external evils. In a sense, loneliness was a kind of external evils. Chen Zong had not really reached the level of being invulnerable to all evils. He just had a little bit of it. Time continued to pass, but it was difficult to feel. It was very vague. The sense of loneliness grew stronger and stronger, and it began to affect Chen Zong's mind. Stop, sink, accompany, thoughts of relaxing and stopping kept popping up in his mind. Distracting thoughts grew, and they were completely out of his control. Chen Zong's footsteps also became slower without him noticing. Gradually, he changed from a fast run to a slow jog, and from a slow jog to a walk. There were more and more distracting thoughts, like invisible ghosts, constantly pouring into Chen Zong's mind. They constantly attacked Chen Zong's mind and shook his mind. Gradually, Chen Zong's footsteps became slower and slower. It was as if he was enduring the pressure of an invisible mountain. After taking a step, it took him a few breaths to put it down. His body seemed to be stuck for a few more breaths before he took the second step. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, the time interval became longer and longer. Finally, Chen Zong put his foot down and did not lift it up again. He stood still on the suspension bridge like a statue. Countless distracting thoughts kept popping up and attacking Chen Zong's mind. They were chaotic and grotesque. In just one breath, there were hundreds of distracting thoughts that could not be removed. It was as if they wanted to break Chen Zong's mind and shatter Chen Zong's soul, turning him into a walking corpse and staying here forever. A gust of chilly wind blew out from the bottomless dark demon abyss. It was like the breath of a demon dragon. It swept up like a tornado, causing the suspension bridge to shake violently. Chen Zong, who was standing on the suspension bridge, also swayed. The gust of wind swept over and hit Chen Zong's body. Chen Zong's body suddenly shook. His feet gradually left the suspension bridge and floated up into the air, as if he was about to leave the suspension bridge and fall into the bottomless abyss. Suddenly, Chen Zong's eyes emitted an unparalleled light. The extremely strong and fierce aura was like a divine sword being unsheathed. The sword let out a soft hum, clear and ethereal, and rippled in all directions like water. No matter how much evil you want to invade my body, my heart will not waver. Break! His words were like spring thunder. The thunder shook the sky, reflecting the ethereal and clear hum of the sword. Every word that came out of Chen Zong's mouth carried the power of thunder and fury. It carried the power of a heavenly sword in the sky, shattering and destroying everything. It was invincible. In an instant, the constantly invading sense of loneliness stopped and then dissipated like smoke blown by a gust of wind. Instantly, Qianzong felt an indescribable sharpness suffuse his body, surge within his sea of consciousness, and condense within his soul. It annihilated all distracting thoughts and eliminated all evil intent, causing his mind to become clear and his heart to be clear. Unknowingly, Qianzong's state of mind had improved further. Vaguely, Qianzong had a feeling that he was about to break through to the third layer of the Sword Dao. Of course, it was only a feeling right now. It was not so easy to truly break through. The difficulty was many times more difficult than breaking through from the transcendent realm to the half-saint realm. It was even comparable to breaking through from the transcendent realm to the saint realm. Once he broke through, the overall impact on Qianzong would be huge. His body twisted, and an indescribable sharpness filled the air. Like a sharp sword tearing through the air, Qianzong was no longer affected. He instantly landed on the violently swaying suspension bridge. His feet seemed to be glued to the suspension bridge, and his body seemed to be integrated with it. He swayed with the suspension bridge, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not break free. His mind was clear, his will was tenacious, his insides were transparent, and he was impervious to all evil. At this moment, Qianzong was like a sharp sword, his whole body exuding an indescribable sharpness. Charge, taking a step forward, Qianzong's body seemed to have transformed into a sharp sword, tearing through the air and reducing resistance to a minimum. His speed was also raised to the extreme. With a sharp swish, Qianzong appeared 1,000 meters away. His speed was astonishing. Charge! Charge! With an unwavering will and a firm belief, one's footsteps never stop. With a sharp edge hidden in one's heart, one's mind is full of brilliance. Therefore, with a sharp edge on one's body, one can overcome all obstacles and move forward courageously. With a bright heart, the bright light is right in front of one's eyes. Qianzong took a step forward, and the suspension bridge behind him disappeared into the darkness. The light diffused and engulfed his whole body, then disappeared. It was somewhat different from what Qianzong had imagined. In front of him was a cave the size of a small house. The walls around the cave were rough, as if they had been forcefully created by some kind of force. Inside the small cave, a figure was sitting cross-legged against the cave wall. When he saw the figure, Qianzong's pupils contracted. The heavy dragon sword also trembled, and an astonishing sharpness and heavy pressure filled the air. After a breath of time, Qianzong finally relaxed because the figure was completely devoid of vitality. Not only was it devoid of vitality, its entire body was shriveled like the bark of a tree that had withered for 10,000 years. A mummy, this was a mummy without any aura. Qianzong's eyes peered through the darkness, staring at the mummy with a tattered robe, and thought to himself, could it be a corpse left behind by an ancient powerhouse? After a careful search, he found nothing except for the mummy, so he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Immediately, Qianzong's eyes fell on the storage ring on the mummy's finger. Perhaps there were many good things in it. His left hand grasped at the air, and his spiritual power surged and skillfully condensed into an invisible rope, which quickly wrapped around the storage ring. With a slight force, the storage ring left the mummy's finger and flew into Qianzong's hand in an instant. Qianzong's spiritual power wrapped around the storage ring, and his spiritual sense immediately moved, immediately pouring into the storage ring. How can this be? Qianzong looked surprised and doubtful. This mummy seemed to have been dead for many years, so logically speaking, the storage ring should be an ownerless object. Why couldn't his spiritual sense enter it, and instead was blocked by an invisible force? This kind of situation generally only occurred when a storage ring had an owner. If that's the case, I'll just break it by force, Qianzong said to himself. Now, Qianzong's spiritual sense was stronger than that of an ordinary half-saint. It was very powerful. In an instant, his spiritual sense bombarded the storage ring, trying to forcibly break it and rush into the storage ring. Suddenly, a vigorous and majestic spirit spread out, resisting Qianzong's spiritual sense. Qianzong's expression changed as he hurriedly threw the storage ring away. His right hand grasped the hilt of the heavy dragon sword. His eyes were extremely sharp as he stared at the storage ring embedded in the cave wall. His tyrannical power surged endlessly within his body, ready to erupt in an instant and release an astonishing blow through the heavy dragon sword. At first, it was very weak, but it gradually became more and more intense. In the end, it was as dazzling as the sun, dispelling the surrounding darkness. Chen Zong's pupils contracted to the size of needles as he stared at the light. The change was too sudden. Fortunately, he did not feel any danger. "Who disturbed me?" An ancient and vigorous voice rang out, filling the small cave residence. The voice seemed to come from ancient times, traveling through endless time and space, with an indescribable sense of vicissitudes of time. As the voice rang out, a light and shadow emerged, condensing into a figure in midair. The figure was about the size of an ordinary person's palm, faintly exuding an ancient and boundless charm. "Senior, how should I address you?" Chen Zong did not let down his guard at all, asking in return. Chen Zong's voice seemed to have attracted the attention of the small figure. A pair of eyes stared at him, with an indescribable sense of vastness. In an instant, Chen Zong felt as if he had fallen into a chaotic time and space. Under the gaze of that pair of eyes, all his secrets seemed to have been peeped at. I am." The small figure spoke intermittently, as if it had been so long that he had forgotten himself. After a while, he spoke again. "I am, the Great Abyss King, the Great Abyss King." Chen Zong's mind turned slightly. This person must be a master, at least a master of the Saint Realm. However, he did not know what level the Saint Realm was at. After all, there was more than one level in the Saint Realm. Chen Zong did not speak, because he did not know what to say for a while. The light and shadow who called himself the Great Abyss King also did not speak, as if he was recalling something. Immediately, Chen Zong felt a tyrannical will sweep across his body, as if it was about to penetrate into his body. Chen Zong instantly burst out with a tyrannical soul sense to resist, but it did not seem to be very effective. Although his soul sense was strong, the opponent's will was even stronger. This kind of strength was not reflected in quantity, but in quality. The soul sense of a Saint Realm master had already undergone a qualitative transformation. "Senior, what do you mean by this?" Chen Zong's voice was somewhat cold. Being swept by the opponent's will and still trying to penetrate his body, it was undoubtedly spying on everything about him. In the world of cultivators, this was a provocation, enough to cause a life-and-death struggle. "Your body is very good. Your soul sense is strong, your blood qi is vigorous, and your spiritual energy is pure. I am very satisfied." The voice of the Great Abyss King sounded again, neither sad nor happy, only boundless and vigorous. The Great Abyss King's words made Chen Zong's heart tremble unconsciously, and his face changed slightly. A bad feeling gushed out from the deepest part of his heart like a spring. Black light surged, and the heavy dragon sword was unsheathed, breaking through the air. The majestic and extremely sharp pitch-black sword light bombarded the small figure as if it was crushing a vacuum. "Still resisting me?" the Great Abyss King sneered. His figure flashed, and he calmly dodged Chen Zong's sword attack, turning into a stream of light and rushing at Chen Zong. Fast, the Great Abyss King's speed was so fast that Chen Zong could not react in time, and he had already appeared in front of Chen Zong. For the first time, Chen Zong felt that his body's reaction could not keep up with his consciousness, as if his body was stiff. He could not withdraw the heavy dragon sword in time, and could only raise his left hand and put his fingers together like a sword. With a touch of sharp brilliance on his fingertips, he fiercely pointed his finger at the Great Abyss King like a sharp sword, piercing through the air. Fast reaction and superb combat awareness. "I am even more satisfied." The sneer came into Chen Zong's ears. The Great Abyss King had already calmly dodged the attack. The heavy dragon sword was wielded, and the incomparably mysterious swordsmanship was displayed. Sword after sword kept attacking the Great Abyss King. The sword fingers of his left hand cooperated with each other, and there were no blind spots. It could be said that Chen Zong had exerted the third level of swordsmanship, the heart reining the sword, to the extreme, and also the unbreakable sword circle to the extreme. But even so, he still could not do anything to the Great Abyss King. It was as if Chen Zong's every move was under the control of the opponent, and even the rhythm of the battle was gradually controlled by the opponent. Knowing this, Chen Zong was powerless to change the situation, and this feeling was very uncomfortable. His face was as cold as iron, and Qinzong's heart was constantly under pressure. This kind of pressure could not be suppressed, but Qinzong did not pay attention to it, and concentrated on wielding his sword and improving himself. The increasing pressure made Qinzong breathless. Qinzong had not experienced this kind of deep sense of powerlessness for a long, long time. All along, when he fought with others, it was always his opponent who gradually could not bear his sword, and he who dominated the rhythm of the battle. But now, it was the other way around. Qinzong could be sure that at this moment, he had already exerted his swordsmanship to the extreme. Every stroke of his sword was exquisite to the extreme, breaking past his previous limits, and even to the point where water and wind could not enter his body. But the Great Abyss King was even more frightening. Not only did he calmly avoid Qinzong's every stroke, but he also went in and out at will, as if nothing affected him at all. It felt as if the Great Abyss King could walk through the cracks in the void. Horrifying, Qinzong was horrified. Could it be that this was the ability of the ancient experts? Qinzong could see that the Great Abyss King was not in his complete form, or rather, it should be a body of consciousness that carried the soul. The strength he possessed was many times weaker than when he was at his peak. But even with this kind of strength, Qinzong could not do anything about it. A quarter of an hour, Qinzong exerted all his strength to wield his sword for a quarter of an hour. He was more tired than when he fought hard for 2 hours in the past, but he could not do anything to his opponent. Strong, the Great Abyss King was really too strong. Moreover, he was only dodging continuously, and yet Qinzong was so helpless and exhausted. Even with Qinzong's strong physique, he still felt his arms go numb and sore from such a high-intensity attack. Qinzong's sword didn't slow down in the slightest, as if he was challenging his own limits with his tenacious and indomitable will. It was even to the extent that every single sword strike became more harmonious and carried with it a trace of an indescribable rhythm. After dodging Qinzong's sword, the Great Abyss King pointed his finger as he spoke, "Take this." The Great Abyss King's body was very small, only the size of Qinzong's palm. Naturally, his finger was even smaller. Compared to Qinzong, it was like comparing a mouse to an elephant. However, as the Great Abyss King pointed his finger, Qinzong's expression became extremely solemn. The world in front of him disappeared, and so did the Great Abyss King in front of him. Only a small finger was constantly enlarging, filling his eyes and the whole world. That finger was like a pillar holding up the sky, like the light that could collapse the sky, like the finger of a demon god. It was boundless, vigorous, and domineering, enveloping everything, leaving no place to hide. With one finger, the sky fell and the earth cracked. With one finger, the light shone forever. This finger carried an indescribable power, as if it had triggered the whole world. Qinzong had the thought that he could not resist, let alone dodge, and could only wait for death. However, Qinzong's mind was extremely tenacious, his will was extremely firm, and his faith was incomparably strong. Especially after the trip to the suspension bridge, he had been further tempered, like a sword embryo being sharpened. Slash! With only one thought, Qinzong withstood the enormous pressure that was like a falling pillar and collapsing the sky, and slashed his sword. This was the slash of the heavy dragon sword, as well as the slash of Qinzong's body and the slash of Qinzong's will. The heavy dragon sword seemed to let out an earth-shattering roar. The pitch-black sword light bloomed, like a black sun hanging in the sky, swallowing all the light. However, under the light of the opponent's finger, the darkness quickly melted, like snow being roasted by the scorching sun. Silently, the finger pointed at the heavy dragon sword. It was as if he had been hit head-on by an ancient giant beast. There was no part of his body that didn't hurt. He felt as if his organs had been shattered, his bones and tendons had been torn apart, and his muscles, flesh, and skin had been damaged. His qi and blood surged and seeped out of his broken muscles and skin. In just a short time, Qinzong was covered in blood. With a bang, Qinzong's entire body slammed into the hard wall of the cave, smashing out a human figure. His body was instantly injured. A second time by the huge impact. The moment he bounced forward, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, dyeing the area in front of him red. He lay on the ground, bleeding all over, but his right hand was still tightly gripping the heavy dragon sword. His arm was twisted, obviously broken. Heavy injury, it was just a casual blow, but Xianxia had suffered an unprecedented heavy injury. It was as if his body had been shattered. An indescribable pain surged through his body like a tide. Pain, it hurt to the bone marrow, to the depths of his soul. It hurt so much that he couldn't breathe or think. However, he didn't faint. He relied on his incomparably strong willpower to stay awake and try to control the power in his body to stand up again. But it was very difficult. It was extremely difficult to even move a finger. For the first time, Xianxia's fuzzy consciousness told him that this was the first time he had suffered such a heavy injury. He was almost on the verge of death. The Great Abyss King flew above Xianxia and looked down at him from above. Not bad. You didn't die after taking a blow from me. The Great Abyss King nodded with satisfaction. The strength of this body and the depth of its foundation are even greater than my original body. Don't worry. Once I control your body, I will use your body to reach the peak of Tao. As the Great Abyss King spoke, he became excited. His eyes shone with an incomparably shocking light. In the ancient war, the Eternal Ice Emperor's blow had made the Mystery Realm take shape. He, the Great Abyss King, had fought with strong enemies and was finally heavily injured. He opened up a small cave here to heal his injuries. Unexpectedly, his injuries were too severe. After setting up a trap, he passed away in the small cave. Although the body was dead, the soul did not disappear. However, as time passed, if the soul was not replenished, it would slowly wear down and eventually disappear. Fortunately, the Great Abyss King had once encountered a fortuitous encounter and obtained a soul-nurturing storage ring. This storage ring was not an ordinary storage ring, but a special storage ring. Not only did it have an extremely large internal space, but it was also embedded with a tiny soul-nurturing stone. The soul-nurturing stone was an extremely precious treasure of heaven and earth. It could nurture one's soul and slowly increase the strength of one's soul. In the end, it could cause one's soul to transform. Of course, the soul-nourishing stone in the Great Abyss King's storage ring was too small, and the power it contained was relatively weak. Therefore, it could only slow down the loss of the soul body's power and weaken it to 1,000th of its original power. Otherwise, even if it still existed, it would be extremely weak, like a candle in the wind that could be extinguished at any time. Hidden within the soul-nurturing stone, the Great Abyss King's consciousness had been in a deep slumber this entire time. It was only awakened when Xianxia arrived and attacked the storage ring. Of course, there had been people who had entered in the past, but they could not pass the suspension bridge. At that bridge, even Xianxia, with his astonishing soul and will, had almost died, let alone others. Since waking up, the Great Abyss King had been observing Xianxia. The more he observed, the more satisfied he became. Later on, he even tried to test him and found that this boy's body was even more amazing than his own. Of course, his original body was at the Saint Rudiment stage, and not just any ordinary Saint Rudiment stage. Naturally, it was not something Xianxia could compare to. The Great Abyss King compared himself to Xianxia at the same level before reaching the Saint Rudiment stage. At that time, he already had the idea of taking over Xianxia's body. After taking over a new and better body and completely controlling it, he would be able to cultivate again. In the future, he would definitely be able to achieve what he had in the past and even surpass it. It would not be impossible for him to break through to the Great Saint Realm. The more he thought about it, the more satisfied he was. The reason why the Great Abyss King had severely injured Xianxia was because he was worried that Xianxia would have some tricks up his sleeve. Now that he was severely injured and had no strength to resist, he naturally allowed the Great Abyss King to do whatever he wanted. With a flash, the Great Abyss King's consciousness rushed toward Xianxia's head and disappeared in an instant. Xianxia had already known the other party's malicious intent, so he made a move. Unexpectedly, the difference in strength was too great. He was no match for the Great Abyss King at all. With just one blow, he suffered an unprecedented injury and was on the verge of death, unable to resist. Now, the Great Abyss King's soul rushed directly into his mind, trying to devour his soul and take over his body. This made Xianxia's hair stand on end and he felt desperate. The crisis of death was imminent, Xianxia was powerless to stop it. He could only let the Great Abyss King's consciousness enter his knowledge sea. Even though many years had passed and the Great Abyss King's soul and consciousness were no longer at their peak, they were still very powerful. When a cultivator broke through to the transcendent realm, they would develop a spiritual sense. When they broke through to the saint realm, the spiritual sense would transform and become stronger. It could no longer be called spiritual sense, but sacred will. There was a fundamental difference between sacred will and spiritual sense. The Great Abyss King's remnant soul controlled the sacred will to condense a sacred will into a spiritual body. It was inherently very powerful. When the Great Abyss King's sacred will entered Qianzong's knowledge sea, Qianzong had a feeling that his knowledge sea was too small to accommodate the Great Abyss King's sacred will and would be crushed. But in fact, it was not that his knowledge sea was small, but that the Great Abyss King's sacred will was inherently very powerful. Although Qianzong's knowledge sea was stronger and more stable than an ordinary half-saint, it could not be compared to a true saint realm expert. Inside his knowledge sea, the wind and rain were blowing, as if the end of the world was coming. In an instant, Qianzong also condensed his spiritual sense body. As soon as it appeared, his knowledge sea immediately calmed down. After all, this was his knowledge sea, his home ground, and it was under his control. Qianzong's body was severely injured, and he could barely move, but his spiritual sense and soul were still intact. Seeing Qianzong condense his spiritual sense body in an instant, the Great Abyss King was a little surprised. This boy had once again exceeded his expectations. But the more it was like this, the better. When he devoured his opponent's soul, he could recover more and faster. Break! In his knowledge sea, the Great Abyss King's sacred will was like a high and mighty god controlling everything. He pointed a finger. The finger sealed the sky and locked the earth with a terrifying power. It was like the finger of a god crushing an ant. It blasted toward Qianzong's spiritual sense body. Slash! Qianzong looked solemn and cold. With a thought, the sword of spiritual sense condensed in his hand out of thin air, and a trace of sharpness spread out. He swung the sword and slashed. Inside his knowledge sea, he was more flexible, and the power he could use seemed to be more powerful. The power of this sword was still not as powerful as the Great Abyss King's finger, but this sword was more exquisite. It seemed to be free from the shackles of the body, and became more mysterious, more agile, and more free. Qianzong suddenly had a strange feeling when this sword was slashed out. Traces of spiritual light suddenly appeared, and he had a brand new understanding. However, the spiritual light was too fragmented, and Qianzong was fighting with the body of sacred will of the Great Abyss King. He didn't have the spare energy to comprehend it. The Great Abyss King was more and more shocked when he saw that his finger had not only failed to defeat his opponent, but also that his opponent's sword had found a gap to attack him. A genius, a monster, in the ancient times, such a talent would have been famous in the world. He was much better than the Great Abyss King of the past, and could even reach the Emperor realm. In the ancient times, Emperor realm geniuses had a high chance of breaking through and becoming a supreme saint. If the Great Abyss King occupied this body, he would be able to break through and become a supreme saint and stand at the top of the world. Thinking of this, the Great Abyss King became more and more excited. He pointed his finger again. This time, the power of this finger was stronger, and the knowledge sea seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Qianzong attacked again. This time, the light of the sword was more intense, but it was still a little scattered and confused because he did not have enough time and energy to think about it. He used all his strength to explore himself, and attacked again and again. The pressure from the Great Abyss King was too strong, and it was getting stronger and stronger. It seemed that the Great Abyss King was also angry, and Qianzong's spiritual consciousness was being consumed more and more. However, this kind of consumption also made Qianzong feel extremely satisfied. He did not have the deep sense of helplessness that he felt when he fought with his body. The more they fought, the more surprised the Great Abyss King was. Tenacious, this boy was too tenacious, so tenacious that even the Great Abyss King was horrified and terrified. One could imagine how much trauma he would suffer if he was born in the same generation as this boy. This feeling involuntarily reminded the Great Abyss King of the ancient times. He and the ancient Ice Emperor were of the same generation, but unfortunately, the ancient Ice Emperor had become a supreme saint, while he was only at the peak of the saint rudiment realm, not even a half-step supreme saint. Not only that, when they were in the same realm, he had also fought the ancient Ice Emperor, but he was no match for him at all. It was a fundamental difference. It was a difference that no matter how hard he tried to catch up, he could only look at the ancient ice emperor's back. It was a regrettable difference that he could not make up for even if he was wounded and killed in a fierce battle with a strong enemy. But now, the great Abyss King saw hope. He saw the hope of surpassing himself, the hope of catching up and even surpassing the ancient ice emperor. And the hope was right in front of him, right now. Thinking of this, the great Abyss King decided to use all his strength. The reason he did not use all his strength before was that it would consume too much of his strength, and he was unwilling to do so. After all, every time he used up his strength, he would have to spend a lot of time and energy to make up for it. However, Qianzong's body of spiritual consciousness was too tenacious, so he had no choice but to use all his strength. When he used all his strength, Qianzong's body of spiritual consciousness suddenly trembled, and cracks appeared in his knowledge sea. Immediately, the great Abyss King pointed a finger. This finger seemed to be done casually, but the space under the finger cracked and black cracks appeared. It was a shocking sight. An indescribable throbbing rose up uncontrollably, as if this finger would shatter his body of spiritual consciousness. There was no way to resist it. At that time, his broken spiritual consciousness and soul would be devoured by the other party, completely disappearing from the world. Then, his body would be taken over by the other party, and he would be completely controlled by the other party, living in his own appearance in the world. The sea of consciousness was like heaven and earth. The finger pierced through it like the heavens and the primordial chaos. Its power was unparalleled and invincible. With one finger, the heavens collapsed, the earth cracked, all life was extinguished, a huge pressure fell from the sky. Qianzong's body of soul was completely immobilized by this terrifying pressure. Cracks even appeared on it, and it began to collapse. In the next moment, Qianzong's body of soul would collapse, and even his soul would be seriously injured and fragmented. Everything was irreversible, everything had come to a dead end. Heart Sword Seal. In the face of danger, Qianzong made a last-ditch effort. The Heart Sword Seal was his last resort. However, Qianzong was not sure if it would be effective. It was full of unknowns. But now that things had come to this, he could only make a last-ditch effort. Success, life. Defeat, death. There was no chance of luck. However, the Heart Sword Seal did not respond at all. In an instant, Qianzong's heart sank to the bottom of the abyss. When the finger reached him, despair descended like an abyss and swallowed Qianzong. Why did the Heart Sword Seal not respond? Could it be that the power of the Heart Sword Seal had been completely exhausted after traveling back and forth between the Kanglan world and the Linggu Holy World twice? If so, this was the great tribulation of his life. Should he die here? At the moment of his death, Qianzong's mind broke through the limit. All kinds of thoughts emerged, and images seemed to flash before his eyes, like a picture scroll unfolding. Birth, cultivation, rise, separation in life and death, step by step until now. Unwilling, Qianzong's heart was full of unwillingness. He was still young. He had just embarked on the path of cultivation. He had not really stepped into the ranks of the strong, let alone reached the peak. How could he die like this? But what could he do? With one finger, everything would come to an end. He would bid farewell to this world forever. Qianzong would not give up until the last moment. But now, he had used all the trump cards he could think of, and they were useless. Die. A smile appeared on King Taiyuan's face, and he was even more excited. Finally, he was finally going to be resurrected. At the same time, in the 212th cloud hall of White Cloud Mountain, a sword placed in a box gently trembled, producing a bone-chilling hum. Strands of sword chi revolved around the sword, surging endlessly. Suddenly, a strand of grayish-white hair appeared out of thin air in Qianzong's sea of consciousness as if it had penetrated through space and time. As soon as the grayish-white color appeared, an indescribable aura of nirvanic extermination spread out. His sea of consciousness, which was about to collapse, stabilized in an instant, and all the cracks disappeared. The grayish-white breath fell into the hand of Qianzong's body of soul sense. In an instant, it turned into a grayish-white long sword. The astonishing pressure that seemed to be crushing him was also offset. Qianzong's body of soul sense stabilized. This? Qianzong was a little dumbfounded. Even if Qianzong's talent was outstanding and his willpower was strong, he wouldn't change his expression even if a mountain collapsed in front of him. But at this moment, what was happening was unbelievable. The grayish-white long sword in his hand was condensed from a wisp of grayish-white breath. The aura of nirvanic extermination that it emitted was very familiar. Chen Zong could not help but associate it with the nirvanic evil sword that he had placed in the cloud hall of White Cloud Mountain. However, White Cloud Mountain was extremely far away from him, and was separated by the deep ice sea, and the Ice Emperor's secret realm, an independent space. How could the nirvanic evil sword penetrate through, or could it be that some of the power of the nirvanic evil sword had already silently entered his body without him noticing? As soon as he thought about it, the strong pressure came again, and Chen Zong instantly came to his senses. Now, it was a battle of life and death, and there was no time to delay. Slash, holding the long sword formed by the nirvanic sword chi, he slashed it upwards. It looked simple, but it was extremely mysterious. This slash was launched later, but it arrived first. It directly avoided the powerful finger of King Taiyuan, and slashed out with the finger like two opposing parallel lines. Fast, King Taiyuan's pupils contracted unconsciously, and he felt a chill run down his spine. The moment the finger was about to hit Chen Zong's body of consciousness, Chen Zong's sword slashed through King Taiyuan's body of sacred will, and the sword in his hand disappeared. Even the body of sacred will, which was stronger than the body of consciousness, could not withstand the power of the nirvanic sword chi. Pause. King Taiyuan's finger stopped in front of Chen Zong's body of consciousness, as if it had been frozen. King Taiyuan's eyes widened in disbelief, and his body was covered by a grayish-white light. Then, cracks appeared on his body and spread rapidly. Collapse. In an instant, King Taiyuan's body collapsed, leaving behind little spots of light of unknown colors in Chen Zong's sea of consciousness. Those spots of light spread rapidly to Chen Zong's body of consciousness and disappeared into it. An intense pain of being pierced through instantly spread out, and a torrent of information exploded, destroying everything. Drowned by the sharp pain, Chen Zong's consciousness seemed to fall into a channel that emitted countless lights. It kept shuttling and leaping, and that channel seemed to be a spacetime channel. After an unknown period of time, Chen Zong's consciousness separated from that channel. The new world was vast. In the distance, a large patch of grayish-black light, like the clouds in the sky, was surging over with an overwhelming force. It was filled with an astonishing evil wave, and it was filled with a terrifying aura of brutality and bloodlust. Under the vast grayish-black aura, there was an army of figures that emitted a terrifying aura. They flew over like a swarm of locusts that wanted to devour everything. Seeing those figures, Chen Zong was horrified. Void demons, they were exactly the same as the void demons he encountered in the demon-devouring forbidden area of the Earth Demon Abyss and Blue Wave World, but countless times stronger. With a little surprise, Chen Zong's eyes swept over to his left and right. Figures with different lights and astonishing auras stood in the air. They were cultivators. The aura emanating from each of these cultivators was extremely tyrannical, far surpassing the transcendent realm. All of them were Saint Realm masters. When Chen Zong's eyes fell on the leader of this group, he was even more shocked. The icy blue aura was like a raging flame, covering a radius of several thousand meters and freezing everything in the world. Among them, there was a figure in an icy blue robe. He couldn't see the front, only the back and the side. When Chen Zong stared at it, an astonishing chill spread, as if it wanted to freeze him. Could it be that I went back to the ancient times to witness that battle? Chen Zong suddenly thought. Perhaps he had absorbed the memories of King Taiyuan's soul. Then, the figure that made him feel like he was being frozen at a glance was the ancient Ice Empress. The so-called ancient enemy was none other than the Void Demon. For a moment, Chen Zong felt like he was enlightened. 10,000 feet of ice. The army of void demons approached with tyrannical bloodlust and destruction. The ancient Ice Empress took the lead. She waved her hand. It seemed simple, but it contained the trajectory of the heavenly way. It was incomparably mysterious, as if the hand of heaven had struck down. Immediately, countless frost condensed in the void, stretching for tens of thousands of meters. It stood in the void like a towering ice mountain and instantly pushed forward. The void was vast and mighty, and a storm raged and destroyed everything. The terrifying power within a radius of dozens of kilometers was impacted, and a large number of void demons at the front were frozen and exploded. The towering ice mountain was invincible, directly crushing thousands of void demons. However, the void demons rushed forward and bombarded the ice mountain, shattering it. The shattered ice mountain suddenly turned into a stream of ice, as if the sky was falling and the earth was rending. It killed hundreds of void demons before it was exhausted. With just one strike, more than 1,000 void demons, who were as powerful as Saint Realm cultivators, were killed. Qianzong was extremely shocked. The other cultivators also made their moves. The palm print pierced through the air, covering a radius of thousands of meters. When the palm fell, it seemed as if the void was collapsing. The finger was like a pillar of heaven that crossed the sky, crushing everything. The leg was like a falling pillar of heaven that collapsed the earth. Suddenly, a sword light lit up, but the sky was overshadowed. It was as if the sword light was the only source of light between heaven and earth. It was eternal. The sword light seemed to have traveled through time and space from ancient times. It was boundlessly sharp, unparalleled, and indestructible. It could cut through heaven and earth, and split the present and the past. The sword light completely attracted Qianzong's attention. It was as if his mind was completely absorbed by it. He followed the sword light that crossed the world. It was like a hot knife through butter. Wherever it passed, the void demons were cut apart like thin paper. Their tyrannical bodies seemed so fragile under the sword light. They were like nothing. The number of void demons killed by the sword light was only slightly less than the ancient Ice Empress. Qianzong looked in the direction of the sword light and saw a middle-aged man in a dark silver robe swinging his sword. The dark silver longsword pierced through the air, directly tearing a black hole in the void. It tore through space. His sword was so powerful that it could tear through space. The man's appearance was ordinary. His sideburns were white, but his eyes were extremely sharp. They were so sharp that they seemed to be able to pierce through and tear through everything. They were so sharp that nothing could resist them. The sword was so sharp that it could cut through everything. It was an invincible sword. The man's sword moved Qianzong greatly. The battle was fierce. Every breath, there would be an evil void devil being killed, and every breath, there would be a cultivator dying as well. At a glance, there was a large black mass. It was unknown how many void demons there were. Qianzong was shocked. The weakest of these void demons was at the Saint Realm. At a glance, there were countless of them. It was terrifying. An army of Saint Realm powerhouses. It was terrifying to imagine such a scene. In Qianzong's eyes, Saint Realm powerhouses were powerhouses. However, there were so many of them. It was undoubtedly terrifying. It seems that only those who have reached the Great Saint Realm can be called powerhouses standing at the peak of the world. Qianzong could not help but think to himself. In this battle, Ancient Ice Empress was not the only Great Saint Realm powerhouse on the cultivator's side. There were other great saints, but they were not as powerful as Ancient Ice Empress. Fight, 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 murderous intent filled the air, smoke filled the air, the sky shattered, the earth cracked, and the earth collapsed. Countless rumbling sounds rang out continuously. In the next moment, the scene also shattered. Qianzong felt the world spin, as if he had fallen into a whirlpool. When he woke up, he had returned to his body. Shocking, Qianzong was still shocked beyond words, as if he had traveled back in time to witness the earth-shattering battle in the ancient times. Soon after, the intense pain in his body swept through his entire body like floodwaters, causing Qianzong to wake up. Relying on his tenacious will, Qianzong took out a healing pill from his storage ring and swallowed it. As the pill's power dissolved, a cool aura gradually spread throughout his body, alleviating the pain bit by bit and healing his injuries bit by bit. However, Qianzong's injuries were too severe. It was unprecedentedly severe. Without some heaven-defying spirit medicine, it would not be easy for him to recover. He could only do it bit by bit. He swallowed another pill to recover, and at the same time, his strength was restored. As his injuries healed bit by bit, Qianzong's body's self-healing ability seemed to have been activated, doubling the speed of his recovery. After swallowing a few more pills, Qianzong allowed the pill's power to dissolve and heal his injuries together with his body's self-healing ability. Then, he checked the Great Abyss King's memories. His consciousness seemed to have traveled back in time to witness the earth-shattering battle in the ancient times, but it was actually just the Great Abyss King's memories. The Great Abyss King was one of the participants in that battle. Everything that Qianzong saw was everything that the Great Abyss King saw. The shattering of the final scene was caused by the Great Abyss King falling from the sky due to his injuries. In addition to the memories of the ancient battle, Qianzong also obtained the rest of the Great Abyss King's memories. Although it was not comprehensive, there was still a lot of it. Fortunately, Qianzong's soul was very strong, so he was able to withstand it. At the same time, Qianzong's soul power was further enhanced because he had absorbed some of the Great Abyss King's remnant soul power. He sensed that his soul power had increased by about 20%. One had to know that after Qianzong's soul liquefied, it had become extremely powerful. Many Saint Realm masters could not compare to it. After all, it was difficult to directly cultivate one's soul unless one obtained some rare treasures that could strengthen one's soul. Now, it had grown by another 20%. The effect was very shocking, and it further improved Qianzong's comprehension ability. The Great Abyss King had lost a portion of his memories due to the loss of his soul. Even though it wasn't all of his memories, it was still shocking. These memories included all kinds of knowledge, as well as memories of cultivation methods and martial arts, as well as some memories of cultivation methods and so on. Qianzong's knowledge of the world would be greatly enriched, and his vision and state of mind would be broadened. The memory of cultivation methods and martial arts could also enrich Qianzong's foundation, and the memory of cultivation methods could provide references for him to avoid detours. The first part of the memory was the richest and most complicated. Qianzong only skimmed through it briefly and did not delve too deeply into it. However, these memories existed in the depths of his soul and would appear once he touched them. For example, if he saw a spirit herb that he did not recognize before, and the Great Abyss King's memory had it, then the memory of that spirit herb would appear, allowing Qianzong to learn all the information about that spirit herb. As his injuries gradually healed, Qianzong also checked his memories of cultivation methods and martial arts. The Great Abyss King was a master at the peak of the Saint Realm. He had cultivated for more than 1,000 years and experienced countless things. From weak to strong, he had obtained many cultivation methods and martial arts that covered a wide range of areas. However, Qianzong did not pay much attention to most of the cultivation methods and martial arts. He mainly checked the saint-grade cultivation methods and martial arts. In the Great Abyss King's memory, there were a total of 6 saint-grade cultivation methods. 3 of them were saint-grade low rank, 2 were saint-grade mid-rank, and 1 was saint-grade high rank. What Qianzong paid the most attention to was naturally the saint-grade high rank cultivation method, which was also the main cultivation method of the Great Abyss King. It was called the Great Abyss Cloud Scraping Art. It had 27 stages, and the power cultivated was as vast as the sky and as deep as the abyss. It was very powerful. As for the other 2 saint-grade mid-rank cultivation methods, they were similar to the White Cloud High Sky Art, so Qianzong did not pay much attention to them. Although the Great Abyss Cloud Scraping Art was more powerful, it was not easy to switch to another cultivation method. It would be difficult to achieve any results without at least half a year's time. The Ice Emperor's secret realm would only be open for 3 months, so there was no time for Qianzong to switch to another cultivation method. He could only keep it until he left this place. In addition to cultivation methods, there were also martial arts. There were also many martial arts, but what Qianzong cared about were the saint-grade martial arts. There were more saint-grade martial arts than cultivation methods. There were a total of 8 saint-grade martial arts. 4 of them were saint-grade low-rank martial arts, 2 were saint-grade mid-rank martial arts, 1 was incomplete saint-grade high-rank martial arts, and 1 was complete saint-grade high-rank martial arts. The 8 saint-level martial arts were all different. 2 of them were finger skills, low-rank and high-rank finger skills, 1 was a blade skill, low-rank saint-level, 1 was a fist skill, mid-rank saint-level, 1 was a defensive martial art, low-rank saint-level, 1 was a movement skill, mid-rank saint-level, 1 was a sword skill, low-rank saint-level, and the last incomplete high-rank saint-level martial art was a leg skill. The 8 saint-grade martial arts each had their own merits and characteristics. The body skill and sword skill are useful to me. I can also cultivate the finger skill if I have time. Qianzong thought to himself. The Great Abyss King had cultivated all 8 saint-level martial arts to a certain extent. At the very least, he had a basic grasp of them. From the Great Abyss King's memory, Chenzong knew the Great Abyss King's mastery of the 8 Saint grade martial arts. The Saint grade high-rank finger skill was the most proficient. He had cultivated it to the extreme and grasped the true meaning. The body skill also grasped the true meaning. The defense martial arts, fist skill, and leg skill came in second place. As for the blade skill and sword skill, he had only cultivated them to a proficient level. These memories and insights were just right for Chenzong to use. As long as Chenzong wanted to cultivate, he could use them as reference to improve his mastery of the Saint grade martial arts. The body skill was called Thousand Shadows, Thousand Illusions. The sword skill was called Thousand People Extreme Slashing. As for the finger skill, it was called Taiyuan Cloud Shattering Finger. It was a martial art that went hand in hand with the Taiyuan Cloud Shattering skill. This kind of martial art that went hand in hand with the cultivation method was often more powerful. Then there were the secret skills. Secret skills were often a part of the cultivator's strength. A powerful secret skill could change the outcome of a battle. There were many secret skills in the Great Abyss King's memories. Most of them were cultivated by him. They ranged from grade 3 to grade 9. Grade 7 secret skills were effective for ordinary Saint Rudiment Realm cultivators, grade 8 secret skills were even more effective, and grade 9 secret skills were even more effective. Although the higher the grade of the secret skill, the higher the difficulty of cultivating it. Moreover, if one's base strength was too low, they wouldn't be able to unleash the full power of a high-grade secret skill. The last part was the memories of the cultivation Tao. These memories further broadened Chenzong's horizons. He understood the difference between the cultivation Tao of the ancient times and the current one. For example, the ranks of geniuses. The Sky Pillar upper region didn't have a perfect ranking system for geniuses. Generally, they were divided into geniuses, elite geniuses, super geniuses, and even prodigies. For example, Fu Yunxiao, Gao Hongjing, Bai Xia, and Chenzong were classified as prodigies. However, there were still differences between them. In ancient times, they were divided into general, marquis, monarch, king, and emperor. The general rank was the lowest while the emperor rank was the highest. The ranking system was more rigorous than the Sky Pillar upper region. It was not only based on talent but also potential and other comprehensive factors. Generally, it was very difficult for one to break through to the Saint Rudiment realm before reaching the general level. In other words, only a general level genius could guarantee a breakthrough to the Saint Rudiment realm. Of course, nothing was absolute. Some geniuses could break through to the Saint Rudiment realm before reaching the general level. However, the chances were very low. Moreover, not all general-level geniuses could break through to the Saint Rudiment realm. The marquis geniuses above the general level had a 100% chance of breaking through to the Saint Rudiment realm. The monarch level above the marquis level not only had a 100% chance of breaking through to the Saint Rudiment realm, but they could also go further in the Saint Rudiment realm. The king level was above the monarch level. King-level geniuses were no small matter. Some of them had a chance of breaking through to the Great Saint Realm. The Emperor-level geniuses above the King level had a great chance of breaking through to the Great Saint Realm. Most of the Great Saint Realm powerhouses in ancient times were Emperor-level geniuses. In the Great Abyss King's memories, there was another type of genius called the Transcendent Ancient Grade. The Transcendent Ancient Grade referred to geniuses who surpassed ancient and modern times. They were above the emperor level and were considered geniuses who had a 100% chance of breaking through to the Great Saint Realm. The level of a genius was not only about their future achievements, but also about their strength when they were at the same level. When a general-level genius is at the limit of the Transcendent Realm, their strength is far greater than that of an ordinary Transcendent Realm expert. When a marquis-level genius is at the limit of the Transcendent Realm, they have the strength to contend with an ordinary low-level half-saint without the help of external forces. When a monarch-level genius is at the limit of the Transcendent Realm, they have the strength to defeat an ordinary low-level half-saint, but they are no match for a mid-level half-saint. When a king-level genius is at the limit of the Transcendent Realm, they have the strength to contend with an ordinary mid-level half-saint. Chenzong was very surprised by the Great Abyss King's memories. Judging from this, he could only be considered a marquis-level genius? No, it should be more than the marquis level. Chenzong overturned this judgment. After all, he had not really reached the limit of the transcendent realm. Body tempering was like this. Even if he was at chi refining, there was still a lot of room for improvement. For example, he could cultivate a saint-grade cultivation method to a higher level. Of course, this was only a brief judgment based on the Great Abyss King's memories. Chenzong did not know the specifics. Unfortunately, the saint-grade cultivation methods in the Great Abyss King's memories did not include a body-tempering secret art, which was a pity. The Great Abyss King's memories were also very vast. Chenzong omitted the first part and slowly went through the remaining 2 parts, which took a lot of time. When his consciousness returned, Chenzong also found that his injuries had healed a lot. However, because his injuries were too serious, he had only recovered 30%. It would take a lot of time for him to fully recover the remaining 70%. Well, in that case, I will first comprehend the Thousand Blades Extreme Beheading Sword technique here. If there is enough time, I will participate in the Thousand Shadows Thousand Illusions movement technique. Chenzong secretly thought. With this in mind, Chenzong quickly entered a state of meditation. The Thousand Blades Extreme Beheading Sword technique was an inferior saint-grade sword technique. Its exquisiteness was far superior to that of a superior spiritual grade sword technique. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. Fortunately, Chenzong's comprehension was superb. Because he had absorbed the remnant soul of the Great Abyss King, his comprehension was enhanced further. Even so, it was not so easy to comprehend the mystery of the Thousand Blades Extreme Beheading Sword technique in a short time. Fortunately, the Great Abyss King had also practiced the Thousand Blades Extreme Beheading Sword technique when he was alive. Chenzong could use the memories he left behind. Meditation. Soon, Chenzong entered a state of meditation. The Thousand Blades Extreme Beheading Sword technique could be divided into 3 stages. The first stage, 10 blades, the second stage, 100 blades, the third stage, 1,000 blades. The Great Abyss King had practiced the first and second stages when he was alive. The third stage was only a preliminary stage. However, for now, it was enough for Chenzong. In the state of meditation, there seemed to be a sword light shining in Chenzong's sea of consciousness. A sword light flashed across the sky with an astonishing sharpness, tearing everything apart. Slash. In the outside world, in the Ice Emperor's secret realm, the geniuses were constantly looking for opportunities, but they were also constantly encountering danger. In the world of cultivation, opportunities were often directly proportional to danger. Without effort, there would be no gain. In the small cave dwelling, Chenzong was not disturbed at all. He was wholeheartedly comprehending. As time passed, his injuries gradually healed by relying on his own self-healing ability and the effects of medicinal pills. He had already recovered to 70%. Since he had recovered to 70%, it basically did not affect Chenzong's movements. Using his finger as a sword, he slashed out. Suddenly, 9 uneven sword lights pierced through the air. Each sword light was extremely dazzling and sharp. It was extremely shocking. The 9 sword lights slashed the cave walls one after another. Immediately, 9 sword marks of different lengths and depths appeared on the hard cave walls. Staring at the 9 sword lights, Chenzong frowned slightly and shook his head. He was very dissatisfied. What he had just displayed was the Thousand Blades Extreme Slash. However, he had not yet reached the first stage. Therefore, the 9 sword lights he displayed were of different lengths and thicknesses, and their power was also different. The difference was huge. Only when he broke through to the first stage could he be considered to have reached the initial stage of the Thousand Blades Extreme Slash. Only then could he display its true power. However, Chenzong had been cultivating for a while, but he was still unable to master it. Even with his super high comprehension ability and the guidance of the Great Abyss King's cultivation memories, the Saint-grade lower martial skill was still very advanced. With Chenzong's cultivation base and realm that had yet to reach the Saint realm, it was still difficult for him to master it. He racked his brains but did not know how to break through. Unknowingly, Chenzong thought of the expert in the way of the sword in the Great Abyss King's memories. Every strike of the sword was earth-shattering and contained indescribable mysteries. That Great Abyss King's sword skills and sword Tao were too advanced and mysterious. It was far from what Chenzong could comprehend at the moment. However, Chenzong still felt a little inspired from it. He also thought of the battle he had with the great Abyss King in his knowledge sea. In that battle, he had given his all and had an indescribable inspiration. Before he knew it, Chenzong had entered a state of epiphany. It was as if they were shuttling through the endless void, swimming in endless mysteries. Countless spiritual lights gushed out, gradually converging into streams, surging into rivers, converging into seas. Weng, a pleasant voice rang out. Chenzong's eyes shone brightly, shooting out an unparalleled sharpness, ethereal and clear like a divine sword shining in the world. This kind of divine light pressed forward courageously. It possessed great willpower, faith, and determination. No matter how difficult the world was, it couldn't be stopped in the slightest. If one tried to stop it, they would instead be shattered into powder and disappear from the world. I have a sword that can fight against heaven and earth. I have a sword that can cut through all things. I have a sword that can illuminate time and space. After a great enlightenment, inspiration gushed out and converged into a river and a sea. A wisp of sword light rose from the sea and shot straight up into the sky as if it was going to split open the ends of the sky. The incomparably sharp divine light was restrained and disappeared into Chenzong's eyes. The black and white of his eyes were distinct. The white was like light, vast and mighty, while the black was like an abyss, deep and mysterious. His eyes were clear and ethereal, as if they had seen through all obstacles. Traces of sword light flickered in the depths of his pupils. In an instant, Chenzong only felt that the road ahead was clear, and he was no longer confused. Countless insights of the sword principle emerged one after another, sweeping over like a tide. Chenzong slowly closed his eyes, and all the mysteries seemed to disappear. 3 breaths, Chenzong suddenly opened his eyes, and a sharp light shot out like cold lightning. 10 blades cutting extremity. He shouted in a deep and cold voice, and his fingers cut through the air like a sword. 10 extremely dazzling sword lights suddenly cut open the void. The 10 sword lights were of the same length and thickness, and each of them was about a meter long. At the same time, they cut into the hard cave wall, leaving 10 deep sword marks. 10 blades cutting extremity. Chenzong waved his sword again, and 10 sword lights broke through the air, becoming more and more dazzling. He performed it again and again. Gradually, when the sword lights were extremely dazzling, they suddenly restrained and became simple and unadorned. Chenzong knew that he had really mastered the first level of the 1,000-men cutting extremity sword technique. He unsheathed the heavy dragon sword and cut through the air. 10 nearly 2-meter-long sword lights tore through the air, and with unparalleled power and sharpness, they cut through the air. 10 even deeper sword marks were left on the hard cave wall. Immediately, Chenzong combined the body-refining dragon power and chi-refining spiritual power to perform the heart-sinking sword, and slashed out. The pitch-black sword light with astonishing majesty bombarded the hard cave wall, leaving a deep sword mark. After careful comparison, Chenzong found that the sword marks left by the heart-sinking sword and the 10 sword marks left by performing the 10 blades cutting extremity were similar in length and depth. In other words, the power of each sword light of the 10 blades cutting extremity was comparable to that of the heart-sinking sword. It was equivalent to performing 10 moves of the heart-sinking sword at once. This discovery made Chenzong gasp. One had to know that the heart-sinking sword was a new power formed by the fusion of the body-refining dragon power and the chi-refining spirit power. In terms of power, it was several times stronger than the chi-refining spirit power alone. However, the 10 blades cutting extremity was performed by chi-refining spiritual power, and yet it was so powerful. This could only prove one thing, and that was the brilliance and power of the saint-level martial arts. Unfortunately, the 10 blades cutting extremity could not be performed by the heart-sinking sword. Otherwise, it would be even more powerful. After all, the 1,000-men cutting extremity sword technique was a saint-level martial art for chi-refining spiritual power, and it had nothing to do with body-refining spiritual power. Chenzong's current martial arts attainment and realm were not enough to improve it. Saint-level martial arts can only be performed with the power of a saint-level cultivation method, Chenzong thought to himself. This was King Taiyuan's understanding, and it was many times stronger than Chenzong's. Obtaining King Taiyuan's memories was a great gain for Chenzong. White Cloud Soaring Heaven Art. It was the first time Chenzong had performed White Cloud Soaring Heaven Art since he came to the snow region and entered the Ice Emperor's secret realm. Chen Zong had just cultivated this saint-level mid-level cultivation method to the 4th level. It was not easy to cultivate a saint-level mid-level cultivation method, and each level required a lot of time. However, in comparison, Chen Zong's cultivation speed was actually very fast. After all, Chen Zong had only obtained White Cloud Soaring Heaven art 7 months ago, and he had only cultivated it for 7 months. Including the time he spent comprehending it, it was no doubt amazing that he could cultivate it to the 4th level in 7 months. Fu Yunxiao had obtained White Cloud Soaring Heaven art for more than 5 years, but he had only reached the peak of the 4th level. Compared to Chen Zong, the difference was obvious. Most cultivators in the transcendent realm would not be able to cultivate a saint-level cultivation method even if they obtained one. The 4th level of the White Cloud Soaring Heavens technique was activated. Suddenly, the 9 spiritual wheels in Chen Zong's body began to rotate at an extraordinary speed. His spiritual energy surged like a raging tide. Wave after wave of spiritual energy flowed through his body in an incomparably complex and mysterious manner. After a full cycle, his spiritual energy also underwent a change. It became increasingly pure and tyrannical, and it even carried a faintly discernible aura. This aura was above spirit chi. The 4th level of White Cloud Soaring Heaven art was fully activated, but there was not a single trace of brilliance outside his body. This meant that Chen Zong had complete control over this power, and it would not leak out at all. Moreover, Chen Zong's physique was tyrannical, so he could completely bear the burden. In other words, as long as Chen Zong wanted to, he could use White Cloud Soaring Heaven art for a long time until his spirit chi was exhausted. This was something that Fu Yunxiao and the others could not compare with. The reason why Chen Zong didn't use the 4th level of the White Cloud Soaring Heavens was because he realized that if he used the 4th level of the White Cloud Soaring Heavens, his spiritual energy would become stronger, but it wouldn't increase his overall strength at all. Instead, it would weaken it. This was because the power of White Cloud Soaring Heaven art could not be integrated with Dragon Force, so there was a gap between the two powers. As a result, the power of White Cloud Soaring Heaven art alone could not be compared with the power of Tranquil Sword. With a thought, the sword came out. 10 pitch-black sword lights slashed through the air, filling the air with an indescribable mysterious charm. Slash, the 10 sword lights slashed the hard cave wall, shaking the cave. 10 deep sword marks appeared on the cave wall. Staring at the 10 sword marks, Chen Zong showed a smile. Sure enough, using a saint-grade secret art to perform a saint-grade martial art was more thorough. It was at least twice as powerful as the full power of Tranquil Sword. With a difference of twice as powerful, my strength should be comparable to an ordinary low-level half-saint. Chen Zong's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. Being able to compete with an ordinary low-level half-saint while at the limit of the transcendent realm, this was the standard of a marquis-grade genius. However, according to the Great Abyss King's memories, almost all the titled geniuses in ancient times cultivated saint-grade secret arts or had powerful bloodlines. Chen Zong thought to himself, those geniuses who cultivated saint-grade secret arts had already cultivated them to a certain level and were able to better control them, replacing the original spirit-grade secret arts. Fu Yunxiao was an example. The difference in strength between him and the White Cloud Soaring Heavens art was obvious, but because of the heavy burden, Fu Yunxiao couldn't use it continuously. The titled geniuses in ancient times could easily bear the burden of saint-grade secret arts. They had even cultivated saint-grade secret arts to the point where they could use it as a foundation instead of a burst of strength. Chen Zong hadn't achieved this yet. Therefore, Chen Zong believed that if he was a genius in ancient times, he wouldn't be lower than the marquis grade. He should have surpassed the marquis grade and reached the monarch grade. If I'm only equivalent to the monarch grade in ancient times, then how powerful would the king grade and emperor grade be? Thinking of this, Chen Zong couldn't help but gasp. Not to mention the transcendent grade, which was above the emperor grade. Ancient times, that was an era where geniuses and masters were born in large numbers. How good would it be if he was born in ancient times? Chen Zong couldn't help but think to himself. Dispelling distracting thoughts, Chen Zong sat down cross-legged and began to carefully comprehend what he had just comprehended. The 4th level of swordsmanship, yes, it was because he had reached the 4th level of swordsmanship that Chen Zong was able to master the 10 blades cutting technique. The 4th level of swordsmanship was called sword theory. It was a very mysterious realm. Under this realm, one would have a deeper understanding of their future path and a deeper understanding of swordsmanship. It would be easier for them to comprehend the mysteries of swordsmanship and cultivate. To put it simply, the fourth level of swordsmanship wouldn't directly increase Chen Zong's strength, but it would benefit Chen Zong in his cultivation of swordsmanship. Otherwise, Chen Zong wouldn't have been able to master the first level of the thousand slaying technique. In the Ice Emperor's secret realm, the world was shaking. On the ice and snow ground, a ray of light condensed and turned into a figure. It was Chen Zong. He had fully recovered from his injuries, and his sword Dao had reached the fourth level of heaven. He had also mastered the first stage of the low-grade Saint class sword art, 1000 Men Extreme Slash, 10 Blades Extreme Slash. He had also mastered the first stage of the low-grade Saint class movement technique, 1000 Shadows 1000 Illusions, 10 Shadows 10 Illusions. He had also consumed and refined the Ice Blood Fruit, allowing his body refinement cultivation to break through to the limit of Dragon Power Level 9. Of course, this limit of Dragon Power Level 9 was not the true limit of the Dragon Power realm. It could be further improved. No matter how one looked at it, Chen Zong had made significant progress. As for secret techniques, Chen Zong had cultivated a 7th grade secret technique called Celestial Crystal Battle Body. Half a year was too short. Chen Zong had to cultivate the White Cloud Soaring Sky Art, the Cloud Refining Dao, the Cloud Flying Dao, the Heart Sword Sutra, and so on. It was simply not enough. Therefore, Chen Zong did not cultivate the 7th rank secret art. Most of the secret techniques in Lord Taiyuan's memories had been practiced by Lord Taiyuan himself, and all of them had been cultivated to the extreme. The memories and insights he left behind were of great benefit to Chen Zong. Coupled with Chen Zong's superior comprehension ability, he quickly grasped the basics. In the Great Abyss King's memories, there was an 8th grade secret technique and a 9th grade secret technique, but unfortunately, Chen Zong was still just a transcendent, so the 7th grade secret technique was his limit. Even if he cultivated the 8th grade secret technique, he wouldn't be able to display its full power. As for the Great Abyss King's storage ring, it had been damaged for some reason, and the items inside were naturally damaged as well. I wonder how Senior Sister Yu and Senior Brother Fu are doing? Chen Zong glanced at them and thought to himself. After going through the trials of the suspension bridge and experiencing the life and death of the Great Abyss King's possession, he had gained great benefits. He wondered how Senior Sister Yu and Senior Brother Fu were faring. Did he get the same benefits as himself, or had he already met with misfortune? There was no way to confirm it, and there was no way to find it. Chen Zong had no choice but to continue traveling alone. A burst of tyrannical aura came from afar. That aura was as vigorous as a mountain, but it also contained traces of extremely shocking sharpness, like a mighty sword mountain. Chen Zong's figure flew away rapidly. With just one step, 10 figures appeared and disappeared. He was already thousands of meters away. His speed was much faster than before. First stage of the 1000 Phantoms body, 10 Phantoms 10 Phantoms, not long after, Chen Zong's figure came to a stop. He just happened to see a tall figure raising a large sword and slashing it down. With a slash, a powerful and domineering bronze-colored sword light shot out like a vacuum. There was a vague shadow of a mountain following it, pushing forward and merging into the sword body. With a terrifying power, it heavily slashed the body of a 4-meter-tall Ice Soul Evil Spirit. The height of the Ice Soul Evil Spirit was closely related to its strength. If it was 5 meters tall, it would have the strength of an ordinary low-level half-saint. Although the 4-meter-tall Ice Soul Evil Spirit's strength was not yet at the half-saint level, it was very close. However, such a powerful Ice Soul Evil Spirit was slashed in the head by the man's sword. Moreover, the terrifying power crushed the Ice Soul Evil Spirit's body and shattered it into pieces. Chen Zong's pupil shrank. He was so powerful. The Ice Soul Evil Spirit's physique was very strong. Without using the red flame sharp sword, he could not even injure it with one slash, let alone kill it and shatter its strong body. The man was tall and strong. He wore bronze-colored armor with a tiger head engraved on the chest. It looked lifelike, fierce, and domineering. Wisps of light radiated from his body, becoming more and more vigorous and as heavy as a mountain. The sword in his hand was 1.5 meters long and as wide as a palm. It was bronze-colored, simple and vigorous. Chen Zong's pupil shrank. He was sure that he had never seen this man before. In other words, this man was not among the 36 people from the Sky Pillar upper region. Chenzong could not help but think of what the Flying Cloud sect master had said. When the Ice Emperor's secret realm opened last time, there were geniuses from the Sky Origin sacred region who came here. Could it be that there were geniuses from the Sky Origin sacred region who came here this time? Chenzong could not help but feel a trace of excitement and fighting spirit. The Sky Origin sacred region was above the 4 upper regions. Then how strong were the geniuses from the Sky Origin sacred region? The man's perception was very sharp. He immediately sensed Chenzong's gaze as soon as it fell on him. He glanced at Chenzong, and a sharp light shot out from his eyes. It carried a shocking sword power that crossed thousands of meters and landed on Chenzong. Geniuses from the Sky Pillar upper region. The man stared at Chenzong. When he spoke, his voice was deep and vigorous, but there was a trace of mockery in it. Especially when he said the word geniuses, the mockery was especially obvious. It was as if he was asking if there were any geniuses in the Sky Pillar upper region. It was a kind of naked contempt that came from the depths of his heart. Any normal person would be able to hear it. Chenzong naturally could hear it, but his expression did not change. Mere words of contempt were not enough to anger him. Geniuses from the Sky Origin sacred region? Come here and let me test your worth. Chenzong said unhurriedly. He casually waved his left hand, as if telling the man to hurry up and come over. This immediately enraged the man. How could a person he looked down on treat him with such an attitude? How could he endure it? Good, very good. It seems that you have not remembered the terror of the Sky Origin sacred region's geniuses. This time I, Sword Marquis Shan, will let you understand that provoking me will make you regret it to death. The tall and strong Sky Origin sacred region genius's face turned gloomy. Even his voice became deeper and deeper, like the sound of a mountain, causing one's eardrums to tremble. Sword Marquis Shan. Chenzong did not care about the threat in the other's words. He was more concerned about the other's title. You are a Marquis Genius? Chenzong asked back. You actually know about Marquis Geniuses? Sword Marquis Shan was slightly surprised. The classification of geniuses was passed down from the ancient times. It was a very authoritative method, but it was only limited to the Sky Origin sacred region and had not been spread outside. It seems that you are indeed a genius in the Sky Pillar upper region. Otherwise, you wouldn't know so much. Sword Marquis Shan thought for a moment and said. Although the classification of geniuses in the ancient times was only spread within the Sky Origin sacred region, there was no lack of experts in the 4 upper regions who knew about it. Although they would not spread it intentionally, it was not impossible for them to tell some outstanding juniors. Sword Marquis Shan thought that this was how Chenzong knew about it. However, he did not know that Chenzong did not know about it before. Flying Cloud Dao Master did not say anything, and he knew about it from the remnant soul of the ancient expert, Great Abyss King. So, there are also monarch and king geniuses in the Sky Origin sacred region? Chenzong asked again. Sword Marquis Shan strode forward step by step, each step covering a distance of 10 meters. Each step left a clear footprint on the hard ground, and his aura became more and more powerful. It was as if a mountain was constantly condensing and enlarging, causing the air to emit a shrill whistle, making it difficult for Chenzong to breathe. Of course there are. The Sky Origin sacred region not only has monarch and king geniuses, but also emperor geniuses who are unrivaled in the world. Sword Marquis Shan's aura became more and more powerful as he charged forward. Then what about super ancient geniuses? Chenzong became more and more curious, and his eyes flickered with curiosity and battle intent. Super ancient geniuses? Sword Marquis Shan's aura suddenly paused, and then he sneered, what super ancient geniuses? His reaction made Chenzong realize one thing. Either there were no super ancient geniuses in the world, or his level was too low to know. However, Sword Marquis Shan, a marquis genius with the title of Sword Mountain, how strong was he? Fight, he would know once he fought with his own hands. The path of cultivation was never a smooth journey. It was a struggle against the heavens and earth, against the strong, defeating all opponents, crushing all obstacles, and reaching the peak. Boom, Sword Marquis Shan suddenly took a step forward, and his foot heavily landed on the ground, causing the earth to shake. A powerful qi rushed from the ground towards Qinzong's feet, intending to shake Qinzong's body. At the same time, the greatsword was raised above his head, and the blade was pointed at Qinzong. His arms swelled, and the veins on his arms bulged. An extremely powerful energy poured into the greatsword, and a bronze light gushed out. Chop, the greatsword slashed down, and a mountain phantom merged into it, causing the sword's might to become even more tyrannical and vast, capable of destroying mountains and splitting the earth. It was not the slightest bit inferior to the one used to kill the 4-meter-tall ice soul evil spirit. Although Sword Marquis Shan looked down on Qinzong, he didn't show the slightest bit of disdain in his actions. Moreover, his battle prowess was very high. First, he stomped on the ground, shaking Qinzong's body and making him lose his balance as much as possible. Then, he seized the opportunity to slash down, dealing the greatest damage. The terrifying bronze-colored sword light was capable of cleaving mountains. It was incomparably terrifying and domineering. It also contained an extremely shocking sword pressure that was like a mountain crashing down. Boom! Before the sword even landed, it seemed to want to smash Qinzong's body into pieces. Qinzong's eyes shone brightly, and he didn't have the slightest intention of dodging. He unsheathed his heavy dragon sword, and like a hidden dragon rising from the abyss, he slashed towards the sky, shattering the clouds. It could be seen that Sword Marquis Shan's strength was very powerful, and the martial arts he cultivated were also very powerful. The greatsword's weight was also very shocking. Seeing this, Qinzong naturally wouldn't dodge. Meet force with force, who was stronger? Boom! An astonishing explosion rang out in all directions, shattering the vacuum. Extremely terrifying ripples shattered the vacuum where the two swords clashed. Qinzong only felt a majestic force that was as heavy as a mountain pressing down on him, wanting to shatter his body. However, Qinzong's body was powerful enough to withstand this blow, and he didn't retreat an inch. Even so, the incomparably hard ice under his feet still caved in a little. Sword Marquis Shan's expression greatly changed. Qinzong's sword was extremely powerful, especially the power, which was extremely tyrannical. It was like an ancient beast rampaging around, and that surge of power made Sword Marquis Shan's greatsword bounce up. His arm was shaken, and his tall body felt like it was about to fly up. He hurriedly exerted his strength to fall back down. However, Qinzong's second sword arrived in a flash. Heart Calming Sword, this sword immediately made Sword Marquis Shan feel pressured. Ever since his body refinement cultivation reached the limit of dragon force, the Heart Calming Sword's power had become even more powerful. The strongest state of Heart Calming Sword was when the body refinement dragon energy and chi refinement spirit energy were at the same level. However, this was not the case yet. To a certain extent, body refinement dragon energy was still inferior to chi refinement spirit energy. However, it was very close, and Qinzong's strength had also increased significantly. Boom! Sword chi raged, each of them sharp enough to cut through everything. Each of them was heavy to the extreme, carrying unparalleled power. It was as if a mountain was moving. When the power and sharpness combined into one, the power was even more shocking. Kill! Sword Marquis Shan was shocked by Qinzong's strength and tyrannical strength, and his killing intent grew. Sword Marquis Shan was born with a tyrannical physique, far surpassing that of ordinary cultivators. Coupled with his conscious cultivation, his physique had become even more tyrannical. The greatsword he wielded weighed 58,000 jin. His chi refining art was a low-grade saint art, and the power he cultivated also focused on density and power. His chi refining art had already been cultivated to a certain extent, replacing the original spirit art. He had been using it all the time, becoming the foundation of his strength. Coupled with his mountain-like sword art, his strength was enough to contend against ordinary low-level half-step saints. This was the reason why he was called Marquis Sword Mountain. In terms of pure strength, none of the 5 marquises could compare to him, not even the 2 marquises. Even the one king would find it hard to do so. Of course, this was only referring to pure strength. Strength was only a part of a person's strength. But now, in terms of the strength he was so proud of, he was actually inferior to someone else. If the other party was also a genius of Tianyuan Sacred Region, it would be fine. But no, the other party was from Sky Pillar Upper Region, a cultivator from a small place that he looked down on. How could he tolerate this? Boom, an increasingly terrifying aura gushed out from Sword Marquis Shan's body. His eyes shot out an incomparably vigorous and sharp light, carrying an astonishing pressure that seemed to want to crush Qinzong. Sword Marquis Shan's aura became even more vigorous and terrifying. Sky Pillar Upper Regions Ant, you're not bad. You actually made me use my true strength. Sword Marquis Shan's voice was extremely deep, like the trembling of a mountain, containing an indescribable fluctuation. Experience this Marquis Mountain Shifting Sword. Mountain Shifting Sword was a tyrannical low-grade Saint-grade sword art. As soon as the aura appeared, Qinzong immediately sensed it. Mountain Shifting Sword. Sword Marquis Shan roared, his voice rumbling like thunder in the void. He grasped the 58,000 gene greatsword tightly and waved it. Boom. Boom, the sword seemed to have become 10 times heavier than before. As it swung, it stirred up shockingly huge waves in the air. An incomparably terrifying sword pressure spread out in all directions, causing the void in all directions to tremble incessantly. It was as if a tsunami was coming to destroy everything. A mountain appeared out of thin air. It was formed purely by the sword chi. It was a terrifying and invincible sword mountain. Its astonishing pressure tore a huge gully in the hard ground and blasted toward Qinzong with irresistible force. Shifting mountains, Qinzong looked extremely solemn. The might of a Saint-class martial art that was propelled by a Saint-class cultivation technique was truly astonishing. Celestial Crystal Body. Without hesitation, Qinzong immediately performed a 7th-grade secret method. Although the 7th-grade secret method was only at the beginner level, it could still increase Qinzong's strength. A crystal white radiance instantly spread out and covered Qinzong's arms, creating a hazy halo that emitted an astonishingly powerful aura. Especially the celestial crystal body, which could condense a tyrannical celestial crystal battle power throughout the body in a short period of time. It was perfect for Qinzong to display the power of Heart Calming Sword. The combination of the two made the power even stronger. Heart Calming Sword, the power of this sword was even more frightening. It seemed as if the void was about to collapse, and the light was distorted. Boom, the two swords collided. The power of Heart Calming Sword was instantly shattered, and the sword mountain continued to rush forward. Its power was just too tyrannical. Qinzong retreated 3 steps and thrust out the second sword. When this sword thrust out, Qinzong's eyes were completely white, as if they contained a sea of clouds, full of mysteries. That sword seemed to have no intention, no thought, no intention, as if it was launched from nowhere, and no one knew where it would end up. But as the sword thrust out, the sword mountain paused for a moment, and then began to crack. When it collided with Heart Calming Sword, the mountain shifting mountain seemed to be undamaged, but in fact, there were already cracks inside. The Heart Calming Sword took advantage of this flaw and attacked, causing the cracks to widen and collapse. So powerful. Although Qinzong had blocked the sword, he was still very surprised. If not for his body refinement breakthrough, if not for his celestial crystal body reaching the beginner level, he wouldn't have been able to block this sword. Although he had blocked it, his blood and chi were still surging, and his arms were slightly numb. Sword Marquis Shan was even more shocked. He had blocked it, he had actually blocked his sword. This was just too inconceivable. Although the Mountain Shifting Sword was only the first move of the Mountain Shifting Sword, a saint-level martial art was not something that a spirit-level martial art could compare to. The difference between the two was like the difference between heaven and earth. Moreover, Fang Xingjian was using a saint-level martial art to activate the Mountain Shifting Sword and had already fully unleashed the power of the move. You have a secret art, but do you think this Marquis Shan doesn't have one? Sword Marquis Shan was enraged, and his terrifying aura exploded once again. Rumbling sounds reverberated from his body like a landslide, bursting out with an astonishing power. Mountain collapsing energy. Sword Marquis Shan roared, and his muscles swelled and contracted. A tyrannical force emerged from the depths of his body, turning into a torrent that spread throughout his body, and his aura soared. Mountain collapsing energy was a 7th-grade secret art, and Sword Marquis Shan had already cultivated it to minor completion. Once it was used, its power was even more terrifying. Mountain Shifting Mountain. With minor completion of Mountain Collapsing Energy, Sword Marquis Shan once again used the first move of Mountain Shifting Sword. This time, the power of this move was more than 30% stronger than before. Sometimes, a slight increase in power was enough to decide the outcome of a battle, let alone 30%. Chen Zong only felt an extremely terrifying sword mountain pushing towards him, tearing a huge gully in the ground. The sword mountain's light was simple and vigorous to the extreme. It was incomparably shocking, and a terrifying energy fluctuation spread out from it, as if it could shatter everything. Mountain collapsing energy, it contained the power of mountain collapsing energy, capable of disintegrating external forces. If one was hit by it, one's body would instantly disintegrate. With his powerful spiritual sense, Chen Zong knew that he couldn't resist this sword. Only if his heavenly crystal battle physique reached minor completion would he have some hope. Since that was the case, he could only resort to other means. In the blink of an eye, Chen Zong activated the fourth layer of white cloud soaring heavens. His spiritual energy was transformed into an even more powerful force, close to that of a half-step saint. It filled Chen Zong's entire body, but his aura was completely sealed, not leaking out at all. With his powerful soul and spiritual sense, Chen Zong had almost perfect control over his own strength. Therefore, even activating the mid-grade saint-grade white cloud soaring heavens didn't take much time. The heavy dragon sword's brilliance converged, turning into wisps of light that flowed like water. Chop, 10 blades extreme chop, 10 incomparably pitch-black sword lights cut through the air. Under the power of the heavenly crystal battle physique, the sword's power was further enhanced. Sword Marquis Mountain was even more shocked. He could feel that Chen Zong's sword art was a saint-grade sword art, which was the same as his own, a low-grade saint-grade sword art. It was simply unbelievable. In his view, the Sky Pillar upper region was like a remote countryside, with a fundamental difference from the Sky Origin sacred region. Therefore, he looked down on the cultivators of the Sky Origin sacred region, believing that no matter how outstanding they were limited and couldn't be compared to the people of the Sky Origin sacred region. The 10 pitch-black sword lights were simple and unadorned, but they contained an extremely terrifying power. The sword mountain pushed forward, colliding, and a terrifying aura blasted out in all directions. It was earth-shaking and earth-shattering. The astonishing sword chi repelled the void, unstoppable and unstoppable. The sword mountain shattered, the sword light broke. Mountain shift. Sword Marquis Mountain took a step forward and suddenly slashed out with his sword. The sword mountain condensed and pushed forward. Chen Zong also slashed out with his sword, 10 blades extreme slash. Clash, the second collision was incomparably intense, and the ground was completely shattered. It was incomparably damaged. Again and again, the sword mountain and sword light crumbled one after another. The tyrannical power continued to impact both sides, causing their chi and blood to churn. Sword Marquis Mountain's face became more and more unsightly. Even with his powerful strength, he couldn't do anything to his opponent. Unbelievable, the head-on battle made Chen Zong's blood boil, and he felt extremely satisfied. Enough. After muttering to himself, Chen Zong took a step forward. Suddenly, 10 silhouettes flickered, making it difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. Sword Marquis Mountain's eyes were filled with confusion, unable to distinguish the real from the fake. Mountain shift, Sword Marquis Mountain once again slashed out, wanting to shatter Chen Zong with his tyrannical power. However, he couldn't hit Chen Zong's real body. 10 blades extreme slash, 10 sword lights pierced through the air, slashing from the side. They were incomparably sharp and contained an extremely shocking power. Sword Marquis Mountain's expression greatly changed. He hastily waved his sword to block, but although he managed to block the 10 blades extreme slash, he was still pushed back by the tyrannical power. Chen Zong took another step forward, slashing out with his sword once again. 10 shadows, 10 illusions, and 10 blades extreme slash complemented each other, giving Chen Zong incomparable flexibility and tyrannical power, directly suppressing Sword Marquis Mountain. Impossible! Sword Marquis Mountain roared. He was a Marquis-level genius of Tianyuan sacred region. How could he be suppressed? But facts were facts. He had no choice but to admit that he was being suppressed. Sword Marquis Mountain soon came to his senses. With a thought, he changed the sword in his hand. It was still in the shape of a sword, but it seemed to be thicker, and the aura it emitted was even more shocking. Half-Saint Tool, as a marquis-level genius of Tianyuan sacred region, it was normal for him to have a half-saint tool. Since Sword Marquis Mountain was using a half-saint tool, Chenzong naturally had to do the same. Otherwise, he wouldn't be his opponent. Scarlet Flame Sharp Sword emitted a blazing aura that made Sword Marquis Mountain's heart skip a beat. Damn it! How could this guy also have a half-saint tool? A saint-grade sword art executed with a half-saint tool was even more terrifying, capable of destroying everything. Sword Marquis Mountain was still being suppressed. Let's go. With this thought, Sword Marquis Mountain erupted with an incomparably terrifying aura, attacking everything around him. Soon after, his whole body was wrapped in a layer of light. This light was vigorous, condensing into a phantom of a mountain, instantly attacking everything. The sword lights were pushed away with astonishing speed, disappearing before Chenzong's eyes in the blink of an eye. Secret treasure. A streak of light flashed across the sky, traveling 10,000 meters in the blink of an eye, only stopping after exhausting all of his energy. You actually forced me to use a teleportation artifact. Next time we meet, I will cut you down with my sword. Sword Marquis Shan gnashed his teeth, his killing intent soaring to the heavens. This teleportation artifact was a life-saving treasure given to him by the sect. It could only be used once and was extremely precious. The sect naturally gave him this treasure to save his life. In the event of an irresistible danger, he could quickly escape and save his life. But he had never imagined that he would use such a life-saving treasure, and it was because of a cultivator from the Sky Pillar upper region. Shame, a great shame. Little did he know that Chenzong wasn't the only one who felt the same way. Chenzong was somewhat regretful that he couldn't make his opponent stay, but he didn't feel depressed. My current strength is at the level of a marquis genius, but compared to him, I still have a lot of room for improvement. After fighting for a while, Chenzong was even more certain of his genius level with the Great Abyss King's memories. Monarch Realm, his genius level should be equivalent to the Monarch Realm of the Ancient Era or the Heavenly Yuan Sacred Region. Above the Monarch Realm was the King Realm, and above that was the Emperor Realm. Monarch Realm was nothing. If his genius level was really Monarch Realm, then the highest level of genius in the Sky Pillar upper region would only be Monarch Realm. Compared to the Heavenly Yuan Sacred Region, the gap was too big. Presumably, the other three upper regions' geniuses were similar. It was no wonder that Sword Marquis Shan would look down on him. That kind of contempt wasn't directed at him, but at all the cultivators in the Sky Pillar upper region, or even the four upper regions. It was like the gap between the upper and lower regions. Cultivators born in the upper regions and cultivating in the upper regions looked down on those in the lower regions. It was a sense of superiority that came from their bones. After defeating Sword Marquis Shan and proving his strength, Chenzong stepped forward at lightning speed. However, this time, Chenzong didn't use 10 Shadows 10 Illusions. This was a low-grade saint-level movement technique. Although it was fast and mysterious, it consumed a lot of energy. Therefore, Chenzong wanted to use it as a trump card. As he moved forward, he searched for things that were useful to him, and at the same time, he tried to see if he could meet Fu Yunxiao or Yun Yanxin again. After all, only 3 people from White Cloud Mountain had entered the Ice Empress secret realm. It would be best if all of them could leave this place alive. Chenzong kept going deeper into the Ice Emperor's secret realm. There was no one around him, as if no one had ever been here. Occasionally, Chenzong would see some traces that seemed to be left behind by ancient battles. However, if they were not sword scars, their value to Chenzong was very low. Of course, low value did not mean that they were worthless. Comprehending them would more or less help his cultivation. Moving forward, searching, and comprehending, Chenzong's accumulation became more and more profound. The icy wind whistled, bringing with it an astonishing chill. Ice shards and snow covered the sky, as if trying to freeze Chenzong. However, Chenzong continued to move forward. Suddenly, his eyes emitted a sharp light as he stared ahead. In the midst of the icy wind, an ice tree stood tall, as if it was detached from the world. No matter how the wind blew, it stood tall and firm. That ice tree was 5 meters tall, and its branches extended for more than 3 meters. It looked as if it was carved out of ice, vivid and lifelike. Although this ice tree had an exquisite appearance, like a work of art, it didn't attract Chenzong's attention. What really attracted Chenzong were the 3 fruits on the tree. If it was before, Chenzong wouldn't have recognized what these fruits were because his knowledge was limited. However, after absorbing the remnant soul of King Taiyuan and obtaining his memories, Chenzong's knowledge had increased countless times. Although he hadn't fully absorbed them, they were very real. As long as he saw the corresponding object, the corresponding information would appear. When he saw the 3 fruits, part of King Taiyuan's memories also appeared, allowing Chenzong to know what these fruits were. The Isoul Arcane Fruit, this was a rare treasure of heaven and earth. It was a sacred medicine that was rare even in ancient times. The Isoul Arcane Fruit couldn't increase one's cultivation or heal injuries. It had only one use. Although it seemed useless, it was actually very valuable. The only use of the Isoul Arcane Fruit was to assist in cultivation. For example, changing cultivation methods often took a long time, but with the help of the Isoul Arcane Fruit, the time could be greatly reduced. As for the effect, it depended on the person. At least 10 times, 20 times, 30 times, or even 50 times was possible. In King Taiyuan's memories, it seemed that someone had shortened the time by nearly 100 times, which meant that the efficiency had increased by nearly 100 times. 100 times, this made Chenzong extremely shocked. Although the Isoul Arcane Fruit had only one effect, it was of great use to him. Whether it was changing cultivation methods or increasing the level of one's secret art, the effect was very significant. In other words, if he consumed the Ice Spirit Mysterious Fruit and cultivated the White Cloud Soaring technique, he would be able to cultivate to the 5th or even the 6th level in a short period of time. It would be even more powerful, and he could even completely master it and replace the original White Cloud Ultimate technique. It would not be impossible for it to become his own basic strength. For the vast majority of transcendents, saint-grade secret arts were impossible to comprehend, let alone cultivate. A very small number of transcendents could comprehend and cultivate saint-grade secret arts, but that was all. They could only use them as trump cards, such as Gao Hongjing, Bai and Fu Yunxiao. It was very difficult to cultivate a saint-grade secret art to the point where it could replace the original spirit-grade secret art. Firstly, it required high enough talent, and secondly, it required a corresponding inheritance. In the entire sky-bearing sky territory, there was no transcendence who could cultivate a saint-grade secret art to the point where it could replace the original spirit-grade secret art. This was partly due to talent, but it was not entirely due to talent, there was also a corresponding inheritance. Only a combination of enough talent and the right method could create an extraordinary person. In the Tianyuan sacred realm, although such inheritances were precious, they still existed. Of course, only the most powerful forces had them. Each one was different, and each one was a secret sect, never divulging it to outsiders. Therefore, Sword Marquis Shan was able to possess such strength because he had cultivated a saint-grade secret art to the point where it could replace the original spirit-grade secret art. In the Great Abyss King's memories, there was such an inheritance, and it was also cultivated by the Great Abyss King, so Chenzong could easily learn it. However, even if he had the corresponding inheritance, he still needed enough time to cultivate it. In his memories, the Great Abyss King seemed to have spent nearly half a year to cultivate it, so it would probably take him a few months to cultivate and replace the White Cloud Soaring Heavens art with the White Cloud Soaring Heavens art. A few months was nothing in normal times, but in the current situation, it was too long. Even the Ice Emperor's secret realm was closed. But as long as I get these 3 Ice Spirit Profound Fruits, I can try to cultivate it in a short time. Chenzong's eyes flickered. If he could cultivate it in a short time, his strength would increase greatly, and he would have a greater advantage in the Ice Emperor's secret realm. With his spiritual sense covering 100 meters, Chenzong operated the White Cloud Soaring Heavens art. His spiritual energy also changed, becoming purer and more powerful. The 3 Ice Spirit Profound Fruits were right in front of him, but Chenzong didn't dare to let down his guard. No one knew if there would be any sudden danger. Just as Chenzong approached the Frost Ice Tree and was about to pick the first Ice Spirit Profound Fruit, an extremely soft and sharp sound of wind breaking rang out. When the sound of wind breaking resounded, a terrifying attack had already arrived at Chenzong's back. It was several times faster than the speed of sound. Chenzong was already prepared. The cold light tore apart the sky and tore apart Chenzong's body, but it was only an afterimage. Qianzong performed the 10 shadows 10 illusions, making it difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. He appeared beside the attacker, unsheathed the heavy dragon sword, and quickly slashed down. 10 blades cutting extreme. Once he made his move, it was a thunderous and furious attack. Qianzong's reaction was too fast, and his speed was even more astonishing. 10 pitch-black sword lights broke through the air and immediately struck the 5-meter-tall Ice Soul Evil Spirit. The Ice Soul Evil Spirit, which possessed the strength of a semi-saint, was sent flying with one strike. Moreover, the powerful strike left several sword scars on the Ice Soul Evil Spirit's body. The body of the Ice Spirit Profound Evil Spirit was too hard and couldn't be damaged so easily. If it was before, Qianzong could only leave shallow sword scars when using the heavy heart sword. Now, each sword light could leave deep sword scars. The increase in power was very obvious. 10 shadows 10 illusions. The 10 shadows were constantly changing, making it impossible for the Ice Spirit Profound Evil Spirit to attack Qianzong's real body. In order to avoid trouble, Qianzong had to end the battle quickly. He sheathed the heavy dragon sword, and the red flame flowing edge appeared. 10 blades cutting extreme. Cut, cut, cut. The Ice Spirit Profound Evil Spirit's left arm was cut off, and soon its right arm was cut off as well. Then, the Ice Spirit Profound Evil Spirit's neck was cut off, and it died completely. After killing the opponent, Qianzong's figure moved. The 10 shadows were constantly changing, as if 10 arms were reaching out at the same time. It was like picking flowers with bare hands. The 3 Ice Spirit Profound fruits fell into Qianzong's hand, and he put them into his storage ring. Cracks began to appear on the Ice Spirit Profound tree, and it shattered, turning into ice shards on the ground. Find a place to cultivate in seclusion. Qianzong's eyes swept across the area, and he carefully thought about the route he had taken before, and whether there was a suitable place to cultivate in seclusion. About a dozen breaths later, Qianzong thought of a secret place. In a flash, Qianzong went back the way he came. Half an hour later, he stopped and found a secret ice cave. He sealed the entrance of the ice cave, erased some traces, and made it look flawless from the outside. He also set up some traps in the ice cave. Then, Qianzong went into the ice cave and began to cultivate in seclusion. This ice cave was the habitat of several Ice Spirit Profound Evil Spirits that Qianzong had encountered before, and they were all killed by Qianzong. Now, it had become a temporary place for Qianzong to cultivate in seclusion. Sitting cross-legged, Qianzong took out an Ice Spirit Profound fruit and looked at it carefully. The Ice Spirit Profound fruit was about the size of a baby's fist. It was shaped like a human heart, but it was ice blue all over. There were wisps of lines on it, like blood vessels and tendons, and it was filled with a mysterious aura. Qianzong did not swallow the Ice Spirit Profound fruit directly, but first comprehended the cultivation method. This time, Qianzong's goal was not the white clouds technique, but the Taiyuan cloud scraping technique. The temperature in the ice cave was extremely low. Refined steel would instantly freeze and shatter when it was thrown out. Even Qianzong felt uncomfortable in such a low temperature. Fortunately, Qianzong's physique was strong and his qi and blood were vigorous. Coupled with the purple cloud black star flame, he was able to resist the cold to a great extent, avoiding frostbite and being affected. The Taiyuan cloud scraping technique was an upper-level saint class technique, and it was one of the top ones. It was at least 10 times more mysterious than the white cloud soaring heaven technique. Qianzong estimated that he would need at least half a month to comprehend the first level of the Taiyuan cloud scraping technique with his enhanced comprehension. If he wanted to comprehend the second level, he would need at least a month. In other words, he would need at least 3 months to comprehend the first 3 levels. Comprehension was only the first step of cultivation. Only after comprehending the mysteries could he achieve twice the results with half the effort and not encounter many difficult problems. Conservatively speaking, he would only be able to comprehend the first 3 levels in 3 months. The Ice Emperor's secret realm would have closed long ago. Although Qianzong had already gained a lot by absorbing the Taiyuan king's remnant soul and obtaining his memories, there was still time. Qianzong naturally wanted to gain more and further improve his accumulation. Under normal circumstances, Qianzong could only cultivate the white cloud soaring heaven technique. However, the Taiyuan king had already cultivated the Taiyuan cloud scraping technique to the extreme and comprehended its intent. With the Taiyuan king's memories and cultivation experience as a reference and guide, the difficulty for Chen Zong to comprehend the Taiyuan cloud scraping technique was greatly reduced. With all these factors combined, Chen Zong began to comprehend. In just 4 hours, Chen Zong had comprehended the first level of the Taiyuan cloud scraping technique. He continued to comprehend. The second level was more complicated and took 6 hours. The third level was more complicated and took 8 hours. The fourth level was 1 breath's worth of complexity, which took 10 hours. In less than 3 days, Chen Zong had successfully comprehended the first 6 levels of the Taiyuan cloud scraping technique. Such efficiency would shock many people to death if they knew about it. It was a Saint-class upper-level cultivation technique. Its complexity was far greater than a Saint-class middle-level cultivation technique. Even a true Saint realm powerhouse would have a hard time comprehending it. Even a genius like Fu Yunxiao would have a hard time comprehending it. The first 6 levels should be enough, Chen Zong thought to himself and began to comprehend another secret inheritance, called the Profound Spirit 9 Revolutions. The Profound Spirit 9 Revolutions was used to replace a spirit-class cultivation technique. With the Great Abyss King's memories and cultivation experience, it only took Chen Zong 2 hours to comprehend the mysteries of the Mystic Spirit 9 Revolutions. Then, Chen Zong also practiced for a while. With a solid foundation and powerful spiritual sense, Chen Zong mastered the Mystic Spirit 9 Revolutions after half a day. In this way, 3 days had passed. He began to cultivate. Chen Zong looked solemn. All distracting thoughts were eliminated in an instant. An ice spirit profound fruit was consumed by Chen Zong. He began to cultivate the first level of the Taiyuan cloud scraping technique. The path of the first level of the Taiyuan cloud scraping technique was more than twice as complicated as the first level of the white cloud soaring sky technique. He focused wholeheartedly and completely forgot about all the disturbances in the outside world. He was immersed in the world of cultivation. The power of the ice spirit profound fruit spread out and a trace of icy aura spread throughout his body. This icy aura seemed to resist the ultra-low temperature of the outside world, making Chen Zong feel comfortable all over. At the same time, an indescribable sense of mystery filled his mind. His mind became sharper and contained an indescribable mystery. It seemed to be able to turn the impossible into the possible. Chen Zong's powerful soul, extraordinary spiritual sense, superb comprehension, the cultivation experience in the Taiyuan king's memories, and the power of the ice spirit profound fruit combined to make Chen Zong's cultivation progress unimpeded. In just 8 hours, Chen Zong had cultivated the first level of the Taiyuan cloud scraping technique. Even in the Tianyuan sacred realm, this was a miracle. In the Tianyuan sacred realm, it was not impossible for a transcendent to cultivate the first level of a saint-grade secret art in 8 hours, but it was only a saint-grade low-rank secret art. There was a huge gap between it and a saint-grade high-rank one. Of course, Chen Zong could not achieve this with his own ability. To a large extent, he relied on the cultivation experience in the Taiyuan king's memories. If the Taiyuan king had not cultivated the Taiyuan cloud scraping technique to the extreme before his death and comprehended many of its mysteries, Chen Zong would not have been able to achieve this. After all, Chen Zong had spent a total of 20 days cultivating the first level of the white cloud soaring sky technique. The white cloud soaring sky technique was a saint-grade mid-rank, while the Taiyuan cloud scraping technique was a saint-grade high rank. Under normal circumstances, Chen Zong would not have been able to cultivate it without 40 to 50 days. But now, he had cultivated the first level in 8 hours. The cultivation experience in the Taiyuan king's memories played an important role, and the power of the ice spirit profound fruit played a great role. A mysterious and indescribable force pushed forward the operation of the secret art. In a spurt of energy, Chen Zong immediately began cultivating the second level. The path to the second level expanded on the foundation of the first level and was much more complicated. Previously, Chen Zong had spent 20 days cultivating the first level of the white cloud soaring sky technique and a month to cultivate the second level. The cultivation experience in the Taiyuan king's memories would not disappear, but the power of the ice spirit profound fruit was constantly being drained. 12 hours later, Chen Zong had also cultivated the second level. Then, he began cultivating the third level. This time, it took him a total of 16 hours to cultivate the third level, and the power of the Ice Spirit Profound Fruit had been completely exhausted. Chen Zong tried to cultivate the fourth level, but found that even with the cultivation experience in the Taiyuan King's memories, the fourth level was very difficult to cultivate. It was like an old horse dragging a heavy cart. Every step forward required a lot of effort, and it was extremely tiring. The Saint-grade high-rank secret art was still too difficult for Chen Zong to cultivate. This was a gap between levels, a gap that was close to the essence. At this rate, it will take me at least a few months to cultivate the fourth level. Chen Zong could not help but smile bitterly. The estimate of a few months was assuming that he had the Taiyuan King's memories. If he did not have the memories, there was no hope at all. What Chen Zong did not know was that in the entire Tianyuan sacred realm, no one in the transcendent realm had ever succeeded in cultivating a saint-grade high-rank secret art on their own. They had to rely on external help in order to have any hope. Chen Zong took out another Ice Spirit Profound Fruit and swallowed it. As the icy aura spread throughout his body and soul, Chen Zong began cultivating again. The old horse seemed to have been injected with vitality, returning to its youthful state. It was also strengthened tenfold, 100-fold, from an ordinary horse to a dragon horse with the bloodline of a dragon. It burst forth with amazing strength and easily pulled the cart forward. This was what Chen Zong felt at this moment. The Ice Spirit Profound Fruit was worthy of being called an ancient treasure. Its effect was truly amazing. Unfortunately, there were only 3 of them. Cultivate. Cultivate wholeheartedly. Cultivate with all your might. Cultivate with all your might. One day later, Chen Zong successfully cultivated the 4th stage of the Taiyuan cloud-shattering art. Taking advantage of the medicinal efficacies, he immediately began cultivating the 5th stage. 12 hours later, Chen Zong still hadn't finished cultivating the 5th layer. The energy of the second Ice Spirit Profound Fruit was once again exhausted, leaving only 1. Chen Zong didn't have the time to feel regret. He immediately took it out, consumed it, and continued cultivating. Another 16 hours later, Chen Zong successfully cultivated the 5th stage of the Taiyuan cloud-shattering art. An Ice Spirit Profound Fruit lasts for about 38 hours. The power of the 3rd fruit can last for another 20 hours. It's not enough time to cultivate the 6th stage of the Taiyuan cloud-shattering art. Chen Zong's thoughts turned sharply, his mind extremely clear. Only with 1 more Ice Spirit Profound Fruit would he have any hope of reaching the 6th stage. Since there was none, he would have to start cultivating the Profound Spirit 9 revolutions. He would strive to replace the White Cloud Extreme True Art with the Taiyuan Cloud-Shattering Art within 20 hours. Circulating the Profound Spirit 9 revolutions, a mysterious power spread out, forming a bridge between the Taiyuan Cloud-Shattering Art and the White Cloud Extreme True Art. The mysteries of the Taiyuan cloud-shattering art began to integrate into the first spirit wheel, causing it to transform. This kind of transformation had to be controlled within a certain range. When a transcendent realm cultivator broke through to the half-saint realm, their spirit chi would transform into half-saint. For many peak transcendent realm cultivators, they would do everything they could to transform their spirit chi into half-saint and become a half-saint before slowly breaking through to the saint realm. For top geniuses, however, they would try their best to limit the transformation of their spirit chi into half-saint while constantly consolidating their foundation and improving themselves in all aspects until they could no longer suppress their spirit chi. Only by doing so would they be able to achieve much better results. Time passed slowly and the first spirit wheel was transformed by the Taiyuan cloud-shattering art. The spirit chi contained in it also transformed. Although it was not half-saint, its power was still extremely tyrannical, no weaker than that of a half-saint. This was pure and tyrannical spirit chi. According to the Great Abyss King's memories, this kind of spirit chi had a name, Ultra Spirit Chi. Ultra Spirit Chi was different from half-saint, but it was not weaker than half-saint at all. Immediately, the second spirit wheel began to be transformed by the Taiyuan cloud-shattering art. One spirit wheel after another was slowly transformed. As time passed, the power of the Ice Spirit Profound Fruit gradually disappeared. When Chen Zong completely transformed the 9th spirit wheel with the Taiyuan cloud-shattering art, an extremely tyrannical aura rushed out from Chen Zong's body, as if space itself had exploded. Even with Chen Zong's powerful spiritual sense, he was unable to control it in an instant. Kong. The entire ice cave shook as the tyrannical aura directly impacted it. This aura was as deep and mysterious as an abyss, as deep and bottomless as the heavens, with no end in sight. The abyss was originally deep and the clouds were originally vast, but when the two merged into one, it became even more amazing. The tyrannical aura transformed into an astonishing flame that burned fiercely into the sky, shattering everything in its path. This power shocked even Qianzong. After 10 breaths of time, Qianzong relied on his powerful spiritual sense to withdraw the soaring aura back into his body, slowly adapting to it and fully controlling it. Fortunately, after Qianzong's soul liquefaction, his spiritual sense had also become extremely powerful, far surpassing that of a transcendent realm master. Even many half-saint realm masters could not compare to him, allowing him to fully control this surge of power. When he looked within himself, Qianzong revealed a wisp of a smile as he looked at the 9 spirit wheels that were suffused with a profound, and vast aura that was like an abyss, a prison, a cloud, and the sky. Outside the ice cave, a 10-meter-tall ice rock stood tall, emitting an icy blue brilliance. Astonishing cold qi was constantly spreading out from it. This ice rock was formed by the condensation of countless cold qi over a long period of time. Its weight was 1,000 times that of a normal rock, and its hardness was naturally more astonishing. Qianzong stood in front of this 10-meter-tall ice rock, his eyes focused. This time, he wanted to use this ice rock as a target to test his strength, or rather, his attack power. He didn't draw his sword, but instead used his finger as a sword. In the blink of an eye, he used a wisp of ultra-spiritual energy. The aura of ultra-spiritual energy spread out, as mysterious as the abyss, as lofty as the sky, and as indescribably majestic and domineering. With a light stroke of his sword finger, a wisp of extremely dark and pale sword light suddenly streaked across the sky, aiming for the ice rock dozens of meters away. With a soft cracking sound, the boundless, vigorous, and extremely domineering sword light cut through the 10-meter-long ice rock like a hot knife through butter. Qianzong was somewhat shocked. He estimated that he would have to use the power of the heart-calming sword to easily break this ice stone. But now, he could easily break it by using his finger instead of a sword and using a strand of super-spiritual energy. Moreover, he did not use any sword techniques. Qianzong's mind spun rapidly, constantly estimating the gap. The 5th layer of Taiyuan cloud-shattering art is equivalent to the 7th layer of white cloud-soaring sky. The 4th layer of white cloud-soaring sky is inferior to tranquil sword. The 5th layer of white cloud-soaring sky is similar to tranquil sword. The 5th layer of Taiyuan cloud-shattering art is far superior to tranquil sword. A casual strike from the 5th level of the Taiyuan cloud-shattering technique is even more powerful than the spiritual level sword art I used before. Right now, I can't use tranquil sword because my body refining dragon energy can't keep up with the level of ultra-spiritual energy. However, my qi refining strength should be enough to easily defeat Sword Marquis Shan. Qianzong pondered. In other words, he should have the strength of a monarch-grade genius. However, Qianzong wasn't sure if that was the case. He could only be sure when he encountered a strong opponent. In other words, Qianzong's current strength was so strong that he could not accurately calculate it himself. With great power came great confidence. Qianzong's lips curled into a confident smile. His eyes were bright and clear. His body flashed and disappeared without a trace. When the 5th layer of the Taiyuan cloud scraping technique replaced the white cloud genuine technique, the power that was used every time was beyond spiritual power. It was still within the boundary of spiritual power, but its power was not inferior to the semi-saint power. The stronger the basic power, the more powerful the attack would be. Naturally, the faster the movement would be. Qianzong's soul sense spread out and covered a radius of 100 meters. He did not let his guard down because of his great increase in strength. Increasing one's strength was a good thing. Increasing one's self-confidence was also a good thing. However, one needed to be more vigilant in order to survive. Not long after, Qianzong felt an extremely sharp sword power in the air. It was as if there were countless invisible sword qi flying and tearing the sky apart. What an amazing sword power! Qianzong was secretly shocked. This sword power proved that the opponent's attainment in the way of the sword was amazing. Immediately, the sword power seemed to have discovered Qianzong. It swept over and rolled up an invisible storm of sword qi. It attacked Xianxia mercilessly, as if it wanted to tear Xianxia into pieces. Xianxia. Xianxia squinted his eyes slightly. This sword qi was somewhat familiar. It immediately reminded Xianxia of Xianxia, the chief outer disciple of the Five-Ju Heavenly Palace. This sword qi was much stronger than when they confronted each other outside the Snow Mystery Land. It meant that Xianxia had a good harvest in the Ice Emperor Mystery Land and had further improved his strength. Outside, you were the first to leave the Snow Mystery Land. Now, use my sword to see if you are qualified to be first. An extremely sharp sword light flashed, as if it was tearing the sky apart. It left a sword mark that slowly dissipated. A figure that emitted an amazing sword qi appeared in front of Xianxia. His voice was extremely sharp. Xianxia. Xianxia's eyes emitted an unparalleled light. It was as sharp as a sword that could pierce through anything. He stared at Xianxia as if he wanted to pierce through Xianxia. Xianxia was like an extremely sharp sword qi, constantly emitting a shockingly sharp sword qi. His aura surprised Xianxia. He had gained a lot. However, Xianxia's words made Xianxia speechless. Just because he was the first to leave the Snow Mystery Land, Xianxia wanted to compete with him for first place. What kind of logic was this? From Xianxia's point of view, it was difficult for him to understand Xianxia's mentality. After all, Xianxia had a weak physique since he was young. He did not have any talent for cultivation. If he did not obtain the Heartsword seal, he would not have been able to embark on the path of cultivation. After that, he embarked on the path of cultivation. It was not smooth sailing either. He constantly encountered strong enemies, went through hardships, and was hunted down by all kinds of people. After experiencing all kinds of life and death situations, he improved step by step until he reached where he was now. When Xianxia had first obtained the Heartsword seal, his meridians had been cleansed, and his body had been reborn. His talent had greatly increased, but it still couldn't be compared to now. It could be said that Xianxia's talent had been raised step by step through the tempering of life and death situations. If he did not have enough life and death situations to stimulate his potential, his talent would not be like this. It would be even lower. Xianxia was different. He was a disciple of a 7th grade clan. He had shown amazing talent since he was young. It was said that when he was born, he had a sword light that pierced through the sky. He was regarded as a future sword expert. That was why he was brought back to the Five-Ju Heavenly Palace by the elders of the Five-Ju Heavenly Palace. After that, Xianxia's growth was also very fast. He overshadowed his peers in the Five-Ju Heavenly Palace. He was the first in all kinds of sect competitions. Whether it was other forces that came to the Five-Ju Heavenly Palace for exchange or the Five-Ju Heavenly Palace for exchange, Xianxia was always the first among his peers. He could even defeat some people who were much older than him. First. He had always been the first. It had long been ingrained in Xianxia's heart. Xianxia was different. A ranking without substantial benefits was meaningless to Xianxia. The reason for fighting for first place was usually because it would bring great benefits to one's cultivation and strength. If there wasn't any, Xianxia wouldn't mind at all. He could just give it to Xianxia. Since Xianxia wanted to fight, then let's fight. Xianxia also wanted to see how strong Xianxia was, especially Xianxia's sword skills. Xianxia regarded Xianxia as a strong opponent. He would not underestimate him. An incomparably sharp aura surrounded his body, turning into an invisible sword that shot straight into the sky, as if it was going to pierce through the clouds. Immediately, the long sword on Xianxia's back was unsheathed. It turned into a dazzling sword light that tore through the sky. It pierced through the air with an amazing charm. It was as fast as lightning. The moment the sword was unsheathed, it had already crossed hundreds of meters and arrived in front of Xianxia. The speed of the sword surprised Xianxia. Xianxia knew that if it was before his breakthrough, it would not be so easy to block this sword. But now, there was no need to draw the sword. A trace of ultra-spiritual energy covered his finger. Using his finger as a sword, he lightly tapped the tip of the sword with incomparable accuracy. With a clang, a terrifying force burst out, turning into ripples that constantly rushed in all directions, tearing and shattering everything. Xianxia's face suddenly changed. His sword was blocked, and it was blocked by a finger. How was this possible? Even if this sword was just a test, and he only used 50% of his strength, it should not have been blocked so easily. Realizing that Chenzong was powerful, Gu Jianxia's face became more solemn, and his eyes became sharper. He held his breath, and his eyes became extremely bright and sharp. His aura became even more violent and terrifying. It was filled with a sense of awe-inspiring determination, as if he was going to destroy the heavens and the earth. Kill, Gu Jianxia slashed out again. This time, it was a sword that returned to its original state. There was no fancy technique, only a perfect combination of strength and speed. It was a sword that was born for fighting and killing enemies. This sword pushed Gu Jianxia's essence, energy, and spirit to the peak. He did not hold back this time. He only wanted to defeat Chenzong and prove himself as the number one. He fought for the number one. He slashed for the number one. Chenzong could clearly feel the strong determination in Gu Jianxia's eyes. Gu Jianxia's sword was even more exquisite. In Chenzong's opinion, it contained many kinds of profound mysteries. Gu Jianxia had cultivated many kinds of sword techniques to the extreme. He had absorbed the essence of all kinds of sword techniques and fused them into one sword. It was the culmination of his sword technique. He flicked his left thumb, and the heavy dragon sword suddenly turned into a beam of sword light and shot out. He clenched his right hand, and the heavy dragon sword flew forward as if it was weightless. Since the Taiyuan cloud-shattering art replaced the white cloud ultimate art, Chenzong could not use the power of the tranquil sword. However, the power of his ultra-spiritual energy was many times stronger than the tranquil sword. Chenzong estimated the power of Gu Jianxia's sword. He had only used a small part of his ultra-spiritual energy to limit his strength, so he could not defeat Gu Jianxia with one sword. No matter how strong Gu Jianxia was, he was not his opponent. Chenzong was very confident about this. What Chenzong wanted to see was Gu Jianxia's sword technique. As the descendant of the 5 Ju Heavenly Palace's Sword Ju lineage and the 5 Ju Heavenly Palace's outer sect lead disciple, Gu Jianxia's swordsmanship was brilliant and his sword Dao realm was also very high. To Chenzong, this would more or less help him expand his accumulation of swordsmanship. After his sword was blocked by Chenzong, Gu Jianxia's expression became cold. His eyes became sharper, and he slashed again. Sword Ju, one sword after another, it caused an amazing sword storm, crazily bombarding Chenzong. The power of each sword was very tyrannical, reaching 50% of the power of the previous sword. Chenzong could not help but be surprised. This kind of strength was indeed terrifying. Chenzong also felt that the power used by Gu Jianxia was not pure spiritual energy, nor was it semi-saint power. It was a power more powerful than spiritual energy. Ultra-spiritual energy. Sword 37. After breaking Chenzong's defense with multiple swords, Gu Jianxia felt a great pressure. His attack paused, and his tyrannical aura also stopped. It was like a candle in the wind that was about to be extinguished, but it suddenly surged. Boom, there was a faint roar that went straight to the 9th heaven and shattered the vacuum. Gu Jianxia held the quaint longsword in front of him. The sword trembled slightly and emitted a rapid sword hum. Amazing super-spiritual power fluctuated on the sword. Kill, in just a split second, Gu Jianxia had already unleashed 21 sword strikes. The power of each strike had reached its peak, and the power of each strike was extremely terrifying. Regardless of whether it was in terms of subtlety, power, or speed, this move had reached an astonishing height. Chenzong's eyes suddenly lit up. Superb, Gu Jianxia's swordsmanship was indeed very superb. However, it was still not enough to defeat him. After all, Chenzong's swordsmanship was not inferior to Gu Jianxia's. There were also differences between super-spiritual powers. In order to form super-spiritual power, one needed to cultivate a saint-level cultivation technique. The more superb a saint-level cultivation technique was, the more difficult it was to replace the original spiritual-level cultivation technique. For example, Chenzong's Taiyuan cloud-shattering technique could not replace the white cloud technique without the help of the Great Abyss King's memory and the Ice Spirit mysterious fruit. Even with a secret technique like the 9 rotation technique, Chenzong could not replace the white cloud technique. Gu Jianxia cultivated the intermediate saint-level cultivation technique of the 5 Extinction Heavenly Palaces Sword Extinction lineage. He had also received the help of an expert from the Sword Extinction lineage. Therefore, not only had he cultivated the intermediate saint-level cultivation technique to the 5th level, but he had also continuously fused and transformed his spiritual wheels. However, with the help of an expert, the consumption of energy was too great. In the end, Gu Jianxia wasn't able to completely transform the spiritual wheels. It was only the initial transformation. After entering the Ice Emperor's secret realm, Gu Jianxia had some fortuitous encounters and finally took the final step. He completely transformed the 9 spiritual wheels and truly possessed super spiritual power. However, a 5th-level intermediate saint-level cultivation technique could not compare to a 5th-level upper saint-level cultivation technique. Unable to do anything to Chenzong, Gu Jianxia's expression became more and more solemn. Then, the solemn expression on his face completely disappeared. Chenzong, if you can withstand my attack, I'll admit defeat. Gu Jianxia's voice became faintly discernible. His entire body seemed to have become weightless as he floated up into the air. His body seemed to be swaying, and the air around him rippled like water, giving off an indescribably mysterious fluctuation. Chenzong didn't make the first move. Instead, he waited for Gu Jianxia to make his move. This was because Chenzong wanted to see what kind of sword technique and attack Gu Jianxia would use next. He guessed that it should be a saint-level sword technique. Gu Jianxia, who had amazing talent in sword principle, must have comprehended and cultivated a saint-level sword art. However, he didn't know what level of saint-class sword art Gu Jianxia was practicing. It should be a saint-class lower-class sword art, but he didn't know what level it was at. Among his peers, Chenzong had only seen the first move of the mountain-shifting sword art performed by Sword Marquee Mountain. It was a low-grade saint-level sword art with great power. First sword. Drifting snow. Gu Jianxia's voice also became erratic. The moment he finished speaking, his swaying body also stopped. Whistling sound suddenly rang out from all directions. It was the sound of a cold wind blowing wildly, and ice and snow that filled the sky swept over from the heavens and the earth. The wind carried an inexplicable heavenly might, and it froze the sky and the earth. In just an instant, the area within a radius of several hundred meters was covered by extremely violent and chaotic ice and snow. Chenzong and Gu Jianxia's bodies also disappeared, as if they were swallowed up. Cold, astonishingly cold, the first sword, Drifting Snow, was the first move of a low-grade saint-level sword art. Once performed, it would create a scene of snowflakes all over the sky. The coldness was astonishing. Especially when performed in the Ice Emperor's secret realm, it would cause the temperature to drop even more. If Chenzong wasn't strong enough, the coldness caused by this move would be enough to freeze Chenzong's body, causing him to lose all ability to resist. However, at this moment, Chenzong could completely withstand the attack of this astonishing coldness. It was just that his super spiritual energy was slowly circulating in his body. Chenzong still didn't move, allowing Gu Jianxia to perform. Gu Jianxia also knew this, so he wasn't in a hurry to perform this move. Instead, he kept accumulating his aura and increasing it. In an instant, Gu Jianxia could also perform the first sword, Drifting Snow. However, there was still a big gap between this and having time to accumulate his aura. At the very least, the power of this move would increase by 10% or 20%. With Gu Jianxia's strength, an increase of 10% or 20% would be extremely terrifying. Kill. After 3 breaths, Gu Jianxia's aura had accumulated to the extreme. He couldn't hold it back anymore and stabbed out with his sword. The extremely bright sword light tore through the sky. The moment the sword appeared, the snow and ice that were fluttering in the sky also stopped, and the fierce wind stopped. Immediately after, the fierce wind and snow that had stopped bombarded Chenzong with even more astonishing speed and power, as if they wanted to suppress Chenzong. An extremely cold sword light pierced through the chaotic snow and ice and silently attacked Chenzong. It wasn't fast, but it blended in with the snow and ice in the sky, making it difficult to distinguish. Of course, this was relative. However, it was nothing to Chenzong. With his powerful perception, Chenzong had already seen it clearly. After the Taiyuan cloud scraping skill replaced the white cloud ultimate skill, Chenzong's spiritual energy had turned into super spiritual energy, allowing his perception to break through the original limit and become even more powerful. With a shake of the heavy dragon sword, an astonishing dragon roar resounded in the sky. Immediately after, a pitch-black sword light shattered the surrounding snow and ice, as if it had bombarded a vacuum, and heavily slashed down with the terrifying power of an ancient mountain. This sword made Xianxia's expression change drastically. He felt as if he had become insignificant in front of it, even if he had used a saint-level sword technique like the snowflake sword with all his strength. It was as if he was standing in front of a tall mountain. This was the gap between their levels and realms. The Taiyuan cloud-scraping skill was a top saint-level upper-level technique, while Chenzong's swordsmanship realm had reached the 4th level. No matter in which aspect, he was superior to Xianxia. This gap was the suppression of realms, an unsurpassable suppression. Break, the power of the snowflake sword was instantly broken by Chenzong's sword. The terrifying impact caused Xianxia to retreat continuously. His long sword was shaking, and his arm was numb. His blood and qi were surging, and his super spiritual energy was chaotic. Defeated, unavoidably, this was a real defeat. One had to know that this was already his strongest sword move. Of course, he still had secret arts that he hadn't used yet. However, his opponent hadn't used any secret arts either. You win. Xianxia's expression was extremely complicated. He said to Chenzong with both unwillingness and admiration. Ever since he was a child, Xianxia's cultivation had always been smooth sailing. He had defeated countless people of the same generation and surpassed many of the previous generation. Fortunately, his temperament was very tenacious, and he wouldn't go crazy from failure. Chenzong nodded inwardly. A person like Xianxia would make great progress after experiencing setbacks. Goodbye. Xianxia's figure flickered and disappeared in the fluttering snow. Gazing at Xianxia's departing figure, Chenzong withdrew his gaze and continued forward. Xianxia's strength was indeed not bad. He wasn't any weaker than Marquis Sword Mountain. In fact, Chenzong felt that Xianxia had a higher chance of winning. Of course, the premise was that Xianxia also had a quasi-saint tool. Collecting his thoughts, Chenzong had a clearer understanding of his current strength. Xianxia's strength wasn't any weaker than Marquis Sword Mountain, but he couldn't do anything to Chenzong. Moreover, Chenzong didn't even use the low-grade saint-level 1000-man extreme beheading sword art. He only used his super spiritual energy, and Xianxia couldn't do anything to him. However, he still didn't know how strong he was. But I wonder how many geniuses from Tianyuan sacred region entered the Ice Emperor's secret domain this time? Chenzong's eyes flickered. I wonder if there are any geniuses stronger than Marquis Sword Mountain. Chenzong sincerely hoped that there were. He also hoped that he could exchange blows with them to verify his strength and see the level of Tianyuan sacred region's geniuses. Ancient battle steel, a 10-meter-tall ancient battle steel has appeared this time. Could it be a king-level ancient battle steel? This king is indeed a man of great luck. King Eclipse of Tianyuan sacred region stared at the 10-meter-tall black steel in front of him. Sensing the astonishing and mysterious aura it emitted, he immediately smiled. Ancient battle steel was a kind of ancient steel left behind by an ancient expert. It contained an unfathomable power, and was also a kind of test. If one could pass the test, they would be able to obtain benefits from it. This ancient battle steel hasn't been challenged yet, so I'll be the one to break through it. King Eclipse smiled. His smile was filled with unparalleled confidence, as if he was a god looking down on the mortal world. Shortly after, King Eclipse's figure flashed and directly charged at the ancient battle steel. There was no collision. His body instantly melted into the ancient battle steel, disappearing as if he had entered water. With a flicker of light, the ancient battle steel's aura was also restrained, becoming ordinary. What is this? Green Dragon stared at the 6-meter-tall black steel in front of him, puzzled. Brother Green Dragon, this steel looks extraordinary, another disciple of the Eastly clan said. This was a reflection of the Sky Pillar Upper region's overall foundation as compared to Tianyuan sacred region. They couldn't recognize it as an ancient battle steel and didn't know it was an opportunity. It had been a long time since an ancient battle steel had appeared in the Ice Emperor's secret realm, so the supreme experts of the Eastly clan didn't mention it either. Let me have a look. Green Dragon's figure flashed like a snake and instantly approached the steel. He reached out his left hand wrapped in a layer of spiritual power and gently touched the steel. However, the steel was like a reflection on the water surface. Layers of thin ripples spread out from it, which shocked Green Dragon. Immediately, Green Dragon's left hand moved forward, disappearing into the steel. Could it be? A guess popped up in Green Dragon's mind. He also stepped forward, disappearing into the steel. It's gone? Behind him, the genius of the Eastly clan stared with his eyes wide open. He shouted in surprise, "Brother Green Dragon!" No one responded. The genius of the Eastly clan also approached the steel. He reached out his hand to touch it, but all he felt was coldness and hardness. It was so cold that he couldn't help but shiver. He quickly let go of his hand. He didn't dare to touch it again. Instead, he circled the black steel and observed it carefully. However, he couldn't find anything special about it. Numerous black stone tablets shot out from the ground and stood tall on the ground of the Ice Emperor's secret realm like sprouts breaking out of the ground. Chenzong stared at one of the black steels and studied it carefully. Although the Flying Cloud Sect master never mentioned it, Chenzong had the Great Abyss King's memories and quickly knew what the steels represented. Ancient battle steels, it was a kind of artifact that ancient masters had spent a great deal of effort to create. It contained a test or challenge, and after passing it, one would be able to obtain the reward left inside. Ancient battle steels were popular in ancient times. As for now, Chenzong was sure that they didn't exist in the sky-bearing sky domain. Perhaps there was a corresponding inheritance in the Sky Origin sacred region. In truth, Chenzong, or rather, the Great Abyss King, didn't know that in the ancient bloody battle, the cultivators had suffered heavy injuries after wiping out the evil void demons. Even the Aeon Ice Empress was injured. After recovering, the ancient Glacial Empress entered the Ice Emperor's secret realm and found those experts who were on the verge of death. These experts couldn't recover and could only die with the passage of time. With the help of the ancient Glacial Empress, these experts on the verge of death created many ancient battle steels and left them in the Ice Emperor's secret realm, waiting for the fated ones. However, these were all secrets and very few people knew about them. Moreover, the appearance of the ancient battle steel could only be triggered under certain conditions. Therefore, the ancient battle steel rarely appeared during the opening of the Ice Empress secret realm in the past. The Sky Pillar Upper Province didn't know much about it and naturally wouldn't give any special instructions. Therefore, the geniuses from the sky-bearing upper region didn't know what the ancient battle steels were and might miss out on the opportunity. However, the Sky Origin sacred region's inheritance was very complete. They knew about the ancient battle steels and immediately entered to fight for the opportunity. Without the Great Abyss King's memories, Chenzong wouldn't know what the steels were. 10 meters tall, king-grade ancient battle steels. Chenzong thought and took a step forward. When his body came into contact with the ancient battle steels rippled like water and Chenzong's body gradually disappeared into it. According to the Great Abyss King's memories, the ancient battle steels were divided into 5 grades. General grade, Marquis grade, Monarch grade, King grade. Emperor ranked, that's right, the grade of the ancient battle monument corresponded to the grade of the ancient geniuses. This meant that the test within the ancient battle monument was of the same grade as well. The ancient battle tablet that Chenzong had entered was a king-ranked one. This was also why Chenzong wanted to know how strong the ancient king-ranked martial artists were. The light was pitch black, as if it had fallen into an abyss. Then, it suddenly brightened, and the light shone in all directions. Chenzong appeared in a space that was faintly glowing. It was like a closed room with nothing inside. At this moment, cracking sounds could be heard as a crack appeared on the wall in front of them. A stalwart figure stepped out from the crack. An astonishing aura filled the air like a vast and boundless wind. I. King Hao Yuan. The imposing figure let out a vigorous voice that seemed to shake the heavens and earth. Since you have entered my battle monument, defeat me, or be defeated by me. Every word was filled with an astonishingly powerful and overbearing fighting spirit. Chenzong couldn't help but feel his blood boiling. His fighting spirit was constantly growing in his body, like 100 rivers converging into a stream, and soared into the sky. Boom, 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 astonishing auras emanated from Chenzong and King Haoyuan's bodies. As they collided with each other, the shockwaves spread in all directions. It was as if heaven and earth were being created. The small room kept expanding and finally became a sea of clouds. A vast and boundless sea of clouds. The sea of clouds kept churning as Chenzong and King Haoyuan stood on top of the sea of clouds, facing each other from 10,000 meters away. A golden sun rose, burning and releasing thousands of light beams. The light beams were like swords, shining on the sea of clouds, causing the sea of clouds to be covered in a layer of golden light. It was magnificent and vast. The sea of clouds, the golden sun, instantly formed a beautiful picture. Chenzong was going to battle the ancient king-ranked martial artist, King Haoyuan, here. Of course, the King Haoyuan in front of them was not as strong as he was in ancient times. From King Taiyuan's memories, Chenzong knew that the ancient king-ranked martial artists were not simple. They had to be very strong and had to pass through the king-titled pagoda in order to be recognized and given a title. For example, the Floating Clouds Regent's Floating Clouds King was just a title. It referred to him as the king of the Floating Clouds region. He had the highest status and was the strongest. That was all. He was not a true king-ranked martial artist unless he went to the king-titled pagoda to obtain a title. This King Haoyuan was someone who had passed through the king-titled pagoda in ancient times and was given the title of King Haoyuan. If he was at his peak, no, just 1/10,000th of his strength would be enough to kill Chenzong instantly. The gap between the transcendent realm and the saint realm was too big. The gap between a transcendent and a true king-ranked martial artist was even bigger. The King Haoyuan in front of them was already at the transcendent realm. He was not a half-saint, but he had the strength of a king-ranked martial artist. This made Chenzong's blood boil. Marquis-grade geniuses were not his match at all. Chenzong did not know how strong monarch-grade geniuses were, but he thought that he would be able to fight them. As for king-ranked geniuses, Chenzong did not know much about them. He would only know if he fought them. Then, fight, an increasingly strong aura exploded from Chenzong's body. It was like an ancient volcano erupting, shooting up into the sky and cleansing the 9 heavens. Take my fist. Haoyuan King was even more direct. An incomparably tyrannical aura burst out from his body, mighty and overbearing. His strength was as vigorous as the sea. His voice was like thunder, resounding through the sky. His fist carried a vast and mighty power as it blasted out. The fist force was like a heavenly dragon emerging from the sea. Everywhere it passed, the air would explode. Shocking shockwaves rippled outwards, turning into terrifying energy ripples that shattered in all directions. Even the thick sea of clouds was broken apart. The power of this fist was many times stronger than Gu Xianxia's drifting snow sword. It was enough to kill Gu Xianxia with a single punch. Chenzong's expression turned serious. Strong, very strong. Before this fist arrived, Chenzong was already under heavy pressure. The pressure was as heavy as the sea, and even the space around Chenzong was sealed and solidified. For a moment, Chenzong only felt that his body had become extremely heavy and stiff. It seemed that it was difficult for him to even move. His pupils instantly contracted. Chenzong was shocked by the strength that King Haoyuan had displayed. The pressure was as heavy as a mountain. He took a deep breath like a whale sucking in water. However, Chenzong also felt that his deep breath did not bring in much air. Under that fist, a vacuum was formed. However, Chenzong's deep breath was only the prelude to the explosion. Boom! The 5th level of the Taiyuan cloud shattering art was fully activated. The 9 spiritual wheels were operating at full speed, and the super spiritual energy burst out. In a flash, an extremely strong power rushed out of his body and crushed the amazing fist pressure in all directions. Chenzong was instantly freed from the terrible fist pressure. The pitch-black sword light tore through the sky like a crescent moon. It cut open a crack in the thick sea of clouds and extended forward. Slash, this sword was activated with 100% of the super spiritual energy. The power that burst out was very amazing. The terrible sword pressure seemed to be able to shatter the world when it collided with the fist pressure. It burst out with a mighty momentum and rolled up a hurricane of level 18 to destroy everything. The terrible sword chi tore through the sea of clouds, and hundreds of meters of sword marks spread in all directions. This was only caused by the collision of the sword pressure and the fist pressure. The crescent moon-like black sword light carried a terrible sharpness and power that could tear the world apart, and the fist was as vast and boundless as a demonic dragon. Boom, boom. Boom, the sword and the fist collided, and the terrible power ripples madly exploded. The impact swept hundreds of meters away, and even the dust in the air was bombarded into pieces. You can actually block my fist. Hao Yuan King seemed a little surprised. Chen Zong was also very surprised. He didn't expect that he could fight with a king stage genius. Could it be that his estimation of his genius level was wrong? His genius level wasn't just monarch stage, should he be king stage? The thought flashed through Chen Zong's mind, but he didn't think too much about it. Because Hao Yuan King's second fist was coming, and this fist's momentum was a little stronger. After Chen Zong slashed with his sword again, he took a step forward and approached Hao Yuan King at an amazing speed. He slashed with his sword from the side, and the pitch-black sword light stretched in the void, as if it had no beginning and no end. Neither of them used any saint stage martial arts. Every move and style only used their own strength. It was an attack that was performed with their own understanding and attainment of martial arts. In fact, in this point, Chen Zong was at a disadvantage. After all, Hao Yuan King had cultivated for more than 1,000 years before his death, and had a very strong accumulation. In terms of martial arts realm, his accumulation was very shocking. These were all things that Chen Zong couldn't compare with. Of course, since he was limited to the king stage genius level, he was also limited in some aspects. Otherwise, Chen Zong would have been defeated long ago. Chen Zong kept fighting with Hao Yuan King, and the battle became more and more intense. He was getting more and more excited, and his blood was almost burning. Waves of tyrannical power kept hitting every part of his body. This kind of high-pressure battle not only dug out Chen Zong's own potential, but also integrated some of the battle experience in King Taiyuan's memory into Chen Zong's own battle. He was constantly absorbing and growing. This battle lasted for half an hour, and it was difficult to determine the winner. Chen Zong was more and more certain that his genius level was not monarch stage, but king stage. Of course, whether it was king stage or not was still uncertain. After all, until now, Chen Zong hadn't used his full strength, and Hao Yuan King hadn't used his full strength either. But it was time. Hao Yuan King's aura became more and more vigorous, and he punched out again. This punch was completely different from before. Its power was much stronger, as if it could shatter the sea of clouds. It was incomparably terrifying. Chen Zong's figure flashed. 10 shadows and 10 phantoms, and the heavy dragon sword slashed out. 10 pitch-black sword lights tore through the sky and slashed out. 10 blades cutting extremity, both sides had used saint-class lower-grade martial arts. King stage geniuses could cultivate lower sacred martial arts and use them freely. Chen Zong was once again at a disadvantage. After all, Chen Zong had only cultivated 1,000 men cutting extremity for a short time, and Hao Yuan King's lower sacred martial arts had already been cultivated to the extreme. Although he couldn't fully exert its power due to the restrictions, his realm was not something Chen Zong could compare with. Fight. In ancient times, Hao Yuan King was also a famous king. Whether it was his cultivation or martial arts, he had reached an astonishing height. Even though he was now just a wisp of his consciousness and did not possess the strength and skills of an ancient king, he still possessed some of his own abilities. Once he displayed his saint-grade martial arts, his mastery and application of saint-grade martial arts was even higher than Chen Zong's, putting a great deal of pressure on Chen Zong. However, Chen Zong was unable to use his sword, and with his amazing potential, he was able to resist Hao Yuan King's attacks. Under this kind of pressure, Chen Zong was able to constantly tap into his own potential and improve his mastery of saint-grade sword arts. Saint-grade martial arts were different from spirit-grade martial arts. Saint-grade martial arts were on two completely different levels. Saint-grade martial arts were meant for Saint Realm masters. Cultivating Saint-grade martial arts with a transcendent realm cultivation was already extremely difficult, so mastering them was even more difficult. Hao Yuan King was equivalent to an excellent sparring partner, allowing Chen Zong's mastery and application of saint-grade sword arts to advance by leaps and bounds. Of course, Hao Yuan King was not really a sparring partner. If Chen Zong was not strong enough, he would have been defeated by Hao Yuan King. Life and death tempering, if he could pass this tempering, he would live, if he could not, he would die. This time, Chen Zong not only had to temper himself, but also defeat Hao Yuan King's body in order to clear the King-grade ancient battle steel and obtain the reward. Fight. King Hao Yuan continued to display his Saint-grade low-rank fist skills, each of his fists condensing a terrifying amount of power, incomparably powerful and domineering. With each punch, Chen Zong felt as if the power of the entire sea of clouds was crashing down on him. It was as if Hao Yuan King was not using his own strength, but rather the power of the heavens and earth. The power of the heavens and earth. Under the tremendous pressure, Chen Zong was shocked and a flash of insight appeared in his mind. Even though he had great Abyss King's memories, in the end, they were just memories. They could only be used as reference and guidance, not something he could truly grasp. If he wanted to truly grasp the mysteries of Saint-grade martial arts, he would have to rely on himself. In other words, the cultivation experience in King Taiyuan's memory was equivalent to giving Chen Zong a path and a door to advance. However, if Chen Zong wanted to advance, he had to rely on his own two legs to walk over and push the door open. Before, Chen Zong had only been walking on the road, constantly approaching the door. But now, under the astonishing pressure of King Hao Yuan's saint-level fist skill, he was being pushed forward by an invisible force, approaching the door at an accelerated speed. Then, he exerted force and pushed the door open. A ray of light suddenly shone through the crack of the door and fell on Chen Zong. His mind was clear and bright. Countless mysteries flashed in his mind. All of them were related to the mysteries of the Thousand Edges Extreme Beheading Sword Technique, especially the 10 Edges Extreme Beheading Sword Technique. Initially, Chen Zong didn't quite understand some of the cultivation insights in the Taiyuan King's memories. However, Chen Zong was able to grasp them now. The most profound mystery of the 10 Edges Extreme Beheading Sword Technique is to combine the 10 edges into one sword. A trace of enlightenment suddenly appeared, which made Chen Zong suddenly realize. Thinking about it, the 10 Edges Extreme Beheading Sword Technique was 10 streaks of sword light. Each streak of sword light was extremely powerful. If all 10 streaks of sword light were combined into one, wouldn't it increase the power by 10 times, 10 times? Thinking about it, Chen Zong was very excited. With a power increase of 10 times, how powerful would that sword be? It was unimaginable. King Hao Yuan's fist came crashing down. Chen Zong flew back and began to try to combine the streaks of sword light. It seemed beautiful and simple when he thought about it, but when he tried to do it, Chen Zong found it very difficult. He wanted to combine the 10 streaks of sword light, but he didn't have the strength to do so. It felt like he had the strength of 100 pounds, but had to drag 1,000 pounds of weight. He tried his best, but still couldn't do anything. Is my way of thinking wrong? Chen Zong couldn't help thinking. While performing the 10 Shadows 10 illusions, he kept contending with King Hao Yuan. The 10 Shadows 10 illusions kept changing. The 10 shadows moved in all directions at an extremely fast and flexible speed. However, they were constantly smashed by King Hao Yuan's fists. They almost hit Chen Zong's body. Every time it happened, it was extremely dangerous. He tried to combine the streaks of sword light several times, but he still couldn't do it. It was too difficult. It was like there was a strong force resisting. Forcibly combining the streaks of sword light made Chen Zong's qi and blood tumble. His super spiritual power almost collapsed. Forcibly combining the streaks of sword light was impossible. King Hao Yuan's fists were getting more and more terrifying. They seemed to be getting stronger and stronger as time went by. The pressure on Chen Zong became more and more shocking. Every punch was earth-shattering, and the pressure it brought to Chen Zong was more and more shocking. No, I'm afraid I'll be killed by King Hao Yuan before I can comprehend and master the 10 blades into one. Chen Zong was sent flying by a punch. His qi and blood tumbled, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He suddenly realized something. To comprehend it, one needed opportunity and time. Now he had the opportunity, but not enough time. After all, Chen Zong's own foundation was still not enough. This foundation was directly reflected in the accumulation of the holy level martial arts. The Thousand Blades Extreme Sword Art was the first holy level martial arts that Qianzong had cultivated. How could he practice it? Everything was unfamiliar to him. Even though he had the memory of King Taiyuan, the time he had cultivated it was too short. But if he couldn't comprehend the 10 blades into one, how could he enhance his strength and defeat King Haoyuan? Qianzong performed the 10 shadows and 10 illusions to the extreme. 10 shadows were constantly changing. He kept dodging King Haoyuan's attacks, while thinking quickly. Qianzong's powerful soul gave him amazing comprehension and super thinking. Under such great pressure, Qianzong's mind was sharper than usual. I can't combine the 10 blades into one for the time being. Then I'll control the 10 streaks of sword light of the 10 blades extreme sword art and attack one after another. Qianzong suddenly had an idea. He attacked with his sword. All of a sudden, 10 streaks of sword light broke through the air. But he didn't get what he wanted. The 10 streaks of sword light were shattered. The extremely powerful and vigorous power also blasted Qianzong back. 10 blades extreme sword art, Qianzong attacked again. Slash, this time, the first streak of sword light broke through the air. As 9 streaks of sword light attacked, one of the streaks of sword light overlapped with the first one. 10 blades extreme sword art, 10 blades extreme sword art, Qianzong performed it again and again. With his super soul sense, amazing comprehension, and amazing control of his own strength, Qianzong kept improving and becoming more and more proficient. 1 streak, 2 streaks, 3 streaks, every time the next streak of sword light overlapped with the previous streak of sword light, the power of the slash would increase accordingly. Qianzong gradually recovered from the disadvantage. 10 blades extreme sword art. 10 consecutive slashes. With a roar, Qianzong slashed out with his sword. The heavy dragon sword, which was astonishingly heavy, burst out with an extremely terrible power, breaking through the air and slashing everything. A streak of pitch-black sword light tore through the air like a crescent moon and attacked King Haoyuan. But when this streak of sword light collided with King Haoyuan's fist, it instantly collapsed. King Haoyuan's fist continued to attack Qianzong like a hot knife through butter. The second streak of pitch-black sword light followed the first streak of sword light, and then the third, the fourth, the fifth. After the first streak of sword light, there were 9 streaks of sword light in a row that followed the same path. The second streak of sword light was shattered by King Haoyuan's fist, but the third streak of sword light shattered King Haoyuan's fist. King Haoyuan was shocked. He hurriedly threw out another punch, which shattered another 2 streaks of sword light. Then he threw out another punch. His 2 fists alternated and finally shattered the 10 streaks of sword light one after another. But he also retreated 3 steps in a row. The vigorous and indomitable power he had just displayed was also interrupted. Qianzong took a step forward and attacked again with his sword. 10 blades cutting. 10 consecutive blades cutting. Qianzong felt that the previous move was not perfect enough. The connection between the 10 streaks of sword light was not smooth enough, and could be improved further. This time, he forced King Haoyuan to retreat 3 steps. The third time, King Haoyuan retreated again. For the 4th time, Qianzong raised his sword and took a step forward. An astonishing and indomitable power erupted, but it was just a feint. Qianzong performed the 10 shadows 10 illusions movement art, causing Haoyuan King's fists to miss. However, Qianzong's real body appeared beside Haoyuan King, and the heavy dragon sword mercilessly slashed down. Boom! 10 streaks of sword light broke through the air in a row, following the same path. Looking from the side, it looked like an open fan, but also like a closed fan. It was incomparably splendid. King Haoyuan was indeed a powerful king from the ancient times. His consciousness was also astonishingly preserved. He reacted in an instant, sliding his feet as if he was gliding on water. Then, he turned around and faced Qianzong head-on. His 2 fists gathered terrifying power and punched out. The 2 fists were earth-shattering, and the sea of clouds was shattered. The 10 streaks of sword light were shattered again, but King Haoyuan kept retreating, his body unsteady. At this moment, a thin streak of sword light streaked across the sky. Silently, it went for King Haoyuan's neck like a ghost. Clang! When that streak of sword light was about to hit King Haoyuan, a whitish gold light suddenly flashed on King Haoyuan's body, blocking Qianzong's attack. Defensive martial arts. Qianzong was shocked. King Haoyuan had used another skill in the battle. Keep fighting. Chen Zong's fighting spirit soared. In fact, he had used up a lot of his strength. If he continued to fight, he would have to rely on his strong will. 10 blades cutting. 10 blades combo. Using it again and again, Chen Zong became more and more proficient in the 10 blades combo. Kill, the 99th time, 10 blades combo. 10 streaks of dark sword light slashed out one after another, bursting with astonishing power. This time, the 10 streaks of sword light were connected to each other to the extreme. King Haoyuan's fists were shattered. His body kept retreating, and he performed his defensive martial arts to block Chen Zong's sword light. But at that moment, Chen Zong performed 10 blades combo. Again. His defensive martial arts were immediately broken. One sword light, kill. Although King Haoyuan's reaction was fast, it was still a little bit slower, which was enough to decide his life and death. The dark sword light flashed across King Haoyuan's neck and cut it off. Victory. Seeing King Haoyuan's head was cut off and his body began to collapse, Chen Zong breathed a sigh of relief. This battle was indeed too difficult, but he also gained a lot from this battle. He had a deeper understanding of 10 blades cutting, and he was more proficient in controlling it. He had mastered the skill of 10 blades combo, which laid a solid foundation for 10 blades combo. After King Haoyuan's body collapsed, a majestic aura suddenly spread out and appeared above Chen Zong's head. It gradually condensed into a huge funnel and poured down, aiming at Chen Zong's head. With a boom, the 10-meter-tall black stone tablet exploded, and a figure emitted a black-red radiance that seemed to corrode the heavens and the earth. From afar, it looked like a black-red blazing sun, emitting a terrifying aura that seemed to want to devour the heavens and the earth. The black and red light gradually converged into his body, and the tyrannical aura gradually disappeared. A young man wearing a dark red robe with a black sun embroidered on the back landed on the ground. His handsome face and eyes were filled with an indescribable domineering aura. King Eclipse. He was not a king-ranked martial artist, but a king-ranked genius, a future king-ranked martial artist. He had successfully passed the king-ranked ancient battle tablet and had benefited greatly. If someone else can pass the king-ranked ancient battle tablet. King Eclipse stared into the distance as if he could see through the void and muttered to himself. Then, he shook his head as a mocking smile appeared on his face. Impossible. Besides me, there is no other king-ranked martial artist in this mystic realm. Following him were the 2 sovereigns and 5 marquises. He was the only king-ranked martial artist. As for the others, they were all geniuses from the so-called Xinjiang region. It was already good enough for a marquis-ranked martial artist to appear, let alone a king-ranked one. What a pity. King Eclipse could not help but shake his head, feeling pity in his heart. If there was another king-ranked martial artist who could pass the king-ranked ancient battle tablet, he would be able to encounter the greatest opportunity in the Ice Emperor mystic realm. What a pity, what a pity. However, he could not regret it. After all, no one knew that the ancient battle tablet would appear this time. If he knew in advance, he would have contacted another king-ranked martial artist to enter. Now that things had come to this, he could only try his best to find opportunities in the Ice Emperor mystic realm and improve himself as much as possible. As for the so-called geniuses from the Xinjiang region, as long as they did not provoke him, he would ignore them. As a king-ranked martial artist and a future king-ranked martial artist, his vision and ambition were far beyond ordinary people. Only the geniuses from the Tianyuan sacred region were worthy of his attention, and they had to at least be monarchs. Like Marquis Mountain Sword, he was even more obsessed. In King Eclipse's eyes, the Xinjiang region was nothing. It was just a small region separated from the Tianyuan sacred region. There were no real geniuses to speak of. Even if there were, they would be lost in the crowd due to the lack of complete inheritance. As his thoughts raced, King Eclipse adjusted his state of mind. Just as he was about to leave, the ground suddenly shook as the winds and clouds changed. Violent winds blew in all directions, and ice and snow filled the sky. It was as if an ancient giant beast had awakened from its slumber underground, causing the sky to fall and the earth to split. What is it? Eclipse King was shocked. The earth quaked and the mountains shook. Endless snowstorms swept in from all directions and gathered at the center of the Ice Emperor's secret realm. Eclipse King's expression was uncertain. He immediately used his movement technique and quickly flew forward. An astonishing hot aura spread between heaven and earth. The black-red figure was like a ray of sunlight. Within the endless snowstorm, there seemed to be the outline of a palace. Could it be? King Eclipse could vaguely see the silhouette. He couldn't help but feel excited, as though his heart was about to jump out of his chest. Then, another thought jumped out from the depths of his mind. An extremely sharp cold light flashed through Eclipse King's eyes, shooting out like the light of the sun. If it was really the great opportunity that he thought it was, it meant that there was another person who had passed the King Grade Ancient Battle Tablet test in the Ice Emperor's secret realm. And to pass the King Grade Ancient Battle Tablet test, one had to be at least a King Grade genius. In other words, other than himself, there was another King Grade genius in this secret realm. 5 marquises, 2 marquises, it shouldn't be them. Although it was said that the level of a genius wasn't fixed and could be increased with enough opportunities, it was too rare to have the opportunity to increase the level of a genius. It could be said to be heaven-defying. After all, in order to increase the level of a genius, one had to improve all aspects of oneself. These aspects were almost innate and difficult to change. It was relatively easy to increase the level of a general to a marquis. It was more difficult to increase the level of a marquis to a monarch. As for increasing the level of a monarch to a king, there was no record of it in the records that Eclipse King had read. Could it be, there is a King-grade genius among the geniuses in the Sky Pillar upper region? As soon as this thought popped up, the light in Eclipse King's eyes intensified. A powerful aura spread out from his body, forming the outline of a black-red sun behind him. At this moment, Eclipse King had a strong desire to know who the other King-grade genius was. When the Eternal Ice Imperial Palace truly opens, I believe you will enter as well. Then, I will know who you are, Eclipse King said to himself as he looked forward. The ancient Ice Imperial Palace, this was the greatest opportunity in the Ice Emperor's secret realm. After the Ice Emperor's secret realm had gradually taken shape, the Ice Emperor had personally entered this place and set it up. His purpose was to leave a great opportunity for the geniuses who entered the Ice Emperor's secret realm. Of course, under normal circumstances, the ancient Ice Imperial Palace would be sealed. Even if the Ice Emperor's secret realm opened, it wouldn't appear. It would only appear when certain conditions were met. The first condition was the appearance of the ancient battle tablet. The second condition was to break through at least 2 ancient battle tablets. There were records of ancient battle tablets in the Sky Pillar upper region, but there were very few of them. Moreover, they had appeared a long time ago. This was the first time the ancient Ice Imperial Palace had appeared. The records left behind by the ancient Ice Emperor were only in the current Tianyuan sacred region. Naturally, the Sky Pillar upper region had no idea about it. The ancient Ice Imperial Palace. Chenzong's eyes shone brightly. With a slight shake of his shoulders, he flew out like the wind towards the direction of the tremors. After defeating Hao Yuan King's consciousness clone, Chenzong had obtained the benefits of breaking through the King-grade ancient battle tablet. He had received a powerful energy boost. With this, Chenzong cultivated the Taiyuan cloud shattering technique to the 6th level. The 6th level of the Taiyuan cloud shattering technique was the highest level that Chenzong had comprehended. As for the 7th level, he hadn't truly comprehended it yet, so he couldn't cultivate it. However, the 6th level of the Taiyuan cloud shattering technique had made his super spiritual energy purer and more majestic. It had also directly increased Chenzong's strength. In addition to the improvement of his cultivation technique, his combat skills had also improved. In the past, Chenzong's opponents were all in the transcendent realm. Now, his opponents had begun to improve, especially those on the level of Hao Yuan King, which had broadened Chenzong's horizons. After this battle, Chenzong had also adapted to fighting against strong opponents who had Saint-grade martial arts and Saint-grade cultivation techniques. Moreover, he had a deeper understanding of the first layer of the Thousand Blades extreme decapitation sword art. In short, his strength had greatly increased. The other person who broke through the King-grade ancient battle tablet must be a king from the Tianyuan sacred region, Chenzong thought to himself as he hurried. The tremors were so great that it almost affected the entire Ice Emperor's secret realm. The geniuses who were still alive all felt it and rushed towards the source of the tremors at full speed. Although they didn't know what was going on, Their experience and knowledge told them that once there was an abnormal movement, something big was going to happen. It was very likely to be an opportunity. A great opportunity. Why did everyone enter the Ice Emperor's secret realm? They were all here for the opportunity, so who would be willing to let it go? Deep in the heart of the Ice Emperor's secret realm, an intense snowstorm raged endlessly. Surrounded by the intense snowstorm was a huge and magnificent palace made of ice. The palace stood tall, as if it was immortal and indestructible. Ancient Ice Emperor's palace, this king is coming. Eclipse King's body burst forth with an astonishing aura. His aura solidified, as if he was wrapped in a black and red scorching sun. He directly charged into the incomparably intense snowstorm. The snowstorm raged and swept wildly. The ice and snow cut and twisted like blades, as if they were trying to freeze Eclipse King's body. However, they were all resisted by the black and red scorching sun phantom around Eclipse King's body and melted away. He rampaged all the way, approaching the Ice Emperor's palace. There were geniuses approaching from other directions. When they plunged into the intense snowstorm, their expressions changed drastically. The power contained in the snowstorm was too tyrannical and too shocking. It was as if countless masters were slashing at them with swords and sabers. The pressure was immense. Tyrannical power spread all over his body. He even used martial arts to shatter the snowstorm that swept over him and continued to advance. However, he had only advanced a few hundred meters. When he was still halfway to the Ice Emperor's palace, he was injured by a powerful snowstorm blade. Once he was injured, it was like a fuse. His defense was broken, and the 1,000-mile lift collapsed. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Sizzling sounds rang out continuously. This genius let out a final roar filled with unwillingness before he was torn apart by the extremely intense snowstorm. He died there. A great opportunity often meant great danger. If one wanted to enter the ancient Ice Emperor's palace, they had to first pass through the 1,000-meter snowstorm zone. 1,000 meters seemed very short. Usually, one could fly across it in an instant with a movement technique. However, at this moment, it was like a natural moat. One of the geniuses who had just arrived saw with his own eyes the scene of the ice and snowstorm twisting and turning into mincemeat after advancing a few hundred meters. His expression changed drastically, and his body, which was about to plunge into the ice and snowstorm, instantly stopped outside the ice and snowstorm. His expression was uncertain. After thinking for a while, this genius circulated his power to cover his arm. He slowly reached into the snowstorm to feel the power within. Very strong, the power of each attack was very strong. However, if it was only at this level, he should be able to block it and successfully pass through the 1,000-meter snowstorm zone to approach the Ice Emperor's palace. Circulating his spiritual power, he stepped out into the snowstorm. As he advanced rapidly, his expression became more and more serious. This was because the further in he went, the stronger the snowstorm became. The threat also increased. According to the strength of this increase, the 1,000-meter snowstorm zone could very well become his grave. He gritted his teeth and had to use his trump card. Light circulated and covered his body. His speed also erupted in an instant. Charge, charge, charge. He braved death to advance, resisting the attack and cutting of the snowstorm. Finally, the moment the light shattered, he successfully passed through the 1,000-meter snowstorm zone and appeared in front of the Ice Emperor's palace. The ice and snowstorm was extremely fierce, like wind blades and frost swords. A stream of light streaked across the sky, approaching rapidly, and then stopped in front of the roaring ice and snowstorm, revealing a figure. It was Xianxia. In addition to Xianxia, there were two other people in this position. One was a genius from Sun Moon Profound Hall, and the other was a genius from Big Dipper Tyrant Sect. The two of them glanced at Xianxia and recognized Xianxia's identity. However, they didn't know each other and didn't have any connections, so they didn't deliberately talk to each other. Xianxia ignored the two and stared at the ice and snowstorm in front of him. His powerful spiritual sense and perception allowed Xianxia to feel the terrifying power contained in the ice and snowstorm. This kind of power was enough to tear an ordinary transcendent to shreds in an instant. However, for the current Xianxia, it was nothing. Taking a step forward, Xianxia directly rushed into the ice and snowstorm and moved forward quickly. The other two people's faces suddenly changed. They had personally experienced the power of the ice and snowstorm just now. They were exhausted after only advancing 200 meters and had to retreat. They were thinking of a solution. Courting death. The disciple of Sun Moon Profound Hall sneered. Soon he will withdraw himself. The disciple of Big Dipper Tyrant Sect also sneered. However, things didn't go as they expected. Chen Zong continued to move forward and soon exceeded their previous limit, exceeding 200 meters. He kept going deeper and deeper, and he didn't seem to be under any pressure. It was as if the ice and snowstorm-like saber and sword attacks were no threat to him. The ice and snowstorm was very fierce, but it still allowed people to see everything inside. The disciples of the Sun Moon Dark Palace and the Big Dipper Overlord sect were all dumbfounded when they saw Chen Zong's figure going deeper and deeper without any injuries. He didn't seem to be in a sorry state at all. Immediately, they felt their cheeks burning, as if they were slapped by a giant bear's paw. Both of them fell silent. Inside the ice storm, Chen Zong could feel that his speed was greatly affected, as if there was an invisible force binding his body. Originally, he could cover a distance of 1,000 meters in an instant, but now it would take him at least 10 breaths. During these tens of breaths of time, Chen Zong had to constantly endure the bombardment of the ice and snowstorm. Every piece of ice and snow was like a treasured sword. Incomparably sharp. Their power was astonishing and their speed was amazingly fast. The perfect combination made Chen Zong feel as if an expert was brandishing a sword to kill him. At the same time, he felt as if he was being besieged by many sword and saber experts. Chen Zong estimated that he would have had a hard time withstanding such power before he obtained the memories of King Taiyuan. As for now, Chen Zong didn't need to use any other means. Just relying on the super-spiritual energy cultivated by the 6th level of the Taiyuan cloud scraping technique to cover his whole body, it was enough to completely resist all the attacks of the ice storm, leaving him unscathed. About 30 breaths later, Chen Zong broke through the 1,000-meter ice storm area unscathed and appeared in front of the ice palace. There was more than one gate in the ice palace. There were 36 gates in all directions. Chen Zong approached one of the gates. The gate seemed to be made of ice that had been frozen for thousands of years. It was ice blue all over and reflected Chen Zong's figure like a mirror. An astonishing chill spread out from the ice door, freezing everything. Covering his hands with super-spiritual energy, Chen Zong pressed on the thick ice gate that was 10 meters tall and suddenly exerted force. Rumble, an incomparably shocking sound rang out. Under Chen Zong's tyrannical strength, the 10-meter thick ice door was gradually pushed open. When the door opened a crack, an extremely cold ice blue aura blew out like a storm. When it blew past Chen Zong's body, Chen Zong only felt an incomparably shocking chill invade him. Cold, extreme cold, bone-chilling cold, it was so cold that it made people's hearts palpitate. It was so cold that Chen Zong's body was almost frozen. Chen Zong's reaction was extremely fast. He immediately activated the 6th level of the Taiyuan cloud shattering art and activated the power of the purple cloud black star flame to resist the cold aura. When the gate opened a gap of half a meter wide, the extremely cold aura blew out. Chen Zong's figure flashed as he rushed in. Since the ancient Ice Emperor Palace had appeared, it was not that easy to enter and obtain the treasures inside. First, one had to break through the 1,000-meter ice storm area. Then, one had to open the ice gate and withstand the cold aura. Without enough strength, one would not be able to pass these two tests. Naturally, one would not be able to enter the Ice Emperor Palace. It was very difficult to ask an expert to carry him. The 1,000-meter ice storm area could only be endured by oneself. It was indeed possible for others to help, but it would require a lot of effort. If one did not have a good relationship or a deep interest, who would be willing to do that? Secondly, even if one successfully passed through the 1,000-meter ice storm area with the help of an expert, there were only 36 ice gates. Each of the 36 ice gates could only be opened once. Only one person could enter. After entering, the ice gate would become useless. In other words, this ancient Ice Emperor Palace could only allow 36 people to enter at most. Who would be willing to help others open the ice gate and let others enter and lose the chance to enter? Cheating, helping someone open a door of ice and letting them enter, then opening another door of ice and entering another door of ice. The ancient Ice Emperor's method was not simple. the ice gate could only be opened by one person. Whoever opened the gate would have their aura remembered. If others were allowed to enter, they would be able to do so as well. However, they would not be able to open another ice gate. In the end, if one wanted to obtain the treasures, they would have to fight for it with their own strength. The ancient Ice Emperor did not leave the Ice Emperor Palace for opportunists, but for true geniuses. A dragon was a dragon, and an insect was an insect. Breaking out of a cocoon and becoming a butterfly was not something that could be achieved with one or two opportunities. It depended more on oneself. If one was not strong enough, no matter how many opportunities one had, they would still be an insect. At most, they would be a slightly bigger insect. Stepping into the ancient Ice Emperor Palace, the ice gate behind him closed automatically without any gap. It was as if it had merged with the whole palace, and could not be opened again. Chenzong looked ahead. Suddenly, ice lanterns lit up one after another on his left and right. They emitted an icy blue light that illuminated the area, allowing Chenzong to clearly see everything on his left and right and in front of him. This was a passage. It was about 10 meters wide, but no one knew how long it extended. It seemed to extend endlessly. Entering my Ice Emperor Palace, life and death are not up to fate. An extremely cold voice sounded, as if it had experienced the vicissitudes of life. The voice lingered in the palace's passage and gradually disappeared. Chenzong's heart trembled. The Ice Emperor Palace left behind by the ancient Ice Emperor was indeed a great opportunity for geniuses, but at the same time, it also contained great danger. Entering this place, there was the danger of death. Life and death are not up to fate. Chenzong began to think. What was life and death? Instinctively, Chenzong felt that there seemed to be some information and mysteries in it. Stepping forward, Chenzong walked on the ice passage and kept moving forward. A strange feeling rose in his heart, as if there was a great danger and great terror in here. This was the Ice Emperor Palace left behind by the ancient Ice Emperor, a supreme expert of the Supreme Saint Realm. Chenzong knew nothing about the mysteries in here. Unknowingly, he touched the rules that should not be touched. Perhaps he would directly die here. Indeed, the 6th level of the Taiyuan cloud-shattering skill had greatly increased his strength. Compared with before, it was like heaven and earth. He could easily kill the previous him. But it was not enough. Such strength was far from enough. He could not even deal with a powerful half-saint, let alone other things. When he was not strong enough to break the rules, the best way was to follow the rules and obtain the greatest benefits from them. Since his inner perception told him that he should not try at will, then he would just move forward and see where this ice passage led to. Thump. Thump, thump. A tall figure appeared in front of him and was walking toward him. The figure was 3 meters tall and 2 meters wide. Wearing heavy black armor, it looked like an incomparably robust steel giant as it strode over. Every step he took caused the ground to tremble, and an extremely terrifying rumbling sound echoed endlessly within the icy passageway. Chenzong looked dignified. Chenzong's powerful perception made him feel threatened, a threat from the other party. Approaching, meeting on a narrow path, fight, the 3-meter-tall figure that looked like an iron tower raised its fist. It seemed slow, but it was as if it was dragging a mountain, causing the air to fluctuate endlessly. Boom, the punch was not fast, but it carried a terrible fist pressure. It directly filled the passage in front of him and completely suppressed it, leaving no gap for him to go through. Before the fist arrived, the extremely terrifying fist pressure had already struck Chenzong's body. It made Chenzong feel as if his body was being pressed down by an invisible mountain. Even breathing became extremely difficult. The huge punch, like a millstone, came, as if it was an attack without any difference. There was no weakness. No matter strong or weak, it would all explode with one punch. Push, unreasonable, it was completely unreasonable. The pressure brought by this punch made Chenzong realize that if it were him before, he would not be able to bear it and would probably be injured by this punch. But now, boom, super spiritual power burst out and directly crushed the fist pressure, turning it into nothingness. Both of Chenzong's shoulders shook slightly, and his body flew out like the wind. In an instant, he neared the other party. It was as if he was facing the other party's terrifying and ferocious punch. If he was hit directly, even with Chen Zong's strong physique, he would not feel good. However, at the moment when Chen Zong's body was about to collide with the punch, a vivid phantom was left in place and was shattered by the punch. Chen Zong's real body appeared behind him, and the heavy dragon sword was unsheathed. Cut, the pitch-black sword light, like a waning moon falling from the sky, fiercely chopped at the tall and strong body's neck. Clang, sparks sputtered, and a strong counterforce bounced the heavy dragon sword up and went through the sword to Chen Zong's arm, which shocked Chen Zong. He turned around and punched again, as if he was going to break the sky. Boom, the shocking sound of the explosion resounded in all directions, and the terrible airflow surged in the ice passage like a raging tide, as if it could topple mountains and overturn seas. The momentum was heavy, as vigorous as a mountain, as vast as the sea. Under Chen Zong's gaze, this punch seemed to have no flaws, and was very strong in every aspect. Such an opponent was undoubtedly the most difficult to deal with. Chen Zong's body was very light, and he was not affected by the opponent's fist pressure. He dodged and swung his sword again. In an instant, the heavy dragon sword exploded into hundreds of sword shadows, and together with Chen Zong's body, they surrounded the little giant warlord and slashed at him. The ear-piercing sound of metal clashing rang out continuously, and every collision would cause fierce sparks to sputter in all directions. In an instant, the sparks from the hundreds of sword strikes filled the surroundings, and it looked like a scorching sun. Chen Zong was testing the little giant warlord's weakness, and then he would kill him according to the weakness. Unfortunately, there seemed to be no weakness, and there were no blind spots on his body. No matter how Chen Zong attacked, he could not break his defense. The armor was too strong, and it was too strong. 10 blades cutting extremity. Chen Zong performed a low-class sacred-level sword technique. With one strike, 10 pitch-black sword lights tore through the air and slashed down. The 10 blades cutting extremity performed by the 6th level of the Taiyuan cloud-scraping technique was even more powerful. However, when the 10 sword lights slashed at the warlord, they still could not break his defense, and only burst out more fierce sparks. 10 consecutive blades killing, 10 sword lights slashed out continuously, like a folding fan opening and closing in an instant, and slashed at the same spot on the warlord's body. This strike was Chen Zong's most powerful strike, but it still could not break his opponent's defense. The rebound force almost made Chen Zong's sword fly out of his hand. After a fierce battle, Chen Zong still could not defeat his opponent. At most, he could only leave some sword marks on his opponent's body, which would disappear in less than 10 breaths. It could not be broken, and the power was so great that if he was hit, he would be seriously injured. Chen Zong decided to give up. He used his body movement and quickly escaped. In the blink of an eye, Chen Zong pulled away from the general. The little giant battle general immediately gave chase, but its speed was much slower than Chen Zong's. In the blink of an eye, it was shaken off by Chen Zong. From the looks of it, he's not trying to defeat the other party, but to shake off the other party's pursuit. Chen Zong looked back. The distance between him and the little giant battle general was increasing. A hint of understanding spread through his mind. As Chen Zong kept moving forward, the footsteps behind him became fainter and fainter until they could no longer be heard. No matter how long the ice tunnel was, there was an end to it. Chen Zong saw a ray of light. In the blink of an eye, Chen Zong's figure did not stop. He plunged into the light. First, it was darkness. Then, a world of dead silence appeared before his eyes. This is... Chen Zong's eyes were dignified. In the gloomy sky, there seemed to be fragments of dark clouds solidifying. Strands of black hair entrenched the sky like strands of hair. A faint red light flickered in the sky. It was as tragic as the end of the world. On the cracked and dry earth, smoke could be seen rising in spirals everywhere. Numerous shattered corpses were scattered on the damaged earth, and it looked extremely miserable. It seemed as if a bloody battle had occurred here. Billowing smoke rose into the sky. In the distance, an ancient and dilapidated giant city stood. It added a bit of deathly silence to this gloomy world. It was like the ruins after a bloody battle. Chen Zong was horrified and a little confused. How did he come here? Where was this place? His mind was in a mess. He had no idea what was going on. Is this an illusion? As this thought came to his mind, Chen Zong immediately closed his eyes and held his breath. The fourth level of sword principle, clear sword principle, allowed him to see through illusions and not be confused. His strong soul and soul sense also had the amazing effect of resisting illusions. After a while, Chenzong opened his eyes. What he saw was still a dilapidated scene of ruins like the end of the world. Is it not an illusion? Chenzong was even more confused. There were only two possibilities if he couldn't see through it with his own ability. First, this was an illusion, but it was so advanced that he couldn't do anything about it. Second, this was not an illusion. It was real. Since it was real, there was no way to see through it. He took a deep breath. The air here was cold and full of shocking cold killing intent. Excited, Chenzong used his body movement and flew forward quickly. His soul sense spread out and covered all directions. It included everything within a kilometer to avoid accidents. Soon, Chenzong came to the dilapidated giant city. The gate of the giant city was half closed and half broken, revealing a hole more than 10 meters high. Through the hole, Chenzong saw several broken corpses with dried blood. Standing in front of the dilapidated city gate, Chenzong didn't immediately step in. Because he still had a sense of foreboding in his heart. It seemed that as soon as he stepped into the city gate, he would encounter unpredictable danger. But what if he didn't step into the city gate and enter the giant city? He entered the Eternal Ice Emperor Palace to look for opportunities, not to stay in the same place and waste time. Life and death are not up to fate. Chenzong seemed to have a deeper understanding of this sentence. In this case, he would move forward. No matter what danger there was, he would cut it with the sword in his hand. Go. Stepping out, Chenzong shook his shoulders and directly entered the giant city through the hole in the city gate. He looked around. Other than some broken corpses, there was no one left in this huge city. The originally towering pavilions had collapsed one after another, like abandoned ruins. But for some reason, Chenzong still felt a trace of danger lingering in his heart, and he couldn't get rid of it. Stepping forward, Chenzong was extremely vigilant, guarding against possible dangers at any time. When Chenzong had advanced about a kilometer or so, suddenly, a black light shot out from a half-collapsed pavilion to the side, tearing through the sky in an instant. Cold light flickered endlessly, bringing with it an extreme killing intent. The killing intent was amazing, and the evil spirit was rolling. It instantly attacked Chenzong's whole body, making Chenzong's hair stand on end. In the face of danger, Chenzong's reaction was extremely fast and accurate. The heavy dragon sword turned into a black light and shot out. It smashed out with a force that could shatter the vacuum, like a mountain, like a heavenly sword breaking the sky. Boom! Under this tyrannical sword, not only did it resist the sudden killing black light, but it also shattered it and directly hit the black shadow. Chenzong's expression suddenly changed, because when the sword hit the opponent, Chenzong felt a rebounding force. Through the rebounding force, Chenzong could vaguely feel the opponent's tyrannical body. As expected, the opponent should have been shattered by his sword, but in the end, the opponent only suffered a minor injury. At a glance, Chenzong was horrified. Chenzong felt that the black figure was familiar. The whole body was black, like a suit of armor. It was about 3 meters tall, with scarlet eyes, a pair of long arms, and a pair of sharp claws. Its whole body exuded an amazing evil spirit and murderous intent. Void Demon. Chenzong never thought that he would encounter a Void Demon here. But on second thought, this place was set up by the ancient Glacial Empress, and the ancient Glacial Empress had once attacked an army of Void Demons and killed countless of them. In this way, it was reasonable for a Void Demon to appear in the Glacial Empress Palace left behind by the ancient Glacial Empress. Perhaps, this was a method, a test. After all, the Glacial Empress Palace was an opportunity, but it was not something that could be obtained easily. Otherwise, it would not be precious. Skills were not easily passed down, and Tao was not easily spoken. Things that could be obtained easily would always be looked down upon. Only things that could be obtained through hard work would be cherished. In addition, only by passing the corresponding test and proving one's ability could one be qualified to obtain an opportunity. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, then, let's slash. Raising the heavy dragon sword, Chenzong took a step forward and slashed out with his sword. 10 blades slash. Chenzong had already tested the strength of the Void Demon with the previous slash, so he had to use his real strength. The 10-blade slash broke through the air and instantly chopped the void demon's body into pieces. Qianzong had come into contact with the void demon before, so he had some understanding of it. There were many types of void demons, or rather, there were many different appearances. At least, Qianzong had seen dozens of them before. Moreover, each type of void demon had an astonishing physique and an extremely terrifying void evil power. That kind of power was extremely evil and corrosive, and it was extremely threatening. This void demon was very strong. Qianzong estimated that even if he could defeat it before, he would have to go through a tough battle. But now, the 10-blade slash killed it directly. After being killed, the void demon's body shattered and disappeared. Only a wisp of icy blue aura flew toward Qianzong and attached itself to the back of Qianzong's left hand, curling around it. Qianzong stared at the icy blue pattern on the back of his left hand and frowned. He had no idea why it was there. He sensed it carefully, but he could not feel anything. He could only give up. Perhaps this was a trick set up by the Eternal Glacial Emperor. He would have to take it one step at a time. Qianzong was quite open-minded. He did not care about things that he could not understand for now. When the time was right, he would understand. As he continued forward, more void demons appeared and attacked him instantly. There were many types of void demons, and they all had different kinds of abilities. Some void demons were good at fighting head-on, and could push their way through. Some void demons were shockingly fast, some had strange movement techniques, and some could hide their aura and get close to their targets to kill them in one blow. There were also some special void demons that had even more amazing abilities. One by one, the void demons were killed by Qianzong. Every time he killed a void demon, it would not leave behind a corpse. Instead, it would turn into smoke and dissipate. There was also an icy blue aura attached to the back of Qianzong's left hand, entangling with the aura from before. It seemed to be condensing into something. If this was a test, then how could he pass it? Qianzong did not know. He was confused. Then let's kill. Continue to kill until the light is clear. The 4th void demon, kill. The 5th void demon, kill. The 6th void demon, kill. It was like the roar of a dragon, like a black dragon flying across the sky. The 3 demons of the void were all killed by Qianzong. The 10th demon of the void broke through the wall and soared into the sky. A black shadow covered the sky. The demon of the void that looked like a man in armor waved his saber and slashed down as if he could split a mountain. This slash was extremely powerful and domineering. It could cut through everything and was extremely terrifying. The power of the void was extremely terrifying. Qianzong raised his head slightly. His body swayed and turned into a puff of smoke. 10 shadows intertwined in the air and flew past the demon of the void in an instant. The heavy dragon sword was like an angry dragon flying out of the abyss. After passing by each other, Qianzong slowly floated down. The demon of the void turned into smoke and dissipated. A wisp of icy blue aura quickly spread to the back of Qianzong's left hand. This was the 10th wisp. When the 10th wisp of icy blue aura wrapped around the back of Qianzong's left hand, a sudden change occurred. The 10 wisps of icy blue aura turned into 10 spiritual snakes and swam around each other. Finally, they condensed into a very strange mark. The mark was like a snowflake, emitting a shocking chill. At the same time, a message rushed into Qianzong's mind, letting Qianzong know what it was. Ice seal, this was the name of this mark. It only had one function, and that was to leave this place. As long as one used their mind to communicate with the ice seal would shatter and emit a force that would take them out of this place. This place was called the Illusory Battle of Demons. The Illusory Battle of Demons was an illusory world created by the Eternal Glacial Emperor with some secret treasures. Qianzong could not see through it. It was extremely brilliant. The demons of the void in the Illusory Battle of Demons were naturally fake. Although they were fake, they had amazing strength. If one wanted to obtain the opportunity in the Ice Emperor Palace, they had to enter the Illusory Battle of Demons and kill 10 demons of the void to prove themselves and condense the ice seal. Only then could they leave. In other words, Qianzong only needed to use his mind to activate the power of the ice seal to leave the Illusory Battle of Demons and enter the real Ice Emperor Palace to obtain the inheritance. Qianzong couldn't help but sigh. There were so many tests left behind by the Ice Emperor. First, it was the 1,000-meter ice storm zone, then the ice gate, then the unparalleled defensive general in the ice tunnel, and then the demonic illusion. Fourth round, a total of 4 tests. As for those who could pass the 4 tests, it would be impossible if they didn't have sufficient strength. In this way, they would be able to obtain opportunities and fully explore the potential of those opportunities. Just as Qianzong was about to activate the frost seal with his mind, he suddenly stopped. This was because another piece of information was transmitted from the frozen ice seal into his mind. If they didn't leave the illusory battle of evils now, they would have to kill all the evils in the city before they could leave. Otherwise, they would be trapped here forever, together with the Ice Imperial Palace. When the Ice Imperial Palace closed, they would be trapped here, unable to go anywhere. Qianzong began to ponder. Should he activate the ice seal and leave now, or should he stay and kill the void demons? 2 choices, one out of the 2. There was no other way. Then, I'll follow my heart, Qianzong said to himself. He closed his eyes and removed all distracting thoughts from his mind. Those who had reached a high level of cultivation could sense danger in advance. They could sense what was best for them, just like what he was feeling now. Qianzong didn't have this feeling before, but after obtaining the memories of the Great Abyss King and reaching the 4th level of Sword Principle, he began to have this feeling. The perception of the sudden inspiration did not exist all the time. It was only effective at times and not at all. Leave, stay, there was only one choice. Suddenly, Qianzong opened his eyes. They were as sharp as the edge of a sword, shooting into the sky. If that's the case, I'll follow my heart, Qianzong said to himself. He decided not to leave yet, but to continue searching for the void demons to kill. No, not searching, because as long as he didn't leave, the void demons would keep appearing. As if sensing Qianzong's thoughts and choice, the ice seal on the back of his left hand quieted down. This meant that Qianzong couldn't activate it to leave here. There was only one way to leave here, and that was to kill all the void demons in this giant city. Fortunately, Qianzong also learned from the message that the void demons in the giant city weren't at the Saint Realm. If there were, Qianzong wouldn't choose to stay. After all, the Saint Realm was far from what he could fight. As for the half-saint realm, even if it was a high-level half-saint, Qianzong still wanted to give it a try. Faith, the strongest, when the ice seal quieted down, it was like a drop of blood into the sea, attracting a group of sharks. One by one, void demons appeared in front of him, left and right. At a glance, there were at least a dozen of them. Each void demon exuded an extremely shocking evil spirit. The evil spirit soared into the sky and locked onto Qianzong. Qianzong only felt his skin go numb, but he wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he smiled and his eyes were as bright as swords. Kill! With a low roar, like the roar of a dragon, the dozens of void demons charged at Qianzong. Qianzong took a step forward and his figure split into 10. It was difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. It was the 10 shadows 10 illusions movement technique. It was close to the 10 blades slash, 10 pitch-black sword lights tore through the sky. In an instant, Qianzong beheaded one of the void demons. Each of these dozens of void demons possessed strength infinitely close to that of a semi-sage expert. Moreover, their strength was formidable, their speed was fast, and their physique was astonishing. Even an ordinary low-level semi-sage expert wouldn't be able to kill one of them easily. It would be very dangerous if one were to fall into the encirclement of dozens of void demons. At this moment, Qianzong was in a very dangerous situation. He was under a lot of pressure. But compared to the pressure brought by Hao Yuan King, there was still a gap. What's more, pressure could be transformed into motivation, further stimulating one's potential. He didn't seek to kill the enemy, but to survive. Qianzong kept using the 10 shadows 10 illusions movement technique. The super-spiritual energy cultivated by the 6th stage of the Great Abyss Cloud Searing Art was not only powerful, but also vigorous. The recovery speed was also very fast, allowing Qianzong to fight for a long time. Qianzong continued to contend with the dozens of void fiends. Whenever he had the chance, he would immediately execute the 10 blades extreme decapitation sword art to kill the void fiends. As time passed, the number of void demons kept decreasing. When the last void demon was killed by Qianzong, he became more and more proficient in using the 10 Shadows 10 Illusions movement technique. Qianzong felt that staying to continue killing the void demons was indeed a very good choice. After a short rest to recover the energy he had consumed, Qianzong continued to move forward. Void demons, / After killing over 100 more void fiends, Qianzong finally encountered a half-step sage void fiend. This void demon had a pair of sabers that were about 1 meter long. They were completely black, but the edges of the sabers flickered with a scarlet luster. They were extremely ruthless. First / an astonishing black saber light tore through the sky, leaving a long saber mark on the broken ground. It flew towards Qianzong, killing intent spreading in all directions. Second / another extremely terrifying black saber light came from the other side, directly blocking all of Qianzong's escape routes. Void demons were a powerful race that was good at fighting and killing. Not only did they have a strong physique, astonishing strength, and speed, but they also had the destructive and corrosive power of demons, also known as void evil power. Fighting was a kind of instinct, a kind of talent. The more powerful the void demon was, the more brilliant its fighting skills would be. It could turn something rotten into something magical. These two saber slashes were direct and simple. They were filled with terrifying power, but they also sealed off the surroundings. It was an extremely brilliant technique. Qianzong had no intention of dodging. He swung his sword to meet the attack. His sword broke through the air, and a black crescent sword light blasted out. Collision, the opponent's saber light shattered in an instant. Low-level half-saint realm. In an instant, Qianzong determined the opponent's level of strength. Low-level half-saint realm was not weak, but, kill, the void evil devil's blade technique was very exquisite. Every slash was a perfect combination of strength and speed. Every slash carried an astonishing destructive power of the void evil force. It had a terrifying corrosive and destructive power. It was a power born purely for the sake of destruction. The void demon waved its sabers, creating an extremely terrifying saber storm. The storm was so sharp that it strangled everything, as if it was going to turn everything into powder. Then, the two sabers crossed, and a black cross-shaped saber light shot down from the sky, as if it was going to split the earth. Qianzong was shocked. The power of this attack was much stronger than before. 10 Blades Extreme Slash. Kill. Qianzong intended to use the void demon to train himself, so he did not directly burst out with his full strength. After training to a certain extent, Qianzong burst out with his full strength. 10 Blades Extreme Slash. Kill. The void demon with the strength of a low-level half-saint was instantly killed by Qianzong. A marquis-level genius could have the strength of a normal low-level half-saint. A monarch-level genius could defeat a normal low-level half-saint, but a king-level genius could kill a normal low-level half-saint. Although the void demon was also a low-level half-saint and was stronger than a normal low-level half-saint, it was still no match for a king-level genius. The giant city was very big, and there were many void demons. Qianzong kept fighting and killing, and no one knew how many void demons he had killed. He only felt that every battle was satisfying. Of course, every battle was also incomparably dangerous. There were several times when Qianzong was injured. Fortunately, his ultra-spiritual power was very strong, and it resisted the erosion of the void demon's evil power. The purple cloud-black star flame was also very powerful, and it purified the evil power. His own outstanding self-healing ability allowed him to recover. Although it was dangerous, Qianzong also gained a lot. Clean up. Qianzong was cleaning up the void demons in the giant city. Because he had chosen to stay, he had to kill all the void demons in the giant city. Around him, hundreds of black figures were exuding an extremely shocking aura. The evil spirit was soaring, and it spread in all directions. Every aura locked on Qianzong from afar, bringing Qianzong great pressure. Qianzong's expression was extremely serious. His eyes were filled with coldness as he slowly scanned the surroundings, taking in every single silhouette in his eyes. Hundreds of void demons. These should be the last of the void demons in this huge city. This was the deepest part of the giant city. There were pavilions on the left and right sides of the city. The pavilions were of the same height. Some of them were still in good condition, while others had completely collapsed into ruins. But no matter if it was the broken pavilions or the ruins of the pavilions, there were many demons of the void standing on them. Every demon of the void exuded an astonishing aura. Chen Zong's eyes slowly swept across and fell on something in front of him. It was a huge mansion. It should be the city lord's mansion of the giant city. It was the largest and tallest building in the giant city. But the city lord's mansion was also in ruins. There was a figure standing in the only intact hall. The figure was about 2 meters tall and looked extremely vigorous. Its whole body was covered with jet black scales. The scales were distributed like dragon scales. It was the first time Chen Zong had seen the appearance of this demon of the void. It was like a half-demon, half-dragon, half-human existence. Its pupils were vertical, fragmentary, golden, and cold, indifferent, and ruthless. This demon of the void crossed its arms in front of its chest. Its long tail seemed to be swaying unconsciously. The tip of the tail was extremely sharp. It easily cut through the air like a sword, making a slight chi-chi sound and leaving scratches. High-level half-saint, this was a high-level half-saint demon of the void. It was very powerful. Its aura made Chen Zong extremely fearful. Chen Zong couldn't ignore its vertical, fragmentary golden pupils. That gaze was too sharp. It condensed like a solid sword aura, bringing Chen Zong a strong invisible pressure. Chen Zong was capable of killing ordinary low-level half-saints. Chen Zong wasn't sure if he could kill ordinary middle-level half-saints, but he thought he could contend with them. Chen Zong didn't know how strong ordinary high-level half-saints were. After all, the difference in strength between the 3 levels of half-saints was very obvious. Standing on the left and right sides of the high-rank quasi-holy rank nefarious devil dragon man, there were 2 tall figures standing on top of 2 sentry towers 100 meters apart from each other. He had the appearance of a minotaur and was wearing a pitch-black heavy armor. He was 4 meters tall and looked like an iron tower. He emitted an extremely shocking pressure that suppressed the surroundings. Layers of spatial ripples spread out like water waves. One of them held 2 heavy axes, each of which was 2 meters long. The axes were as large as wheels, and the edges were extremely sharp, emitting traces of blood-red light. The other one held 2 huge black hammers. They were like pumpkins that had been enlarged many times over, and they were covered in sharp spikes. They looked extremely ferocious. The aura emitted by the 2 ox-headed evil void devils was only slightly weaker than the dragonoid evil void devils. A mid-level half-saint. Apart from that, there were also 8 low-level half-step saint void demons standing in the 4 directions. There were hundreds of low-level half-step saint void demons, 8 low-level half-step saint void demons, 2 mid-level half-step saint void demons, and 1 high-level half-step saint void demon of the void. This kind of strength was very, very strong. The pressure it brought to Chen Zong was omnidirectional. It was a pressure that came from all aspects of Chen Zong's spirit. It was so heavy that Chen Zong felt suffocated. But no matter what, he could only fight now. He had to win. He had to kill the hundreds of low-level half-step saint void demons here, whether they were low-level half-step saint void demons, mid-level half-step saint void demons, or high-level half-step saint void demons. He had to kill them all. Only then could he leave this place. Taking a deep breath, the 9 spiritual wheels kept rotating. His super-spiritual energy was vigorous and mighty. It kept circulating in his body and slightly reduced the pressure Chen Zong had to bear. This kind of pressure was enough to make the legs of ordinary low-level half-step saints go weak. Even mid-level half-step saints would be suppressed. But Chen Zong didn't. He withstood it. Chen Zong's willpower was incomparably strong. His strength was also very strong. That was why he could maintain his state under such terrible pressure. Chen Zong's gaze swept across, taking in the position and posture of each and every one of them. His thoughts spun rapidly, and his thoughts moved like lightning. Chen Zong knew that the following battle would be incomparably difficult. This battle was either a life or death battle. So, it was very necessary to make all preparations. Once this kind of battle started, any mistake would lead to his death. His super-strong soul allowed Chen Zong to know the position of all the hundreds of demons of the void. Every movement was reflected in his mind. In an instant, Chen Zong saw everything as if he was standing on a high place. Indescribable lofty sentiments gushed out from the deepest part of his heart like a volcanic eruption. His astonishing aura soared to the sky. Kill! A low roar came from the deepest part of Chen Zong's throat like rolling thunder. It shook in all directions. It was like the first divine thunder that split heaven and earth. The high-level half-step saint of the void said one word. Chen Zong couldn't understand it, but he could feel the extremely cold and murderous aura. In an instant, hundreds of demons of the void moved. They exploded with astonishing speed and closed in on Chen Zong from all directions. Direct impact, arcing back, falling from the sky, ground attack. In an instant, Chen Zong was faced with the attacks of the demons of the void from all directions. Every attack was very frightening. Every attack had the power to threaten Chen Zong's life. Chen Zong was not afraid at all. Instead, he became more and more excited. An indescribable excitement burst out from the deepest part of his heart and spread throughout his body. Like thunder and lightning, it made his blood boil. His muscles and tendons trembled together, and an even more astonishing power filled the air. Then, his dragon force also went berserk. Although Chen Zong couldn't use the power of the heart-calming sword and couldn't fuse the power of the two cultivation systems into one, the power of his super-spiritual energy was many times more powerful than that of the heart-calming sword. This didn't mean that Chen Zong's body-refining dragon force was useless. In fact, a tyrannical body was still very useful. It gave Chen Zong great strength, extraordinary speed, and astonishing defense. It was better for him to survive and adapt to all kinds of environments. Moreover, the body-refining dragon force could also be used. When it was used, it could make his body's strength stronger, his speed faster, and his defense stronger. In the previous battle, Chen Zongdo had only used his super-spiritual energy, so this time, in addition to his super-spiritual energy, he also had to use his dragon force. Firstly, he could better protect himself, and secondly, he could better unleash his strength and speed, making him stronger and faster. Boom, the body-refining dragon force exploded. As his muscles contracted and expanded, a tyrannical power burst forth. The super-spiritual energy swept through the heavy dragon sword. With a horizontal slash, it was as if it could wipe out 1,000 armies. The majestic black sword light was like a thick brush and ink that suddenly swept across. It circled around in a circle, bursting forth with incomparably astonishing power. The heavy dragon sword's astonishing weight of 98,000 pounds was also fully displayed. With one slash, a group of evil void demons immediately closed in on him. With a shake of his shoulders, Chen Zong's figure was as light as a feather. He was also as swift as a gale. Like an illusory cloud, he instantly cut in between two evil void demons. The heavy dragon sword suddenly trembled. As if a dragon's roar resounded, it directly cut one of the evil void demons in half at the waist. Even though the evil void demons had astonishing vitality, after being cut in half at the waist, they lost their ability to fight and quickly died. It should be known that Chen Zong's heavy dragon sword's ferocious attack was extremely terrifying. He suddenly stomped on the ground. With the sole of his foot as the axis, he twisted his waist and his body spun. Bringing along a terrifying whirlwind-like power, the heavy dragon sword slashed toward another evil void demon. Another evil void demon was cut in half at the waist. 2 of the several hundred evil void demons were killed by Chen Zong. However, to the several hundred evil void demons, 2 more or 2 less didn't make much of a difference. That high-level half-step saint-rank evil void demon's golden vertical pupils were ice-cold and emotionless. It was indifferent to life. Condescendingly, it looked down at Chen Zong like a god, taking in Chen Zong's every move. It was observing Chen Zong's every move. It was looking for an opening to kill him in one strike. The stronger the evil void demon, the more intelligent it was. If one treated the evil void demons as a kind of wild beast that only had strength but no brains, one would definitely suffer a great loss. Humans were intelligent creatures, and so were the evil void demons. In the eyes of humans, the evil void demons were aliens. In the eyes of the evil void demons, humans were also aliens. The 2 mid-level half-step saint-rank evil void demons didn't move. The 8 low-level half-step saint-rank evil void demons also didn't move. They all stared at Chen Zong, observing this human. The evil void demons were the greatest enemy of almost all creatures in the universe. They were the enemy of all races. As the enemy of all races, in addition to their own strength, they also had to know how to learn the advantages of other races to further improve themselves. Only in this way could the evil void demon race live on forever, invade more worlds, and strengthen their race. Therefore, in the eyes of these half-step saint-rank evil void demons, this human had a lot of potential. They could learn from him. Although the Ice Empress had used her own power to create the illusory battlefield, the illusory battlefield was basically the same as the real illusory battlefield apart from the fact that the illusory battlefield wasn't a real illusory battlefield. This was to give the geniuses a better understanding of the illusory battlefield. It was an incomparably intense battle. Hundreds of void devils were fearless, and each of them was proficient in battle and slaughter. Every single one of their attacks was aimed at Chenzong, wanting to blast him into smithereens. This made Chenzong face an extremely great challenge. However, under this extremely strong and suffocating pressure, Chenzong's essence, qi, and spirit were constantly condensed and raised to the peak. All the mysteries emerged one after another, incomparably clear and easy to understand. Everything was under control. From time to time, he would use the 5 feet unbreakable sword circle to block all the attacks of the evil void demons. Then, he would turn defense into offense and kill the evil void demons. One evil void demon after another was killed by Chenzong's heavy dragon sword. Chenzong's strength was also constantly depleted. The strength of several hundred void demons was very strong. If it had been an ordinary low-level semi-sage expert, he would have been killed long ago. However, Chenzong was still able to hold on. Moreover, he had killed more than 20 void demons. When the number of evil void demons reached 50, the Dragon Man evil void demon opened its mouth and said something. Immediately, 8 low-level half-step saint-rank evil void demons moved together. They streaked across the sky, bursting forth with an incomparably astonishing killing intent from 8 directions. They carried an astonishing amount of power and launched a terrifying attack. Earth-shattering. Boom, it was as if the sky had collapsed. Chenzong's figure stopped in an instant, as if he had been suppressed by 8 terrifying mountains. But in the next moment an extremely shocking aura erupted from Chenzong's body. It rushed out like a volcanic eruption and shattered the pressure in an instant. At the same time, Chenzong was also hit by 8 terrifying attacks. His body was shattered in an instant. But it was only a residual shadow. The moment the attacks were about to hit him, Chenzong had already used 10 shadows and 10 illusions to dodge. Fierce battles could better stimulate one's potential. The effect was more than 10 times better than closed-door cultivation. There were great terrors between life and death, but there were also great opportunities. If one could survive the great terrors, one could further stimulate one's potential. The attacks of the 8 low-level half-saint demons of the void shattered Chenzong's figure. They also shattered the place where Chenzong had landed, creating a huge deep pit. Chenzong had already appeared in another place and continued to kill the demons of the void. There were too many demons of the void. Only by killing more could he reduce the pressure he had to bear. Guerrilla warfare. Chenzong did not fight with the 8 low-level half-saint demons of the void. He constantly used his body movement to dodge and kill the demons of the void who had not reached the half-saint level. After all, if he were to fight against 8 low-level half-saint demons of the void, it would be very disadvantageous for him. He would definitely be stalled and waste his strength for nothing. Only by killing all the other demons of the void and eliminating the threat could he concentrate on dealing with these half-saint demons of the void. This attack came from Chenzong's back very suddenly. It was silent, like an assassin walking in the dark. This attack was directly out of Chenzong's expectation. It hit Chenzong's back. The terrible power instantly tore apart Chenzong's defense. It hit Chenzong's body and sent Chenzong flying forward. In front of him was a beam of black light. It was like a roaring black dragon, and it carried with it a terrifying power. Chenzong felt a burning pain on his back. The terrible power was constantly eroding his body, as if it wanted to destroy his body wantonly. The attack that was coming at him was the full-strength attack of a low-level half-saint demon. If he was hit, he was sure that his body would be pierced and shattered. A pincer attack from the front and back, a tiger in front and a wolf behind. For a moment, Chenzong was in a life-or-death crisis. The pressure of life and death made Chenzong suffocate, but it also stimulated Qianzong's potential. Using life and death situations to stimulate one's potential wasn't suitable for everyone. Some people didn't have enough potential, and when faced with life and death situations, they would really die. Only those with great potential and temperament were qualified. Qianzong was one of them. In an instant, Qianzong's mind became incomparably clear. Everything around him appeared clearly in his mind. Even the floating dust in the air was within Qianzong's grasp. All kinds of martial arts mysteries emerged one after another. The essence of 10 shadows and 10 illusions body movements and 10 blades extreme swordsmanship intertwined with each other. In an instant, as if some kind of shackle had been broken, an indescribable understanding surged into his mind. Miraculously, Qianzong's body twisted slightly, and his feet crossed in an instant. Dodge, Qianzong dodged the powerful attack that came at him head-on. In an instant, his body seemed to have turned into a beam of black sword light, emitting an extremely sharp edge. The golden vertical pupils of the high-level half-saint demon dragon standing above the hall of the city lord's mansion suddenly shrank, as if it had seen something incredible. In its eyes, the human's body seemed to have turned into a black heavy sword. Its power was powerful, overbearing, and its sharpness was unparalleled in the world. In an instant, the sword crossed paths with the low-level half-saint demon of the void. The demon's body suddenly stopped, and a sword mark split open from its waist. Cut at the waist, Qianzong's expression was cold and solemn. His eyes were cold and indifferent, as if he had lost all his emotions in an instant. There was only coldness and silence. This coldness and silence allowed Qianzong to control everything around him with great precision. He even combined 10 shadows and 10 illusions body movements and 10 blades extreme swordsmanship. Body movements were body movements, and swordsmanship was swordsmanship. The two were different. Now, under the pressure of a life and death crisis, Qianzong found a point of convergence between the two. With the Taiyuan king's memory as a reference, he immediately combined them. 1 shadow, 1 illusion, 1 blade, 1 kill, combining body movements and swordsmanship meant combining the advantages of the two. There was the swiftness and changeability of 10 shadows and 10 illusions body movements, and the sharpness and overbearingness of 10 blades extreme swordsmanship. The moment he dodged the opponent's attack, he achieved an instant counterattack. The feeling of combining body movements and swordsmanship into one was incomparably wonderful and carefree. Kill, 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 Qianzong's body flashed. Instantly, 2 sword shadows appeared. The sword shadows were pitch black and filled with a majestic aura like a mountain. They also exuded the sharpness of a sword's edge. They seemed to be ever-changing like clouds and mist. 2 shadows, 2 illusions, 2 blades, and 2 kills. The power of the purple cloud black star flame spread to his back and purified the corrosive power quickly. The self-healing ability of his strong physique also quickly took effect, healing his injuries quickly. Kill, 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 3 shadows, 3 illusions, 3 blades, and 3 kills. Every time he used it, more mysteries would appear in his mind, and he would master it further. Gradually, under the threat of death, Qianzong combined 10 shadows and 10 blades extreme swordsmanship. 10 shadows, 10 illusions, 10 blades, and 10 kills. Currently, Qianzong had only mastered the first stage of 10 shadows and 10 illusions, and the first stage of 1000 men extreme swordsmanship, 10 blades extreme swordsmanship. Therefore, he could only combine the first stage. The combination of the first stage could be abbreviated as 10 shadows and 10 blades extreme swordsmanship. When he used 10 shadows and 10 blades extreme swordsmanship, his super-spiritual energy was naturally driven. It circulated in his body in a more subtle way, and it gave Qianzong a comfortable and invigorating feeling. His super-spiritual energy was constantly being consumed, but it was recovering at an even faster speed. This made Qianzong extremely shocked. Whether it was using 10 shadows and 10 blades extreme swordsmanship or 10 blades extreme swordsmanship, it would obviously consume his super-spiritual energy. Although the 6th stage of Taiyuan cloud scraping art recovered his super-spiritual energy quickly, it could not keep up with his recovery speed. But now, the unique circulation path of 10 shadows and 10 blades extreme swordsmanship after combining body movements and swordsmanship actually accelerated the recovery of his super-spiritual energy, allowing his consumption and recovery to be equal. Because of this, Qianzong subconsciously let out a sigh of relief. After all, if he wanted to kill hundreds of powerful evil void demons, he would have to constantly consume his super spiritual energy. Currently, the pills he had were used to replenish his spiritual energy. It was not that he could not use them to replenish his super spiritual energy, but the effect was relatively weak. If his super spiritual energy was completely consumed, he would not have much strength left, and he would be torn to pieces by these evil void demons in an instant. Therefore, Xianxia had been using guerrilla warfare to reduce the consumption of his super spiritual energy and speed up his recovery. He wanted to use a protracted battle to slowly kill off the evil void demons. But now, his recovery speed could completely keep up with his consumption speed, so he did not have to worry about this. Then, he could kill to his heart's content. 10 Shadows and 10 Blades Extreme Swordsmanship was continuously used. Every time he used it, Xianxia had a new understanding, and it became more and more refined. When he used it, 10 figures turned into 10 pitch-black sword lights. They seemed to be drifting around, and no one knew where they would appear. But every time they appeared, they would definitely take away the lives of 10 evil void demons. The evil void demons could not hit Xianxia. Instead, they were continuously killed by Xianxia. Every time he killed 10 evil void demons, the number of evil void demons decreased sharply. This killing efficiency was many times faster than before. It was incomparably carefree to the extreme. This 10 Shadows and 10 Blades extreme swordsmanship could be said to be the ultimate killing move on the battlefield. Xianxia could not help but have a thought. If he mastered the second stage of 1000 Shadows and 1000 Illusions and the second stage of 1000 Executioners extreme swordsmanship and perfectly combined them to form 1000 Shadows and 100 Blades extreme swordsmanship, wouldn't his killing speed increase tenfold? On the other hand, if he mastered the third stage of 1000 Shadows and 1000 Executioners extreme swordsmanship and perfectly combined them to form 1000 Shadows and 1000 Blades extreme swordsmanship, wouldn't his killing speed skyrocket once again? However, that was only a thought. Wanting to master the 100 Shadows and 100 Blades extreme swordsmanship and 100 Blades extreme swordsmanship as a transcendent was simply too difficult. Not to mention this, just the 10 Shadows and 10 Blades extreme swordsmanship and 100 Blades extreme swordsmanship were things Xianxia had yet to cultivate to the extreme. The high-level half-saint void demon dragon man did not show any intention of attacking and instead continued to stare at Xianxia's every move. His pair of cold and ruthless golden eyes seemed to be observing Xianxia's every move. Soon after, the high-level half-saint void evil devil dragon man opened his mouth and said something. The mid-level half-saint void evil devil oxen on his left and right moved their heads one after another. They leaped several hundred meters high into the air and fell down like meteors with their heavy axes and heavy hammers. Kong Hong. An extremely terrifying aura exploded and fell from the sky like two huge fireballs. The pressure was so terrifying that it could destroy the heavens and earth. The two extremely terrifying auras instantly locked onto Xianxia, causing Xianxia's complexion to change drastically. His originally free and easy movement skill came to a halt in an instant. The pressure brought about by the mid-order half-saint was so strong that it could affect Xianxia. So far, the strongest opponent Xianxia had faced was a low-level half-saint. Even the half-saint master who chased after him in the myriad treasure-sealed world was also a low-level half-saint. But now, he could already kill low-level half-saints and was starting to face mid-order half-saints. Next, he would have to face high-level half-saints. Kong Hong. Xianxia slashed out twice with his sword. Two pitch-black sword lights pierced through the air and instantly disintegrated the extremely heavy pressure. Immediately, Xianxia performed the 10 Shadows and 10 Blades kill again. Hundreds of void demons died one after another under Xianxia's heavy dragon sword. So far, more than half of them had died. Of the 8 low-level half-saint void demons, 4 had also been killed. Only 4 remained. But now, the 2 mid-level half-saint void demons had also made their move. In an instant, Xianxia's 2 pitch-black sword lights were shattered. The 2 mid-order half-saint void demons released an extremely terrifying aura. They fell from the sky and chopped down with their axes. The terrifying pitch-black axe lights seemed to tear the heavens and earth apart. The twin hammers, which were filled with astonishing black light, also emitted a terrifying rumbling sound. They were like meteorites that shattered the heavens and earth. Ordinary low-level half-saint masters couldn't resist such an attack. Even if they didn't die, they would be seriously injured and lose the ability to fight. Marquis-grade geniuses could fight against ordinary low-level half-saints with the strength of a transcendent realm cultivator. Monarch-grade geniuses could defeat ordinary low-level half-saints with the strength of a transcendent realm cultivator and contend with masters between low-level half-saints and mid-level half-saints. King-grade geniuses could kill ordinary low-level half-saints with the strength of a transcendent realm cultivator and contend with mid-level half-saints. Chen Zong had passed the king-grade ancient battle steel, so he should be a king-grade genius instead of a monarch-grade genius. Therefore, Chen Zong could kill ordinary low-level half-saints with relative ease. But now, there were two mid-level half-saints charging at him. The pressure he felt was indescribable. Without hesitation, Chen Zong sheathed the heavy dragon sword and summoned the scarlet flame sword. The power contained in the scarlet flame sword was equivalent to that of an ordinary low-level half-saint. For a mid-level half-saint, ordinary low-level half-saints were nothing, but if he used it, he could become even stronger. Using the scarlet flame sword, Chen Zong's strength would only increase slightly. Kill. With the crimson flame sword in hand, Chen Zong's figure moved around, but he didn't engage the two mid-level half-saint void devils. Instead, he engaged in guerrilla warfare, constantly killing other void devils. Except for the two mid-level half-saint void devils, the other void devils couldn't withstand a single strike from Chen Zong. Even the low-level half-saint void devils couldn't withstand a single strike from Chen Zong. The high-level half-saint void demon dragonman stared unblinkingly at Chen Zong with its golden vertical pupils. Its eyes reflected Chen Zong's figure, as if it was absorbing everything about Chen Zong. It didn't seem to care about the other void demons being killed. Several hundred void demons died under Chen Zong's sword. 8 low-level half-saints also died under Chen Zong's sword. As soon as they died, their bodies turned into mist and disappeared. Chen Zong officially faced off against the two mid-level half-saint void devil ox heads. Boom, the two axes hacked down, and the earth cracked open. It was as if a huge bolt of lightning was rapidly spreading. The light of the axes was incomparably tyrannical, cutting through everything. Even if there was a huge mountain in front of it, it would still be split apart by the axes. On the other side, the twin hammers smashed down, causing the ground to crumble and collapse. A terrifying power quickly spread out, as if wanting to turn everything into dust. The speed of the two mid-level half-saint void demons was not fast, but their strength was terrifying, which made Chen Zong extremely fearful. He absolutely could not allow himself to be hit. Otherwise, with his defense, he would not be able to withstand it. A single strike was enough to break through his defense and cause him serious injuries. He might even be killed by a single strike. It was as if he was treading on thin ice, as if he was walking on the tip of a knife. It was extremely dangerous, and this kind of danger further stimulated Chen Zong. His hair stood on end, and an electric current flowed through his body, making Chen Zong quiver all over. His essence, energy, and spirit became more condensed, and his mind became more concentrated. The high-intensity concentration brought about clearer and more precise changes. Wind force, resistance, angle, trajectory, force, speed, all the information was accurately presented in Chen Zong's mind, and was grasped by Chen Zong. His body movements became more agile, and his swordsmanship became sharper. Every move was just right, no more, no less, and just enough to avoid the attacks of the strong enemies. It was as if he was walking on the tip of a knife. Every time he attacked, his strength and speed reached the best, and the perfect combination made every sword attack burst out with incomparable power. Extremely precise, extremely mysterious. Chen Zong did not know how to describe this indescribable state. He was like a god. Chen Zong was less than 2 meters tall. In terms of body size, there was a huge gap between him and the two mid-level half-saint void demons, who were 4 meters tall. However, he was extremely agile, shuttling back and forth between the two mid-level half-saint void demons, leading their fighting rhythm, restraining each other, and imperceptibly weakening their strength. The two demons wanted to separate, but they could not. They wanted to attack Chen Zong, but their realms were not as high as Chen Zong's, so they could only be led by the nose by Chen Zong. 10 blades cutting extremity, seizing the momentary opportunity, Chen Zong swung his sword and chopped at the calf of a mid-level half-saint void demon. The moment the blade hit, Qianzong immediately felt an indescribable hardness. The defensive power was amazing. However, the 10 blades cutting extremity, which was performed by the super spiritual power of the 6th level of the Taiyuan cloud scraping technique, was very powerful. It cut off the calf, and immediately lost its balance. The sword light of the 10 blades cutting extremity broke through the air. 5 consecutive blades cutting extremity, under the combination of 5 consecutive sword lights, the mid-level half-saint void demon turned its head, and its strong body was suddenly cut open with irresistible force. The death of a mid-level half-saint void demon greatly reduced the pressure on Qianzong. One-on-one, kill, this void demon, which was holding a heavy hammer in each hand, was very powerful. Every strike of the hammer seemed to sink the earth. The terrible power was like a raging wave, and the whole giant city seemed to be shaking. It was very powerful, and the speed at which it swung its hammers was amazing. It hammered wildly like a drum. Every strike of the hammers was aimed at Qianzong, bursting out with its own terrible power. Every strike of the hammers on the ground burst out with extremely cold, wild ripples that swept out and shattered everything. Although there was only one mid-level half-saint void devil left and the pressure on Qianzong had decreased sharply, it was still difficult for Qianzong to get close to the void devil due to the lack of mutual restraint between the two hammers of the powerful mid-level half-saint void devil. Wandering, constantly wandering, looking for an opportunity. Although the void demon was very powerful, and its body was very strong, there were times when it was exhausted. Taking advantage of the moment when the void demon took a breath, Qianzong performed the 10 shadows 10 blades killing technique. In the blink of an eye, 10 figures and 10 sword lights appeared around the void fiend. Kill, although this void demon was powerful, it was no match for Qianzong. Under the 10 shadows 10 blades killing technique, it was directly cut into pieces by the red flame sword. After killing these 2 mid-level half-saint void demons, Qianzong felt a little tired. Tired, it wasn't just physical exhaustion, but also mental exhaustion. First, there were hundreds of evil void devils. Then, there were 8 low-level half-step saints. Then, there were 2 mid-level half-step saints. Such opponents were truly powerful. This battle was really hard. But they were all killed. Only one was left. Qianzong took a deep breath. His eyes were shining brightly, like a sharp sword piercing the sky. He stared at the figure in front of him in the hall of the city lord's mansion. A high-level half-saint void demon was a great threat to him, just like the demonic dragon man. The high-level half-saint void demon dragon man was motionless, still with its arms crossed in front of its chest. Its pair of golden vertical pupils were extremely cold. It stared at Qianzong, imperceptibly giving Qianzong a strong pressure. Serious, Qianzong was very serious. His expression and eyes were very serious. His strong intuition told him that this high-level void demon was a strong enemy, a very strong enemy, a very strong enemy. Time passed breath by breath. Qianzong felt that the pressure on him was constantly increasing. This pressure didn't seem to be as great as when he faced the hundreds of void demons, but it was more profound, as if it was directed to the deepest part of his heart. It made Qianzong's hair stand on end. Slash, the red flame sword streaked across the sky, creating a golden flame sword light. It crossed thousands of meters in an instant and attacked the high-level half-saint void demon dragon man. The void evil devil draconic person lowered his crossed arms, and an extremely terrifying power erupted. Baleful intent soared into the sky, and the instant the scarlet flame's sharp sword neared him, it was as if it was struck by an invisible force, and instantly collapsed and dissipated. The next moment, the void demon dragon man moved, creating countless shadows. It rushed toward Qianzong at an amazing speed, like a demonic dragon flying in the sky. Lock on, Qianzong felt that he was locked on. No matter how he dodged, he couldn't avoid the attack of the void demon dragon man. Qianzong performed 10 shadows and 10 illusions to the extreme, but the feeling of being locked on still existed. He instantly combined it with the 10 blades extreme sword technique. 10 shadows and 10 blades kill. 10 shadows and 10 sword lights rushed toward the void demon dragon man in an instant. This was an extremely powerful move. Perhaps it wasn't as powerful as the 10 blades extreme sword technique, but in terms of subtlety and variation, it was far superior to the 10 blades extreme sword technique. The 10 shadows and 10 sword lights all seemed real, and they all had extremely terrifying lethality. Just now, the mid-level half-saint void demon dragon man had been killed by this move. Then, could this move deal with the high-level half-saint void demon dragon man? Shenzong didn't know, because the strength difference between a high-level half-saint and a mid-level half-saint was very obvious. Although he didn't know, it didn't stop Shenzong from drawing his sword. He drew his sword with the strongest conviction, the conviction to kill. Kill, slash. The moment Shenzong performed 10 shadows and 10 blades extreme sword technique, the golden vertical pupil of the void demon dragon man seemed to glow. A figure was reflected in the light. The 10 shadows and 10 blades extreme sword technique was exactly the same as Shenzong's. In the next moment, Shenzong felt that all 10 swords of his 10 shadows and 10 blades extreme sword technique missed, as if the opponent didn't exist at all. Immediately, Shenzong's expression changed greatly. He immediately held his sword horizontally in front of him. With a clang, an extremely terrifying force bombarded the sword. The force was incomparably tyrannical, like the direct impact of an ancient giant beast. It was also extremely tricky, like a viper coming out of its hole. The red flame-sharp sword trembled incessantly, as if it was letting out a mournful cry. The sword seemed to be about to break. The extremely terrifying force cracked the web between Shenzong's thumb and index finger, and the tyrannical force kept penetrating. Shenzong only felt as if his arm was about to break. The body of the sword smashed towards Shenzong's chest, crushing his heavy defenses and directly striking his chest. With a bang, like the rumbling of a drum, Shenzong uncontrollably flew back several hundred meters under the overwhelming and terrifying force. Poochie, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Shenzong's face was pale, and his face was full of shock. He was extremely terrified. How could it be? How could it be? The difference in strength was too great. There was no way he could match it at all. The void demon dragon man appeared 100 meters away from Shenzong. Its arms hung down naturally, and its eyes were still incomparably cold. It stared at Shenzong with indifference, giving Shenzong even more terrifying pressure. The blow just now seemed to be a casual one, but it caused Shenzong significant internal injuries. The terrifying void evil force kept invading his body and wreaking havoc. Shenzong hurriedly mobilized his strength to block, disperse, and purify it. In the depths of the ruined city, the pavilions had collapsed, the ground was broken, and holes were everywhere. A powerful aura spread in all directions. The 2-meter-tall half-saint void evil demonic dragon person's arms hung down naturally, and its fingers were slightly clenched. Its long tail swayed in the air unconsciously, and its pair of golden eyes stared at Shenzong. It was extremely cold, as if it was a mirror cast from 10,000 years of ice, and Shenzong was completely reflected in it. Shenzong's expression was extremely solemn. If the demonic dragon person did not attack, he would not attack either. Instead, he was thinking, recalling the battle just now. The battle just now was very short. In just 3 short breaths, he was hit and injured like lightning. But Shenzong also discovered some things as he recalled. This discovery made Shenzong feel horrified. It was as if all his actions were under the control of his opponent. In other words, his opponent seemed to be extremely familiar with him. Any timing, angle, and trajectory of his attacks were all under the control of his opponent. That was why the demonic dragon person could easily avoid his attacks, and then counterattack through his flaws and blind spots. Shenzong could not believe it, but he had no choice but to believe it. Recalling the details of the battle just now, it was indeed so. Everything about him was under the control of his opponent. At this moment, the demonic dragon person's body swayed slightly. It did not seem to be moving, but it floated up as if it had lost all its weight. It exploded with astonishing speed and directly approached Shenzong. Shenzong noticed that when the demonic dragon person approached him, it did not move in a straight line. Instead, it moved left and right at a frightening speed. Every time it moved, it would leave behind a series of afterimages. The afterimages stayed in the air for a long time and did not dissipate. This made the demonic dragon person seem even faster, and it was difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. Shenzong was a little dazzled. Before he could distinguish clearly, the demonic dragon person had already reached him. It raised one hand and suddenly clawed at him as if it was tearing through the void. The cold light of the claw left streaks in the air, and it was extremely terrifying. Before the dragon claw arrived, the terrifying killing intent made Xianxia's hair stand on end. His entire body felt numb as if he had been electrocuted, and even his reaction was a little slower. This slight difference put Xianxia in danger all of a sudden. Xianxia used his 10 Shadows 10 Illusions movement technique to the extreme. It was hard to tell which was real and which was fake. He quickly retreated. The scarlet flamed sharp sword was raised in front of him, like an iron chain crossing a river. As expected, the dragon person evil spirit's dragon claw grabbed at Xianxia's real body. The claw tore through the air and shattered everything. Its power was terrifying. This claw avoided the defense of the red flame sword and struck Xianxia's chest directly. Xianxia's super spiritual energy defense was torn apart, his dragon energy defense was torn apart, and this claw attack even tore open a few deep claw marks on his chest, leaving behind a few bone-deep claw marks. The extremely terrifying evil power of the void continued to corrode Xianxia's body, wreaking havoc and destroying his life force. The evil power of the void of a high-level half-step saint evil spirit was extremely corrosive. Xianxia could feel that one side of the claw marks on his chest was gray and black, emitting a deathly aura. His exuberant life force was also affected, constantly being corroded and depleted. The purple cloud black star flame burned fiercely, and the powerful flame energy immediately spread out, destroying and purifying the evil power of the void that had invaded his body. It then went to the claw marks on his chest. As the claw marks burned, the original gray and black deathly aura quickly disappeared and returned to normal. Xianxia quickly retreated and pulled away from the high-level evil spirit of the void. He stared at his opponent, and his powerful spiritual sense locked onto his opponent. His mind spun rapidly, constantly thinking of countermeasures. This opponent was too terrifying. What was terrifying was not the opponent's strength as a high-level half-step saint, but that the opponent seemed to know everything about him. It was as if the opponent knew him better than he knew himself. Once he made a move, the opponent would know his weakness and counterattack. Xianxia had never experienced such a feeling before. Usually, only he would let others experience it. Of course, Xianxia was also very clear about one thing. It was not that he had no weaknesses. It was just that his realm and attainments were so profound that he could minimize his weaknesses and maximize his opponent's weaknesses. Then he could attack, defeat, and kill his opponent. It was the same for the evil spirits of the void before. But now the situation was reversed. Xianxia was completely in a passive position. A thought suddenly popped up in Xianxia's mind. He felt that this was not bad. At least he could experience the feeling of being helpless. For him, this was definitely a new experience. It was a new kind of tempering. Perhaps it would play a good role in perfecting his cultivation path. Of course, the premise was that he could survive this battle and kill his opponent. Otherwise, everything would be empty talk. Xianxia's will to live was very strong, because he knew very well that no matter what, there was only hope if he was alive. If he died, everything would be in vain. Survive first, then find a way to defeat and kill his opponent. Pausing, Xianxia once again used the 10 Shadows 10 Blades kill, and instantly attacked his opponent. Xianxia did not know if it was an illusion, but he actually saw a mocking smile flash across the face of the evil dragon person, as if it was mocking Xianxia. Soon after, the evil dragon person's feet seemed to be rooted to the ground. Its body swayed like a pendulum, and it dodged all of Xianxia's attacks. It was an understatement and unhurried move. Xianxia kept attacking, and the speed of his sword became faster and faster. He even sacrificed his strength to increase his speed, as if it was beyond his limit. In just an instant, the evil dragon person was completely covered by the sword light of the red flame sword. However, Xianxia, who kept attacking, became more and more horrified. Because no matter how fast and dense his attacks were, they could not hit the evil dragon person. As it swayed left and right, it actually dodged all of Xianxia's attacks. It was as if it had the ability to foresee, and could predict the angle and trajectory of Xianxia's attacks in advance. It even calculated the speed. Foresight? No. Previously, when Qianzong fought against hundreds of evil void demons, 8 low-level evil void demons, and 2 mid-level evil void demons, everything was seen by this high-level evil void demon. Its extraordinary ability also recorded everything Qianzong did, analyzing, calculating, and grasping Qianzong's every move. It sounded horrifying, but that was the truth. It was as if it had grasped all of Qianzong's movements and reactions. Unless Qianzong did not move, it could quickly deduce what Qianzong's next move would be unless Qianzong did not move. 15 minutes, Qianzong had been attacking at high speed for 15 minutes, but he could not even touch the corner of the evil dragon person's clothes. The evil dragon person did not counterattack and only stood on the spot, dodging all of Qianzong's attacks without moving its feet at all. Soon after, the demonic dragon no longer seemed to want to dodge. It raised its hand and lightly flicked its finger. A terrifying force hit the scarlet flame sword and deflected it. Soon after, the demonic dragon straightened its finger and pierced toward Qianzong. Qianzong only felt as if that finger had turned into a giant crossbow that pierced through the sky and arrived with terrifying force. Body-refining dragon power surged, purple cloud black star flame burned, and ultra-spiritual energy surged. In an instant, the 3 energies gathered in Qianzong's left hand and turned into a sharp sword that pierced through the air with a deafening rumble. The moment the 2 fingers collided, Qianzong only felt that the power in his sword finger was instantly crushed. An extremely terrifying force hit, and his sword finger seemed to shatter inch by inch. His arm was bent, and his body was pushed back rapidly. However, the void evil devil draconic being wasn't having a good time either. Its elbow was bent uncontrollably, and a powerful force struck its fingertip. A feeling of being crushed spread through its body, causing its expression to change slightly. Qianzong saw all of the other party's reactions. So it's not much stronger than me. A trace of understanding welled up in his mind. The high-level half-saint evil dragon person was very strong, but Qianzong found that it was not much stronger than him in a head-on clash. The reason why it could injure him was because it could see through all of his moves and seemed to be in control of the battle. Then, if he wanted to break out of this situation, he had to change. How to change? He had to change himself. However, changing was easier said than done. Qianzong's battle techniques and so on were gradually formed over the past few decades. It was impossible to change them just like that. The evil dragon person seemed to have also tested the difference in power between itself and Qianzong. It attacked again, and its claw tore through the air. Qianzong also tried to change, and blocked the claw. However, the tail suddenly whipped, and a terrifying force that seemed to be able to shatter mountains directly hit Qianzong's back. It shattered all of Qianzong's defenses, and it seemed to want to shatter Qianzong's body. Qianzong could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He felt a burning pain on his back, as if it had been shattered. The extremely terrifying evil force of the void once again invaded his body and wreaked havoc. The demonic dragon crossed its arms in front of its chest again, but one of its tails was constantly changing, lashing out like a giant whip. It could change its length freely, and it seemed to be able to appear anywhere on its body. It was like a venomous snake or a giant python, agile, cunning, and ferocious. Every time it lashed out, it would burst forth with astonishing power. Boom! 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 Qianzong directly lost the ability to resist. His entire body kept trembling, and he allowed the evil dragon person's tail to whip him. Every time it whipped, a terrifying force would blast into his body, wantonly destroying Qianzong's body. Every time it whipped, Qianzong would spit out a mouthful of blood, and his face would become paler and paler. His aura would also become weaker and weaker. However, every time it whipped, Qianzong's eyes would become brighter and brighter. They were extremely bright, like divine light. Wisps of aura quietly changed, imperceptibly, like a frog being boiled in warm water. Even the dragon person evil spirit did not notice it at all. It seemed to be having a lot of fun, playing to its heart's content. This evil dragon person clearly possessed astonishing intelligence and vile habits. It clearly had the ability to kill Qianzong, but it did not kill Qianzong. Instead, it constantly attacked and ravaged Qianzong. Bang! 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 A rhythmic sound that sounded like the beating of a drum reverberated in all directions. The dragonborn's tail was neither light nor heavy, and it kept whipping Chenzong's body at a uniform speed. Chenzong's front and back were attacked again and again, and the Dragonborn seemed to be playing with him, whipping Chenzong from head to toe. Although each strike was not the strongest, it was not light either. It was as if it was going to break Chenzong's bones and tendons. If not for Chenzong's strong physique, he would have been turned into a pile of minced meat. Intense pain, every whip would bring intense pain to his body. Before the first wave subsided, another wave would come. It kept stacking and accumulating, becoming more and more intense. But gradually, Chenzong forgot about the intense pain in his body. Countless insights appeared. Since birth, he was born weak and was regarded as a useless person. It was difficult for him to cultivate. He was ridiculed countless times, but he never gave up on himself. He always remembered his father's teachings, constantly strived to improve oneself. After obtaining the Heartsword seal, he was reborn. From then on, he truly stepped onto the path of cultivation. He constantly sharpened himself, encountered life and death crises, and survived them. He stimulated his potential time and time again to improve himself. Step by step, he walked to where he was now. Difficult times, alternating between life and death, when had his heart ever wavered? Opportunities, traveling between two worlds, when had his heart ever wavered? One soul lives two worlds, one heart illuminates 10,000 worlds. Chenzong could not help but say softly. It was the voice from the deepest part of his heart. Suddenly, the Heartsword seal trembled slightly, and the mysteries of the Heartsword Sutra flowed out. It filled Chenzong's soul. The runes emitted a silver divine light, filled with endless mysteries. In an instant, mysteries that he had never comprehended before appeared one after another. Heart, Chenzong said in a low voice. It was like the voice of his soul. Only he could hear it. The demonic dragon did not react at all. It continued whipping Chenzong's body. Countless comprehensions emerged. Spiritual lights danced in the depths of his soul like fireflies, parting the dark clouds to reveal the bright moon. His heart was clear, his thoughts were clear, and he was suddenly enlightened. Heartsword Sutra. First the heart, then the sword. Once he had an epiphany, the mysteries were revealed. Only then did Chenzong realize that there seemed to be some deviation in his previous comprehension. First comes the heart, then the sword. The heart was the main, and the sword was the auxiliary, with the heart as the inside and the sword as the outside, with the heart as the root and the sword as the leaf. If the heart sword was a big tree, then the heart would be the roots and the sword would be the branches and leaves. Having a heart without a sword was like having roots without branches and leaves, unable to grow upwards and become a towering tree. Having a sword without a heart was like having branches and leaves without a root. Without the support of the root, the branches and leaves would wither and disappear. In other words, his comprehension of the Heartsword Sutra wasn't off at all. It was just that he hadn't gone deep enough. No matter how many stages he had comprehended the Heartsword Sutra at that time, it had always been on the surface. He hadn't grasped the true mysteries. But now, with a deeper foundation, a stronger soul and comprehension, and the partial memories and cultivation insights of the great Abyss King, a peak Saint Rudiment stage master, he had greatly strengthened his foundation. Facing such an unprecedented life and death crisis, his body was severely injured and on the verge of death. In this moment of life and death, he had greatly stimulated his potential. Life and death crises were terrifying, but they were also great opportunities. Chenzong had grasped this great opportunity. It was a great opportunity that belonged to him. He had comprehended the deeper mysteries of the Heartsword Sutra. This was the true mystery of the Heartsword Sutra. If not for this, who knew how long it would have taken Chenzong to comprehend this? The moment he comprehended the mysteries of the Heartsword, Chenzong's body suddenly exuded a unique aura. This aura was very weak, like a candle in the wind, about to be extinguished at any moment. However, it was like a sprout that had sprouted out of the ground, absorbing nutrients and gradually growing. It was incomparably tenacious. As this aura grew stronger, the demonic dragon man seemed to realize that something was wrong. Its golden vertical pupils suddenly burst out with an astonishing cold murderous intent. The whipping of its tail suddenly intensified, its power increasing to the extreme. It was as if it could crush a mountain with one blow as it slammed towards Chenzong. The power of this blow was more than twice as strong as before. It was enough to directly blow up Qianzong's severely injured body. With a boom, the air trembled incessantly. The extremely terrifying force turned into a seething shockwave that shattered Qianzong's body. The shockwave even sent him flying backward, creating a ravine that was several thousand meters long on the broken ground. It was a ghastly sight. However, the demonic dragonman's golden pupils revealed a hint of human-like seriousness. That powerful full-force blow just now had not actually hit the opponent's body. The moment it hit, the opponent's body disappeared, leaving behind only a lifelike phantom. How did he disappear? It could not figure it out. Logically speaking, all of this human's combat and movements were already under its control. As long as he moved, it could deduce his next move and attack. How could it not be able to deduce his next move? Little did it know that Qianzong had comprehended the true mysteries of the Heart Sword Sutra, the mysteries of the Heart Sword. The mysteries of the Heart Sword were to use the heart as the root, the heart as the master, and the heart as the source to control the sword and control all power. Qianzong felt that he seemed to have come into contact with a more profound path of cultivation. However, he did not understand it well enough and was in a hazy state. It seemed that he had only scratched the surface and had not even reached the threshold of mastery. However, just the slightest contact was enough to change Qianzong greatly. With a thought, he dodged the powerful attack of the Draconid sinister demon without a trace. If it was before, he would definitely not have been able to dodge that blow. He would have been hit, his body would have shattered, and he would have died a violent death. He quickly took out an elixir and consumed it to heal his injuries. Heavy, extremely heavy, almost all of his bones and muscles were shattered. His skin and muscles were also shattered. His flesh was badly mangled. If not for Qianzong's strong will and comprehension of the mysteries of the Heart Sword, he would not have been able to hold on. As the elixir's power quickly dissolved, a cold aura spread throughout his body and gradually healed his injuries. These injuries were not light at all compared to the injuries he had suffered from the Great Abyss King's finger. Of course, there were differences between the two. The Great Abyss King had inflicted severe injuries on Qianzong with a single finger. That finger was extremely brilliant. However, this demonic dragon man had attacked many times and was somewhat different. In any case, it was a fact that Qianzong's injuries were very serious. The demonic dragon man seemed to be enraged. It let out a shocking and sharp roar. It reached out with its claws and tore open cracks in space. It grabbed pieces of debris and lashed out wildly with its tail. It was incomparably violent and destroyed everything. Faced with the demonic dragonman's destructive power, Qianzong had no intention of taking it head-on. After all, his injuries were very serious. He dodged and escaped. Under the mysteries of the Heart Sword, everything within a radius of several meters was within Qianzong's grasp. His 10 Shadows 10 illusions became even more erratic, breaking away from the Dragonborn's predictions. Even Qianzong himself could not predict where he would go next. He could only follow the feeling in the depths of his heart and guide it in the correct direction. This feeling was a bit like the Heartless Sword, but the mysteries contained within it were even more brilliant. However, due to his serious injuries, Qianzong would suffer intense pain every time he used his movement technique. Fortunately, the effects of the pill continued to spread and reduce Qianzong's pain. It also allowed Qianzong's injuries to heal bit by bit. The self-healing ability of his physique also gradually took effect and accelerated the healing of his injuries. Qianzong used his movement technique to the extreme. He circled around the entire giant city and dodged the attacks of the demonic dragon man. The demonic dragon man attacked wildly as if it had endless energy. The giant city, which was already in ruins, was further damaged by this terrifying attack. Time passed slowly. In the beginning, Qianzong was almost hit by the demonic dragon man several times. However, as he became more proficient in using the mysteries of the Heart Sword, the demonic dragon man could not do anything to Qianzong. 30%. Qianzong's eyes flashed. 30% of his injuries had already healed. Although he was still in pain, he was already able to fight. While he was recovering, the demonic dragon man kept attacking and its energy was constantly being depleted. Although the demonic space demons in the illusory battle were not real demonic space demons, they were all created by the Aeon Ice Empress based on the real demonic space demons. They were very close to the real demonic space demons. As such, although these demonic space demons were very powerful, they were not endless. Especially when this demonic space demon attacked in rage, its energy was being depleted even faster. Wait, Chenzong continued to wait, waiting for the demonic space demon's energy to be depleted even more. After 40% of its injuries had healed, the demonic dragonman's energy was being depleted even more. The mysteries of the heart sword made Chenzong's powerful spiritual sense sharper. He began to sense that the demonic dragonman's aura was weakening. After 50% of its injuries had healed, the demonic dragonman suddenly calmed down. It also realized that it had used up a lot of its energy. Celestial Crystal Battle Body. In an instant, Chenzong unleashed the entry-level 7th grade secret technique. White crystal light filled his arms, making them even more powerful. The red flame sword pierced through the air. 10 shadows 10 blades kill. Under the mysteries of the heart sword, the 10 shadows 10 blades kill became more and more unpredictable and fierce. Moreover, the 10 shadows 10 blades kill did not appear at the same time like before. Instead, they appeared one at a time and attacked the demonic dragonman. The demonic dragonman immediately dodged. Then, a second figure appeared with a sword and attacked, as if it had predicted the demonic dragonman's dodging route. The demonic dragonman was shocked. It immediately attacked, gathering what little energy it had left to attack. The third figure brandished his sword and attacked again. As expected of a high-level half-saint demonic space demon, it was indeed very powerful. Under the more flexible 10 shadows 10 blades kill, it still could not be killed. However, Chenzong attacked with a second move. 10 blades slash. 2 blades become one. As he attacked, the two sword lights merged into one. Its power was greatly increased, and it appeared right in the demonic dragonman's path. It could not be dodged. In the past, even though Chenzong knew the secret behind 10 blades returning to one, he was unable to execute it. But now, with the help of the heart sword, he was able to use his heart as the foundation to control all energy. He was able to execute the 10 blades returning to one, dual blades returning to one. 2 blades become one, and the two sword lights merged into one. Its power was greatly increased. Slash, the shocking sword light tore through the air and clashed with the demonic dragonman's claws. Slash, the sword light tore through the sky, and the sword mark lingered for a long time. The demonic dragon's cold and emotionless eyes were filled with disbelief, as if it couldn't believe that it had been slain. 1 slash, 2 slashes, the demonic dragon's body turned into mist and disappeared with extreme reluctance. Given its strength, it should have been the one to kill this human instead. However, what in the world happened in between that caused this human to change and break free from its control? Then, it slowly tortured itself to death. Yes, this demonic dragon of the void with the strength of an advanced half-saint was slowly tortured to death by Chenzong. In terms of absolute strength, Chenzong was indeed inferior to this demonic dragon of the void. He couldn't gain the upper hand in a head-on clash, and might even be killed by it. But Chenzong, who had comprehended the mystery of the heart sword, could more accurately control his strength and control the sword in his hand, allowing him to exert 20% of his strength. More importantly, he could sense everything within a radius of a few meters around him, as if everything was under his control. Using his heart to sense, he was more sensitive than before, and could more accurately sense his opponent's every move. Especially after familiarizing himself with his opponent's fighting style, he could make accurate predictions. Because of this, Chenzong changed his fighting style from before, and became truly carefree. He couldn't even predict his own consciousness, let alone his opponent. The opponent could predict his movements completely because it was constantly observing his battles, memorizing and grasping his every move, and then deducing and predicting it with its superior ability. This was a kind of innate ability, an amazing ability that only a few demonic dragons of the void possessed. Chenzong's heart sword was similar, but also different. Chenzong's wasn't a prediction, but a perception. It wasn't an innate ability, but a superior realm. It was a unique superior realm, an ability that evolved from a superior realm, and not an innate ability. Compared to the advanced half-saint demonic dragon of the void, Chenzong was still inferior in terms of absolute strength, so he had to go through a tough battle to kill his opponent. If his opponent hadn't used up too much of his strength, this battle would probably have continued. Difficult, this battle was truly difficult. It was different from the battle of the Great Abyss King's consciousness, but it was also similar. After entering the Ice Empress' secret realm, Chenzong had experienced two setbacks that he had never experienced before. The first one was the Great Abyss King, and the second one was the evil devil dragon man of the void, a high-level half-saint. The feeling of powerlessness and helplessness went straight into the depths of his heart and soul. That kind of feeling was enough to make many people's minds collapse, but Chenzong withstood it. As a result, his mind was naturally tempered by an invisible force, becoming purer and tougher. It was precisely this sort of formless tempering combined with everything else that allowed Chenzong's potential to erupt in the face of a life-and-death crisis, allowing him to comprehend the deeper profundities of the Heartsword Sutra. A surge of power descended from the sky and landed on Chenzong's body. Instantly, Chenzong felt that his injuries were healing rapidly, and the power he had consumed was also recovering rapidly. An incomparably wonderful and comfortable feeling spread throughout his body and soul. His mind was clear, and Chenzong continued to think. Firstly, the profundities of the Heartsword are only superficial. If the opponent's level is the same or slightly higher than mine, it will be useful. But if the opponent's level is much higher than mine, it will be useless, Chenzong thought. If the opponent's level was lower than his, needless to say, he could easily kill them without using the Heartsword's profundities. Secondly, using the Heartsword's profundities is very taxing on the mind. Unless the opponent is a powerful one, I can only use it. The profundities of the Heartsword were only superficial. When Chenzong used it to cover an area of several meters around him, the consumption of his mind's power was extremely terrifying. This was something that Chenzong had experienced when he was fighting the evil devil dragon man. Chenzong guessed that perhaps it was because his level was too low, and the Heartsword's profundities were too high. If his cultivation was high enough and his profundities were high enough, then using the Heartsword's profundities would not consume so much energy. However, the Heartsword's profundities could also be used as a secret technique. It could be used as a trump card or a trump card. Not long after, the power that covered his body disappeared. Chenzong only felt refreshed and comfortable. All his injuries were healed, and his spirit was restored to its peak. Not only that, but Chenzong could also feel that some of the hidden injuries that he had left behind in the past were also healed. Every cultivator would experience life and death as they cultivated and fought. They would be injured again and again. Even if they were healed, there would still be some hidden injuries left behind. However, when the hidden injuries accumulated until they reached a limit, it would be very terrifying. Therefore, many cultivators would try their best to get rid of their hidden injuries after reaching a certain level of cultivation. Now, Chenzong's hidden injuries were all healed. This was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise. Could this be the reward for passing the evil devil illusory battle? Chenzong could not help but guess. In fact, passing the evil devil illusory battle had brought great benefits to Chenzong, especially comprehending the Heartsword's profundities. No, it was not appropriate to call it the Heartsword's profundities. Perhaps it should be called the Heart Domain. With a unique power, let's call it the Heart's Force or the Heartsword's Force. This was a unique power that was different from spiritual power, dragon power, and even spiritual sense. It came from the heart and covered a radius of several meters. It was like a domain that was under one's control. Therefore, it was more appropriate to call it the Heart Domain. As soon as the Heart Domain was released, everything within a radius of about 3 meters became extremely clear. The floating dust, the flow of air, and the changes of particles were all under Chenzong's control. All changes were also within his perception. This was something that his eyesight and spiritual sense could not compare to. Comprehending and mastering the Heart Domain alone was more than any other reward. Moreover, all the hidden injuries could be healed. At this moment, something strange happened. A blood-red light suddenly appeared in the distant western sky and turned into a blood-red meteor. It swept across the sky like a blood-red aurora and flew straight toward the huge ruined city. A shocking smell of blood permeated the air. The blood-red light was like a turbulent sea of clouds, sweeping over the mountains and overturning the seas. Chenzong's expression suddenly changed. His eyes emitted a shocking light as he stared at the blood-red light. The blood-red light was endless, carrying a terrifying blood-red aura and sharpness. It was like a blood-red sword that cut across the sky and separated heaven and earth. The shocking blood-red aura and sharpness hit Qianzong, causing Qianzong's body to tremble. His whole body was icy cold. An indescribable feeling of paralysis spread all over his body, making him unable to move. Immediately, Qianzong felt the blood-red light spread into his sea of consciousness and dyed it red. The blood-red light was so dense that it seemed to have turned into a sea of blood that was surging endlessly. It was about to fill Qianzong's sea of consciousness and shatter it. Even Qianzong's soul was about to be submerged and devoured, falling into the sea of blood forever. Condense. With a low growl, Qianzong's heart was not shaken. His extremely tough spirit and willpower, which had recovered to the peak, burst out. It was extremely condensed, like a sword that had just been sharpened, shooting out a shockingly sharp light. Resist the invasion of the blood-red light. The next moment, like an illusion, the blood-red light in his sea of consciousness disappeared, and the blood-red light that covered half of the sky gradually dissipated. A blood-red mark floated in front of Qianzong. The mark was as red as blood, and crystal clear. It was about the size of a baby's palm, and its shape was like a broad sword blade. Looking at it carefully, it seemed to be formed by countless blood-red sword qi intertwining and rotating. What is this? Qianzong stared at the blood-red sword seal that was rotating in front of him with a face full of astonishment. All the aura of the blood-red sword seal was restrained, but Qianzong would never forget the scene just now. The magnificent and amazing power was extremely terrifying, and it was many times more powerful than the evil demon of the void in the high-level half-saint realm. The two were definitely not on the same level. Qianzong stretched out his hand and gently touched the blood-red sword seal. Suddenly, the blood-red sword seal shone and wrapped around Qianzong's finger. It spread to the back of Qianzong's right hand at lightning speed, forming a brand. The brand's shape was exactly the same as the blood-red sword seal, and a message also spread into Qianzong's mind. The blood drop sword seal. This object was called the blood drop sword seal, and it was a secret treasure. Soon, Qianzong knew the function of this blood drop sword seal. It was sealed with the blood drop swordsmanship, an upper-grade sacred-level martial skill. Qianzong only needed to activate it with his own strength to release the blood drop swordsmanship sealed in it to kill the enemy. Upper-grade sacred-level swordsmanship. Qianzong was shocked. Although he had practiced the upper-grade sacred-level cultivation method, his martial skill was only the lower-grade sacred-level sword technique, and he had only practiced it to the first level. As for the upper-grade sacred-level swordsmanship, it was needless to say. If he did not have the right opportunity, he would not know how to practice it, let alone master it. The blood drop swordsmanship sealed in the blood drop sword seal could be performed with his own strength. It was the kind of swordsmanship that had been practiced to the perfection, and only lacked the comprehension of the true meaning. Of course, limited by his own strength, he could not fully exert the power of the blood drop swordsmanship. After all, the power of a sacred-level martial skill could only be fully exerted by saint energy. Even so, the upper-grade sacred-level swordsmanship of the perfection level that was performed with ultra-spiritual energy was extremely powerful and terrifying. Qianzong really wanted to try the power of the upper-grade sacred-level swordsmanship that had been practiced to the perfection level, but he could only suppress this thought. According to the message sent by the blood drop sword seal, the power of the blood drop sword seal would be consumed every time it was activated. It would be consumed every time it was used, and it would vanish into thin air. Therefore, every opportunity to use it was very precious, and it could only be used as a trump card. However, the blood drop sword seal has another function, and that is to allow me to comprehend the blood drop swordsmanship sealed in it. Qianzong thought to himself, and his eyes were extremely bright. An upper-grade sacred-level swordsmanship was undoubtedly very attractive, and it was several times more attractive than the Taiyuan cloud-shattering finger, which was also an upper-grade sacred-level swordsmanship. Therefore, Qianzong practiced swordsmanship. Then, I'll try to comprehend it, Qianzong thought to himself, and he sank into the blood drop sword seal on the back of his right hand and began to comprehend it. After a while, Qianzong's face turned pale, and his eyes were filled with fatigue. Difficult, too difficult. The Eternal Ice Imperial Palace was huge and stood in the depths of the Ice Imperial mystic realm. Strong snowstorms raged around it like a natural moat. Those who were not strong enough could only look at it and sigh. However, everyone who entered the Ice Imperial mystic realm had their own fortuitous encounters and increased their strength. Hence, those who could not enter the Ice Imperial Palace were in the minority. Only by passing the various tests of the Ice Imperial Palace could one step into the real Ice Imperial Palace. The tests were all the same. As long as one had a certain level of strength and made the right choice, one could pass the tests. Of course, if one did not know his own strength and made the wrong choice, he would die here. There was only one person like Xianxia who did not choose to leave after killing 10 void demons in the illusory battle. That person was Xianxia. Even the Eclipse King chose to leave after killing 10 void demons. Of course, if the Eclipse King knew that he could obtain a treasure like the blood-dripping sword seal by staying and killing the void demons, he would probably choose to stay. Unfortunately, he did not know. He did not have Xianxia's senses. After all, their cultivation methods were different. After leaving the illusory battle, Xianxia finally stepped into the Ice Imperial Palace. Standing on the stone slab of the Ice Imperial Palace, Xianxia sorted out the information he had just received. The information was simple. First, the Ice Imperial Palace had 3 levels. Each level had its own fortuitous encounter. Second, everyone who entered the Ice Imperial Palace only had one choice. What fortuitous encounter one could obtain depended on one's choice. Third, the first level had the most fortuitous encounters but also the lowest. They were left behind by the stronger Saint Realm martial artists. The second level had fewer fortuitous encounters but stronger ones. They were left behind by king-ranked martial artists. The third level had the least fortuitous encounters but also the strongest ones. They were left behind by great Saint Realm martial artists. Fourth, no matter what fortuitous encounter one chose, one had to pass the test of the person who left behind the fortuitous encounter. Fifth, the first level was the easiest. To enter the second level, one had to break through the barrier. The barrier to the third level was even stronger. There was not much information. After Xianxia quickly sorted it out, he stepped forward. Beneath his feet was still an ice tunnel. It seemed to be an extension of the ice tunnel from before. Forward, with one step, Xianxia arrived at a spacious hall. There were 99 stone tablets in the hall, and they were arranged in an orderly manner. They were divided into 11 rows and 9 rows, and the distance between each stone tablet was 100 meters. There were some figures sitting or standing cross-legged in front of some of the stone tablets. They were enveloped by the aura of the stone tablets, as if they had temporarily become one with the stone tablets. Those people were accepting the opportunities inside the stone tablets. After choosing the opportunity, one would have to accept the appropriate test to truly obtain the opportunity. As such, it would be extremely difficult to obtain the opportunity in the Ice Imperial Palace. Test after test, but it was also because of this that the true inheritor could be selected and the inheritance could be carried forward. Xianxia did not stay on the first level for long. Although the opportunities on the first level were good and would cause a bloodbath in the outside world, they were only of the lowest level here. Xianxia did not care for them. Looking past the 99 stone tablets, he saw a flowing light screen. That was the barrier to the second level. He took a step forward. Like a gentle breeze, he was as fast as lightning. In an instant, he crossed thousands of meters and appeared in front of the barrier. He did not draw his sword, but used his finger instead of a sword to attack. The sword light was highly condensed and emitted a cloud-white brilliance. That was as deep as the abyss. It tore through the sky. In the illusory battle of demons, the flow of time was the same as the outside world. In other words, Xianxia spent a very long time in the illusory battle of demons, 10 times or even 100 times more than the others. While Xianxia was still fighting with the demons of the void, other geniuses had already chosen their inheritors and entered the second and third level. If he had multiple chances to choose, Xianxia would naturally choose from the first level before entering the second or third level. After all, the more choices he could make, the more reference he could get, and the better his foundation would be. However, it was a pity that he only had one chance. This was also a rule set by the ancient Ice Emperor to prevent the geniuses from biting off more than they could chew. It was also a formless test to see if one could choose the most suitable opportunity. Many times, on the path of cultivation, it was not better to be more skillful. Instead, it was better to be more suitable. This was because the more skillful one was, the more likely it was that it would not be suitable. If it was not suitable, no matter how skillful one would not be able to achieve much and waste time. Perhaps it was not that skillful, but it was very suitable for one. Then, one would be able to completely master it and reach new heights. What was suitable for oneself was the strongest. The sword light slashed down, and the barrier was silently torn apart in an instant. This barrier was indeed very strong. If one did not have the battle strength of a mark-ranked genius, one would not be able to break through it. Qianzong, on the other hand, was far more powerful than a mark-ranked genius. Even if he did not draw his sword, he was still stronger than a mark-ranked genius. As the barrier was torn apart, an opening appeared. Qianzong's body flashed, and like a sword light, he leaped into the opening and disappeared. The second level was about the same size as the first level. However, there were even fewer stone tablets. There were only 33 of them. Each stone tablet represented a king-ranked formidable martial artist's legacy. The legacies in the Ice Imperial Palace all came from the formidable martial artists who had fought in the ancient battle. Most of them had already fallen. Of course, many years had passed since the ancient battle. The formidable martial artists from that battle had either died on the spot or were severely injured. Although it was said that the higher a cultivator's cultivation level, the longer their lifespan would be, that was only in theory. It was the lifespan that one could live peacefully without fighting or getting injured. Fighting would deplete one's lifespan, getting injured would deplete one's lifespan even more. Of course, such depletion was almost undetectable. Only when one's injuries were too severe and could not be healed would it truly show itself. Hidden injuries would also affect one's lifespan. When hidden injuries were healed, the depletion of one's lifespan would also be reduced. It had been too long since the ancient battle. Severely injured saints would not be able to hold on at all. They would either die completely or, like the great Abyss King, would remain as a remnant soul with a consciousness. There were 33 legacy stone tablets on the second level. They belonged to the king-ranked formidable martial artists. Qianzong was a little tempted, but only a little. Since he was a little tempted, Qianzong was not in a hurry to enter the third level. Instead, he slowly walked past each stone tablet. Immediately, Qianzong saw senior sister Xianxia's figure. At once, he smiled and subconsciously heaved a sigh of relief. When they had separated earlier, Qianzong could not help but worry. Now that he saw senior sister Yu, he finally felt at ease. However, where was senior brother Fu Yunxiao? He did not see him on the first level or the second level. Did he not enter the Ice Imperial Palace, or was there some other reason? Everyone had their own fate. Whether they lived or died, they had their own control. There was no point in worrying. Qianzong did not disturb Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia's aura had merged with the stone tablet. It was as if she was accepting the legacy within. He quickly walked past the stone tablets and carefully sensed their auras. Out of the 33 stone tablets, only 9 of them had been chosen for the legacy. Other than Xianxia, Qianzong also saw Huangfu Feihuang and Gu Xianxia. He also saw the chief disciple of Taiyan Mountain's outer sect and Mysterious Heaven Ancient Palace's outer sect. The other 4 were very unfamiliar. They should be geniuses from Tianyuan Sacred Region. Other than the 9 stone tablets that were being chosen for the legacy, among the 24 stone tablets, Qianzong felt that 3 of them were suitable for him to inherit. One was filled with the aura of sword way, one was filled with the aura of body refining, and the last one was filled with the aura of blazing flames. Let's go to the third level first. With that thought, Qianzong's figure flashed. He appeared in front of the barrier from the second level to the third level and slashed out again. The cloud-white sword light was extremely compressed and condensed. It slashed out like a sword of light. Whoosh, the barrier actually blocked Qianzong's attack. With no other choice, Qianzong pulled out the heavy dragon sword and slashed out again. This time, a hole was torn in the barrier. Qianzong stepped into it. The third level was completely different from the first level. It was not as big, and there were not as many stone tablets. There were only 4 of them. Each of the 4 stone tablets was 100 meters tall. They were distributed in 4 different directions. A person sat cross-legged under one of the stone tablets. His entire body was filled with astonishing aura. At a glance, it was as if there was a black and red sun around him. This person was accepting the legacy. Chenzong stared at him and narrowed his eyes. A king-level genius. He sounded certain. This person must be a king-level genius from Tianyuan sacred region. Chenzong withdrew his gaze. It did not matter if this person was a king-level genius or not, or if he was from Tianyuan sacred region. He did not intend to pay attention to him. His gaze shifted to the other 3 stone tablets that had not been sent out. He carefully observed and sensed the aura fluctuations. The legacy left behind by each stone tablet had its own unique aura. Only by eliminating all distracting thoughts and carefully sensing with one's heart could one determine whether the legacy was truly suitable for oneself. On the path of cultivation, it was best if it was suitable for oneself. The 400-meter-tall black stone tablets were all left behind by great saint experts. As for whether they had died, Chenzong did not know. After all, great saint experts were extremely powerful. Their lifespans were even more astonishing. They could almost live as long as the heavens and earth. Even if they were seriously injured, they could still survive. Chenzong could clearly sense the aura of the other 3 stone tablets, except for the one that was suspected to be the legacy of a king-level genius from Tianyuan sacred region. One of the stone tablets exuded a bone-chilling aura. It was as if it could freeze everything, freeze the heavens and earth, and even freeze time and space. Chenzong guessed that it might be the legacy left behind by the eternal glacial emperor. Indeed, it was the legacy left behind by the eternal glacial emperor. However, this legacy was not suitable for King Eclipse, so he did not choose it. It was also not suitable for Chenzong, so Chenzong did not choose it either. The other stone tablet exuded an aura fluctuation that was extremely vigorous and heavy. It was as heavy as the earth and could carry everything. This aura fluctuation also showed that this legacy was not suitable for Chenzong. Therefore, Chenzong did not choose it. King Eclipse also did not choose this legacy. The last steel carried Chenzong's expectations and hopes. The aura of Sword Wei, the suffocating aura of Sword Wei made Chenzong happy. He practiced the sword and was destined to walk the path of Sword Wei. All other ways of cultivation were auxiliary. They were to help him become stronger, to help him live a better life, and to pursue the path of Sword Wei with his living body. That was all. His life was a sword, and it would not change until he died. Without hesitation, Chenzong stepped forward and stood in front of the steel that emitted the aura of Sword Wei. This aura gave Chenzong a familiar feeling, as if he had felt it somewhere before. Of course, this was the legacy left behind by an expert of the Sword Wei in the antiquity times. Chenzong was not from the antiquity times, so it was impossible for him to have come into contact with it. However, King Taiyuan was from the antiquity times. This aura of Sword Wei immediately reminded Chenzong of the expert of Sword Wei in King Taiyuan's memory. With a swing of his sword, the sword light traversed 30,000 miles and killed countless demons of the void of the Saint Realm. With a sword in hand, he was invincible. How yearning, Chenzong straightened his back like a sword. An astonishing sharpness suddenly emanated from his body and soared into the sky. In an instant, it came into contact with the aura of the inheritance steel. The sharpness of the sword seemed to come from the same source. They immediately merged into one, and there was no distinction between them. All the distracting thoughts in Chenzong's mind disappeared in an instant. They became incomparably pure, like the brilliance of a sword that spread and illuminated the world. The steel in front of him also dissolved in an instant and quickly spread out, as if it had turned into a world. Mountains and rivers rose from the ground and swept out in all directions. In an instant, a world spread out in front of him like a picture scroll. Great rivers and mountains were in front of him. The gigantic tree towered into the sky like a giant pillar supporting the heavens. Chenzong was shocked. He had never seen such a scene before. It seemed that such gigantic trees could only be found in the primeval forests where people rarely tread. They were hundreds or even thousands of meters tall. The air was filled with traces of the aura of the ancient times. It was vivid and lifelike, as if it was a real world. Buzz buzz buzz, just as Chenzong was looking around, a series of buzzing sounds came from all directions. It seemed to come from the vastness of the heavens, and also seemed to spread out from the deepest part of his heart. In the next moment, endless sword light seemed to break out from the ground, yet it also seemed to come from the endless sky. The sword light was like waves, endless and boundless. The extreme majesty and sharpness seemed to want to drown the heavens and the earth, as well as Qianzong. In front of this vast and endless sword light, Qianzong felt that he was as insignificant as a speck of dust and an ant. It was as if he had been suppressed and imprisoned, unable to move. Even his thoughts seemed to have been frozen. He could only watch as the endless sword light approached. In the next moment, his body would be blasted into pieces by the sword light, causing his soul to disperse and vanish completely from the heavens and the earth. In an instant, Qianzong forgot everything else, including the fact that he was here to receive the inheritance. All he could feel was the threat of death looming over him once again. It was more intense than when he was facing the Great Abyss King, and more ferocious than when he faced the high-level half-saint void evil dragon man in the illusory battle of demons. Even his thoughts were almost frozen. He had no power to resist and could only wait for death. No. Subconsciously, Qianzong let out an angry roar. The dawn of sword principle was right in front of him. How could he die here? Not allowed, absolutely not allowed. I still want to reach the peak of sword principle and step onto the other shore of sword principle. I want to see the scenery of the peak and understand the profundity of the other shore. The desire and persistence in the deepest part of his subconscious burst out in an instant. The sword radiance in Qianzong's eyes was extremely dense, and an incomparably strong aura seemed to condense and soar into the sky. At the same time, the endless and incomparably sharp sword radiance rushed over and directly drowned Qianzong. Everything in the world, tangible and intangible, was crushed into nothingness by the sword radiance. 15 minutes, the incomparably mighty sword radiance lasted for a full 15 minutes before it gradually disappeared. When the sword radiance disappeared, a figure appeared in the world with a look of horror on his face. At that moment, Qianzong thought that he was going to die, that he was going to be drowned and torn to pieces by the terrifying sword radiance. But he persevered. In the end, he persevered. Terrifying, it was so terrifying that Qianzong did not want to go through it a second time. It was even more terrifying than facing the remnant soul of the Great Abyss King. Sword Principal Jr., you did well. You passed my test. Just as Qianzong was struggling to get rid of the horror of the endless sword radiance penetrating his body and tearing his flesh and soul to pieces, a vast, indistinct, grand, and boundless ancient voice seemed to have penetrated the endless space and time from the ancient times and descended. The moment the voice sounded, the wild wind in the world stopped and solidified. A patch of darkness seemed to descend, as if it was an eternal night. Qianzong could not move. Under the influence of this voice, it seemed to be even more terrifying than the sword radiance just now. The light diffused and the eternal night disappeared. A figure seemed to have torn the endless space and time from the ancient times. Time reversed and space reversed. He took a step forward and solidified from a blur to a solid form, appearing in front of Qianzong. The familiar figure was the sword principal expert in the Great Abyss King's memory. He was a supreme saint expert who cultivated the sword principle. At this moment, he was standing in front of Qianzong. He felt that he could not breathe. A trace of indescribable respect rose from the depths of his heart and spread out. This supreme saint expert had an ordinary appearance, but his aura was unique. He was like a scorching sun between heaven and earth, illuminating the world and illuminating the world. Junior Sword Principal greets Senior. Qianzong straightened his back and crossed his arms in a sword salute. This was respect for the senior in the sword principle, as well as for the senior who killed the void demon in the ancient times. No matter what kind of person he was, these 2 points alone were enough for Qianzong to show his sincere respect. Junior, you have passed my test and are qualified to know my title, the Supreme Saint said. The Supreme Swordsman spoke. His voice did not sound as vast as before. It sounded more real and profound, as if it was branded. My name is, the Heavenly Calamity Sword Saint. Tribulation Sword Saint. Qianzong repeated it silently. He felt an indescribable throbbing in the depths of his heart and soul. Tribulation, these 2 words seemed to contain the power of heaven. Sword Saint, Sword Principal Absolute Saint, what a respectable title. What an Honor. Junior, enter my inheritance sword steel and pass my test. You are qualified to receive my inheritance. The Tribulation Sword Saint did not pay attention to Qianzong's inner shock and thoughts. He said again, there are 2 inheritances in this inheritance sword steel. You can choose one. The first inheritance is the sword technique I practiced when I entered the Saint realm. It is called Tribulation Sword Technique, a Saint grade top grade. The second inheritance is the path I opened. It is called 3 Tribulations Sharpening. It is a unique secret technique, but I did not practice it. Qianzong was shocked when he heard the first inheritance. Saint grade top grade sword technique, it was undoubtedly the peak of Saint grade martial arts. There might be Saint grade top grade martial arts above it, but they were very rare. After all, spirit grade martial arts were rare. Spirit grade top grade martial arts were very rare, and spirit grade top grade martial arts were very rare. In the entire sky-bearing sky territory, it was just a name. Perhaps there were spirit grade top grade martial arts in Sky Origin Saint Realm, but Saint grade martial arts were not comparable to spirit grade martial arts. Even if there were spirit grade martial arts, they were very rare. Saint grade top grade martial arts were enough to cause countless Saint Realm masters to fight for it. Qianzong was very tempted. Saint grade top grade sword technique was also called Tribulation Sword Technique, and the opponent was called Tribulation Sword Saint. It could be inferred how terrifying this sword technique was. It might be the top of Saint grade top grade martial arts. But immediately, Qianzong calmed down as if he had been doused with cold water. Saint grade top grade sword technique was very good and powerful, but the premise was that he had to master it. With his current foundation and realm, he had no clue how to comprehend Saint grade top grade blood drop sword technique, let alone Saint grade top grade tribulation sword technique. After he got it, he would not be able to use it for a long time. After all, the more advanced a martial art was, the more it required a strong foundation and solid foundation to comprehend and cultivate it. Qianzong's accumulation was just at the beginning of Saint grade martial arts. He could practice Saint grade low grade martial arts, but Saint grade mid grade martial arts were not easy. As for Saint grade top grade martial arts, it was even more difficult. Saint grade top grade martial arts were needless to say. The road was to walk step by step. There was no reaching the sky in one step. Rice was to be eaten one bite at a time. You could not become fat in one breath. Everything needed a foundation. For example, building a tall building required a good foundation and stable walls. Everything, no matter how simple or precious it was, no matter how ordinary or mysterious it was, had many principles. Understanding this principle, Qianzong quickly calmed down and thought about the second inheritance. 3 Tribulations Sharpening, he could not tell anything from the name. He could only get some simple information from the Tribulation Sword Saint's words, the path of cultivation and the secret method. Senior, can you tell me more about the 3 Tribulations Sharpening? Qianzong asked seriously. The 3 Tribulations Sharpening was created by all my feelings in the later stage. It sharpens the sword intent. If you master it, you will have a chance to surpass me, the Tribulation Sword Saint said simply, but Qianzong's expression changed slightly. Sword intent, there were 5 realms in the Tao of Sword. The 4th realm was Enlightening Sword Principle, and the 5th realm was Palm Sword Intent. However, the 3 Tribulations Sharpening was to sharpen the sword intent. How could he understand the word supreme? If he master it, he would have a chance to surpass the Tribulation Sword Saint. What about it? In an instant, countless thoughts burst forth. With the current strength of Qianzong's soul, thousands of thoughts could burst forth in a single breath. Then, Qianzong caught another point. The Tribulation Sword Art was the sword art practiced by the Tribulation Sword Saint when he entered the Saint Realm. The 3 Tribulations Sharpening was created by him in the later stage. Did the so-called later stage refer to the Great Saint Realm? Thoughts burst forth and collided. Qianzong's eyes became brighter and brighter. Although the Tribulation Sword Saint said little, it did not stop Qianzong from guessing. The Tribulation Sword Saint did not urge him. He quietly waited for Qianzong to make a choice. Choose, how should I choose? The first inheritance was the Tribulation Sword Art of the highest grade of the Saint Realm. The second inheritance was the secret method of the 3 Tribulations Sharpening, whose effect was unknown. Then, Qianzong exhaled deeply and slowly closed his eyes. Then, he would leave the choice to his heart. In one's life, one would face countless choices on the path of cultivation. It could be 2 types, 3 types, or multiple types. The choice was very important. It would affect one's future path and how far a cultivator could go. The wrong choice would lead to a dead end. It would be too late to turn back. The right choice was to walk toward a bright path of hope. Then, how could one make the right choice? Sometimes, people's thoughts would be confused, deviated, and made mistakes. It was not always accurate, because there were too many external disturbances and temptations, which would affect one's thoughts and judgment all the time. Leave it to the heart. Leave it to the deepest part of the heart to make the choice. Ordinary cultivators might not be able to make the right choice even if they left it to the heart, because most cultivators had a vague concept of the heart. Qianzong did not. Especially after comprehending the mystery of the heart sword, he had a deeper understanding of the way of the heart. He calmed down, removed all distracting thoughts and disturbances, and immersed himself in the deepest part of the heart, leaving the choice to his heart. No doubts in the heart, follow the guidance and choice of the heart, and make the right choice for oneself. Heavenly Tribulation Sword Technique, 3 Tribulations Sharpening Edge, choose one of the 2, which one? After a quarter of an hour, Qianzong's closed eyes suddenly opened, and a beam of light shot out like sword light. Senior, I choose the second path. 3 Tribulations Sharpening Edge. Qianzong's expression was very firm, and his tone was very firm. Even if the sky fell and the earth cracked, he would not waver. Good. The Heavenly Tribulation Sword Saint revealed a smile, and then pointed his finger, which seemed to last forever. The finger touched Qianzong's forehead without any reaction. Suddenly, a stream of information poured into Qianzong's sea of consciousness and into his soul like a torrent. 10 breaths, in just 10 breaths, the Heavenly Tribulation Sword Saint's finger left his body. Cultivate well. I hope you can forge the supreme sword well with the 3 Tribulations Sharpening Edge. The voice was faint, echoing between heaven and earth. The Heavenly Tribulation Sword Saint's body faded and dissipated with the wind, as if he had merged with heaven and earth. He was everywhere and no longer existed. Heaven and earth still existed, and Qianzong did not leave. He sat cross-legged in the void above an endless forest of ancient trees. Under the endless sea of clouds, a gentle breeze blew. Retracting his gaze and thoughts, Qianzong cleared all distracting thoughts and began to sort out the information that had flooded into his mind. 3 Tribulations Sharpening the Edge. This secret technique was suspected to have been created by the Heavenly Tribulation Sword Saint when he was in the Great Saint realm to sharpen his sword intent. The transmission ended in just 10 breaths of time, but the information contained within was extremely vast and astonishing. Moreover, each word could be said to be incomparably mysterious. Even so, there were also annotations left by the Heaven's Calamity Sword Saint. Qianzong could refer to them and understand them better, which would make it easier for him to cultivate. The Heavenly Calamity Sword Saint's Way of the Sword had long surpassed the 5th level of the Way of the Sword. As a result, the 3 Tribulations Sharpening was useless to him, so he did not cultivate it. However, Qianzong's Way of the Sword was only in the 4th level, so the 3 Tribulations Sharpening was naturally of great use. After meditating, Qianzong had a deeper understanding of the 3 Tribulations Sharpening and had basically grasped the mysteries within. Unfortunately, the 3 Tribulations Sharpening was used to sharpen his sword intent, and its purpose was to forge the supreme sword intent. Now, Qianzong's Way of the Sword was only in the 4th level of the Way of the Sword, the light sword principle. Only after breaking through and comprehending the embryonic form of the sword intent could he officially cultivate the 3 Tribulations Sharpening. For now, he could only put it aside for the time being. After he finished meditating, the surrounding heaven and earth began to fade gradually and slowly disappeared. After an unknown period of time, Qianzong suddenly woke up and appeared on the 3rd floor of the Ice Emperor Palace. He was still standing in front of the 100-meter sword steel. The sword steel was still filled with the aura of the Way of the Sword, but it seemed to have faded a lot. Qianzong did not know whether it was his illusion or not. In fact, Qianzong did not know that the Heaven Tribulation Sword Saint's inheritance was mainly the Heaven Tribulation Sword art. The 3 Tribulations Sharpening was just a sudden inspiration, and could only be passed down once. In other words, after Qianzong received the three tribulations sharpening inheritance, there was only one choice for those who came here later, and that was the Heaven Tribulation sword art. Of course, Qianzong did not know this, and even if he knew, he would not care. A voice seemed to ring in the depths of Qianzong's heart, urging him to leave as soon as possible. After receiving the inheritance, he had to leave the Ice Emperor Palace. At this moment, Qianzong felt an extremely hot aura locking onto him. A pair of blazing eyes stared at him with shocking power, as if wanting to see through him. Qianzong turned around, and when their eyes met, there was an invisible sound, and invisible ripples surged out. "You are the King Stage Genius of the Sky Pillar Upper Region," Eclipse King said with some doubt, but also some certainty. If one was not a King Stage Genius, one would not be able to enter the third level of the Ice Emperor Palace. King Stage Genius of the Tianyuan Sacred Region. Qianzong seemed to be asking the other party. Interesting. A smile appeared on Eclipse King's face, and his eyes suddenly became dark and deep, and the edges of his pupils seemed to be dyed with a layer of red light. Then, a dark red sun seemed to rise behind Eclipse King, and his aura continued to grow, like a sun hanging in the sky, illuminating the world. Heat, heat, heat. Incomparable heat spread out in all directions, and a terrifying wave that could burn and erode everything spread out. It was as if the night had descended, and it wanted to devour all light. Buzz, like a divine sword, Qianzong straightened his back, and an extremely sharp sharpness shot out from his body, piercing through the clouds. In the vast expanse, there was a sharpness that could pierce through everything and tear everything apart. The two completely different auras collided, and countless ripples burst out, surging endlessly. King Stage, King Stage, King, it was like a fierce battle. Qianzong was very interested in the King Stage Genius from the Tianyuan Sacred Region. He wanted to know his opponent's strength, methods, and everything else. Eclipse King was also very interested in Qianzong. A genius from a remote region like the Sky Pillar Upper Region had reached the King Stage, and he could even come here to receive the inheritance. He must have some extraordinary methods. However, the two could not make a move, because a force descended on them, and their auras were suppressed instantly. Their bodies seemed to be imprisoned, and they could not move. In the next moment, their eyes were fading, and they turned into a stream of light that seemed to rush into the sky, and disappeared. It was as if they had traveled through time and space. After an unknown amount of time, Qianzong woke up, and he realized that he was standing in a world of ice and snow. The cold wind blew, and the chill hit him. The world was vast, and there was no one in sight. There were only ice stones and ice pillars. Where's the Ice Emperor Palace? Qianzong quickly looked around, but he did not see the Ice Emperor Palace. However, he had already obtained an extraordinary opportunity in the Ice Emperor Palace, and it was time to leave. Qianzong's gains in the Ice Emperor Palace this time were beyond his imagination. First, he comprehended the mystery of the heart sword in a life and death situation, grasped the heart domain, and became a trump card. Second, he obtained the blood drop sword seal, which sealed the high-grade saint-level blood drop sword technique. He could release it with his own strength, and it was very powerful. He could also comprehend the sword technique within. Third, he obtained the three tribulations sharpening secret technique. When his sword Dao broke through to the 5th level in the future, he could sharpen his sword intent. Qianzong believed that no one, not even King Eclipse, could compare with the three gains he had made. The Ice Emperor's secret realm is not closed yet. I still have a chance to find more opportunities. Qianzong thought to himself. His body moved, and he flew across the snow at an extremely fast speed, and disappeared in an instant. His spiritual sense also spread out, covering a radius of 1,000 meters. After comprehending the mystery of the heart sword, Qianzong's spiritual sense did not become stronger, but it could be used more effectively. Originally, it could only cover a radius of 100 meters to maintain the balance between consumption and recovery. But now, with the increase in utilization, it could cover a radius of 1,000 meters. Within 1,000 meters, everything was extremely clear. Even 10 meters under the snow was within the range of Qianzong's spiritual sense. This was a place that could not be seen with his eyes. Some treasures were buried under the snow. In the depths of the Ice Emperor's secret realm, in the Ice Emperor Palace, which was covered by a 1,000-meter-long snowstorm, beams of light shot out in all directions randomly, disappearing in an instant. This was actually a method left behind by the ancient Ice Emperor. It was a protective method in disguise. After all, those who could obtain the inheritance of the Ice Emperor Palace were all extraordinary. In ancient times, they could be called true geniuses. If they continued to cultivate, their future achievements would be extraordinary. Since they had painstakingly obtained the inheritance, they had a bright future ahead of them. It would be a pity if they were killed by someone with evil intentions. The ancient Ice Emperor could not guarantee that no one would have evil intentions. He could only use some methods to send everyone out of the Ice Emperor Palace and into various parts of the Ice Emperor's secret realm. As for whether or not they would be found and attacked by someone with evil intentions, it was not within the Ice Emperor's consideration. After the last beam of light left the Ice Emperor Palace, rumbling sounds could be heard. The Ice Emperor Palace began to sink bit by bit, slowly disappearing into the ground. Then, the 1,000-meter-long snowstorm surrounding the Ice Emperor Palace was blown away, spreading in all directions. It was like a turbulent flow of ice. In just a few dozen breaths, the 1,000-meter-long snowstorm had completely dissipated. The Ice Emperor Palace, which contained great opportunities, also disappeared. This time, there were many people who obtained opportunities from the Ice Emperor Palace. However, there were also some people who could not enter to obtain opportunities. There were also a few who did not pass the test after entering and died in the test. After all, the Ice Emperor Palace contained great opportunities, but it also contained great dangers. It was almost impossible to obtain a fortuitous opportunity without being willing to face the dangers. With my current strength, there are very few people who can be my match in the Ice Emperor's secret realm, Chenzong thought to himself. According to Chenzong's current guess, the Ice Soul Evil Spirit should be an evil life form formed by the blood of the Void Evil Spirit mixed with the Soul Remnant. It was a life form that only existed in the Ice Emperor's secret realm. No wonder there was a familiar feeling. However, the previously powerful Ice Soul Evil Spirit was nothing to him now. Even a semi-holy Ice Soul Evil Spirit was no match for him. Of course, if it was a high-level half-saint Ice Soul Evil Spirit, it would definitely be a strong opponent. A sword mark spanned across the ice mountain. It was a ghastly sight and constantly emitted an astonishingly sharp aura. Chenzong stood in front of the sword mark and stared at it, carefully comprehending it. This sword mark was left behind by a powerful swordsman during the ancient war. It was protected by the power of the Ice Emperor's secret realm, so its power did not dissipate and could be comprehended by future generations. If it was in the outside world, the mysteries contained in such a mark would gradually dissipate with the passage of time. Time was indeed a terrifying force that could corrode everything. Even a great saint stage powerhouse would not be able to withstand the erosion of time. After comprehending for a while, the sword mark gradually disappeared between heaven and earth. Chenzong came to his senses. His eyes shone brightly and then gradually dimmed. His strength did not increase, but Chenzong's realm of swordsmanship had improved once again. Every time it was comprehended, the marks left behind by the ancient war would disappear. In other words, every time the Ice Emperor's secret realm opened, some of the resources inside would be used up and could not be recovered. Of course, after some spiritual medicine and sacred medicine were picked, they would gradually grow back with the passage of time. In fact, Chenzong had already gained a lot in the Ice Emperor's secret realm. Of course, no one would mind gaining more. To Chenzong, it would be great if he could find a few more Ice Soul mysterious fruits. Then, he would be able to increase the level of his cultivation method even faster. Unfortunately, sacred medicine like the Ice Soul mysterious fruit was rare even in the ancient times. It was even rarer now. He was lucky enough to get 3 of them before. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days had passed. A shocking aura fluctuation came from afar. There was the sound of metal clashing. The aura was sharp and domineering. Senior Sister Yu. Chenzong felt that the aura was somewhat familiar. A figure immediately appeared in his mind. He suddenly sped up and flew forward. On one side of the battle was Yunyanqin. On the other side was the chief disciple of the Huangfu clan, Huangfu Feihuang. The battle between the two had reached an intense stage, and both of them had activated the power of their bloodlines. Before entering the Ice Emperor's secret realm, Yun Yanqin's strength was not as strong as Huangfu Feihuang's. But now, Yun Yanqin's strength had increased significantly compared to before. He had become even stronger. When he activated the power of his bloodline, he could be ranked as a marquis. However, Huangfu Feihuang was already very strong to begin with. After entering the Ice Empress' secret realm, her strength had increased even further. After awakening her bloodline, her strength had become even stronger. It could be seen that although Yun Yanqin had become stronger after activating his bloodline power, he was no match for Huangfu Feihuang and gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. Boom! It was as if Huangfu Feihuang's spear had shattered the vast sky. The spear light that was burning with golden flames was incomparably terrifying. It was as swift as a golden flame meteor streaking across the vast sky. It was also as forceful as a meteorite falling from the sky. Its might was extremely terrifying. Astonishing auras surged, converging from all directions. They surged and followed, burning and shattering everything. Yun Yanqin's expression suddenly changed greatly. He slashed out with his sword, and a green sword light shot out as if it was tearing apart the heavens and the earth. In an instant, the green sword light shattered inch by inch under the attack of the golden flame spear light. An extremely terrifying power blasted towards Yun Yanqin, and Yun Yanqin's body was about to be shattered in an instant. Yun Yanqin exploded with all his strength, and once again slashed out with his sword. In terms of bloodline, both of them were at the high level. However, Yun Yanqin's bloodline had not been awakened for long enough. His development and application of the power of his bloodline was not deep enough, and his own foundation was not enough. On the other hand, Huangfu Feihuang was born as a prodigy of a bloodline clan. Since birth, he had enjoyed extremely good cultivation resources. He had begun to awaken the power of his bloodline at a young age. Later on, his cultivation was also mainly based on his bloodline. His development and application of the power of his bloodline far surpassed Yun Yanqin's. Moreover, Huangfu Feihuang's powerful family background and foundation had laid an incomparably solid foundation early on. Boom! Although Yun Yanqin blocked the spear with his sword, he was still sent flying by the terrifying power. His face was pale, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. A dark red mist of blood floated in the air. After injuring Yun Yanqin with his spear, Huangfu Feihuang did not attack Yun Yanqin again. His figure flashed, and he turned into a stream of golden flames, quickly rushing in another direction. Chen Zong, who was rapidly approaching, saw a spirit herb growing on an ice stone. His eyes flashed. The spirit herb was straight up, and it was shaped like a coiling dragon. The dragon's head was looking up at the sky, as if it was about to soar into the sky. It was vivid and lifelike, and its charm was profound. In an instant, Chen Zong's thoughts turned rapidly, and he deduced what had happened. Yun Yanqin and Huangfu Feihuang both had their eyes on the spirit herb that looked like a coiling dragon soaring into the sky, and they were fighting over it. If that was the case, Chen Zong used his fingers like a sword and drew a line in the air. An incomparably deep white sword light instantly tore through the sky, bursting out with an incomparably terrifying speed to kill Huangfu Feihuang. Before the sword light arrived, the astonishing sword pressure first penetrated through the air and fell on Huangfu Feihuang's body. Huangfu Feihuang's hair stood on end, and he was greatly shocked. His expression changed drastically, and he gave up on picking the spirit herb. His figure spun, and he brought his spear up. Golden flames erupted like a volcano, and he suddenly stabbed out with his spear. The spear rose and fell, and the spear light turned into a golden phoenix that spread its wings and soared high in the sky. It let out an extremely resounding cry that seemed to come from the ancient times, melodious and vast. In an instant, the sword light shattered, and the golden phoenix rushed toward Chen Zong. Its aura was astonishing, and a pair of eyes burning with golden flames stared at Chen Zong. It was like a real phoenix, and it brought pressure to Chen Zong. Just now, Chen Zong did not block Huangfu Feihuang's attack because he pursued the extreme speed of the sword. Therefore, it was not powerful enough, and that was why it was broken. With a flick of his left thumb, a tyrannical power that seemed to be able to shatter mountains erupted. The heavy dragon sword shot out from the scabbard like an aurora, and it was as fast as lightning. Boom! The heavy dragon sword that shot out from the scabbard was like a pitch-black lightning bolt that tore through the air, directly attacking the golden phoenix. With an astonishing momentum, the golden phoenix paused for a moment, and then collapsed, turning into golden ripples that spread out in all directions. The heavy dragon sword shot back toward Qianzong. With a grab and clench of his right hand, Qianzong exploded with an astonishing speed, turning into a flash of light that charged toward Huangfu Feihuang. Infinite golden phoenix break. With a delicate shout, the golden spear pierced out as if it was shattering the vacuum, and an extremely sharp cry resounded through the sky. The huge golden phoenix seemed to have drilled out of the void. With a flap of its wings, a blazing storm was stirred up, and it immediately melted the surrounding ice and snow, causing white steam to rise in spirals. The gigantic golden phoenix smashed through the air, bringing with it an incomparably terrifying heat. In front of it, Qianzong appeared incomparably tiny. However, Qianzong was not afraid at all. His expression did not change in the slightest as he rushed toward the huge golden phoenix. The golden phoenix's power was very strong, enough to reach the Marquis level. It was not the slightest bit weaker than Marquis Sword Mountain. However, for Qianzong, it was not enough. The heavy dragon sword slashed out, and a pitch-black sword light split the sky, and at the same time, split the tyrannical golden phoenix. Huangfu Feihuang was shocked. This move was one of her full strength, but it was easily broken by the opponent. She could not believe it. Huangfu Feihuang recognized Qianzong. Previously, they had fought for a bit in the snow domain, and they were evenly matched. How could his strength have become so powerful now? She could not believe it. The power of the golden phoenix. Limitless golden phoenix break. Huangfu Feihuang did not believe it, and once again erupted with power. This time, it was an explosion that surpassed the limit. It was an explosion that exceeded the original 120%. With a thrust of the spear, the golden phoenix seemed to have grown bigger, and its whole body was burning with golden flames. The power of this attack was even stronger, but it was still within the scope of a Marquis-level genius. It was not at the level of a monarch. For Qianzong, it was not a threat unless it was at the level of a king. Without using any sword arts, the heavy dragon sword slashed up, and the huge golden phoenix was once again split apart. The sword light was like lightning, and instantly approached Huangfu Feihuang. The long spear blocked the sword attack. With a clang, Huangfu Feihuang's expression suddenly changed. She only felt an indescribable force crazily rushing toward her. It was so terrifying that it could destroy everything. The spear was bent, and her arms trembled, as if her bones were about to break. Her whole body flew back hundreds of meters under the terrifying power of this sword attack, and her blood and chi flowed backward. One sword attack, with just one sword attack, Huangfu Feihuang was injured. This sword attack also made Huangfu Feihuang understand that she was not the opponent's opponent. The difference in strength was too obvious. This item is useful to me. Give it to me, and my Huangfu clan will owe you a favor. Huangfu Feihuang did not leave. She wiped away the blood at the corner of her mouth from hundreds of meters away, and stared at Qianzong. Her voice was somewhat cold. This item was indeed useful to the Huangfu clan. Not only was it useful to the Huangfu clan, but it was also useful to the Dongli clan and the Yuqi clan because they were bloodline cultivators. This item is also useful to senior sister Yu, Qianzong responded, and looked at Yunyanqin with a smile. Yunyanqin also smiled sweetly, and there was gratitude in the depths of her eyes. This time, if Qianzong had not rushed here, the spiritual medicine would have been taken away by Huangfu Feihuang, and she would have no fate with it. This time, the two of them discovered the spiritual medicine at the same time. Although they did not recognize what kind of spiritual medicine it was, the feeling of their bloodlines let them know that this item was useful to their bloodlines. Since it was useful, they had to get their hands on it. Competition was unavoidable, and thus a battle broke out. However, Yunyanqin's strength was still inferior in the end. She was not Huangfu Feihuang's opponent, and was defeated in the end. That spiritual medicine almost fell into Huangfu Feihuang's hands. Fortunately, Qianzong appeared to intercept and defeat Huangfu Feihuang. Huangfu Feihuang saw that Qianzong wasn't giving her any face. She wasn't the kind of person who dilly-dallied, so she only gave Qianzong a deep look before turning around and quickly leaving. Qianzong did not chase after her. When Huangfu Feihuang forced Yunyanqin to retreat, he did chase after her. Senior Sister Yu, this item is called Rising Dragon Grass of Extreme Ice. It is not a spiritual medicine, but a sacred medicine, Qinzong said with a smile. A sacred medicine? Yun Yanqing was instantly shocked. She covered her red lips with her white hand, and it was somewhat alluring. Consuming the rising dragon grass of extreme ice can purify one's bloodline. If it is combined with other sacred medicines to refine the rising dragon pill of extreme ice, there is a chance that at the same time the bloodline is purified, it will mutate and possess the power of frost, Qinzong said calmly. Yun Yanqing was even more shocked. The rising dragon grass was a rare panacea with high value, but it was useless to Qinzong because Qinzong was not a bloodline cultivator. The value of treasures in the world was relative. If it was useful, it would be valuable. If it was useless, it would be valuable. For bloodline cultivators, the rising dragon grass was extremely valuable. They would pay a high price to get it. Qinzong asked Yun Yanqing to pick the rising dragon grass. Stop. Just as Yun Yanqing approached the rising dragon grass and was about to pick it, a sharp voice came through the air at an astonishing speed. It contained a sharp edge that could cut through everything. At the same time, an extremely condensed silver sword light pierced through the sky like a meteor chasing after the moon. The sword edge was extremely cold, as if it was made of ice that had been frozen for thousands of years. Yun Yanqing's expression changed. Senior sister, feel free to pick it. Qinzong's voice sounded, making Yun Yanqing feel at ease. She ignored the terrifying sword light that pierced through the air and continued to pick the rising dragon grass. Spiritual panaceas and panacea could not be picked recklessly. It was like pulling up weeds. One had to use the appropriate strength and technique. Otherwise, the medicinal properties would be destroyed. To make Yun Yanqing feel at ease to pick the rising dragon grass, she unsheathed the heavy dragon sword. The pitch-black sword light pierced through the air like lightning and directly shattered the silver sword light. It turned into silver starlight and dissipated in the ice and snow. Then, a silver stream of light approached at an astonishing speed, like a shooting star passing through a gap. The extremely cold eyes stared at Qinzong with a hint of anger, as if a high and mighty king was enraged. When a king was angry, blood would flow for thousands of miles. The slender sword emitted an astonishing radiance as it instantly tore through the air. It was as if a gorgeous meteor shower had covered the world of ice and snow as it blasted towards Qinzong. Every meteor-like sword beam carried an extremely terrifying power as it pierced through everything. This aura made Yun Yanqing's hair stand on end. She had a terrifying feeling that she was going to be pierced full of holes. Very powerful, much more powerful than Huangfu Feihuang. Could Qinzong fight him? Yun Yanqing couldn't help but worry. Qinzong brandished his sword. That sword was simple and unadorned. That sword strike was completely natural. That sword strike was full of mysteries. All of the silver meteor-like sword projections dissipated like snow in the face of the scorching sun. The strength of a monarch, Qinzong muttered to himself. His eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. His sword pierced through the air like a hot knife through butter. There were 8 geniuses from Tianyuan sacred region who had entered the Ice Empress secret realm. One was a king, 2 dukes, and 5 marquises. This person was one of the 2 lords, the Lord of Flowing Light. As a genius of the Tianyuan sacred region, Lord of Flowing Light's vision and knowledge were extraordinary. Of course, he did not recognize the origin of the rising dragon grass. He only instinctively felt that it was extraordinary. It was a saint medicine that surpassed spiritual medicine. Saint medicines corresponded to saint realm cultivators. No matter what kind of saint medicine it was, it had its own value and was not cheap. If he could bring it back, he could give it to the sect or sell it himself. Either way, he could make a great profit. Of course, he couldn't let it go. But now, Lord of Flowing Light was not in the mood to pay attention to the saint medicine. All of his attention was focused on Qinzong. Very powerful, this person should be a cultivator from the Sky Pillar upper region. His strength was not inferior to Lord of Flowing Lights at all. Flowing Light sword thrust. With a shout, Lord of Flowing Light burst out with his true strength. His sword condensed thousands of sword lights. The extremely condensed sword lights tore through the sky. The speed of the sword was extremely fast and its power was astonishing. It pierced through everything, more than twice as powerful as before. Saint-grade low-grade flowing light sword art. Chenzong didn't use any saint-grade sword art. Instead, he used ultra-spiritual energy to activate the heavy dragon sword, relying on his sword Dao realm and sword skills. This was because Chenzong was curious about the strength of Tianyuan Sacred Region's monarch-grade geniuses. So far, he had only fought with Marquis Sword Mountain. He was very curious about monarch-grade and even king-grade geniuses. The flowing light sword thrust condensed thousands of sword lights into one sword. Light was originally extremely fast, but it also had astonishing penetrating power. Under the condensation, the sword's sharpness was pushed to the extreme. Body and sword as one, the sword pierced through the sky. That sword's sword light was extremely resplendent. It was incomparably dazzling, illuminating the ice and snow in all directions. In all fairness, this sword was very powerful and exquisite. It represented that Lord of Flowing Light had cultivated the flowing light sword art's flowing light sword thrust to a very proficient level. Although he hadn't completely grasped it, he could already display its full power. This was something that Marquis-grade geniuses couldn't compare to. Heavy dragon sword slash, the pitch-black sword light shattered the vacuum, fully displaying the heavy dragon sword's weight advantage. It was incomparably fierce and tyrannical. Boom, the momentum was as heavy as a mountain, as if the sky was collapsing. The sword slashed down with unparalleled power. The astonishing sword pressure suppressed all directions, causing the ice and snow to collapse in an instant. As the sword slashed down, the two swords collided. The collision of pitch-black and silver-white burst out with astonishing power. The world seemed to have sunk into a tangle of black and white. The earth-shattering sword cry resounded in all directions, shattering everything. It made Xianxia feel as if his eardrums were being torn apart, causing him endless pain. However, Xianxia was no longer the same as before. He forcibly withstood the impact of this shocking momentum and focused on picking the rising dragon grass. The pitch-black sword light shattered, and the silver-white sword light also shattered at the same time. Lord of Flowing Light was extremely shocked. He could tell that Chenzong had not used a saint-level sword art. Without using a saint-level sword art, Chenzong was actually able to match his saint-level sword art head-on. Just how strong was this person? Perhaps, it's not that he hasn't cultivated a saint-grade sword art. A thought emerged from the depths of Lord of Flowing Light's heart. Although the possibility was very low, it didn't mean it didn't exist. If his opponent really hadn't cultivated a saint-grade sword art, then this battle, Flowing Light Body Fusion Art. In the blink of an eye, Lord of Flowing Light performed a secret technique. It was a 7th-grade secret technique, and one that had been cultivated to a small success. Silver-white light circulated around his body, and strands of light filled the air. It was very dazzling. The moment the secret technique was performed, Lord of Flowing Light's speed suddenly increased. There were many kinds of secret techniques. Some directly increased strength or attack power, some increased speed, and some increased self-healing ability. There were all kinds of strange techniques. Lord of Flowing Light's Flowing Light Body Fusion Art was a secret technique that increased speed. It increased one's movement speed, and also increased one's attack speed. His speed increased explosively. In the blink of an eye, Lord of Flowing Light approached Chenzong and disappeared in front of Chenzong's eyes, leaving only a silver-white luster without a trace. Attack! Extremely condensed beams of silvery white sword light suddenly stabbed towards Chenzong from all directions. It was as though over a dozen Lords of Flowing Light were attacking Chenzong at the same time. Every sword strike contained incomparably terrifying power. It was not that there were a dozen Lords of Flowing Light, but that their speed was too fast. They seemed to appear around Chenzong at the same time, attacking together. Lord of Flowing Light's explosive speed was indeed very astonishing. Coping with all changes by remaining unchanged, with the heavy dragon sword in hand, the 5-foot sword circle was unbreakable. The dozen sword strikes were all blocked by Chenzong. The tyrannical power vibrated on the heavy dragon sword and bounced back. Boom! One sword strike burst forth with astonishing power, shattering everything and forcing Lord of Flowing Light to retreat. However, Lord of Flowing Light rapidly retreated and then approached Chenzong at an astonishing speed. His speed was astonishing, and his angle of attack was tricky. It was as if he could penetrate every opening to get close to Qianzong. His slender and sharp sword silently pierced through the void and came for the kill. The moment the slender sword pierced through the air, Lord of Flowing Light's left hand drew a line from his sleeve like a sword. It was as inconceivable as a spirit snake coming out of its hole, catching people off guard and stabbing at another part of Qianzong's body. It was as if he was doing two things at once, displaying extraordinary fighting ability. With this move, Lord of Flowing Light defeated many strong enemies. However, Qianzong was not comparable to those strong enemies he had encountered in the past. With his super strong perception, all of Lord of Flowing Light's movements were under Qianzong's control. Even though Lord of Flowing Light used the Flowing Light body merging technique to increase his speed, he still could not avoid Qianzong's perception. After comprehending the mystery of the Heart Sword and mastering the Heart Domain in the battle with the high-level Half-Saint Void Demon in the illusory Battle of Demons, Qianzong's perception had been greatly improved. Even if he did not use the Heart Domain, his perception was sharper and more accurate. He did not need to use the Heart Domain to deal with an opponent like Lord of Flowing Light. This was enough. The heavy dragon sword crossed the sky and blocked Lord of Flowing Light's sword fingers and slender sword with incomparable precision. It was as if it had already known the trajectory of Lord of Flowing Light's attack, or as if Lord of Flowing Light's attack had landed on the heavy dragon sword by itself. This was the gap between their realms. Whether it was cultivation or swordsmanship, Qianzong was superior to Lord of Flowing Light. In other aspects, he was also superior to Lord of Flowing Light. As a result, there was a gap between their realms. Lord of Flowing Light discovered that no matter how he attacked with his sword, or how he increased his speed, which he was so proud of, to the extreme, he could not break through Qianzong's defense. The black sword light encircled Qianzong like an iron wall. No matter how Lord of Flowing Light attacked, he could not do anything to Qianzong. At this time, Xianxia had successfully picked the rising dragon grass. She carefully placed it in a box made of ice jade and sealed it. In this way, she could preserve the rising dragon grass's medicinal properties to the greatest extent for a longer period of time. Of course, although the sacred medicine was of a high level, it could not withstand the erosion of time. If it was stored for too long after being picked, its medicinal properties would slowly fade away and eventually decay. After putting away the ice jade box, Xianxia looked back and saw a beam of sword light encircling her in all directions. It was so fast that she could not catch it with her eyes. It was Lord of Flowing Light. Under Xianxia's gaze, he had turned into a beam of sword light encircling her in all directions. Xianxia knew that she could not block any of Lord of Flowing Light's attacks. However, a figure stood erect on the icy ground. With the pitch-black heavy dragon sword in hand, he easily blocked all of Lord of Flowing Light's attacks and remained unscathed. "If this is your full strength, then this battle ends here," Qianzong said. The moment his casual voice sounded, the heavy dragon sword also burst forth with an astonishing power. It was vigorous, domineering, and majestic. When the sword struck out, it was as if a mountain was pressing down, as if the sky was collapsing. The terrifying sword pressure suppressed the earth, causing Lord of Flowing Light's figure to freeze as if he was bound. Although it was only for a moment, it was enough. Boom! Lord of Flowing Light's face was pale. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He stared at Qianzong with shock, horror, and disbelief. "Don't be so smug. I'm not the strongest," Lord of Flowing Light said seriously. He was indignant. How could a cultivator of the same age from a remote region be stronger than him? Is there a king level above the monarch level? Qianzong smiled. He was not angered by Lord of Flowing Light's bad attitude because it was not worth it. He was just someone who had been defeated by a sword. "You actually know." Lord of Flowing Light expressed his surprise. He then sneered, "That's right. With your strength, you can't withstand 10 moves from Eclipse King." Originally, Lord of Flowing Light wanted to say 3 moves. But on second thought, he was not sure about 3 moves. He changed it to 10 moves. He was furious. "I look forward to fighting King Eclipse," said Qianzong with a smile. "Then I'll grant you your wish." Lord of Flowing Light smiled coldly. Suddenly, an arrow the length of a finger appeared in his hand. It glowed with flowing light. Lord of Flowing Light exerted a little force and threw it. The arrow shot out with astonishing light. A cloud-piercing arrow, the arrow exploded high in the sky, emitting a shocking light. It rippled with a vast aura. The aura was as deep as the abyss and as boundless as the sky. Eclipse King will soon rush over when he sees this signal. Lord of Flowing Light stared coldly at Chenzong. He enunciated each word clearly, "When the time comes, you will realize what failure is." "All right." Chenzong nodded and ignored Lord of Flowing Light's following words. Eclipse King, recalling the black-red outline of a blazing sun and the domineering aura that resembled the descent of darkness, the word eclipse was quite apartment. Chenzong was looking forward to Eclipse King's arrival. How strong was the king-level genius of Tianyuan sacred region? How strong was he? Yun Yanqin walked not far from Chenzong and waited quietly. Moments later, a violent boom swept over at a speed that surpassed the speed of sound. It was filled with a domineering aura. However, this domineering aura was different from the aura Chenzong had sensed from King Eclipse. It wasn't that strong either. "Piercing Dragon, why is it you?" Flowing Light Lord frowned and said with dissatisfaction. "So what if it is me?" The newcomer's voice was deep and resounding, with a hint of dominance. "If I didn't see your signal, why would I come here? Speak, what's the matter?" The person continued to speak, and his figure also appeared under the light. He was clad in armor and his figure was tall and mighty, just like a general. He held a dark golden coiling dragon battle halberd in his hand, which looked even more domineering and extraordinary. Dragonslayer Monarch, one of the two monarchs. Shortly after, the dragon-slaying lord's gaze swept across the room. First, it swept across Yun Yanqin's face, then it fell on Chenzong's face, and finally on Lord Streamer's. "Flowing Light, don't tell me this is the person who forced you to release the signal flare." The dragon-slaying monarch pointed at Chenzong and laughed. He could tell that this person wasn't from the Tianyuan sacred region, but the so-called Sky Pillar upper region. Lord Streamer was a monarch-level genius from the Tianyuan sacred region, but he was forced to release the signal flare. It was hilarious. Lord Streamer's face darkened in the face of the dragon-slaying monarch's mockery. He flew into a rage out of humiliation. "Piercing Dragon, don't be too proud. If you were facing him, you wouldn't be any better than me." Lord Streamer thought for a moment and said disdainfully. "Is that so? Then open your eyes wide and watch carefully." The dragon-slaying monarch's personality was different from Lord Streamer's. The two of them had some conflicts, so he immediately raised his eyebrows in anger after being provoked by Lord Streamer's words. He quickly turned around and stared at Chenzong with blazing light in his eyes. A shockingly domineering aura surged out. "Genius from the Sky Pillar upper region, come, let me see what you're capable of." The dragon-slaying monarch waved his left hand at Chenzong provocatively. "You're no match for me." Chenzong wasn't interested in fighting. The difference in strength between monarch-level geniuses and monarch-level geniuses was obvious. Although there were differences in strength between monarch-level geniuses of the same level, it was impossible to bridge the gap. Otherwise, his opponent wouldn't be a monarch but a monarch. Chenzong wasn't interested in monarch-level geniuses after witnessing Lord Streamer's methods and strength. It's good to be confident, but overconfidence is arrogance and ignorance. The dragon-slaying monarch laughed instead of getting angry. He felt like he was a giant dragon, and his opponent was only a snake. Perhaps a larger snake. However, the difference between a snake and a dragon was like heaven and earth. A dragon wouldn't be angered by a snake's provocation. Although a dragon wouldn't be angered, a dragon's dignity couldn't be offended. The dragon-slaying monarch swung the dark golden halberd in his right hand, and the crescent-shaped halberd sliced through the air. A dark golden crescent moon shot towards Chenzong with terrifying domineering aura. Although the dragon-slaying monarch had only casually launched this attack, it still contained 50% of his strength. Even a marquis-level genius would have to use all his strength to receive it. The dragon-slaying monarch didn't believe that a cultivator who wasn't from the Tianyuan sacred region could receive his attack so easily. He had already forgotten why Lord Streamer had released the signal flare. The dark golden crescent moon shot through the air, and Yun Yanqin's expression changed. He had to activate the power of his bloodline and use all his strength to block this attack. Was this the strength of a genius from the Tianyuan sacred region? Terrifying, it was suffocating. However, Qinzong remained calm and composed, as if he didn't feel anything at all. Just as the dark golden crescent moon was about to reach him, a pitch-black sword light swept out like a painting, streaking across the sky as if night had descended. In the next moment, the dark golden crescent moon shattered, and a pitch-black sword light shot out like a crescent moon, rapidly approaching the dragon-slaying monarch. The dragon-slaying monarch's expression changed abruptly, and he hurriedly swung his halberd with both hands. His aura was like a dragon, and his roar was like a raging sea. Boom, the void seemed to shatter under this attack. The dragon-slaying monarch's full-strength attack was extremely terrifying, even more powerful than Lord Streamer's sword. It was as if he could shatter a mountain with a single strike. Lord Streamer, as his name suggested, was skilled in speed, while the dragon-slaying monarch, as his name suggested, was skilled in strength. Both of them had their own strengths and weaknesses. However, if they were to fight, it would be difficult to determine the victor. After all, this wasn't their first time fighting, and they were always unable to determine the victor. Strength was a type of strength, and speed was also a type of strength. Strength depended on the individual's application and performance. The dragon-slaying monarch swung his halberd with terrifying power, but the moment it came into contact with the sword light, his expression changed drastically. Strong, ferocious, the power contained in the sword light was as powerful and domineering as a mountain. It came crashing down in an extremely domineering and unstoppable manner. The dragon-slaying monarch was pushed back by the terrifying force, and every step he took left a deep footprint on the icy ground. Impossible. The dragon-slaying monarch couldn't believe it. Lord Streamer was also shocked. Although he was defeated by Qinzong, he knew that Qinzong was very strong. However, he didn't expect Qinzong to be even stronger than the dragon-slaying monarch. Lord Streamer was well aware of the dragon-slaying monarch's strength after having fought him many times. It was precisely because of this that he knew how terrifying the dragon-slaying monarch's strength was. He thought that no cultivator in the Sky Pillar Upper Province could compare to the dragon-slaying monarch in strength. However, he didn't expect the dragon-slaying monarch to be at a disadvantage in terms of strength. Unbelievable. Dragon-slaying world. The dragon-slaying monarch was enraged. As his strength surged, blood-red aura filled his entire body. His originally tall and mighty body seemed to swell up as his muscles bulged. It was a shocking sight. His eyes emitted terrifying blood-red light as if a demonic god had descended. Boom, the blood-red aura coiled around the halberd like a dragon and shot out with the halberd like a roaring blood dragon. This attack contained the full force of a low-grade saint martial art. Lord Streamer's expression changed as he realized that it was much stronger than before. Yun Yanqing couldn't breathe. Even though she wasn't directly targeted, the aftershocks made her feel suffocated. It was too terrifying. However, Qinzong still looked calm as if the power of this attack didn't exist at all. Slash, the heavy dragon sword slashed out in an instant. He still didn't use any saint-level martial arts. He only used his ultra-spiritual energy to drive it and integrated his profound sword techniques and force exertion techniques. As the sword slashed down, the blood dragon seemed to let out a sorrowful cry in an instant as it was directly shattered by the sword. The terrifying pitch-black sword light directly slashed down on the dark golden battle halberd, shattering all the power that covered it. The astonishing impact of the power caused the battle halberd to shake incessantly. With a pft, the dragon-slaying monarch couldn't stop himself from retreating. His chest felt stuffy as if he had been hit hard. He spat out a mouthful of blood. After spitting out the blood, the stuffy feeling weakened, but the sharp pain quickly spread from his chest. The dragon-slaying monarch's face was pale as his eyes glowed with disbelief. He stared at Qinzong as if he was looking at an ancient beast. Impossible, this was absolutely impossible. It felt like a dream. How could a cultivator who wasn't from the Tianyuan sacred region, a cultivator of the same generation as him, be stronger than him? Even if he was stronger than him, how could he be stronger than him in terms of strength? Even the Eclipse King was weaker than him in terms of strength. However, it was a fact that he had been forced to retreat. It was a fact that he had been struck by an extremely powerful and terrifying force. There was no trickery involved. He knew that very well. The truth was the truth. Even if he didn't admit it, it still existed. Seeing the dragon-slaying monarch vomiting blood, Flowing Light Lord felt refreshed. He wasn't the only one who had vomited blood. Even his old opponent had suffered the same fate. However, the strength of this cultivator from the Sky Pillar upper region was truly terrifying. From the looks of it, only the Eclipse King could suppress him. He hoped that the Eclipse King would come after seeing his signal flare. Otherwise, the Tianyuan Sacred Region's prodigy would be utterly humiliated. After defeating the dragon-slaying monarch with a single slash, Chenzong didn't attack again. After all, the two of them weren't really enemies. Of course, if they had any killing intent, they wouldn't be standing there unscathed. Chenzong would definitely use his true strength to kill them on the spot. Sheathing the heavy dragon sword, Chenzong continued to wait for the arrival of his strongest opponent. That aura was as dazzling as the sun. That aura was as deep as the night. This was a unique aura. In this place, it belonged to only one person. Eclipse King, you are finally here. Both Flowing Light Lord and Dragon Piercing Lord were overjoyed. They were actually excited and happy about Eclipse King's appearance because of a cultivator who was not from Tianyuan Sacred Region. This would never happen in the past. But now, only Eclipse King could help them wash away their humiliation. If their situation were to spread to the sect, it would cause an uproar. A smile appeared on Chenzong's face when he sensed the aura approaching. On the third level of Ice Imperial Palace, the two had confronted each other. However, because of the Ice Imperial Palace's power, they could not fight and were sent away to different places. But in Chenzong's heart, he also yearned to fight Eclipse King. Chenzong was very curious about how strong the king-rank geniuses of Tianyuan Sacred Region were. Eclipse King, who was rushing over, also saw Chenzong. Suddenly, his eyes shot out a bright light. It was as hot as the sun, burning everything. There was no need for words. The moment their eyes met, both knew what the other meant. Fight, the rapidly approaching Eclipse King stretched out a black-red beam of light. His body leaped high into the air as he extended his right hand. There seemed to be a black-red aura swirling in his palm. It transformed into a black-red sun seal that emanated a terrifying aura. The seal smashed down with the power to shatter the heavens and earth. The shocking heat burned everything. The terrifying aura destroyed everything. This seal's power and profundity were shocking. It was even stronger than Flowing Light Lords and Dragon Piercing Lords. However, Yun Yanxin did not feel suppressed. It was different from before. But when she looked at the black and red sun seal, her hair stood on end. A thought was telling her that the sun seal's power was terrifying. It was restrained. If she touched it slightly, she would be turned into ashes. Horrifying, a sense of horror emerged from the deepest part of her heart. Even if she activated her bloodline power and pushed her strength to the limit, she would not be a match for Eclipse King. She would not be able to withstand the attack of the Sun Seal. Would Junior Brother be able to deal with such strength? Yun Yanxin, who was full of worry, couldn't help but look at Chenzong. He saw that Chenzong wasn't afraid at all. On his calm face, there was a hint of expectation in his deep eyes. Chenzong could see and feel more from the Sun Seal. It was a highly condensed Sun Seal. It looked small, but it contained an extremely terrifying power. Moreover, it was incomparably hot. Once it exploded, that kind of power could destroy and incinerate everything. Just from this strike, one could see the difference between King Eclipse and the Flowing Light Legion, and Dragonslayer Monarch. The genius rank represented not only the level of strength but also the level of innate talent. The higher the innate talent, the more exquisite the control and application of one's strength would be. This would then lead to a greater gap in strength. This was a difference in their nature. Therefore, the ranking of geniuses was very strict and precise. There had never been a case of a monarch-level genius defeating a king-level genius. This was because anyone who could defeat a king-level genius at the same level could also be evaluated as a king-level genius. Chop, the pitch-black sword light tore through the sky and seemed to shatter the sky. It was an incomparably terrifying sword light. The pitch-black sword light collided with the Eclipse Seal, bursting out with an incomparably terrifying power. It surged out in all directions, shaking the ground. As the pitch-black light spread out, it was as if night had fallen. King Eclipse was slightly surprised. His opponent had taken his attack so easily. Not bad at all. It was worth it for him to use his true strength. It should be known that after entering the Ice Empress secret realm, Eclipse King had also obtained many opportunities. His strength was much stronger than before. Great Eclipse Seal, if the previous strike was just a test, then this strike was his true strength. A millstone-sized Eclipse Seal appeared and struck down from the sky. In an instant, the air surged endlessly. It was as if a black and red sun was falling from the sky. It was incomparably terrifying. The blazing sun sank and darkness descended. It was as if everything was covered. One couldn't see or hear anything. One could only feel a shocking heat that seemed to emerge from the depths of one's body. It also seemed to invade from the outside, burning one's body and turning one into ashes. Even the coldness of the Ice Empress secret realm couldn't resist it. Chen Zong felt as if his blood and qi were about to be ignited. It was boiling. However, Chen Zong possessed the purple cloud black star flame, a unique earth flame. His body had an astonishing resistance to high temperatures. Unless the temperature of the flame exceeded the level of the purple cloud black star flame, it would be neutralized. But now, King Eclipse's Great Eclipse Seal was able to make Chen Zong's blood and qi boil. It meant that the temperature contained within was extremely shocking. It wasn't inferior to the purple cloud black star flame at all. Perhaps King Eclipse also had a kind of heaven and earth unique flame. After all, he was a king stage genius. Moreover, the Tianyuan sacred realm was many times larger than the Sky Pillar upper region. It was only natural that it had more resources. However, Chen Zong didn't know. After all, he had never been to the Tianyuan sacred realm. Everything was just a guess. But regardless of whether it was a guess or a fact, King Eclipse was a good opponent. Chen Zong's first king stage opponent should be King Hao Yuan. However, that was only a strand of King Hao Yuan's consciousness. And now, he was facing a true king stage genius. He was a worthy opponent. Chen Zong believed that he would be a good opponent. Great Eclipse Seal. This attack already had the power of a lower sacred realm martial art. Chen Zong didn't hold back anymore. 10 blades extreme beheading, kill, raising his sword, 10 pitch-black sword lights tore through the sky. 5 of them went for the Great Eclipse Seal, while the other 5 went for King Eclipse. After Chen Zong comprehended the mystery of the Heart Sword, his control over the 10 blades extreme beheading became more refined and smooth. Every sword light was very powerful. Of course, Chen Zong also noticed that the 1,000 men extreme beheading was probably the weakest among the lower sacred realm martial arts. Why was it the weakest? Because it was scattered. The 10 blades extreme beheading produced 10 sword lights. Every sword light was very powerful. However, that was only when compared to a spirit realm martial art. Compared to other lower sacred realm martial arts, it was somewhat inferior. For example, the Great Eclipse Seal that King Eclipse used was several times stronger than any of the 10 blades extreme beheading sword lights. Of course, the 1,000 men extreme beheading wasn't completely useless. It had its advantages. For example, after being scattered, it could be used to kill a group of people. Once one mastered the third stage of the 1,000 men extreme beheading, a single strike would produce 1,000 sword lights. It was a killing weapon against people weaker than oneself. Think about it. On the battlefield, a single strike would produce 1,000 powerful sword lights. It could instantly kill thousands or even thousands of people. How terrifying was that? That was the advantage of the 1,000 men extreme beheading. However, Chen Zong also understood that if he could combine the 10 sword lights of the 10 blades beheading into one, even if it was not 10 times more powerful, it would still be several times more powerful. In that case, it would not be inferior to other Saint grade low rank martial arts. Furthermore, there was another point. The 1,000 man extreme beheading was very compatible with the 1,000 shadows 1,000 illusions. The 10 blades extreme beheading could be combined with the 10 shadows 10 illusions to form the 10 shadows 10 blades kill. It was even more shocking. The sword lights shattered, and the Great Eclipse Seal was also destroyed. King Eclipse's body shook in midair. After shattering the 5 sword lights, he turned into a black-red fireball and shot down from the sky. Rumble, it was as if the sky was collapsing. Even if a transcendent cultivator cultivated Sacred Realm martial arts and Sacred Realm martial arts, the number of Sacred Realm techniques they could use was actually relatively small. However, Qianzong and King Eclipse weren't ordinary geniuses. Besides Sacred Realm techniques, they also had other techniques. The battle between the two was intense. While using Sacred Realm martial arts, they would also use ordinary techniques. However, with their attainments, their ordinary attacks contained amazing mysteries and power. Fight, 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 it was as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. Yun Yanxin, Flowing Light Lord, and Dragon Slaying Lord were horrified. They all retreated far away, not daring to get close for fear of being affected. Flowing Light Lord didn't expect this person's strength to be so terrifying. King Realm. Flowing Light Lord's lips trembled. How is this possible? How can a King Realm genius appear in a small territory? His lips trembled, his arms trembled, his heart trembled, and his entire body trembled. He couldn't describe what he was feeling. Originally, Flowing Light Lord was still thinking about Yun Yanxin. To be precise, he was thinking about Yun Yanxin's Saint Herb. But now, he had to give up on this idea. He knew how terrifying a King Realm genius was. But soon after, the Flowing Light Lord's thoughts changed again, and a trace of light shot out from his eyes. So what if he's a King Realm genius? The other party wasn't a cultivator from Heavenly Sacred Realm. Once the Ice Emperor's secret realm closed, they would have to leave and return to the so-called Sky Pillar Upper Region. It was extremely difficult to enter Heavenly Sacred Realm from Sky Pillar Upper Region, even for Saint Realm Masters. What's more, Heavenly Sacred Realm was huge. Even if the other party entered Heavenly Sacred Realm, they might not be able to find him. Moreover, King Eclipse was here. With his speed, he could escape immediately after succeeding. The Ice Emperor's secret realm wasn't small. It was impossible for the other party to find him. All kinds of thoughts appeared in his mind. A trace of greed appeared in his heart again. Without any hesitation, Flowing Light Lord took advantage of the fierce battle between Qianzong and King Eclipse to burst out with his fastest speed. He even used the Flowing Light Body Fusion technique. He streaked across the sky like a stream of light. He circled around from the side and drew a perfect arc as he approached Yun Yanxin. It was too fast. This speed was completely beyond Yun Yanxin's reaction time. Sword light broke through the sky and shot towards Yun Yanxin. A genius from the Sky Pillar Upper Province was nothing to the Flowing Light Lord. He didn't mind killing him. One had to admit that Flowing Light Lord's timing was very accurate. However, he didn't know that Qianzong, who was fiercely fighting King Eclipse, still had energy to spare. He was still paying attention to his surroundings. When Flowing Light Lord burst out with his speed, Qianzong had a bad feeling. Under the ice and snow, an extremely condensed sword light tore through the sky like an aurora and shot towards Yun Yanxin. A shocking aura surged towards Yun Yanxin as the killing intent surged like a tide, causing his body to stiffen and turn cold. Even his thoughts seemed to freeze under this extreme killing intent. The difference was too great. In the next moment, Yun Yanxin would be pierced through by that sword and die. The storage ring on his hand would also be taken away. At the instant of imminent danger, Qianzong's expression was icy cold as he emanated killing intent that was filled with killing intent. His killing intent swept towards the surroundings like violent waves, like a volcano that shot into the sky, and it was extremely formidable and filled with shocking killing intent. This extremely horrifying killing intent instantly alarmed Eclipse King. How many people did one have to kill to accumulate such a horrifying killing intent? At the same time, the Eclipse King also knew about Flowing Light Lord's actions. He was stunned and then enraged. Instantly, the Eclipse King guessed Flowing Light Lord's ulterior motives and that he was using him. He was a king-ranked genius, a future king-ranked martial artist. How could he be used by others against his will? However, the Eclipse King also saw the anger and killing intent in Qianzong's eyes. In an instant, Qianzong's body flashed as his figure shot out like a sword light. 10 shadows, 10 blades kill. When he was fighting the Eclipse King earlier, Qianzong did not use this move because he was not at that level yet. Flowing Light Lord's speed was considered very fast among the monarch-ranked geniuses. He was even comparable to some king-ranked martial artists. However, Qinzong's speed was not slow among the king-ranked martial artists either. At this moment, his anger exploded, causing the ground to crumble. Qinzong's speed was increased to the maximum and was even faster than Flowing Light Lord. He attacked later but arrived first. One sword, one shadow, and one blade sliced through the air. The heavy dragon sword released an extremely powerful aura as it instantly blocked Flowing Light Lord's sword. The extremely powerful force caused it to explode. A second figure turned into a pitch-black sword light as it charged towards Flowing Light Lord with a terrifying force that could shatter mountains. This was not a competition like before, but a battle of life and death. It was a battle where Qinzong showed his true strength. The difference in strength between a monarch and a king was evident. Lord Flowing Light only felt a terrifying force strike him, causing his body to tremble incessantly. His powerful strength seemed to have been defeated, and it was in a state of chaos. That wisp of pitch-black sword light tore through the sky like a bolt of lightning, and it caused Flowing Light's pupils to constrict rapidly to the size of needles. A strand of indescribable terror surged out from the depths of his heart and soul, and then extreme icy coldness suffused his spine and spread throughout his body. His body was stiff and numb, and he was unable to move. He could only watch helplessly as the pitch-black sword light blasted towards him. Only now did Lord Flowing Light truly understand the gap between him and his opponent. A trace of regret flashed through his eyes. Why was he so greedy? However, there were no ifs. Once a choice was made, one had to bear the corresponding consequences. Stop! Eclipse King roared as he sent a great eclipse seal at Qinzong. If Qinzong did not turn around to defend, he would be injured. Although Lord Flowing Light had used him as a suspect to infuriate Eclipse King, Lord Flowing Light was ultimately a genius from the same place as him. If he were to be killed by a genius from another place, it would be a loss of face for him. After all, it was right under his nose. Of course, it would be a different story if he did not see or know. Lord Flowing Light's face flashed with joy and relief. With Eclipse King taking action, he would definitely be able to stop his opponent. Instantly, a third figure and a third sword light appeared as they charged towards the great eclipse seal. In the instant he resisted, Qinzong's sword slashed across Lord Flowing Light's neck, beheading him. His head flew high into the air, and his face still had a mixture of joy and fear, as well as a trace of regret. Flowing Light. Dragonslayer Monarch's eyes turned bloodshot. He had crossed swords with Lord Flowing Light many times. They were evenly matched, but to a certain extent, they could be considered friends. Lord Flowing Light was killed right in front of him. Rage erupted as killing intent surged from the depths of his chest. Kill, Dragonslayer whirled, he unleashed his full strength as a blood-red aura roared like a dragon. The battle halberd carried an extremely terrifying force as it smashed towards Qinzong like it could shatter a mountain. This strike seemed like it wanted to pulverize Qinzong. The astounding pressure caused the air beneath the battle halberd to form a vacuum. Countless energy turbulence surged in all directions, causing the ground to shatter inch by inch. It was a strike with all his strength. A fourth figure and a fourth sword light appeared. Kill, one strike blocked Lord Flowing Light's sword, one strike blocked Eclipse King's great eclipse seal, one strike killed Lord Flowing Light, and one strike repelled Dragonslayer Monarch. In an instant, Qinzong had used 10 shadows 10 blades to its limits. It was extremely exquisite. Boom, the moment the great eclipse seal was blocked, it burst forth with astonishing power. After shattering the sword light, it continued towards Qinzong's body. 10 shadows 10 blades was indeed powerful, but the great eclipse seal was even more powerful. This was the flaw of Thousand Executioner sword art. The power of a single sword light was almost the weakest among the sacred martial arts. However, it didn't need to be very powerful. It only needed to be able to block it for an instant. A fifth figure and a fifth sword light shot towards Dragonslayer Monarch, dodging the great eclipse seal's attack. The attack landed on the ground, causing the earth to tremble. A huge crater was blasted open on the icy ground. As the sword arrived, Dragonslayer Monarch's face was filled with horror. His anger seemed to have been quenched by ice water. He instantly calmed down. A chill assaulted his body, causing his back to tremble. He unconsciously straightened his body as the chill spread throughout his body. For a moment, he felt as if his mind had frozen. He couldn't even move his body. It wasn't just the power of Chen Zong's sword, but also the murderous intent that erupted from Chen Zong's body. One had to know that Chen Zong had killed countless demon race cultivators in Blue Wave World. He had even entered the Earth Demon Abyss and killed millions of demon race cultivators. He had also entered the devil-devouring Forbidden Land and killed many void demons. Among his peers, almost no one could compare to him in terms of slaughter. Even most Saint Realm masters could not compare to Chen Zong, killing as many people as he did. This was especially true for the demon race. Their life force was higher than that of ordinary humans, and the life force of void demons was higher than that of the demon race. Although there was no special method to unleash such murderous intent, the eruption of such murderous intent was like a torrent bursting through a dam. It was enough to cause those weaker than him to lose focus. This was the case with Flowing Light Lord before, and now it was the same with Dragonslayer Monarch. But this time Eclipse King's reaction was faster. His figure flickered and like a black and red sun, he descended from the sky with a terrifying power, shattering everything in his path. This attack was so powerful that Chen Zong gave up on Dragonslayer Monarch and charged forward. An astonishing momentum surged out as a terrifying power burst out in all directions. The icy ground collapsed inch by inch, and countless pieces of ice melted under the scorching heat. Chen Zong kept retreating as the heavy dragon sword shook violently. Eclipse King's explosive attack was truly terrifying. Dragonslayer Monarch immediately reacted and retreated, distancing himself from Chen Zong. He had calmed down by now. Although he hated Chen Zong for Flowing Light Lord's death, he didn't dare to show it. This was because of the difference in strength and the terrifying murderous intent that Chen Zong had released. It was unknown how many lives had been killed to form such a murderous intent. Eclipse King flew back and landed on the ground, facing Chen Zong from several hundred meters away. Originally, it was just a fight, but now, the atmosphere had changed. A faint murderous intent lingered in all directions. You shouldn't have killed him. Eclipse King's expression was austere. His eyes seemed to burn like a black and red sun. His tone was faint and suffused with an indescribable anger. He deserved to die. Chen Zong's answer was very direct and decisive. Damn it, I had spared his life, but I never expected him to attack Senior Sister Yu while I was fighting Eclipse King. Damn it. What a pity. Eclipse King shook his head as a look of regret suffused the depths of his eyes. It was as though he was regretting Chen Zong's talent, Chen Zong's life, and Chen Zong's bright future. Boom, Eclipse King's body immediately emitted a shocking flame. The flame was extremely red, but its edges seemed to be surrounded by a black shadow. Heaven and Earth Mystic Fire. Chen Zong instantly determined the aura fluctuation to be a Heaven and Earth Mystic Fire. It's scarlet red inside and its edges are dark like shadows. Its aura is scorching and cold. Heaven's Mystic Fire, Crimson Shadow Nether Fire. Heaven and Earth Mystic Fire was a general term, divided into two major levels, Earth Mystic Fire and Heaven Mystic Fire. Earth Mystic Fire was equivalent to the Transcendent Realm while Heaven Mystic Fire was equivalent to the Saint Realm. The gap between the two was obvious. After all, there was a huge gap between the Transcendent Realm and the Saint Realm. At this moment, when Eclipse King used the Heaven Mystic Fire, Crimson Shadow Nether Fire, a terrifying pressure filled the air. The temperature within a few hundred meters was astonishingly high, incinerating everything in its path to ash. Chen Zong hurriedly retreated, because the terrifying heat made his body feel like it was boiling and burning, and the cold made his whole body feel stiff, which was very unfavorable for him. Eclipse King's face was solemn as his brow furrowed. Obviously, using the Crimson Shadow Nether Fire was a great burden for him. Indeed, as a Transcendent Realm cultivator, using a Saint Realm Heaven's Mystic Fire was extremely taxing. It was like a child trying to wield a large sword. Not only did it take a lot of effort, but it was also possible to injure himself. Originally, in his battle with Chen Zong, Eclipse King did not intend to use the Crimson Shadow Nether Fire. It was too powerful and difficult to use. Even if he could kill his opponent, he would have to pay a heavy price and suffer some injuries. Therefore, the Crimson Shadow Nether Fire was only a trump card that he would not use until the critical moment. But now that Flowing Light Lord had been killed, no matter what the reason or purpose was, he had been killed right under his nose. No matter what, he had to avenge Flowing Light Lord. Qianzong was very strong, and Eclipse King knew that with his normal strength, he would not be able to kill him. Even if he used a secret technique, at most he would be able to defeat him. Defeating and killing were two different concepts. Therefore, the only way to kill Qianzong was to use the power of the Crimson Shadow Netherfire. The heat was monstrous. The ice and snow within a radius of 10 meters were completely melted by the terrifying heat, revealing a piece of land that was gradually expanding. The terrifying heavenly flame's shocking heat caused the ice and snow within the Ice Emperor's secret realm to change. Qianzong's expression was extremely solemn. He had a feeling that Eclipse King's attack would be extremely terrifying. It was unknown if he could block it. But no matter what, he had to block it. Because, once he was locked on, there was no way to avoid it. Boom, the Crimson Shadow Hellfire instantly expanded by 3 feet, as if it was about to materialize. Eclipse King's face turned paler, the veins on his forehead bulging. He slowly raised his arms, as if he was dragging an invisible mountain. Load, super load. In order to kill Qianzong in one strike, Eclipse King not only used all his strength to release the Crimson Shadow Hellfire's aura to lock on Qianzong, preventing Qianzong from escaping, he also activated the Crimson Shadow Hellfire's power to the maximum. Boom, inside Qianzong's body, the 9 spiritual wheels were operating to the maximum. Super spiritual energy burst out, fully activated. The body-refining dragon power shuttled between his bones and muscles, like a dragon soaring in the sky, letting out a series of dragon roars. The purple cloud black star flame's power also spread out, trying its best to isolate the Crimson Shadow Hellfire's heat. But the difference between the heavenly flame and earthly flame was too great. It was completely suppressed. Celestial Crystal Battle Body, Qianzong once again used his entry-level 7th rank secret technique. White crystal and mist covered both of his arms and then spread out, covering the Crimson Flame sharp sword. At the same time, Qianzong placed a part of his mind on the blood-dripping sword mark on the back of his right hand. If the situation turned bad, he would immediately activate the blood-dripping sword mark's power. He believed that the blood-dripping sword mark's power should be able to deal with it. However, every time the blood-dripper sword mark was activated, it would consume its power. Once its power was exhausted, the blood-dripper sword mark would disappear. Qianzong did not know how many times he could use it, so he would not use it if he could. Die. A dignified voice sounded like a judgment. The Crimson Shadow Hellfire instantly separated from Eclipse King, turning into a blazing sun that blasted towards Qianzong. The temperature was astonishingly high. Everywhere it passed, the ice and snow melted and evaporated, leaving behind a pitch-black trail. Qianzong had goosebumps all over his body. He felt as if he was about to evaporate. However, Qianzong did not intend to activate the blood-dripping sword seal, at least not now. Heart Domain. Qianzong shouted in a low voice that only he could hear. His mind power was instantly activated and consumed. An invisible force enveloped the area within a 3-meter radius. In an instant, Qianzong could clearly feel everything within a 3-meter radius. Specks of dust drifted in the air time and time again, emitting a shocking chill. Immediately, incomparably hot specks of dust surged in from the outside world. They were like a flood that had burst a dam as they wildly charged over. They surged into a 3-meter radius and immediately collided with the cold ice specks, forming a shocking energy surge. However, this kind of turbulence stopped at the level of dust. Unless one's perception had reached a certain level, it would be impossible to detect it. One would only feel a gust of wind blowing past, nothing more. However, under Qianzong's heart domain, this kind of turbulence was like a volcanic eruption or a tsunami. Its trajectory was all under Qianzong's control. It was as if the 3-meter heart domain was completely under his control. With a single thought from Qianzong, the collision of specks of dust that erupted like a tsunami was instantly suppressed and subsided. The terrifying aura brought about by the Crimson Shadow Hellfire was also resisted. The amazing pressure on Qianzong was greatly reduced. Qianzong found that he could already get rid of the Crimson Shadow Hellfire and escape. However, Qianzong did not intend to retreat immediately. Since things had come to this point, then he would try the power of the Crimson Shadow Hellfire. He wanted to see how strong the power of the Saint Realm was. Kill. 10-blade slash. 10 golden flame-like sword lights broke through the air and slashed toward the crimson shadow hellfire that was bombarding him. Immediately, Chenzong swung his sword again. 10-blade combo. Under the heart domain, Chenzong's mastery of the 10-blade combo increased sharply. It was almost flawless. Like a fan that was opened and closed in an instant, the 10 sword lights slashed out in succession. It was extremely accurate and wonderful. However, it was not over yet. The third swing of the sword. Double-blade combo. 5-blade combo. The 10 sword lights of the 10-blade combo gathered into 5 in an instant. The power of each sword light increased sharply and slashed out in succession. Each sword strike exhausted Chenzong's strength. Boom! The sword lights struck the crimson shadow hellfire, but they were all shattered under the terrifying power of the crimson shadow hellfire. The astonishing power blasted out. The instant all the sword lights were shattered, the speed of the crimson shadow nether flame was also affected. Chenzong's silhouette flickered as he rapidly retreated. However, the crimson shadow nether flame's attack was still flying towards him, as if it wouldn't rest until Chenzong was dead. Suddenly, a figure flew over from the side at an extremely fast speed and appeared beside Chenzong. A green sword light swept up a storm of sword chi as it blasted out with the roar of a violent wind. It was Xianxia. Xianxia had already stimulated the power of his bloodline and swung his sword with all his strength. The power of the crimson shadow hellfire was too strong. Xianxia was worried about Chenzong's safety and knew that he could not withstand the power of the flame, but he still resolutely attacked. No matter what, Chenzong had to face this terrifying attack because of him. Even if he died, he would accompany him. Xianxia's action startled Chenzong, but Xianxia's strength could not withstand the crimson shadow hellfire's attack. With a thought, Chenzong immediately grabbed Xianxia's arm and shook it, throwing Xianxia to the side. Then, he slashed out with his sword. The sword lights were endless, one after another. They were so dense that it was like a fierce rainstorm. Each sword strike contained a terrifying power. Although they were all shattered under the bombardment of the crimson shadow hellfire, they were still able to slow down and weaken the crimson shadow hellfire to a certain extent. Although the crimson shadow hellfire was a heavenly flame with Saint Realm strength, without a suitable method to stimulate and use it, it was difficult to display its true power to the extreme. Although Eclipse King was powerful, he was still only a transcendent. His cultivation and realm had not yet reached the Saint Realm, and he had not cultivated the corresponding method, so his use of the crimson shadow hellfire was quite crude. Retreat. Chenzong quickly retreated, his speed reaching its limit. With a loud bang, the crimson shadow hellfire hit the place where Chenzong was originally standing and instantly exploded. A terrifying force spread out in all directions, like a blooming flame lotus, instantly sweeping out a radius of several hundred meters. The astonishing heat wave spread out several thousand meters, melting all the ice and snow in the area. Seeing Chenzong dodge at the last moment, Eclipse King's expression became complicated. There was both regret and admiration. If it were him facing such a blow, he would not have been able to do any better. He might even have been injured or killed. Although this blow had the power of a Saint Realm master, it was still too rigid. Once Chenzong was able to break free, he would have been able to escape. Let's go. Eclipse King was certain he could not do anything to Chenzong, so after giving Chenzong a deep look, he immediately turned into a black-red streak of light and flew away. Because even if he stayed, he would not be able to defeat Chenzong. Dragon-slaying Emperor was startled and also hurriedly flew away. Watching Dragon-slaying Emperor and Eclipse King leave, Chenzong did not pursue and instead turned his gaze to the ground. Several thousand meters around him was scorched black and several hundred meters had collapsed into a deep pit. Being able to cause such damage in the Ice Emperor's secret realm was enough to show just how terrifying the power of that blow was. If he had really been hit by it, not even his bones would have remained. Chenzong could not help sighing. Fortunately, he had comprehended the heart sword and grasped the heart domain, otherwise, he would have had to use the blood-dripping sword seal's power. This kind of consumptive power was best not to use it. Flowing Light Lord's body was badly damaged and almost disappeared, but his storage ring still existed, becoming Chenzong's spoils of war. Chenzong checked it and revealed a look of joy. The Flowing Light Lord's storage ring was very rich, and there were many valuable items. Senior sister, let's go, Chenzong said to Yunyanqin. Yunyanqin nodded, and the two of them used their movement technique and left. While using her movement technique, Yunyanqin sized up Chenzong from the corner of her eyes. This junior brother of hers who had entered White Cloud Mountain with her back then was not as strong as her. Back then, when they were being hunted on Void Demon Island, she was the one who saved him. However, she did not expect that after not seeing him for a few years, Chenzong's cultivation had skyrocketed, and his strength had become extremely powerful, far surpassing her. In the White Cloud Mountains Outer Sect Grand Tournament that was held once every 5 years, he defeated one powerful opponent after another and finally won first place, becoming White Cloud Mountains Outer Sect's chief disciple. She originally thought that after awakening a high-tier bloodline, her strength had increased greatly, and she had closed the gap between her and Chenzong. However, after entering the Ice Emperor's secret realm, it seemed like the gap between them had widened even further. Look up, now, Chenzong had become so strong that she had to look up to him. I'll work hard too. Yunyanqin secretly encouraged herself. She did not know why or what she was thinking, but she felt that she could not fall too far behind and eventually catch up to Chenzong's back. After that, the two of them worked together and continued to reap rewards. Their foundation were further strengthened with the passage of time, and Yunyanqin's strength was also slowly increasing. At Chenzong's level, it was very difficult to increase one's strength. Every bit of improvement required a lot of time, or it required an epiphany. However, epiphany was an unpredictable thing. No one knew when it would appear, and it required an opportunity. When the opportunity arrived, the epiphany would come. If the opportunity did not arrive, it would be useless no matter how hard one tried. During the process of getting along, Chenzong also learned what Yunyanqin's bloodline was. The Wind Phoenix bloodline was a high-tier bloodline with a purity of 30%. It allowed Yunyanqin's extraordinary power of wind to mutate into the baleful wind force. The power of wind was only an ordinary extraordinary power, while the baleful wind force was an extraordinary power with 2 attributes. It was equivalent to the perfect fusion of 2 extraordinary powers. The baleful wind force not only had the speed and sharpness of the wind, but it also had the power to interfere with one's spiritual will. Entering a new volume, begging for some monthly votes, white clouds drifted leisurely, the sky was clear, and the world was quiet. The flying cloud Dao Master sat at the front, and behind him were 10 disciples of White Cloud Mountain's outer sect. Dao Hongjing's gaze swept over Chenzong, Fu Yunxiao, and Yunyanqin from time to time, as if he was trying to figure something out. He had a feeling that the 3 of them had become more profound and mysterious after obtaining the so-called opportunity to enter the Saint Realm. He couldn't help but feel jealous. The difference between entering the Ice Emperor's secret realm and not began to show. After all, the opportunities in the Ice Emperor's secret realm were indeed great. Even if they didn't enter the Ice Emperor's palace, they still gained a lot. Just looking at the traces left behind by the ancient battle had brought them a lot of benefits, not to mention other aspects. Fu Yunxiao sent a message to Chenzong and Yunyanqin to ask about it. The 3 of them talked and finally found out that after they separated, each of them had their own opportunities. However, Fu Yunxiao didn't enter the Ice Emperor's palace in the end because his strength was a little lacking, and he couldn't pass through the 1,000 meters of ice and snow. But even so, Fu Yunxiao's harvest this time was not small. After returning this time, I plan to go into seclusion and break through to the half-step Saint Realm, Fu Yunxiao said. After the trip to the Ice Emperor's secret realm, Fu Yunxiao's accumulation in the transcendent realm had reached the true limit, and he could clearly feel it. Therefore, if he continued to accumulate, he wouldn't be able to make any progress at all. It would be a waste of time and energy. Instead of that, he might as well go into seclusion and break through to the half-step Saint Realm. Only then could he continue to improve. As for Chenzong and Yunyanqin, they didn't plan to break through to the half-step Saint Realm because Chenzong felt that he could continue to improve in the transcendent realm. For example, he could cultivate the Great Abyss Cloud Searing technique to a higher level and obtain a more powerful super-spiritual energy. In addition, he could further cultivate and master Saint-grade martial arts, and continue to comprehend the mystery of the Heart Sword, etc. Yunyanqin, on the other hand, had awakened the power of a high-order bloodline. His talent, strength, and potential had increased, and there was still room for improvement. 36 geniuses from the Sky Pillar Upper Province had entered the Ice Emperor's secret realm, but 30 of them had left. In other words, 6 of them had died in the Ice Emperor's secret realm. 6 out of the 36 had died, and the remaining 30 had all obtained good opportunities. This kind of opportunity could be considered very good. After all, if one wanted to gain something, one had to pay a price. The Ice Emperor's secret realm was not a place to play house. Only 6 people had died, which was a very small loss. One by one, they left and returned to their respective sects. Chen Zong stared at the Flying Cloud Dao Master's back as he carefully sensed the Flying Cloud Dao Master's aura fluctuations. In the end, he determined that the Flying Cloud Dao Master was a powerhouse at the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage. The Transcendent Realm was divided into 9 minor realms, and the Saint Realm was also divided into 9 minor realms. The peak of the Saint Rudiment stage was a 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. In other words, the 5 Dao Masters of White Cloud Mountain were all 9th level Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses. As for whether White Cloud Mountain had other 9th level Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses, Chen Zong had no idea. On the way back, Chen Zong's thoughts drifted as he thought about the king-ranked martial artists. King-ranked martial artists were a title, an honor, and a representation of one's strength. Every king-ranked martial artist had strength that surpassed ordinary. Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses. After flying out of the snow region and passing through mountains, rivers, and forests, they finally saw White Cloud Mountain and the Sea of Clouds. Chen Zong and company heaved a sigh of relief as they relaxed a little. After all, when they left, everyone was in a state of excitement. Furthermore, they were constantly vigilant and cultivating. Although the other 7 people did not obtain the opportunity to enter the Ice Emperor's secret realm, they had cultivated in the snow region. Their strength had become pure, and they had also gained some benefits. Their strength had also increased. After returning to White Cloud Mountain, the 7 people left separately. However, Chen Zong, Fu Yunxiao, and Yun Yanxin were brought by the Flying Cloud Dao Master to the highest peak of White Cloud Mountain. That peak's name was very straightforward, it was called White Cloud Peak. The White Cloud Hall on White Cloud Peak was the main hall of White Cloud Mountain. The 3 of them headed towards White Cloud Peak's White Cloud Main Hall. This was a very normal situation. After all 3 of them had entered the Ice Emperor's secret realm. This was also the first time Chen Zong and Yun Yanxin had stepped into the main hall since they had entered White Cloud Mountain. The White Cloud Main Hall was entirely white as if it was formed from compressed white clouds. Its hardness surpassed that of a half-saint artifact. What's more, it was covered with a layer of formless energy. Even a Saint Rudiment stage martial artist would not be able to destroy it easily. The White Cloud Main Hall was very spacious. The roof of the hall was a few hundred meters high. Under the azure sky, wisps of white cloud-like aura permeated the air. They were constantly changing. At times, they would turn into birds flying in the sky. At other times, they would turn into fish swimming in the water. At other times, they would turn into monkeys leaping in the forest. At other times, they would turn into cheetahs sprinting across the plains. Chen Zong and company instantly looked up into the sky, lost in thought. It felt as if they were standing in a vast field and looking up at the clear sky. They were watching clouds gather and disperse. It was like a fantasy. It was free, ethereal, and vast. In the deepest part of the hall, there were 5 huge chairs distributed in a semicircle. Figures appeared on top of these chairs. Each of these figures exuded an astonishing aura. Each of them had their own mysteries. When they appeared, their gazes fell on Chen Zong, Fu Yunxiao, and Yun Yanxin, but none of them said anything to disturb them. Those who entered the White Cloud Main Hall for the first time would inevitably be attracted by the dome of the main hall. Often, they would gain something. As for how much they gained, it was closely related to the individual. The 5 Dao Masters were very patient. For them, whose cultivation had reached the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage, it was extremely difficult to make further progress. It was almost impossible unless they encountered a great opportunity. However, opportunities were often relative. Perhaps a heaven-defying opportunity for a transcendent would be very ordinary for a Saint Rudiment stage cultivator. Therefore, an opportunity that could allow a Saint Rudiment stage cultivator to make further progress was extremely rare. At least, none of them had encountered such an opportunity in so many years. However, a peak Saint Rudiment stage cultivator's lifespan was extremely long, and they belonged to the top of the sky-raising heaven territory. There were very few opponents, so they rarely took action. Not taking action was because they had cultivated their minds and become extremely patient. After a while, Fu Yunxiao was the first to wake up. He was a little confused, feeling as if he had gained something, but also as if he had gained nothing. It was an indescribable feeling. After another quarter of an hour, Yun Yanqing woke up. He felt the same as Fu Yunxiao. As for Qinzong, he was still immersed in it. Under Qinzong's gaze, the clouds in the dome were constantly changing. Sometimes it would transform into 100 beasts, sometimes into grass, sometimes into earth, sometimes into mountains, sometimes into the sea. In the end, no matter what it transformed into, it would all condense into swords. Beast swords, grass swords, wood swords, earth swords, stone swords, mountain swords, sea swords. As time passed, under Qinzong's gaze, the dome of the sky seemed to have disappeared, and the white clouds seemed to have disappeared as well. There were only rays of sword light circling around, and each ray of sword light was entwined with wisps of cloud-white sword qi. The 5 Dao masters were stunned, and there seemed to be a flash of surprise in their eyes. Fu Yunxiao and Yun Yanqing's realm was not high enough, so they did not feel anything. However, they could feel that there seemed to be countless sword qi permeating the dome of the main hall of the white clouds, and it was hard to tell if it was real or not. "This boy has amazing talent," Lu Yun Dao Master exclaimed. His voice could only be heard by the other 4 Dao Masters. After comprehending it, he can transform his qi into swords. "This boy's talent in the sword principle is superb," Heavenly Cloud Dao Master, who was the leader, said slowly. Among the 5 Dao Masters, Heavenly Cloud Dao Master was the oldest and most qualified. "Huan Yun, you brought this boy back to the mountain gate, so you have an affinity with him," Refined Cloud Dao Master said with a smile. "If you're not tempted, I am." "You can't teach him," Huan Yun Dao Master said calmly. Refined Cloud Dao Master meant to take Qinzong as his disciple, but Huan Yun Dao Master meant that he was not qualified to be Qinzong's disciple. Refined Cloud Dao Master was not dissatisfied with Huan Yun Dao Master's words. Looking at Qinzong's growth record and his current state of comprehension, it was true that the 5 Dao Masters were not qualified to be Qinzong's master. What was a master? Imparting knowledge to resolve confusion, guiding the path and direction of progress, and providing help to the best of their ability. Qinzong's talent was extremely high, and it was beyond the level that they could teach. If they tried to teach him, it might lead to a deviation. A true genius only needed to be given some guidance, and the rest was up to them to break through, comprehend, and progress. Qinzong belonged to this kind of person. Otherwise, Huan Yin Dao Master would have taken Qinzong as his disciple long ago. "This time, you can't compete with me," Flying Cloud Dao Master suddenly said, and the 4 Dao Masters understood what she meant. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. Qinzong was still in the state of comprehension, and he had not woken up. Fu Yunxiao and Yun Yanqing did not disturb Qinzong. Although they felt that they had gained something, they also knew that it was rare to be in such a state. Putting aside whether they had gained anything, at least they felt refreshed, and even their thoughts were more active than usual. The 2 of them did not talk, but looked around carefully. Everything in the White Cloud main hall looked so simple, but if one looked carefully, they would find that it was not simple at all. Every item was placed with care, and it was natural, like a miracle of nature. Every carving looked exquisite, as if it had grown naturally, just like the veins on a leaf. For hours passed, and Fu Yunxiao and Yun Yanqing were still looking at the main hall, but Qinzong still had not woken up. However, the sharpness of the sword qi in the air seemed to have become denser, and the 5 Dao Masters were even more shocked. Such talent in the way of the sword was really amazing, and it was indeed not something that they could teach. The trace of luck in their hearts was shattered. However, they were also happy. After all, such a genius was a disciple of White Cloud Mountain. 6 hours passed, and the 5 Dao Masters could feel that the sword qi had spread throughout the entire hall, as if it was everywhere. In the 8th hour, Fu Yunxiao and Yun Yanqing finished looking, but they could not see the 5 Dao Masters. "What a strange feeling," Qinzong muttered to himself. His mind was very clear and he had a different understanding of swordsmanship. It was as if he was standing at a higher place and could see more scenery. It was a wonderful feeling. Chen Zong vaguely felt that his understanding of the fourth level of swordsmanship, the light sword theory, had deepened. The fourth level of swordsmanship was different from the previous 3 levels. It could not directly improve one's strength. To put it in perspective, the first 3 levels of swordsmanship were like practice, while the fourth level was like theory. The comprehension of each of the first 3 levels could directly improve one's strength. However, the fourth level would not directly improve one's strength, but it could improve one's potential. Moreover, the first 3 levels were divided into beginner, greater mastery, and full mastery, but the fourth level did not. In the fourth level, if one continued to comprehend, it was possible to comprehend sword will and step into the fifth level. No one knew when this epiphany would occur. It all depended on the opportunity. When the opportunity came, it would be comprehended and mastered. If the opportunity did not come, it would be impossible to comprehend. However, one thing was certain. If one continued to comprehend and deepen the light sword theory, there would be a chance to find the opportunity faster. As Chen Zong woke up, the aura of the 5 Dao masters spread out and the 3 of them sensed it. Chen Zong, Fu Yunxiao, Yun Yanxin, I am the Heavenly Cloud Dao Master. The Heavenly Cloud Dao Master spoke first. I am the Refined Cloud Dao Master. I am the Illusory Cloud Dao Master. I am the Flowing Cloud Dao Master. I am the Flying Cloud Dao Master. Chen Zong, Fu Yunxiao, Yun Yanxin, greetings, Dao Masters. The 3 of them bowed to the 5 Dao Masters in unison. No need for formalities. The 5 of us have asked you to come here because we want to know more about the Ice Emperor's secret realm. We hope you can tell us more, the Heavenly Cloud Dao Master said. His voice was gentle and not forceful at all. His meaning was obvious. If Chen Zong and the other 2 were willing to talk, then they could talk. If they were unwilling, then they did not have to say anything. He would not force them. However, most of it could be said that it would allow the sect to have a more direct understanding of the Ice Emperor's mystery realm. The next time it opened, the disciples who entered would be able to know more information in advance. As for the last opening, the strength of those who entered was too weak. Most of them died inside, and those who left alive did not gain much. It could be said that Chen Zong and the other 2 didn't intend to hide most of the things that happened in the Ice Emperor's secret realm. Of course, they wouldn't mention some of their personal encounters in detail, especially Chen Zong, who wouldn't mention the fact that he had obtained the remnant soul of the Great Abyss King. First, it was Fu Yunxia's explanation, followed by Yun Yanxin's. Chen Zong added on to the 2's foundation and told them all of his speculations. When the 5 Dao Lords heard this, they were extremely shocked. Who would have thought that the Ice Emperor's secret realm was even more mysterious than they had imagined, and the opportunities were even greater? I didn't expect there to be such a miraculous item like the ancient battle tablet in the Ice Emperor Mystery Land. The Luyun sect master sighed with emotion. Although they were at the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage, they couldn't make the ancient battle tablet because they didn't have a suitable method. This was a method that belonged to the ancient powerhouses. Now, there might be an inheritance in the Tianyuan sacred region. Ancient battle tablet. Ancient Ice Emperor Palace. It's really amazing. The Luyun sect master also sighed with emotion. There's also the classification of geniuses. General grade, Marquis grade, Monarch grade, King grade, and Emperor grade. The foundation of the ancient times and the Tianyuan sacred region is indeed incomparable to that of our Sky Pillar Upper Province. The Heavenly Cloud sect master sighed heavily. Their conversation was limited to a certain range, and only they could hear it. Therefore, Chen Zong and the others didn't know what they were talking about or what they were thinking. On the contrary, Fu Yunxiao and Yun Yanxin widened their eyes in shock. It was their first time hearing about such a classification of geniuses. Did you meet anyone from the Tianyuan sacred region this time? The Flying Cloud sect master asked curiously, staring at Chen Zong with a pair of clear and deep eyes. Flying Cloud sect master, there are 1 king, 2 monarchs, and 5 marquises from the Tianyuan sacred region who entered the Ice Emperor's secret realm this time, Chen Zong replied. Chen Zong knew more about this information, so it was natural for him to answer. What are the geniuses of the three of you? The Fantasy Cloud Sect Master also stared at Qinzong and asked. Back then, he had personally gone to ancient War City to bring Qinzong back to White Cloud Mountain. At that time, he thought that Qinzong might be good, but he never thought that Qinzong could achieve such achievements. Thinking back, the Fantasy Cloud Sect Master felt like he was dreaming. Fu Yunxiao and Yun Yanqin also looked at Qinzong. They didn't know how the geniuses were classified in the ancient times. I don't know much either. Qinzong said, the so-called general-grade geniuses are stronger than the limit of the transcendent realm, second only to the half-saint realm. They have some ability to resist ordinary low-level half-saints. The marquis-grade geniuses can fight ordinary low-level half-saints with their own strength. Qinzong explained the classification of the geniuses. According to Qin Shidi, my genius grade should be the marquis grade, Fu Yunxiao said. He wasn't very sure himself. After all, he had never fought a low-level half-saint opponent alone, so it was just some speculation. I should be the marquis grade, Yun Yanqin thought for a while. He had stimulated the power of his bloodline and his strength had increased greatly. Yun Yanqin was indeed the marquis grade now, but Qinzong knew that Yun Yanqin still had room for improvement. Moreover, even if they were all in the marquis grade, there were some differences in strength. I'm king grade, Qinzong didn't hide it. King grade. The 5 Dao Masters were shocked, and so was Fu Yunxiao. Only Yun Yanqin looked calm because Yun Yanqin had seen Qinzong's battle and strength with his own eyes. The gap between the marquis grade and the king grade was the monarch grade. Moreover, according to the information about the genius grades that Qinzong had just mentioned, a king grade genius could fight an ordinary mid-level half-saint at the limit of the transcendent realm. The half-saint grade was divided into low-level, mid-level, and high-level, and the gap between each level was not small. For a moment, the 5 Dao Masters didn't know what to say, and the entire White Cloud Hall fell silent. After a few breaths, the Heavenly Cloud Dao Master continued, this time, the three of you have gained a lot in the Ice Emperor's secret realm. I hope that you can give some things that you don't need to the sect. The sect won't treat you unfairly. The Flying Cloud Daoist Master had mentioned this before. After all, some opportunities might not be suitable for one's own. If it was kept in one's own hands, sometimes it would be a waste. It was better to give it to the sect and let the people who were suitable for it accept it. In a broad sense, this was more suitable for the development of the sect. Qinzong and the other two didn't have any objections. Qinzong intended to give the White Cloud Mountain mainly cultivation methods and martial arts. The opportunities that I have obtained are mainly saint-grade cultivation methods and martial arts. I need time to write them down, Qinzong said. After I finish writing them, I will give them to the sect. Okay. The 5 Dao Masters were very happy. No sect would complain about having too many saint-grade cultivation methods and martial arts. It would further expand the foundation of the sect. The 5 Dao Masters imagined that the saint-grade cultivation methods and martial arts that Qinzong had obtained would not be too high level, and there wouldn't be many of them. Fu Yunxiao and Yun Yanqin also each took out some things, mainly some ice attribute spirit herbs, which were somewhat useful. As for cultivation methods and martial arts, they didn't offer them. Maybe they didn't have them, or maybe they weren't suitable to offer them. Yun Yanqin, are you willing to worship me as your master? Suddenly, the Flying Cloud Dao Master opened his mouth and stared at Yun Yanqin. Yun Yanqin was shocked, and a pleasant surprise surged from the bottom of his heart. I'm willing, Yun Yanqin quickly responded and knelt down. The Flying Cloud Dao Master was one of the 5 Dao Masters of White Cloud Mountain. He was a powerhouse at the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage. In the Sky Pillar upper region, he was one of the top powerhouses. Even the strongest powerhouses in the 3 great 9-star forces were at the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage. It was naturally a joyous occasion to worship a powerhouse at the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage as his master. Fu Yunxiao, are you willing to worship me as your master? The Flowing Cloud Dao Master asked. Fu Yunxiao never thought that he would be pleasantly surprised. He was stunned for a moment, but he soon came to his senses. I'm willing. Fu Yunxiao greets master. Fu Yunxiao knelt down and kowtowed without hesitation. Worshipping a master at the peak of the Saint Realm as a master was a rare opportunity. From now on, one's cultivation path would be smoother and smoother, and one's cultivation and strength would improve much faster. Immediately, they all looked at Qianzong. With Qianzong's talent, they wondered which Dao master would accept him as his disciple. However, the Dao master did not mention accepting Qianzong as his disciple. He did not even have the slightest idea. "Are you surprised?" the Heavenly Cloud Dao master asked. "Qianzong's talent is too high, especially his talent in Sword Dao. Although the 5 of us want to accept him as our disciple, it's a pity that we're not capable enough to teach him. With Qianzong's talent, he can be ranked among the top even in the Tianyuan sacred region." "This place is too small after all," the Fantasy Cloud Dao master said slowly. Fu Yunxiao and Yun Yanxin were stunned at first, but after thinking about it, they realized that it was indeed so. Shallow water could not raise a real dragon. The logic was the same. The Qingtian High Domain was huge compared to the central and lower domains, but it was very small compared to the Tianyuan sacred region. It was like comparing a remote village to a bustling city. With the talent that Qianzong had shown, the Qingtian High Domain's environment was not enough. If he wanted to improve himself further, he would need a better environment. However, the Tianyuan sacred region and the 4 upper domains were like a natural chasm. Even with the Flying Cloud Dao master's strength, it would take him a lot of time to cross it. Moreover, he could only cross to the edge of the Tianyuan sacred region. It was another matter to enter the Tianyuan sacred region. It was not that easy. If the Lingwu sacred world was divided, the lower and central domains were on one level, the upper domains were on another level, and the Tianyuan sacred region was on another level. It was very difficult for people who were not from the Tianyuan sacred region to enter the Tianyuan sacred region. They might even have to pay a great price. Yun Yanxin, Fu Yunxiao, Lu Yun, Gao Hongjing, and Bai Siya were all taken in as disciples by the Flying Cloud Sect Master. Flying Cloud Sect Master, Fu Yunxiao, Gao Hongjing, and Heavenly Cloud Sect Master were all taken in as disciples by the Refining Cloud Sect Master. The Sect Master was the most powerful person in the entire White Cloud Mountain. Being taken in as a disciple not only meant that they would receive guidance from the most powerful person, their cultivation path would be smoother, but it also meant that they would have a powerful backer. If others wanted to deal with them, they would have to consider whether they would incur the wrath of the Sect Master. The Sect Master's disciple was equivalent to a protective talisman. Of course, in the end, these were all superficial. When it came to a life and death battle, these would be cast aside. The only thing they could rely on was themselves. Even so, Fu Yunxiao and the other 3 were still envied by countless people. However, everyone had another question. Why was Qianzong not taken in as a disciple? This question gave rise to many speculations. When Qianzong wrote down the saint-grade cultivation methods and martial techniques and handed them to the sect, the 5 sect masters were all dumbfounded. 5. There were a total of 5 saint-grade cultivation methods. One had to know that there were only 5 saint-grade cultivation methods in the entire White Cloud Mountain. Qianzong took out 5 at once, which was comparable to the accumulation of White Cloud Mountain over the years. However, the 5 sect masters felt that it was a pity. After all, White Cloud Mountain's highest cultivation method was at the mid-grade Saint tier, and the 5 Saint tier cultivation methods that Qianzong had written were at the mid-grade Saint tier as well. As such, there was no need for the 5 Dao Lords to cultivate them. Their cultivation base had reached the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage. If they wanted to make a breakthrough in their cultivation base or improve their strength, it was necessary for them to have a higher grade cultivation method. If they could have a Saint grade upper cultivation method, they would be able to increase their strength. They might even have a chance to break through the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage and reach a higher level. What a pity! However, with 5 more Saint grade cultivation methods, White Cloud Mountain's foundation would be further strengthened. In the future, the disciples would be able to choose more cultivation methods. Immediately, the 5 sect masters looked at the Saint-grade martial techniques. 7. There are 7 Saint-grade martial techniques. The 5 sect masters were a little excited. This is. The Heavenly Cloud sect master suddenly became excited, his hands trembling. When the other 4 Dao Lords saw this, their breathing quickened. Saint Class Upper Grade Martial Art. Among the 7 Saint Class Martial Arts, there was actually a Saint Class Upper Grade Martial Art. It's incomplete, when he discovered this, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, but that disappointment quickly disappeared. This was because this incomplete Saint class upper rank martial skill was relatively complete, only lacking the final move. Even so, it was still much stronger than a Saint class middle rank martial skill. Among the 3 9-star forces, the overall strength of their Saint realm masters was stronger than that of an 8-star force because they possessed incomplete Saint grade high-rank secret arts and martial arts. Now, even though they didn't obtain a high-grade sage rank cultivation technique, there was an incomplete high-grade sage rank martial art that greatly enriched White Cloud Mountain's martial arts foundation. The 5 Dao Lords could also cultivate and use it as a reference, allowing their strength to reach a higher level of enlightenment. Seeing the hope of advancing a step further, the 5 of them were naturally extremely excited. Chenzong could sense the 5 Dao Lords' excitement. However, Chenzong didn't actually write down all of the cultivation techniques and martial arts. Chenzong still kept the 2 Saint class upper grade secret arts and martial arts, Taiyuan Cloud Scraping Technique and Taiyuan Cloud Scraping Finger. After all, they were extremely precious Saint class upper grade secret arts and martial arts. Chenzong didn't know what would happen if he gave them to the sect. Even though he felt a sense of belonging to White Cloud Mountain and was willing to contribute them, it was definitely not the right time. It wasn't the right time yet. After all, people's hearts were unpredictable. An incomplete high-grade sage rank martial art would make people excited, but it wouldn't arouse any evil intentions. If it was complete, the meaning would be different, so Chenzong had to be cautious. It wasn't that he was suspicious of anything, but it was a form of self-protection. In the future, when the time was right, Chenzong would offer up the Taiyuan Cloud Scraping Technique and Taiyuan Cloud Scraping Finger. The 5 Dao Lords were extremely satisfied. 5 Saint class secret arts and 7 Saint class martial arts. This greatly enriched White Cloud Mountain's foundation of cultivation techniques and martial arts. It would play a very important role in White Cloud Mountain's future development. Chenzong, you've made a great contribution. What reward would you like? Dao Lord Heavenly Cloud's eyes were filled with joy and fondness as he stared at Chenzong and asked with a slightly excited tone. Chenzong had contributed so many Saint class secret arts and martial arts that surpassed what White Cloud Mountain had accumulated over the years. Such a great contribution was indescribable, so it was reasonable for him to make a request. Of course, Chenzong wasn't the kind of person who would blindly ask for anything. It's fine. Just tell us what you need. Whatever White Cloud Mountain has, we'll give it to you. If we don't have it, we'll find a way to get it. Dao Lord Illusory Cloud said unhurriedly, but his tone was somewhat solemn. It could be said that among the 5 Dao Lords, Dao Lord Illusory Cloud was the closest to Chenzong. After all, he was the one who personally brought Chenzong back to White Cloud Mountain. To a certain extent, the relationship between Dao Lord Illusory Cloud and Chenzong was somewhat similar to the relationship between a teacher and a student. Moreover, Chenzong's talent was incomparably shocking. When he grew up, there was hope for him to make White Cloud Mountain even stronger. No matter how one looked at it, Chenzong deserved to be focused on nurturing. I need a Saint class secret art of body tempering with the fire attribute, Chenzong said. Chenzong had thought long and hard before making this suggestion. He had the Taiyuan Cloud Scraping Technique, which was a top-notch Saint class secret art even among the superior Saint class secret arts. However, it was difficult to find a complete superior Saint class secret art in the entire Sky Pillar upper region. Therefore, he didn't need it. As for the superior Saint class secret art, Chenzong didn't need it either because there might not be a complete superior Saint class secret art in the Sky Pillar upper region. Chenzong himself had the Taiyuan Cloud Scraping Finger, a complete superior Saint class secret art, and the Blood Dripping Sword technique sealed in the Blood Dripping Sword seal could be comprehended. The reason for choosing a Saint class secret art of body tempering with the fire attribute was very simple. Chenzong had the Purplish Cloud Black Star Flame. The true flame body tempering technique that he cultivated in the past leaned towards the fire attribute. Therefore, it was easier and more suitable for him to cultivate a Saint class secret art of body tempering with the fire attribute. Body tempering had brought great benefits to Chenzong. It was also very beneficial to his overall strength. Naturally, Chenzong wouldn't give it up. However, body tempering couldn't keep up with Qi cultivation and there was an imbalance. Therefore, Chenzong needed a saint-class secret art of body tempering to improve his strength. Okay. Tao Master Heavenly Cloud nodded without hesitation and agreed to Chenzong's request. Naturally, there was no saint-class secret art of body tempering in White Cloud Mountain. However, it didn't mean that it couldn't be obtained. As long as one paid a price, there was still hope to obtain it. After all, they were peak Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses. Do you have any other requests other than a saint-class secret art of body tempering with the fire attribute? Tao Master Heavenly Cloud asked again. Compared to Chenzong's contribution, a saint-class secret art of body tempering with the fire attribute was really nothing. No. Chenzong shook his head. He had voluntarily contributed the secret art of body tempering, not to get anything from the sect. He asked for a saint-class secret art of body tempering with the fire attribute because he urgently needed it. He didn't need anything else for the time being. Since you don't know, we'll give you something useful. Tao Master Heavenly Cloud smiled and waved his hand. A light appeared and a ball slowly floated towards Chenzong. The ball was about the size of a fist with clouds surging inside. It seemed to be compressed into a sea of clouds and contained an astonishing amount of power. This is a secret treasure, the Great Cloud Bomb. It can be detonated with one's own strength and spiritual consciousness. It can release an attack equivalent to the full force of a 6th-level Saint Rudiment stage cultivator in an instant. Tao Master Heavenly Cloud smiled. The Great Cloud Bomb took Tao Master Heavenly Cloud a lot of time to create. It was very precious and took a lot of effort, so there were only a few of them. With this Great Cloud Bomb in hand, Chenzong had one more powerful trump card. It was a pleasant surprise. Chenzong, Tao Master Heavenly Cloud's Great Cloud Bomb is suitable for large-scale attacks. Once it explodes, it can affect an area of 10,000 meters. Use it carefully, Tao Master Heavenly Cloud said with a smile. Immediately, a white cloud light rose and shot towards Chenzong. It stopped in front of Chenzong. It was a white cloud sword that was as thick as 10 fingers. It didn't have a hilt. Wisps of white cloud aura surrounded the small sword and slowly rotated. A terrifying aura was contained in it. It was so shocking that it seemed to be able to pierce through everything. This secret treasure is called the Flowing Cloud Flying Sword. It contains the full force of a 6th-level Saint Rudiment stage cultivator. Unlike the Great Cloud Bomb, its attack range is very small and its power is more concentrated, Tao Master Heavenly Cloud introduced. It was also a secret treasure that he had spent a lot of time and effort to create. Generally speaking, Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses would rarely create such a secret treasure. It would consume a lot of their energy and it would take a lot of time to replenish it. However, this time, they made it. For Chenzong. It was enough to show how much importance they attached to Chenzong. Tao Master Heavenly Cloud also took out a secret treasure. However, it was not an offensive secret treasure but a speed secret treasure. It turned into a wisp of cloud aura and wrapped around Chenzong's hand like a white ring. However, once the flying cloud ring was activated, Chenzong would instantly have the full speed of a 6th-level Saint Rudiment stage cultivator, making it easier for him to escape. These 3 secret treasures were one-time use secret treasures. They would disappear after use. Therefore, they had to be used carefully. Chenzong, I don't have any secret treasures for you. However, I obtained this sword many years ago. I hope it will suit you, Tao Master Heavenly Cloud said with a smile. Sect Master Lianyun said with a smile. With a wave of his hand, a majestic sword light broke through the air and stopped in front of Chenzong, attracting his attention. It was a sword, a large sword that was as wide as a palm. There was a wisp of blood spreading on the sword's spine. The blade looked extremely sharp and cold. The sword was longer than the heavy dragon sword. The aura it emitted was very shocking. It was even stronger than the red flame sword. This sword is called Mountain Beheading. It's a middle-grade half-saint artifact. It weighs 139,000 pounds. It should suit you, Tao Master Heavenly Cloud said with a smile. Hearing this, Chenzong's eyes lit up. He grabbed the hilt with his right hand and immediately felt an amazing weight and power. The 5 Tao Masters each gave him a treasure. Tao Master Huanyun gave Chenzong an elixir. It was not an elixir, but an elixir. It seemed to be a treasure born from heaven and earth. It was called the Enlightenment Elixir. The Enlightenment Elixir was golden in color. It seemed to be filled with colorful lights that fluctuated constantly. When it was in the mouth, it would temporarily enhance one's comprehension. According to Tao Master Huan Yun, this Enlightenment Elixir could be used for about a month. A month referred to a full 30 days, or 360 hours. As such, Qinzong obtained 3 life-saving artifacts. They were the Great Cloud Bomb, a 6th Heaven Saint Rudiment Stage full-force offensive artifact, the Flowing Cloud Flying Sword, a 6th Heaven Saint Rudiment Stage single-target offensive artifact, and the Flying Cloud Artifact Ring, a 6th Heaven Saint Rudiment Stage full-speed flying artifact. The other 2 were different. One was the mid-grade half-saint weapon, the Mountain Beheading Sword. It was not an artifact, nor was it a consumable. It could be used as a regular combat weapon. Of course, it could also be used as a trump card. With Qinzong's current strength, he would be even more powerful if he used the Mountain Beheading Sword. Therefore, in terms of practical value, it was not inferior to the 3 life-saving artifacts. Each of them had their own merits. Finally, Qinzong was still unsure about the effects of the Enlightenment Elixir given by Tao Master Huan Yun. After all, Qinzong's comprehension was very high, far surpassing that of ordinary cultivators. It was hard to say whether the Enlightenment Elixir would be useful to him. After all, many treasures had their limits. They were useless beyond that limit. After giving away 5 Saint-grade cultivation methods and 7 Saint-grade martial techniques, Qinzong left and returned to his cloud palace. Cultivate in seclusion. Next, it was time to cultivate in seclusion. The trip to the Ice Emperor's secret realm had not only brought Qinzong many treasures, but also many cultivation methods and insights. It was just that it was not suitable for him to cultivate in the Ice Emperor's secret realm. Now that he had left and returned to White Cloud Mountain, he could cultivate in seclusion with peace of mind. He could convert and absorb the insights gained from the trip to the Ice Emperor's secret realm to improve himself. Yunyanqi naturally had to cultivate with the Flying Cloud Taoist master after being taken in as his disciple. As for the Rising Dragon Grass, it was naturally given to Yunyanqi. As for Yunyanqi, the Soaring Cloud Taoist would ask the alchemists of White Cloud Mountain to refine the Rising Dragon Pill. When the time came, not only would it increase the purity of one's bloodline, but it might also mutate and become even more powerful. In the Cloud Palace, Qinzong sat cross-legged. He cleared his mind and started to think about his next cultivation plan or goal. Next, I should finish comprehending all 5 Daos of White Cloud Mountain, Qinzong said to himself. Each of the 5 white clouds had its own unique features. Qinzong found that it was very suitable to use them to lay the foundation. It would be more helpful for his future cultivation. This discovery came from his own inner perception, and also from the Great Abyss King's memories of cultivation. It didn't take long for Qinzong to come up with a complete cultivation plan with a clear mind. First step, comprehend the 5 white cloud Daos and further strengthen your foundation. As the saying goes, sharpening a knife will not delay the work of cutting wood. Second step, comprehend and cultivate the Great Abyss Cloud Scraping Technique, the 1,000 Men Extreme Slaying Sword Technique, the 1,000 Shadows 1,000 Illusions Movement Technique, and other Saint-level cultivation methods, martial arts, and secret techniques to further improve his strength. Third step, comprehend the mystery of the Heartsword Sutra, improve the mystery of the Heart Sword, integrate various comprehensions, improve the realm of Sword Tao, and find an opportunity to break through to Sword Intent. There was another step, and that was if he could obtain a Saint-level cultivation method of the Fire attribute, he would have to spend time and effort to comprehend and cultivate it. After the plan was formulated, Qinzong immediately carried it out without wasting a second. The huge contribution allowed Qinzong to obtain all the contents of the 5 white clouds Daos without spending any contribution points. He had already comprehended the illusory cloud Tao, one of the 5 Daos. Qinzong had also comprehended part of the refinement cloud Tao and the flying cloud Tao. When he sent them over, they even came with cultivation insights from the 5 Tao Lords. The 5 Tao Lords had their own unique comprehensions of the 5 white clouds Tao. Although they wouldn't directly guide Qinzong, they would provide him with some help. They would give their own cultivation insights on the 5 white clouds Tao, which would naturally be a reference for Qinzong. With his superb comprehension ability, solid foundation, and the 5 Tao Lords' respective insights on the 5 white clouds Tao, Chenzong had a deeper understanding of the illusory Cloud Dao, perfecting it even more. Subsequently, he mastered the refinement Cloud Dao, the flying Cloud Dao, the flowing Cloud Dao, and the heavenly Cloud Dao. Only half a month had passed. In such a short period of time, Chenzong had completely mastered the 5 white clouds Dao. In the past, it would have been unimaginable, but now, he had done it. In addition to Chenzong's stronger soul and better comprehension ability, he had also benefited from the cultivation insights of the 5 Dao Lords, the various comprehensions in the Ice Emperor's secret realm, and the cultivation insights in the Taiyuan King's memory. The combination of various conditions had created Chenzong's extraordinary ability. After half a month of seclusion, Chenzong had completely comprehended the 5 white clouds Dao. He didn't immediately enter the next step of cultivation. Instead, he walked out of the cloud hall to look at the scenery of Mount Baiyun. In fact, ever since Chenzong entered Mount Baiyun, he had very little free time to appreciate the scenery here. Now that he was riding on the white clouds, looking at it from above, it was a beautiful sight. Chenzong, come to Baiyun Peak quickly. At that moment, a voice came into Chenzong's ears through time and space. It was the voice of the heavenly Cloud Dao Master. Chenzong didn't delay. He immediately rode on the white clouds and flew to Baiyun Peak, entering the main cloud hall. The main cloud hall still had a dome like the blue sky. Wisps of clouds floated, as if it was the real sky. Chenzong, I've called you here today to give you this. As soon as the heavenly Cloud Dao Master's voice fell, a ball of light flew to Chenzong. The light dissipated, revealing a piece of spiritual jade of inheritance. It was fiery red and emitted a blazing aura. This is... Chenzong was stunned at first. Then, a touch of joy appeared on his face as he grabbed the fiery red spiritual jade of inheritance. In this spiritual jade of inheritance, there is a fire-based sacred level body refining technique and the martial arts that go with it. Unfortunately, it is only a lower sacred level. The heavenly Cloud Dao Master said regretfully, in the future, we will continue to pay attention to see if we can get a more advanced body refining technique. Thank you, Master. A lower sacred level body refining technique is enough for me now, Chenzong said quickly. In his current situation, even if Chenzong was given a middle sacred level body refining technique, he might not be able to cultivate it. After all, the higher the level of the technique, the more powerful it was, but it also meant that it was more difficult to cultivate. A lower sacred level body refining technique was just right. Here are 3 blood essence elixirs. I hope you can achieve success in your body refining technique, the heavenly Cloud Dao Master said as he handed over a blood jade bottle. Blood essence elixir. Chenzong was slightly surprised. This was one of the top spiritual level body refining elixirs, and its value was extraordinary. Thank you, Master. Chenzong's tone was a little more dignified and grateful. After bidding farewell and leaving the main cloud hall, Chenzong returned to the cloud hall again. This time, he changed his cultivation plan. He didn't immediately comprehend the body refining technique and martial arts. Instead, he first received the inheritance of the spiritual jade of inheritance. A burst of information poured into Chenzong's mind like a blazing torrent. The runes emitted a red light that was extremely hot. Rumble, Chenzong only felt that countless runes were entrenched in his mind, condensing into a volcano that constantly spewed out blazing magma. Its power was incomparably powerful. The magma billowed and spewed out in all directions, like a fiery hell. Blazing Mountain Inferno Technique. This was the name of the lower sacred level body refining technique of the fire attribute. He didn't know where the heavenly Cloud Dao Master got it from. After the transfer of the technique was completed, it was the martial arts' turn. An arm made of magma suddenly shot out from the volcano in the Inferno prison. It grabbed at the air as if it wanted to shatter the vacuum. Soon after, it opened up again and turned into a palm that slammed into the distant sky. Its power was incomparably heavy and vigorous, like a burning mountain that was rampaging. Boom, it was as if the Balrog had struck, and the sky had collapsed. Immediately after, the palm that was blasted out also changed in an instant. All of the power was concentrated in the index finger, which was burning with astonishing raging flames. Under the raging flames, the finger was covered with black-red cracks, as if it was purgatory. As it moved forward a little, it let out an astonishingly sharp roar, and the power was even more concentrated. Blazing Mountain Inferno Hand. Blazing Mountain Inferno Technique. Blazing Mountain Inferno Hand. Not bad. Chenzong opened his eyes, and a flash of light flashed. Chenzong was very satisfied with this lower sacred level body refining technique and martial arts of the fire attribute. Then, he would comprehend this body refining technique first. After that, he would cultivate it. After that, he would comprehend the Blazing Mountain Inferno Hand. When it came to comprehending the body refining technique, the Taiyuan King's cultivation experience would not be of much use. This was because the Taiyuan King did not have any achievements in body refining. In this spiritual inheritance jade, there was only information about the technique and martial arts. There was no other cultivation experience. In other words, Chenzong could only rely on his own understanding and body refining technique to comprehend it. This was more difficult than comprehending the chi refining technique and martial arts. After comprehending for half a day, Chenzong felt that it was difficult and took out the enlightenment pill. However, he did not know how effective the enlightenment pill would be. Holding the enlightenment pill in his mouth, a trace of cool air suddenly spread out and spread to his brain. A burst of cool air made Chenzong feel refreshed. It was effective. Although he did not know how effective it was, at least it was effective. It was good that it could be increased. After all, Chenzong's understanding was very high. It was good that it could be increased. Sometimes, when one's comprehension ability was slightly increased, the effect would be very significant. It was like a person who could lift 1,000 pounds with all his strength. However, that was the limit. Adding 2 pounds on top of that would be enough to crush the person. As the cool air spread out, Chenzong felt more and more comfortable. He felt that all his distracting thoughts were eliminated and his mind was highly focused. All this was not directed by him, but by the enlightenment pill's aura. Start comprehending. With a thought, Chenzong immediately started comprehending. The moment he started comprehending, the gap between him and the enlightenment pill became obvious. Earlier, he could not comprehend anything. Now that he started comprehending, he felt as if he had comprehended something. Time passed slowly. Chenzong's mind was always clear. The cool air constantly nourished his brain, as if it was constantly replenishing the brain's energy consumption. It kept his brain in peak condition. Comprehension, whether it was comprehending secret arts, martial arts, or anything else, it would consume one's spirit and mind. The simplest example was thinking. The brain would be consumed when it was used up and would feel tired. Over a long period of time, the brain would become dizzy and unable to function. It was like a body that had been starved for several days and nights. It would lose all motivation and need rest to recover. The stronger one's spirit and mind, the longer one could maintain comprehension. Chenzong's soul liquefaction was very powerful. After absorbing the Great Abyss King's remnant soul, it was strengthened by 20%. Many Saint Realm masters could not compare with Chenzong in terms of soul liquefaction. Therefore, Chenzong could maintain comprehension for a longer period of time. However, that did not mean that he would not feel tired. The more profound the comprehension, the more his spirit would be consumed. However, with the enlightenment pill in his mouth and the cool aura filling his mind, no matter how much he comprehended, his mind remained clear and in peak condition. 1 month, 30 days, 360 hours, if he made full use of this period, it would bring him great benefits. Chenzong did not know that the enlightenment pill was a precious treasure obtained by Tao Master Huanyun during a fortuitous encounter. There were a total of 3 pills. 2 of them had been used by Tao Master Huanyun, leaving the last one as a backup. If not for Tao Master Huanyun placing great importance on Chenzong and the enlightenment pill's effect on cultivators at his level was not obvious, he would never have given it to Chenzong. Among the 5 Tao Master's gifts, the enlightenment pill was the most valuable. With the help of the enlightenment pill, Fierce Mountain Inferno art began to deepen as he comprehended it. Fierce Mountain Inferno art was different from the other martial arts Chenzong had come into contact with before. It was not divided into 10, 15, or 20 levels. Instead, it was divided into 3 major realms. The first level was Fierce Mountain and the second level was Inferno Hell. The third level was the combination of the first and second levels. It was called Purgatory. With the help of the Enlightenment Elixir, Qianzong comprehended the mysteries of the first level in 5 days. Now, he could start cultivating. As for the other 2 levels, they were even more difficult to comprehend. Even if Qianzong could comprehend them, he would not be able to cultivate them with his current cultivation. After taking off the enlightenment pill, Qianzong found that the enlightenment pill had shrunk, and the cool aura in his mind gradually dissipated. Putting away the enlightenment pill, Qianzong began to cultivate the blazing mountain inferno art. A scorching aura spread throughout his body as the dragon power of body refinement began to circulate through his body in a more complicated and intricate manner. Qianzong could feel his bones and muscles swelling, as if they had been stuffed with red-hot iron. His body also contained an astonishing amount of power and dominance. The dragon power that was originally cultivated by the true flame body refining technique also gradually transformed into the Lai Mountain dragon power. This was a more tyrannical dragon power, a transformation of the dragon power. It could be called the super dragon power, just like the super spiritual power. The dragon power continued to circulate through his bones and muscles. Qianzong felt as if his body was about to burn up. His entire body gradually turned red, and his body seemed to become as heavy as a mountain. All the dragon power had transformed into fierce mountain dragon power, but it had not reached the level of super dragon power yet. Immediately, Qianzong took out a blood essence elixir and consumed it. The power of the blood essence elixir exploded like a volcanic eruption, rushing through his entire body. His organs, bones, muscles, and skin were all impacted. The fierce mountain dragon power continued to circulate, absorb, and grow, gradually reaching the true limit of the dragon power. One blood essence elixir allowed Qianzong's body refinement art to reach the true limit of the dragon power realm. Next, it was time to compress the dragon power and turn it into super dragon power. This was more direct than Qi refinement art, but it was also more violent. Compress continuously. As Qianzong circulated his Qi, there was a boom, and it seemed as if flames were spreading out, emitting a shockingly hot and vigorous aura. Qianzong circulated the dragon power on his fist and punched out. He felt as if his punch could destroy mountains. When he grabbed the mountain beheading sword, he also felt that it had become lighter. This meant that Qianzong's body had also been strengthened by the dragon power, and his strength had become even more shocking. This way, he would be able to use the mountain beheading sword more easily. The first stage of the fierce mountain inferno art is basically complete. All that's left is to slowly polish it until I completely master it. Now, I can cultivate the fierce mountain inferno hand. Qianzong's eyes shone with a terrifying light as he thought to himself. The fierce mountain inferno hand was a martial art that came with the fierce mountain inferno art. Although it was a martial art, it could be divided into 2 types. One was the fierce mountain palm, and the other was the inferno finger. However, if one cultivated it to the highest level, they could combine to form the true fierce mountain inferno hand, and its power would be even more shocking. What Qianzong wanted to practice now was the scorching mountain palm. Only body refinement art could unleash the full potential of his body refinement art. It was equivalent to mastering one more skill, and it might come in handy at some point. With the fierce mountain inferno art as a foundation and the enlightenment elixir, Qianzong comprehended the mysteries of the fierce mountain palm in just 3 days and began to cultivate it. Boom boom boom, he circulated the fierce mountain dragon power in his palms, and the crimson dragon power filled his palms. It was hidden under the skin of his palms, and it blasted out. Every palm was like a burning mountain, and its power was extremely shocking. On the surface, the fierce mountain palm did not seem to be very powerful. However, that was because the power was restrained. Once hit, the fierce mountain dragon power would explode and destroy the target. The fierce mountain dragon power combined with the tyrannical power of his body made every attack even more terrifying. Body refinement art cultivators of the same level were usually more powerful than Qi refinement art cultivators. Of course, body refinement cultivators needed more resources. Relatively speaking, body refinement arts and martial arts were not as profound as Qi refinement art and martial arts, but their power was not weak at all. Body refinement art relied more on resources. Time flew by. It had been a month since Chenzong started to cultivate the Fierce Mountain Inferno art and the Fierce Mountain Inferno hand. During this month, Chenzong gave up on other cultivation and focused on cultivating the body refinement arts and martial arts. With Chenzong's super high comprehension ability and control of his own power, he made obvious progress every day. Fierce Mountain. With a low shout, the shadow of a burning mountain suddenly appeared on Chenzong's body. It was like a volcano that emitted an extremely shocking aura. This kind of aura was vigorous, heavy, and overbearing. It felt as if it was condensed into a substance. It was completely different from the aura of a chi refinement art cultivator. Spirit, this was spirit. Spirit could only be mastered by a brilliant body refinement cultivator. For example, the bronze flame aura that surrounded Tuoba Nu's body when he exploded was a type of spirit. Spirit was a general term. It would show different forms and auras according to the cultivation arts that the cultivator cultivated. However, spirit also had something in common, which was its shocking power and impact. Once the spirit was released, the body refinement cultivator's state of mind would become more stable. His spiritual will would also be like a defense that could resist the impact of a stronger aura and the invasion of evil. After the spirit was released, the power of the attack would also be increased to a certain extent. In ancient times, spirit was the symbol of whether a body refinement cultivator was an expert or not. It was also the symbol of whether a body refinement cultivator was strong or not. But now, even in the Titan Soul Heavenly sect, there were not many young disciples who could master spirit. In terms of body refinement strength, I should not be inferior to Tuoba Nu, Chenzong thought to himself. After entering the Ice Emperor's secret realm, Tuoba Nu must have had some opportunities and become stronger. However, Chenzong was not a pure body refinement cultivator. Pure body refinement was not true strength. After releasing the Fierce Mountain spirit, Chenzong struck out with his palm. The Fierce Mountains. Dragon power was restrained in his palm. The air suddenly shook and a dull sound was heard, like the roar of a drum. An anxious aura spread out, and a blazing wave swept out in all directions. Without a comparison, Chenzong was not sure how powerful this palm was. However, he felt that it was not weak at all. It might be at the level of a marquee-level genius. This level of body refinement is almost the limit. Chenzong thought to himself. After all, the Fierce Mountain Inferno art was not as good as the Taiyuan cloud-shattering art. Naturally, there was a difference in strength. Moreover, Chenzong's talent in body refinement was not bad, but it could not be compared to his talent in sword arts. After making up for his shortcomings in body refinement, Chenzong began the third step of cultivation, which was to comprehend Qi cultivation methods. Level 7 of the Taiyuan cloud-shattering art. It was not easy to comprehend the level 7, but with the help of the Taiyuan king's memory, the difficulty was greatly reduced. One day later, Chenzong grasped the mysteries of the level 7 and continued to comprehend the level 8. The level 8 was even more difficult. If Chenzong comprehended it by himself, it would take many months. However, with the help of the Taiyuan king's cultivation experience, it was infinitely shortened. 2 days, level 9, 3 days, after comprehending the mysteries of the level 7, 8, and 9 of the Taiyuan cloud-shattering art, Chenzong naturally began to cultivate the level 7. The difference between comprehension and cultivation was the difference between theory and practice. Theory was always easier. Therefore, even with the guidance of the Taiyuan king's cultivation experience, the cultivation of the level 7 was not that easy. The 9 spiritual wheels rotated continuously. Super spiritual energy surged through his body, one cycle after another. Chenzong sat still with his legs crossed, as if he had turned into a statue. Time flew. Suddenly, a strong aura burst out from Chenzong's body and rushed in all directions. This was the aura of an even stronger super spiritual energy. In half a month, he had completed the level 7 of the Taiyuan cloud-shattering art. Chenzong opened his eyes. A sharp light pierced the sky like a sword. The super spiritual energy cultivated from the level 7 of the Taiyuan cloud-shattering art was purer and more powerful. This meant that Chenzong's strength had improved. Body refinement was only to make up for Chenzong's shortcomings. Now, it was time to increase his strength. When he tried to cultivate the level 8, Chenzong found that it was very difficult. Even with the help of the Taiyuan king's memory, it was still difficult. It seemed that he had reached his limit. Since this was the case, Zhenzong began to comprehend the Thousand Blades extreme sword art and the Thousand Shadows Thousand Illusions movement art. Zhenzong also planned to comprehend the Taiyuan cloud-shattering finger. If he could master it, it would be very beneficial to him. After all, it was an upper sacred level martial art that went hand in hand with the Taiyuan cloud-shattering art. They could enhance each other and improve their power. Wind chanting. A gentle breeze blew, and the sound of the wind spread in the void. A cyan sword light flashed across the sky and came for the kill. Zhenzong's eyes flashed. He stood still and pointed his finger like a sword, shattering the cyan sword light. The moment the sword light was shattered, Zhenzong also felt a rush of evil spirit. However, for Zhenzong, this evil spirit was not strong enough to affect Zhenzong's spiritual will. Freezing point. The second sword attack came. Frost spread and condensed on the sword. It was white all over and emitted a shocking chill. It froze the surrounding air, and ice particles spread and swept across. Kill, the ice sword pierced through the sky, descending with extreme coldness. Zhenzong still did not draw his sword. He pointed his sword finger, which collided with the tip of the sword. The ice sword paused. Zhenzong could feel an extremely cold and terrifying force bursting from his fingertip, as if it wanted to pierce through his finger and shatter it. However, Zhenzong's finger was extremely strong. The ice sword cracked and shattered, turning into countless ice particles that sputtered in all directions. An amazing force recoiled. Yanxin's body could not help but fly into the sky. There seemed to be frosty blue and light cyan-colored wings on her back fluttering gently. Like a swallow turning back, she drew an almost perfect arc. A storm and frost came. Her graceful body paused. The ice and the storm came from the left and right respectively, as if two strange phenomena had appeared in the sky. Yanxin's expression seemed to be spreading ice, and there seemed to be a storm in the depths of her eyes. Wind-chilling ice sword. A soft shout resounded through the void. The ice and the storm merged on the sword, and she swung it. In an instant, a dazzling sword light that seemed to be both ice blue and cyan arrived like a line between the sky and the water. It was powerful, majestic, and incomparably sharp. Zhenzong focused his eyes and could see the composition of the sword light. It was made up of countless pieces of ice and stormy sword chi intertwined with each other, spinning like a tornado. Zhenzong still did not draw his sword. With a stroke of his sword finger, the sword radiance was generated. It was very mysterious. The wind dissipated, and Yanxin's long hair fell to the ground. It was as if the tsunami had calmed down. The colorful wings by her side also retracted into her body, and her tyrannical aura decreased. "Senior sister, the attack just now is close to the monarch level," Zhenzong said with a smile. He was amazed by Yanxin's progress. 1 year, it had been exactly a year since they left the Ice Emperor's secret realm and returned to the sect. During this year, Zhenzong had been cultivating in seclusion, trying his best to improve himself. The others were also constantly improving themselves. Yanxin, Fu Yunxiao, Gao Hongjing, and Bai Siya were taken as disciples by the 4 Tao Lords, and they received the guidance of the Tao Lords, causing their strengths to advance by leaps and bounds. Among them, Fu Yunxiao, Gao Hongjing, and Bai Siya's accumulation had reached the limit, and they could not accumulate any more. They could only seek breakthroughs. Half a year ago, the 3 of them broke through to the half-holy realm and became low-level half-holy realm experts. In terms of talent, the 3 of them were among the top in the Sky Pillar upper region. Although they were only low-level half-holy realm experts after breaking through to the half-holy realm, their strength was much stronger than ordinary low-level half-holy realm experts. Especially Fu Yunxiao. Although he was only a low-level half-holy realm expert, he could completely contend against an ordinary mid-level half-holy realm expert. As for Gao Hongjing and Bai Siya, they were slightly weaker. After all, they did not enter the Ice Emperor's secret realm and obtain opportunities. During this year, Yanxin had consumed and refined the Ice Rising Dragon Pill, and the purity of her Wind Luan bloodline had increased from 30% to 50%. Her talent and potential had also increased correspondingly. Moreover, her Wind Luan bloodline had also undergone a mutation. It had an additional energy, ice. In other words, Yun Yanqing's bloodline could no longer be called Wind Luan bloodline, but Frigid Ice Wind Luan bloodline. Naturally, Yun Yanqing had also easily grasped the extraordinary power of ice and cultivated it to the 9th level. The increase in talent, potential, and bloodline mutation had all contributed to the increase in Yu Yanqing's strength. She had originally reached the Marquis realm after activating her bloodline, but now, she had reached the Quasi-Monarch realm. Moreover, she still had room for improvement. Chen Zong was happy for Yun Yanqing due to all of these. There was no special reason. He was just happy. Senior Martial Brother Fu and the other two have already gone out to gain experience. Junior Martial Brother, are you planning to go out to gain experience as well? Yun Yanqing sheathed her sword. Her slender, white, and jade-like fingers gently combed the hair on her temples. There was a peculiar kind of gentleness to her. Right now, I've reached the limit in all aspects. I need to gain more experience before I can take another step forward, Chen Zong nodded and said. I still need to continue cultivating and reach the limit before I go out to gain experience, Yun Yanqing said softly. Junior Martial Brother, remember to be careful when you go out to gain experience. Your life comes first. Immediately, Yun Yanqing took off the white ring on her finger and handed it to Chen Zong. Junior Martial Brother, this is the Flying Cloud artifact. It's a speed-type artifact. After activating it, you can reach the full speed of the 6th Heaven Saint realm for a short time, Yun Yanqing said as she handed the Flying Cloud artifact to Chen Zong. Senior Martial Sister, I also have a Flying Cloud artifact ring. Chen Zong showed the white ring on his finger and said with a smile, don't worry, I cherish my life more than anyone else. Immediately, the two of them realized that their conversation was a bit strange. Chen Zong couldn't help smiling, but he couldn't explain what he was feeling, while Yun Yanqing nodded, her cheeks slightly blushing. Senior Martial Sister, I'm leaving. See you later, Chen Zong smiled and turned to leave. Yun Yanqing stared at Chen Zong's back as he left, standing there silently, her eyes as gentle as water. After a year of secluded cultivation, Chen Zong had absorbed all his gains from his trip to the Ice Emperor's secret realm. His qi refining and body tempering had both made great progress, and his cultivation of saint-grade martial arts had also improved greatly. Just as Chen Zong had said, he had reached the limit in all aspects. Of course, this limit was not his true limit in the transcendent realm, but his current limit. Chen Zong felt that there was still room for improvement in the transcendent realm. Therefore, he planned to go out to gain experience, sharpen himself, and further consolidate his foundation. The more solid one's foundation was, the more profound one's accumulation would be, and the greater the benefits after a breakthrough would be. The higher one's cultivation was, the more difficult it would be to improve. Each breakthrough required more time and energy. If one continued to consolidate their foundation to the limit when their cultivation was low, the speed of their breakthrough would skyrocket. Of course, this was the privilege of true geniuses. Those who were not geniuses would strive to break through as quickly as possible, because accumulation had no effect on them and would only waste more time. For this experiential learning, Chen Zong planned to travel all the way through the sky-bearing upper region and visit other upper regions. 10 years of sword practice was the best way to travel 10,000 miles. I wonder who would win if I were to face an ordinary high-level half-saint with my current strength. Chen Zong thought to himself as he left White Cloud Mountain. Although he had killed the Void Devil, which was equivalent to a high-level half-holy saint, it was under the condition that the Void Devil had exhausted a lot of its energy and wasn't at its peak. Although his strength had improved significantly compared to a year ago, Chen Zong was not sure how strong a high-level half-saint at its peak would be. Whether he could contend against such a high-level half-saint was still unknown. According to the classification of geniuses in ancient times, those who could contend against an ordinary mid-level half-saint were called king-grade. Some powerful king-grade geniuses could even defeat an ordinary mid-level half-saint. As for the emperor grade, it was a higher level. The gap between them and the king grade was much greater than the gap between the king grade and the monarch grade. For example, the strength of a monarch grade genius was equivalent to an ordinary low-level half-saint and mid-level half-saint. A powerful monarch grade genius could even barely contend against an ordinary mid-level half-saint. An emperor grade genius could at least contend against an ordinary high-level half-saint. Powerful emperor-grade geniuses could even defeat an ordinary high-level half-saint. If he had the strength to contend against an ordinary high-level half-saint, wouldn't it mean that he was not a king-grade genius, but an emperor-grade genius? Thinking of this, Chenzong couldn't help but tremble. An emperor-grade genius was rare even in the ancient times when cultivation was flourishing. As for a super-ancient genius above the emperor grade, it seemed to be a legend. The Great Abyss King had never seen one in his life. Recollecting his thoughts, Chenzong smiled lightly and quickly left the White Cloud Mountains territory, heading further away. Many years ago, Chenzong had also left White Cloud Mountain to gain experience. However, he had not gone far when the Myriad Treasure's secret realm opened. He had entered it and was forced to return to the Kanglan world with the Heartsword seal. Therefore, Chenzong was still unfamiliar with the Skypillar upper region. This time, Chenzong planned to properly travel and improve himself during his travels before entering other upper regions. The heavy dragon sword hung at his waist. As for the more powerful mountain beheading sword, he stored it in his storage ring. Chenzong didn't plan to use the mountain beheading sword in normal battles. In short, it was a small trump card. As for the flowing red flame sword, Chenzong gave it to White Cloud Mountain. After all, the flowing red flame sword was only a low-level half-saint weapon, while the mountain beheading sword was a more powerful mid-level half-saint weapon. With the mountain beheading sword, the flowing red flame sword was useless to Chenzong. It was better to give it to the sect and wait for a fated person. If people give me a peach, I'll return the favor with a plum. Since the Nirvana evil sword couldn't be stored in the storage ring, Chenzong wrapped it up and carried it on his back. Passing through forests and rivers, Chenzong went further and further away from White Cloud Mountain. Once again, he arrived at the Myriad Treasure's secret realm. If he continued forward, he would reach the Heaven Saber Pass. The Heaven Saber Pass was the boundary between the two realms. Crossing the Heaven Saber Pass meant entering another realm. The Heaven Saber Pass was a canyon. According to legend, it was formed many years ago when a master of the Saber Dao split the mountain with a single slash. Under the Heaven Saber Pass, several figures stood on one side. Their eyes were extremely sharp as they constantly stared at the people passing by. Generally, those who came out and entered the Heaven Saber Pass were accompanied by cultivators, at least in the Transcendent Realm. Even if they were in the Foundation Establishment Realm, they would be accompanied by masters. Chenzong walked over unhurriedly. He was about to enter the Heaven Saber Pass. Stop. Suddenly, a figure flashed in front of Chenzong. You're very suspicious. Hand over your storage ring and let me check it. Su Shixiang. Chenzong narrowed his eyes slightly. The person who stopped him looked familiar. Chenzong thought for a moment and recalled that it was Su Shixiang, who forced him to hand over his storage ring a few years ago in the Myriad Treasure's secret realm and tried to kill him. Su Shixiang's eyes flashed with a cold light as he stared at Chenzong, his gaze as sharp as a sword, seemingly wanting to pierce through Chenzong. He recognized Chenzong. Although it had been a few years, a cultivator's memory was very strong. Moreover, Chenzong had left a deep impression on Su Shixiang back in the 10,000 treasures sealed world. His appearance hadn't changed much over the years, so Su Shixiang was able to recognize him. It seems you still remember me, but this is not White Cloud Mountain. This time, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. Su Shixiang stared at Chenzong, his voice condensed into a thread as he spoke into Chenzong's ears, his voice filled with malice. Several other people also appeared beside Chenzong, forming a circle around Chenzong, their tyrannical auras locking onto Chenzong, making it seem like he would be unable to escape. There were a total of 5 people, and judging from their auras, Chenzong determined that one of them was a low-order half-saint while the other 4 were peak 9th layer Transcendent Realm. Besides Su Shixiang, the other 3 peak 9th layer Transcendent Realm cultivators were relatively ordinary. Of course, they were relatively ordinary compared to Chenzong. There weren't many people entering and exiting the sealed world, so when they saw Chenzong being surrounded, they didn't know who he was, so they simply watched from afar. Hand over your storage ring and let us inspect it. The low-order half-saint stared at Chenzong, his voice rumbling like thunder. Regardless of why the other party wanted to inspect a storage ring was originally a personal item, and Chenzong's storage ring contained a large number of treasures and belongings. What Chenzong cared more about was his dignity. His storage ring was his, so how could he allow others to inspect it at will? Doing so would be trampling on his dignity. Get out of the way, Qianzong said indifferently, his tone cold. The treasure is definitely on him, take it. Su Shixiang said immediately with a gloomy look in his eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, he made a move. He opened his hand into a palm and slapped toward Qianzong as fast as the wind. Midway, he suddenly changed his move into a claw attack and fiercely grabbed at Qianzong's throat. The sharp claws were hard, forged from thousand refined steel, easily able to tear apart the sky and crush everything. After a few years, Su Shixiang's cultivation and strength had increased by a lot. He had become even more powerful and shocking. This was very normal. After all, Su Shixiang came from a 7-star family and was the young master of a family. His talent was also extraordinary. This blow made Qianzong estimate that if Su Shixiang's cultivation reached the true limit of the transcendent realm, he would be even stronger and qualified to be listed in the ancient era's genius rankings, the general level. Although the general level was the lowest level among geniuses, it was still something that many cultivators could only dream of. Generally speaking, there were 2 kinds of geniuses in the antiquity times. One kind had grades, and the other had no grades. Of the so-called grades, the lowest was the general realm. Without grades, they were not at the general realm. But there were still many outstanding people. Su Shixiang being able to reach the general realm was already very good. But even if Su Shixiang reached the Marquis realm or even the Monarch realm, he would still not be Qianzong's opponent. Seeing Su Shixiang attack, the other 4 people did not move. They just blocked the way to prevent Qianzong from escaping. Su Shixiang, I didn't want to take the initiative to settle the grudge of that day with you, but since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Qianzong's expression did not change in the face of Su Shixiang's sharp claw attack. He spoke at a neither fast nor slow pace. Soon after, he raised his left hand and slapped out. There was no aura fluctuation of qi refining, only an astonishing and incomparably powerful blazing aura. Fierce mountain palm. The skin of Qianzong's palm was filled with the terrifying fierce mountain dragon force, and his skin turned red. Watch out! The low-level half-saint's expression changed drastically when he saw this. He shouted in a low voice and fiercely blasted out his palm. His half-saint force surged, and his palm print was powerful and boundless. This palm print was extremely powerful, as if it could even shatter a mountain. But Qianzong's palm print did not change at all. It still blasted towards Su Shixiang. Qianzong had already decided to put aside the grudge of that day, but Su Shixiang was seeking his own death. Since that was the case, he would settle it once and for all. Repaying kindness and revenge as one pleases is the way of doing things. Boom, the 2 palm prints collided, and an extremely terrifying force burst out in all directions. It set off a blazing storm and shattered the ground. Qianzong's body shook slightly, but he did not retreat. The low-level half-saint's expression changed drastically. He took 3 steps back, leaving a deep footprint with each step. He also felt an indescribable heat constantly attacking his palm, as if it was going to burn and shatter his palm. Body refining cultivator, low-level half-saint. The low-level half-saint roared in his heart, and his expression became more and more unsightly. There were not many body refining cultivators, and those who could cultivate to the half-saint level were even fewer. They usually had a great background. This person did not look old, but he had such terrifying strength. It was very frightening. It could be guessed that he must be a genius from a powerful force. Among the powerful forces, the Titan Soul Heavenly Sect had amazing attainments in body refining. The Titan Soul Heavenly Sect was an 8-star force. Although the Su family was very strong, it was only a 7-star force. There was a huge gap between it and an 8-star force. Moreover, the people of the Titan Soul Heavenly Sect were all warlike. Once their disciples, especially their important disciples, were killed, it would be a disaster for the Su family. How can he be so strong? Su Shixiang was shocked by the shocking momentum. His face was full of shock, and his eyes were dull. In his impression, this person had been hunted down by him. He did not expect that in just a few years, he would become so strong that he could fight a low-level half-saint without falling into a disadvantageous position. No, it was not as simple as not falling into a disadvantageous position. He seemed to have a slight advantage. After repelling the low-level half-saint with one palm, Chenzong sent out another palm. It was still the fierce mountain palm, but this time it was aimed at the stunned Su Shixiang. Stop. The expression of the low-level half-saint changed greatly. He immediately roared, and at the same time, he rushed forward and sent out a series of palm attacks. Chenzong's figure flashed, and he dodged the two palms of the low-level half-holy saint. The fierce mountain palm landed on Su Shixiang's chest, and the tyrannical and violent force exploded Su Shixiang's heart. His chest caved in, leaving behind a charred palm print. Su Shixiang's body trembled violently. Hot blood mixed with the fragments of his heart flowed out from his mouth. His eyes were red as he stared at Chenzong with disbelief. After killing Su Shixiang with a single palm strike, Chenzong felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction in his heart. You actually killed the young master. Even if you are from Titan Soul Heavenly Sect, you must die. The low-level half-saint's face changed greatly as he cried out in a bloodthirsty voice. He completely used his secret technique, causing an astonishing aura to spread out in all directions. The other three peak Ninth Order Transcendent Realm Masters also attacked. In an instant, Chenzong fell into their encirclement. A disciple of Titan Soul Heavenly Sect. Chenzong couldn't help smiling when he heard this. It seemed that his display of body-tempering strength had misled the other party into thinking he was a disciple of Titan Soul Heavenly Sect. However, Chenzong had no intention of explaining because there was no need to. If the Su family wanted to take revenge and find trouble with Titan Soul Heavenly Sect, then so be it. With the Su family's strength, they were definitely not Titan Soul Heavenly Sect's opponent. If they angered Titan Soul Heavenly Sect, they might be uprooted. Just now, Chenzong had used his body-tempering strength to fight the enemy because he wanted to test it out. Now that he knew, he didn't intend to hold back. Pointing his finger like a sword, Chenzong slashed out and a sharp sword light tore through the sky, instantly tearing apart the low-level half-saint's attack. The sword light circled around, and in the eyes of the spectators in the distance, it looked like an illusion, appearing suddenly and disappearing quickly. Taking a step forward, Chenzong's figure flew like the wind and entered the Heavenly Blade Pass, disappearing before everyone's eyes. A line of blood appeared on the necks of the four figures as they fell to the ground. Dead, including Su Shixiang, the 5 masters from the Su family, a 7-star force, were all dead. Dead, dead, everyone watching the battle from afar was dumbfounded. They thought it would be a fierce battle, but it turned out to be a one-sided slaughter. Who was that man? I don't know, he looked very young, but his strength was so great. He should be a genius from a great force, at least an 8-star one. Idiot, didn't you hear? That man is a genius from Titan Soul Heavenly Sect. This Su family is so arrogant, they kicked an iron plate this time. It's good that they died, everyone is satisfied. Let's go quickly, otherwise, when the Su family's masters come, none of us will be able to escape. This person was a wise man, and as soon as he spoke, he immediately rushed towards the Heavenly Blade Pass. The Su family was a very overbearing family, acting arrogantly. If the masters came, they would definitely be captured and interrogated, or even killed. Considering all this, each of them panicked, fearing they would be captured, so they all rushed towards the Heavenly Blade Pass at full speed. About a quarter of an hour later, 3 tyrannical auras flew over. Impressively, 3 Saint Realm Masters had arrived. The 3 Saint Realm Masters landed and swept their eyes over the scene, eventually landing on Su Shixiang's corpse. Xianxia. Who was it? Who dared to kill my Su family's young master? The 3 Saint Realm Masters were all from the Su family, and they had rushed over because Su Shixiang's life lamp had been extinguished. Xianxia was killed by a fire attribute body-tempering dragon force, so the killer should be a body-tempering cultivator. One of the Saint Realm Masters was the calmest, and after a careful examination, said, but these 4 died under a sword, so there should be 2 killers. What they didn't know was that there was only 1 killer. The aura disappeared from inside the Heavenly Blade Pass, so the killer must have entered the Heavenly Blade Pass. Chase. As soon as these words were spoken, the 3 collected the corpses of Su Shixiang and the other 4 before immediately rushing into the Heavenly Blade Pass to hunt down the killer. After all, when fighting, there would always be a residual aura, no matter how weak it was. The Saint Realm masters would be able to perceive it and pursue it. Chen Zong's speed was extremely fast, more than a quarter of an hour was enough for him to fly far away. After all, Chen Zong's speed was comparable to an ordinary mid-order half-saint, and Chen Zong had deliberately restrained his aura fluctuations to confuse them, so the Su family's 3 Saint Realm masters were unable to pursue him. On the contrary, some of the bystanders were captured alive. Giant Soul Heavenly Sect's disciple. The 3 Saint Realm masters all wore dignified expressions after forcing out this information. In the Lingwu sacred world, with the Tianyuan sacred region as the center, there were 4 upper regions around it. However, there was a huge chasm between them and the Tianyuan sacred region. West of the Sky Pillar upper region was the true martial upper region. Chen Zong headed west. In the past year, apart from cultivating in seclusion to improve his cultivation base and strength, Chen Zong did not neglect other aspects. He had a more detailed understanding of the 4 upper regions. The 4 upper regions were the Sky Pillar upper region, the true martial upper region, the eternal upper region, and the profound upper region. Originally, there was no such thing as the Tianyuan sacred region and the 4 upper regions. It all originated from the ancient war when the Void Fiends invaded the Lingwu sacred world and caused too much destruction. That was how the Tianyuan sacred region and the 4 upper regions were divided. The Sky Pillar upper region was the most average among the 4 upper regions. It had all aspects but was relatively balanced. There was nothing outstanding about it. The true martial upper region's specialty was its martial Tao. It was more outstanding than the Sky Pillar upper region. As for how outstanding it was, Chen Zong did not see it with his own eyes and could not say for sure. He could only rely on written records. On the other hand, the eternal upper region had more physique refinement cultivators. The number of physique refinement cultivators was no less than chi refinement cultivators. In other words, the eternal upper region was a paradise for physique refinement cultivators. Chen Zong yearned to go there. However, he had to pass through the true martial upper region if he wanted to go to the eternal upper region. The returning profound upper territory focused on the comprehension of the realms and the profound mysteries, such as the cultivation realms and the development of the transcendent secret forces. In short, apart from the Sky Pillar upper region, the other 3 upper regions had their own outstanding aspects. The 3 upper regions were very attractive to Chen Zong. Chen Zong wanted to go there and experience it to improve himself. However, he had to start from the true martial upper region. The true martial upper region bordered the Sky Pillar upper region and was easier to reach. Along the way, Chen Zong comprehended the Heart Sword Sutra in addition to traveling. He crossed mountains, crossed rivers, and crossed forests. Sometimes they would encounter some dangers, but with Chen Zong's current strength, as long as they were not a true Saint Realm master, it would be difficult for them to pose a real threat to Chen Zong. Chen Zong wasn't stupid enough to go looking for trouble with a Saint Realm master. There was a huge gap between the half-step Saint Realm and Saint Realm. No matter how strong he wasn't a match for an early First Heaven Saint Realm master. Of course, Chen Zong had a life-saving trump card, but it was not necessary. It was better to keep it. After all, using a life-saving trump card to kill a Saint Realm master wouldn't have much of an effect on him. Under normal circumstances, a Saint Realm master would not take action to deal with a transcendent or even a half-saint. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Chen Zong advanced at an astonishing speed. Crossing more than half of the Sky Pillar upper region and heading west towards the true martial upper region. In the past month, although Chen Zong's strength had not improved much, his state of mind had broadened a lot. Heavenly Forest City, this was a huge city, and it was also the first city Chen Zong stepped into this month. After living in the open for a month, Chen Zong longed for good wine and food. Skyforest City was surrounded by towering trees, as if it was a city standing tall in an ancient forest. It had its own unique characteristics. When Chen Zong stepped into the vicinity of Skyforest City, he could feel that the air was extremely fresh, and the air was filled with the fragrance of plants and trees. This was a city suitable for living. Chen Zong strolled through the wide streets. There were many lush trees planted on both sides of the street. Shaolin Restaurant, it was a very common name, but Zhong found out that this was the most famous restaurant in Heavenly Forest City. There was no other restaurant. Naturally, Zhong came here because of its reputation. Shaolin Restaurant had 9 floors. Anyone could enter the first to third floors, but only Transcendent Realm cultivators were qualified to enter the 4th to 6th floors. As for the 7th to 9th floors, one needed to be at least a half-saint to enter. Zhong only stepped into the 6th floor, not the 7th. Of course, if Zhong wanted to, it would not be difficult for him to step into the 7th floor. He was only here to eat, so there was no need for him to do so. After ordering a table of good wine and food, Zhong slowly enjoyed it. Drinking wine and eating food was also a kind of enjoyment. It was a way to relax while cultivating. Everyone had their own way of relaxing. For Zhong, good wine and food were good ways to relax. While enjoying wine and food, Zhong also listened to the conversations of others. An auction. Zhong's expression changed slightly. Maybe I can go take a look. Maybe there would be something suitable for him at the auction. Even if there wasn't, it would be a good way to relax. The auction would be held 3 days later. After eating wine and food, Zhong strolled around Heavenly Forest City, appreciating the unique scenery of the city. The way of cultivation was to have a balance between tension and relaxation. Too much tension would lead to collapse, and too much would lead to dispersal. Having a balance between tension and relaxation would allow one to cultivate better. Zhong had been cultivating in seclusion for a year. Most of the time, Zhong was tense. Going out to gain experience was a kind of balance between tension and relaxation. However, going through mountains and forests for a month was also tense. After entering the city, he rested for a while. His whole body relaxed and felt comfortable. It was as if he was soaking in a hot spring when he was tired. His fatigue gradually disappeared. Of course, this relaxation was not relaxation. It was 2 different concepts. During these 3 days, Zhong did not stop cultivating. However, his current cultivation could only be maintained and could not be improved. Therefore, Zhong strolled around Heavenly Forest City to his heart's content. It was as if he was an ordinary person walking around to appreciate the scenery. His state of mind was also improving bit by bit. 3 days later, the auction would begin. The participants would need to show their financial resources. Zhong's financial resources were naturally not a problem. After entering the auction and showing his financial resources, Zhong obtained a VIP seat and an independent box. While eating fruits, Zhong looked at the auction items. He didn't make a move. It wasn't that he couldn't make a move, but he didn't want to. Although the items being auctioned were good, they weren't good enough for him. Now, we will auction 10 places, the auctioneer said loudly, arousing everyone's surprise and interest. Places? What kind of places could be auctioned? These places are places to enter a sealed world, the auctioneer said again. Everyone's interest was piqued. A sealed world, it often meant an opportunity. A place to enter a sealed world, Zhong was also interested. According to the person who auctioned the places, this sealed world has a heavenly rare flame. It may be a heavenly rare flame, the auctioneer's eyes flashed. His words shocked everyone. A heavenly rare flame, this was already very attractive. A heavenly rare flame was more than 10 times more attractive. Even a Saint Realm cultivator would be tempted. After all, a heavenly rare flame was equivalent to a Saint Realm cultivator. However, a heavenly rare flame was extremely rare. The possibility was very low. It was more likely to be an earth rare flame. A heavenly rare flame. Zhong's eyes flashed. His back was as straight as a sword, and a sharp aura rippled out in an instant. Fortunately, Zhong reacted in time and quickly retracted it, so it did not spread outside the room and startle the others. Zhong had seen the power of a heavenly rare flame with his own eyes. The crimson shadow nether flame that King Eclipse used that day was extremely powerful. If it were not for King Eclipse's rough control of it, he would have had to use the blood-dripping sword seal. Moreover, he had the purple cloud black star flame, but the potential of the purple cloud black star flame was 9th grade earth rare flame. It was difficult to improve it. Therefore, it needed to devour other earth rare flames to have a chance of breaking through the limit and becoming a heavenly rare flame. If he could find a heavenly rare flame and refine it, he could also devour the purple cloud black star flame. All in all, this was also a way to increase his strength. If he could obtain a heavenly rare flame, he might have another means to fight against Saint Realm masters. Therefore, Chenzong was very interested in this sealed world entry. But there is one thing, and that is the restriction of cultivation. The auctioneer continued, this sealed world can only be entered by transcendence. The bidder hopes that the cultivation of those who bid for this entry can reach the limit of the transcendence. The stronger, the better, because the sealed world is dangerous. No one was surprised by such a request. It was normal. But any sealed world would definitely be dangerous, so it was normal to have a cultivation restriction. Therefore, under the restriction of cultivation, the stronger one was, the better. Only then would one be able to obtain treasures through danger. Now, the bidding for the first entry to the sealed world begins. The starting price is 1,000 high-rank source stones. Each increment must be no less than 100. The auctioneer's hammer fell. 1,000 high-rank source stones was an astonishing price. Most transcendents couldn't afford it. Even some half-saints might not be able to afford it. Those who could afford it were either very strong in the transcendence realm and could obtain more wealth, or had a very high background and family background. 1,100. Someone immediately called out. 1,200. After a slight pause, someone immediately increased the price. 2,000. Chenzong bid, directly adding 800 high-rank source stones. In Chenzong's opinion, this sealed world was something he was interested in. The competition for the first entry out of the 10 was usually relatively peaceful. The further one went, the more intense the competition would be. Therefore, it was better to increase the price and win it. Sure enough, 2,000 high-rank source stones shocked the others. However, such a price was nothing to Chenzong. One had to know that Chenzong's accumulated wealth was astonishing. Especially after killing Flowing Light Lord, Chenzong obtained over 10,000 high-rank source stones and some top-quality source stones from his storage ring. Combined with what he originally had, he had more than 15,000 high-rank source stones. At Chenzong's cultivation level, high-rank source stones were of little use to him. It didn't matter whether he kept them or not. It was better to use them and exchange them for things he needed. With 2,000 high-rank source stones, Chenzong immediately obtained one entry to the sealed world. The second entry was also auctioned, with the highest price being 1,800. The third entry was 1,900. The highest bid for the fourth slot was 2,000 yuan. The fifth entry to the 10th entry had a highest price between 2,000 and 2,300. Those who bid for the first 10 entries were each given a token and a piece of paper. The token was black and shaped like a regular prism with a burning flame pattern on it. End of chapter 1228. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.